Abyss Domination Chapter 795 to Chapter 868. Soren remained silent. If one were to ask what was the most valuable thing in an adept tower, it would be the most valuable. Without a doubt, it was the Thaling. The Thaling itself had the power of a legendary being, and it also had a top-level assistant and a supercomputer. For an Arcanist, the assistance of the tower spirit would allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their experiments. If Soren were to let the Thaling go, the value of the tower would be reduced by at least half. This kind of loss meant that he would only get an empty shell, and he would have to rely on himself to get the core. However, if Soren did not agree to this request, then they would have to fight. Victory or defeat did not matter. If a battle were to break out, Soren would also lose a lot, and he did not want to see any casualties. Moreover, looking at the Thaling's attitude, if a battle were to break out, they would probably defend the tower until the very last moment. Even if Soren were to win, he would only get 5 Thaling shells. Although this would be beneficial for his future research, Soren had already obtained an unactivated battle-type Thaling on the 4th floor. Moreover, the demigod Thaling in the demiplane could never leave. Sir True God, what do you think of our proposal? The leader of the Thaling number 1 seemed to be a little nervous. After all, this was related to its fate for thousands of years, and it could only be reborn by going to the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. This was because this was a special and dangerous plane. As a type of high-level life form, as long as they could reach this plane, they would be able to change and become a real life form in the future. Soren was in deep thought. The others were also hesitant because they knew the value of the Thaling. I agree. Soren did not hesitate for too long and said in a deep voice, I can give you your freedom. However, you have to do one thing for me after you get your freedom. Thaling number 1 was pleasantly surprised, but then it hesitated and asked, what is it? Soren stared at him and said slowly, it's not that difficult. You can wait until you go to the clockwork Nirvana mechanical mirror. I'm very interested in this plane. Maybe I'll need your help when the time comes. He seemed to have understood something. Gloria's and Fallen Witch's eyes lit up, and the way they looked at Soren was a little different. There was a hint of worship in their eyes. No problem at all. Thaling number 1 immediately nodded. As long as they could obtain freedom first, they could deal with the future later. It said seriously, as long as you are willing to give us freedom, then you will be our benefactor. If there's anything that requires our help, we'll definitely do our best. Sauron smiled and seemed to be quite satisfied with this. In that case. Thaling number 1 hesitated for a moment before continuing, Your Excellency, please swear an oath in the name of the true God. It's not that we don't trust you, but after all, this is related to our fate. Soren didn't hesitate and directly swore an oath in the name of the god of half-elves and rogues. The 5 Thaling also swore in the name of the Jinn. Please. Your Excellency. This is the core of the arcane tower. With the protection of the true god's oath, Thaling number 1 also felt a lot more relaxed. It moved aside a little bit, and a mass of energy appeared in front of it. There were huge spell circuits and energy nodes in it. It looked like a ball made of countless numbers. This was far beyond the current era of alchemy. It was even a bit like the projection of the core control system of a space fortress in the interstellar era. Thaling number 1 explained, as long as you input the energy, you can obtain the highest authority of the arcane tower. I've lifted the restrictions of the arcane tower. A strange ball of light floated in the air, looking full of the sci-fi era. The High Priestess nodded slightly. She knew about the arcane tower. Because she once attacked the Queen of Spiders with others. The person in charge of the assassination was a figure left behind by the Arcane Empire. She had also seen the core of the arcane tower. There was no problem. Soren then turned his gaze to Gloria next to him. From the most suitable point of view, Gloria should be the best person to control the arcane tower. Because she was a legendary witch, and she had a lot of knowledge. However, at this time, facing Soren's eyes, Gloria smiled and shook her head. Then she signaled him to personally obtain the highest authority of the arcane tower. It wasn't that she didn't want to obtain an arcane tower, but she thought that the best result was for Soren to obtain the highest authority. A gentle, virtuous, and smart woman. Soren's eyes suddenly softened a lot, and there was a trace of affection in his eyes when he looked at Gloria. He didn't refuse again, but directly input the energy to obtain the highest authority of the arcane tower. In an instant, dense streams of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. It was similar to the slaughter template he had, but this time it wasn't numbers that appeared, but countless energy nodes and magic circuits. Then, a model of the arcane tower appeared in Soren's mind. Give Gloria level 1 authority. Give Corinne level 1 authority. Give the High Priestess level 2 authority. Give Alice level 2 authority. Give Saruman level 3 authority. Soren quickly finished assigning the authority in his mind. Then, the model of the elemental pool, labyrinth, and half-plane appeared in his mind. He had obtained all the authority of the arcane tower. Thaling number 1 nervously looked at him. Soren knew that after he sorted out the structure of the arcane tower, he woke up. He looked at the nervous Thaling number 1 in front of him and slowly said, "Release the Thaling authority. Release Thaling number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 7. A strange light appeared. Then, complex mysterious runes appeared on the 5 Thaling in front of him. Then, the restrictions of the arcane tower on them were lifted. They were free. Thank you, sir. From now on, everything in the arcane tower will be under your control. Thaling number 1's voice was trembling. After the restrictions were lifted, it immediately opened a portal and said, "Let's go to the Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror, now. I'll leave the next magic beacon. If you need any help, sir, you can contact us at any time." It was as if it was afraid that Soren would change his mind. These Thaling quickly entered the portal. They couldn't wait to leave this place where they had been trapped for thousands of years. P.S. Search for the official account of Stupa Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. The Thaling left very quickly. It seemed that when Soren explored the upper levels of the arcane tower, they already had this plan. For some reason, these Thaling could not leave the arcane tower, so they had been waiting for Soren's arrival. If Soren did not agree to give them freedom, these Thaling might really fight to the death. Staying in the same place for thousands of years, probably only high-level alchemy creatures could bear it. If it were other intelligent creatures, they would have gone crazy long ago. Seeing these Thaling immediately open the portal to the outer plane and leave, Fallen which was obviously a little bit hesitant, but in the end, she did not speak. This matter could only be decided, but fortunately, Soren had buried a clue to connect to the mechanical plane. Open the magic lock. Connect to the elemental pool. Open the demi-plane channel. Since he had the highest authority of the arcane tower, Soren immediately opened the magic lock. The magic lock required a lot of energy, and it could not be operated by the elemental pool of the arcane tower. At most, it could only be opened temporarily. After Soren activated the magic lock, he immediately said to Gloria, "You guys set up an energy transmission channel. Find a way to transfer the energy of the elemental furnace into the arcane tower." Gloria and Fallen which also understood that this was the most important thing at the moment, so they immediately nodded and prepared to leave. The others were all wizards, and they were very curious about this, so they all followed him down one after another. Only the High Priestess stayed. She was a psionic warlock, and she was not very interested in arcane things. "My lord. Now that we have the arcane tower, Mordor City has the ability to fight against other gods." The High Priestess looked at everything in front of her and slowly said, "However, in my opinion, this arcane tower is not very advanced. Its floating ring has not been completed, and the network has not been established. I'm afraid it can only fight against weak gods. In the face of some powerful gods, it is still not very useful." Soren nodded and said, "I understand. But it is enough to have this foundation. The floating ring can be given to Gloria and Fallen Witch to complete. With the elemental furnace, we can temporarily ignore the energy of the veins. However, the most important thing now is to build a network. Can you do it with psionic power?" Psionic network. The High Priestess had a very terrifying ability, which was to connect matter and psionic power together to form a super network with her as the core. She used this ability used to kill the Queen of Spiders. Soren was now preparing to give her some high-level access to the tower and use her psionic energy to upgrade the control system of the arcane tower. To use a simple analogy, the current arcane system was a two-dimensional control system, but if the High Priest completed the mental network, it would be a three-dimensional control system. Yes. However, with my current power, my power. The High Priestess glanced at Soren and wisely didn't continue to speak. I know. Soren nodded and said, but I am not sure if I can completely remove the curse of the Queen of Spiders. Her crafty approach is too powerful. If I forcefully remove it, I may alarm her and cause some accidents. You still need to be patient. When I reach intermediate divine power, I can easily remove the curse on you. Soren lied. In fact, he already had a way to remove the curse of the Queen of Spiders, but the price was a little higher. He needed to buy some time. Because the High Priestess was still too powerful. A psionic warlock with a profession level of 30, Soren was not sure if he could defeat her without leveling up. If he removed the curse now, the two of them would be evenly matched in terms of strength. Soren needed to use a lot of divine power, including a certain amount of divinity. After removing the curse, the High Priestess' power would be greatly increased. It was very likely that she would directly become a demigod. Because of this, Soren had to make sure that he was stronger. There was no trust or distrust. Soren needed to have everything under his control. He would not do such a risky thing. Even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Solon also did not want to take the risk of becoming the host. Now was the time of the Avatar crisis. Anything could happen. The gods were also more fragile than ever. Soren had to think more. The High Priestess nodded. She was not very clear about the divine realm, but as long as there was hope to remove the curse, it was good. The Queen of Spiders was a veteran, great divine power. Crafty approach was a very special power. Sometimes, ordinary gods could not do anything about it. Rumble. There was a slight vibration. The flat land floating in midair outside the arcane tower moved. Gloria and the Fallen Witch worked together to activate a large floating ring. The whole land slowly drifted towards them. Floating movement. This was the most basic ability. The top floating city in the Arcane Empire could even complete plane teleportation. The whole city could directly teleport to the astral world, of course. This required a huge energy shield. At that time, the floating city was almost equivalent to an independent half-plane. Begin energy transmission establishment. Mother. You are responsible for repairing the magic lock. Gloria's voice appeared in everyone's mind. Soren activated all the authority, but when the magic lock was connected to the arcane tower and the energy of the half-plane was activated, a special function was triggered. Phase shift. Soren's expression was a little shocked, and then murmured, "No. Is this a plane shift?" The control center of the arcane tower. An eye-catching spatial waymark appeared in his mind. He was familiar with this location. Because the spatial waymark was locked onto the city of Mordor, and it was a place that Soren remembered. Back to the second half of last year. Shortly after Soren arrived at the city of Mordor to build the city, he explored the nearby land. Near a land occupied by mutant plants in the city of Mordor, Soren found an ancient ruin that had been destroyed. This ruin looked a bit like the ruins of a tower, and the corresponding coordinates were the arcane tower in the shadow plane. Soren later sent people to explore there. But in fact, there was almost nothing special there, and it had been destroyed long ago. Later, the city of Mordor was expanded, and the place was also flattened. There was almost no big discovery, and it had been included in the next step of the city hall plan. But, now in front of Soren's eyes, there was a teleportation waymark. The spatial waymark was connected to the magic lock, and the half-plane of war chess was like a grafted bridge, ultimately connecting to the entire arcane tower. It seems to be able to teleport. Soren murmured at this time, the coordinates are northwest of the city of Mordor, and the spatial waymark is very stable. This wizard tower can teleport to the material plane. Right next to the city of Mordor. Teleportation requires a lot of energy. Soren's words made both Gloria and Fallen Witch pause for a moment, and then the two legendary witches immediately rushed over excitedly. The wizard tower. What Mordor lacked now was a tower to deter the enemy. If this arcane tower could be transferred to the material plane, and it was near the city of Mordor, then it could be included in Soren's current plan. The Wizard Tower could be the energy core of the entire island of Mordor. Even the defense system of the Temple of Mordor could be connected to the Arcane Tower. The most important point was that the Arcane Tower and the Magic Lock were connected. If the Arcane Tower could be transferred to the material plane, then the Magic Lock covered by the spatial waymark could also be transferred to the material plane, Magic Lock. So far, there were only two forces in the material plane that had magic locks. One was the Northern Witch Council, and the other was the Wizard Alliance. If they could have a magic lock, the defense of Mordor would be directly improved by a lot. Teleportation must be in the air. This requires my mother and I to complete the large floating ring and place it under the Arcane Tower. After the floating ring, only then can we teleport to Mordor in the material plane through the half-bit wall. Teleportation could only be in the air. According to the information displayed by the Arcane Tower, this kind of teleportation could not have any connection with the Earth. Only after the tower was raised could they start the teleportation energy. How long will it take to transform this Arcane Tower into a floating space tower? Soren had always been decisive and immediately said, "The manpower and material resources of Mordor can be allocated by you. If you need anything else, I can find a way." The Arcane Tower was not completed. Looking at the floating ring below, it was obvious that only 2/3 of it was completed. Mithril. The material of the floating ring needs mithril infiltration. Mordor does not have any mithril reserves. A lot of gems and materials are needed to complete the Arcane Tower. These can be obtained through the Witch Council, but the price may be as high as 1,000,000 Kindler. Gloria calculated quickly and immediately said, "There is no problem in terms of manpower. If there are enough materials, we can complete the transformation in half a month. We need at least a pound of mithril. And more than 1,000,000 Kindler funds." Mithril. Soren could not help but frown when he heard that. Kindler was not a problem. He also secretly controlled Treasure Island and worked closely with the Church of Riches. But mithril was really rare, and it was almost impossible to see in the surface world. If you want to get it, you can only go to the Underdark. And, a pound of mithril was already a very scary amount. This kind of reserve was probably only available in the larger cities in the Underdark, but it was basically impossible for these forces to sell such expensive and rare materials. If they did, the price would be very, very scary. P.S. It's the end of the month, looking for next month's votes. Why does Fu2 write very smoothly and quickly every time he writes a plot without integrity? Does this mean that Fu2 is a very pure person? Mithril, as if thinking of something, Soren immediately took out a piece of silver-white metal from his extra-dimensional space. This was a trophy he once obtained from the laboratory of a demigod lich. Mithril was a very high-end alchemy material, and many legendary spellcasters would have a little of it. However, this amount was generally not a lot. The piece in Soren's hand was not small, but in fact, it may be less than 100 grams. To describe mithril in one sentence, it was as light as a feather and as hard as steel. In the Underdark, even the price of diamonds was far less than mithril. Do you think this will be enough for a while? Soren handed the mithril in his hand to Gloria in front of him and said slowly, "I can get the rest done right away. Give me about 3 days." Gloria reached out and took the mithril, and immediately said, "This is enough for us to use for a week. There are also some leftover materials in the Arcane Tower. There is no problem in completing the large floating ring at the bottom first. But if we want to make a real floating space tower, then we must build a medium-sized energy barrier." The floating island was not a success when it flew. An arcane floating island had many supporting facilities, including long-range weapons, melee defense puppets, and energy protection systems. Once the floating island flew, the wind was particularly strong. Not to mention anything else, just the strong wind at high altitude, without the protection of an energy shield, your hairstyle for the day would basically be finished. So in order to protect your hairstyle, the floating island needed at least a wind barrier. An energy protection barrier. The city of Mordor already had the corresponding technology. The energy shield over the city was an example, but it mobilized the power of the Great Temple. Now they just needed to transfer the energy supply to the elemental furnace. Okay. I'll leave now. Soren had always pursued efficiency. After explaining the rest of the things, he immediately opened a portal to the mainland. If he wanted to get Mithril, he could only go to the Underdark. However, the Underdark was not a place that was easy to enter. Soren did not dare to provoke the drows for the time being because the Queen of Spiders had come down. If he were to encounter her, he would be unlucky. Therefore, Soren's target was the Duergar in the Underdark. During his last exploration, he had already discovered a city controlled by the Duergar. There was a mithril or vein underneath the city. Judging by the time, the divine artifact. Level mithril chainmail should be completed soon. Soren wanted to see if he could steal it. As for facing them head-on, it was impossible. No matter how strong a saint was, there was a limit. If he was surrounded by a group of dwarven mages, he would definitely be exhausted to death. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the bottomless abyss, the Galumba arena, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly began to move. During this period of time, although the Galumba arena had a new demon lord, the outside world did not know much about it, and there were not many changes. That was to say, there were more neutral demons nearby than before. Galumba Arena had expanded its business to many places in the Forgotten Land, on the third floor of the bottomless abyss. Even the two secondary demon lords spent money to hire demonic mercenaries from Galumba Arena during the civil war some time ago. Now that the bloody war was almost over, many demonic mercenaries began to accept other orders. This time, the Galumba Arena made a big move. Not only the beheader, Sauron's personal guards were dispatched, but even the nearby demonic mercenaries also followed suit. Sauron's target was a secondary soul demon lord. In the second wave of the Avatar crisis, many secondary demon lords carried out tentative attacks on the material plane, but the strength they invested was different. The secondary demon lord that Sauron attacked this time was the one who teleported a large number of his army to the material plane during the second wave of the Avatar crisis. This secondary demon lord's luck was not good. He teleported to the vicinity of the elf forest. Although he obtained a lot of loot, he was soon counterattacked by the elf ranger. In the end, the demon army he brought out was almost wiped out, and his avatar was also beheaded once. The territory of this demon lord was very close to the Galumba arena, so after learning the news, Sauron made a prompt decision to summon the army to launch an attack on this soul demon lord. At this time, if he did not eliminate the opponent and take the opportunity to expand his territory, would he wait for him to recover his strength? The bottomless abyss was cruel. Since he dared to go to the material plane to plunder, he must be prepared to be destroyed by other demon lords if the plunder failed. Sir Lord, the army has been assembled. Sharon the assassin has been sent out. There will be news soon. The goblin demon warlock Tabi followed Sauron with a flattering face. He should be one of the most intelligent high-grade fighters under Sauron's command, so his status had recently risen much faster than other high-grade demons. During this time, Sauron had been recruiting men. Now, he had a powerful assassin under his command, which was more dangerous than a legendary rogue. If Sauron was not strong enough, he might not be able to suppress him at all. Okay. Very good. You go and prepare the portal. Sauron looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "We will launch a surprise attack when it's dark." Standing beside Sauron were two beautiful high-grade succubus. One was the lady boss of the Furnace Tavern, and the other was a newly recruited high-grade freshman succubus. It was said that this freshman succubus was very favored by the demon lord Sauron. After just one night of serving, her status had skyrocketed. She was already Sauron's right-hand man, and she was even above the succubus lady boss who had followed him earlier. Originally, this was not a big deal. But what was strange was that the succubus, who had always liked to compete for favor, did not have any infighting this time. The succubus lady boss did not have any temper in front of the new favorite of the demon lord Sauron. It seemed that she was completely willing to be under the other party. This could not help but make the other high-grade demons amazed. Many high-grade demons looked at the freshman succubus more highly because of this. As the Galumba arena, which was inclined towards order, many succubus had gathered here recently because of the chaos in the bottomless abyss. Because the succubus queen had gone missing. The Glory Sisters who led the succubus army in the bottomless abyss seemed to have fallen into an infighting. Without a strong protection, the succubus could easily become the wealth that other demon lords fought for. Therefore, many succubus in the Forgotten Land hoped to be protected in the Galumba arena. Now, there were almost 50 to 60 succubus in the territory. The Avatar crisis was an opportunity. This opportunity was not only in the material plane, but also in the bottomless abyss. Failure to attack the material plane meant paying a painful price, and this loss in the fierce bottomless abyss meant that one would become the prey of other demon lords. Sauron had never thought of attacking the material plane from the beginning to the end. He was waiting for the arrival of the second wave of impact. At that time, there would be demon lords who would fail, and these failures would be the targets that he needed to eliminate to preserve his strength. South Coast, Narod's land. It was about 100 kilometers away from Port Tylon. It was originally a rich place on the south coast, but now it had turned into ruins. It belonged to the border territory of the Principality of Rossard. At present, the Principality of Rossard fell into the control of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Although she had lost the war with the pirate king Sorin, it did not mean that she was not strong enough. It was just that the legendary pirate king was too terrifying. The Avatar crisis naturally would not be lenient to the Principality of Rossard. In the second wave of impact, the Principality of Rossard also suffered heavy losses. Although the Duke of Red Dragon's wife continuously fought against the greater demons, many cities and towns in the Principality were razed to the ground. Now that the mainland was riddled with holes, the interior of the Principality of Rossard could not be pacified, and no one cared about these border areas. Just like that, Narod was forgotten. The demons were not the culprits who brought them destruction, but the traces of the devils hidden among them were the real culprits. The cities and towns were destroyed. Although the paladins of the Scorching Heart had saved a lot of people, they weren't the protectors of the secular world. After eliminating the remaining devils, these paladins with lofty ideals were summoned back by the church. The demons had been eliminated. The devils were also nowhere to be seen for the time being. However, the damaged homes that were left behind still needed these survivors to rebuild. The paladins could protect them, but the church was unable to provide relief to the victims. The Principality of Rossard was in constant internal strife and had no energy to take care of these poor people. As a result, these survivors faced a new problem of survival in this time of shortage. They lacked food. To live, they had to eat. Only by living could there be a future. Night fell. In the darkness, two figures were approaching the seaside. "Is it here?" One of the handsome young men looked around and said slowly, "The church said that there are believers of evil gods spreading their faith nearby. These evil people must be judged." A paladin. And it was a young paladin. Whether a saint samurai was old or young wasn't just a matter of their age. It could be judged from their tone of voice. "Shoo, don't alarm the enemy, we need to observe first." Because in addition to the demon lord, Dagon, the believers of the sea goddess seemed to have been active nearby recently. The one who spoke was a middle-aged clergyman. A person who dedicated his life to the gods. This kind of person often did not marry and have children in his life. The two gradually approached the seaside. Then, they saw a bonfire, and there were many people sitting around it. They could smell the aroma of food from afar. Next to the bonfire was a beautiful woman in a priest's robe, and there were cold-faced warriors patrolling nearby. There seemed to be something lurking in the sea further away, and the smell made the clergyman feel very dangerous. Disaster has come. Our world will face the attack of the devils. Only by believing in the sea goddess can we be protected. The sea has endless treasures. Food. Wealth. Status. Your nobles don't care about your lives. Your kingdom has abandoned you. Those seemingly glorious churches don't care about you at all. They used to take your offerings, but now they're watching you starve to death. The sea goddess is merciful. She saved you from the terrible demon, Dagon. Now she even gives you food. As long as you believe in and serve her devoutly, then the sea goddess will give you everything you want. Look at the nobles who rule you. Think about giving up your kingdom. Only the sea goddess accepted you." A burst of rhythmic voices came, and some of the refugees around the bonfire fell into deep thought, but more of them stared at the big pot in front of them. Kelp, fresh fish, and a lot of fish were simmering in it for a long time. The long-term hunger made the refugees have no energy to think so much. If it were not for the fear of the patrolling warriors, they would have started to fight for it. The preaching continued. The priest in a robe in the center kept talking about how the nobles, churches, and kingdoms were despicable and shameless. At the same time, he kept preaching the mercy and greatness of the sea goddess to these refugees. At the same time, he kept mentioning the name, Dagon, which made many of the refugees nearby show fear. These damn cultists. The young paladin listened for a while and was angry. It seemed that he wanted to rush out, but he was quickly stopped by the middle-aged clergyman next to him. Don't be impulsive. The middle-aged clergyman shook his head. The young paladin seemed to listen to him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then we should go back and report this to the church immediately?" The middle-aged clergyman heard the words and looked into the distance. A large group of sallow and emaciated refugees gathered around the bonfire. Some of the surviving children were already skinny. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes, and he slowly said, "No need. The church is guarding against the demon lord, Dagon. It is not suitable to fight the sea goddess now. And even if we defeat them, what about these refugees? Who will help them? The church is no longer able to help the refugees in the south coast. Sigh. The sea goddess seems to only want to spread her faith among these people, and not spread evil, chaos, and slaughter like Dagon. At present, the most important thing for the church is to eliminate the demonized cultists. These refugees are taken in by the sea goddess. At least they won't starve to death. In the future, if there is a demon attack, the sea goddess will also protect these poor mortals. This is better than them starving to death." The young paladin was stunned. He felt that what the clergyman said was very reasonable, but it seemed to be a bit contrary to the doctrine because the sea goddess was an evil god. For the first time, reality, ideals, and beliefs clashed violently. The young paladin did not know whether the elder he had always respected was right or not, so he felt very confused at the moment. The education he received in the past was being impacted by reality, and for the first time, he knew about compromise. Compromise with evil for justice, he was now very confused. If he could take this step, he might become an old paladin and become the most solid force to protect justice. But if he failed, he was afraid that he would be lost in faith. In the future, it will be combined into chapters, about 400 to 500 words. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Spider Forest. Returning here after such a long time, Soren saw that everything had changed. The most obvious thing was the military alert equipment. Soren not only saw many patrolling elven rangers, but also the military camp of the forest elves. After the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the Drows of the Underdark and the elves of the surface world had a war. There was no clear winner between the two sides, but the hatred became stronger because of the war. The saints of the elven divine system had not yet appeared, but Soren had seen a lot of elven priests here. Most of them were priests who served the elven god, Corlon Larison. These priests had a very obvious characteristic, that was, they were very handsome, both male and female. This kind of beauty was also outstanding among the elves. The reason may be related to the hobby of the elven god, because he was a god who could be male or female. Other gods rarely used the incarnation of the opposite sex, but this elven god liked to appear in the incarnation of a woman more than once. It was said that handsome elves were more likely to get the favor of the elven god. There was bound to be a battle between the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, and the elven god, Corlon Larison. This was also the reason why the intensity of the Avatar crisis increased. The hatred of Lolth's exile was very strong. She was originally one of the most beautiful goddesses of the elves, but because of her exile, she became like a spider. At that time, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, suffered a lot under the hands of the elven god, and this struggle of more than thousands of years made her hatred even stronger. After the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the elven main god, Corlon Larison, immediately found a new wife. The two of them basically didn't have the slightest bit of love left between them. If possible, the Queen of Spiders would definitely not mind paying a high price to kill him, and the Avatar crisis also provided her with this opportunity. The Queen of Spiders' poisonous fangs were ready for revenge at any time. In addition to the priests of the elven god, Soren also saw a temporary small temple, which was dedicated to the current mother goddess of the elven divine system. She was the wife of Corlon Larison, the goddess of life of the elves. Angress, she was a goddess of luck. She inherited part of the power of the ancient god of life, and was in charge of the priesthood of spring, fertility, planting, birth, defense, and wisdom. Although he didn't directly possess the origin power of life, the two clergies of birth and spring contained the aura of life. The temple of this goddess was protected by power. Soren didn't want to get himself into trouble, so he didn't sneak in to investigate. Looks like the surface elves and drows are ready to fight. According to Soren's memories, the surface elves and the drows had fought more than 10 wars. The Queen of Spiders had secretly killed several gods of the elven pantheon, and the one who died some time ago was just an appetizer. Compared to other gods, the Queen of Spiders had mastered too many battle-related priesthoods. Her current combat divinity included assassination, crafty, destruction, darkness, and so on. Any one of them would be extremely dangerous. This was especially true for the godhood of assassination. The Queen of Spiders had already obtained this godhood when she was still a mid-tier god. For this power, she did not hesitate to provoke internal strife among the drows. It was well known. The drows were a race that liked internal strife very much and were proficient in assassination. They liked to use assassination to deal with their opponents. In the city of the drows in the Underdark, even an assassination that wasn't discovered could be regarded as non-existent. This showed how terrible the Queen of Spiders was. From mid-tier divine power to greater divine power, Soren didn't know how much the Queen of Spiders had strengthened this assassination domain. Especially after the fall of the 3 death gods and the god of murder had been sealed. If the Queen of Spiders wanted to, she could steal part of the power of these gods, and combined it with her original ability, it would be even more terrible. Assassination, divinity. Soren's eyes narrowed slightly when he thought of this. He had inherited the slaughter domain. If he wanted to get his hands on greater divine power, the power of this divinity would have to be taken back anyway. However, the Queen of Spiders was the most powerful assassin in the multiverse, and it was very difficult to find her trace. This goddess was not someone he could provoke for the time being. After passing through the defense line of the surface elves, he arrived at the entrance of the Underdark. Soren had the cloak of proof against detection, so he didn't have to worry about those defensive forces. Blood could be seen everywhere at the entrance. The battle did not stop, and small-scale conflicts continued. Soon, Soren entered the Underdark. As he went deeper, the traces of the surface elves became fewer and fewer, and the traces of the drows began to increase. When he went about 3 kilometers deep, Soren found a pair of drow scouts. Unlike the half-drows in the city of Moder, these were purebred drows, and they were not very adapted to the daytime outside. 1, 2, 3. A standard 5-person team. They seemed to be the elites of a certain drow family. Soren frowned at a glance because the information in front of him told him that the drow families had joined forces to participate in the battle. He saw the emblems of 2 different families. The infighting among the drows was also very serious, and the only one who could unite them was the Queen of Spiders. Are they going to fight to the death with the elven divine system? Soren smelled a trace of war, and he didn't know what to do about the historical direction of this matter. There was no point in getting involved in the elven civil war. They had been fighting for too long, and it was impossible to ease up. He was afraid that the line of the Avatar crisis would still move forward on its original trajectory. He just didn't know if the Queen of Spiders would change because of other things. Soren went deeper and deeper. No surprise, he saw the army of the drows. Unlike the elves of the surface world, the drows' army was very well equipped. How good was it? Simply put, the regular army of the drows had a set of rare grade equipment above +3. There were many forging masters in the Underdark, and the minerals were far richer than in the surface world. If it weren't for the fact that these equipment could not withstand the sun after being enchanted, the drows' equipment and weapons would have had a crushing advantage. Zzz. A strange sound came from not far away. Soren quietly lurked over, and after taking a look, even he couldn't help but be startled. Petrifying lizard army, a dangerous magic creature with a high challenge level. Their attacks could directly turn people into stone, and they had a terrible crushing effect on middle and low-grade enemies. In addition to this natural ability, the petrifying lizards were also far superior to other creatures in hand-to-hand combat on the ground. About 2 adult petrifying lizards could fight against a ground dragon. In front of Soren were hundreds of petrifying lizards. Such strength was enough to destroy a kingdom in the surface world. A regular army of about 5,000 people could only withstand 3 rounds of attacks from the petrifying lizard knights. A round of attacks was enough to crush hundreds of people and petrify about 300 to 500 people. Basically, they would die if they were petrified. Because there was no way to remove the petrification effect on so many people, a city of drows could only raise a little more than 100 petrifying lizards at most. There were probably 3 to 5 cities of drows gathered here. Damn. Is the Queen of Spiders going to fight against the surface elves? Soren frowned and looked at them. He didn't know what was going on in his mind, but his expression didn't look very good. The entire surface world. Almost no cavalry could fight against the petrifying lizard army. The heavy cavalry was just food in front of them. Even the unicorns could barely fight against them. This was just what Soren saw so far. The army of drows already had more than 5,000 people, including the slave army, duergars, bugbears, taurens, about 3,000 people, and the petrifying lizard army about 300 to 500 people. If such a force entered the ground battle, the city of Mordor would not be able to stop it. It's a pity that Dark Maiden has fallen. As if thinking of something, a trace of regret appeared on Soren's face. If the goddess had not fallen, maybe he could have used other ways to divide the power of the Queen of Spiders. This was just the tip of the iceberg in the Underdark. After the Queen of Spiders killed the other gods, she had completely unified the drows. If measured by a race, the army she could summon was definitely more than this. It seems that I can only fight with high-end combat power. Soren quickly adjusted his mood and had a clearer direction in his heart. Since there was no way for him to match up to these old great divine powers in terms of military strength, he could only take the high-end route. Golem Army. Super Magic Pulse Cannon. Space Strike. Teleportation Strike. As long as he could build up the alchemy technology tree, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he faced the Queen of Spiders in the future. After passing through the barracks, it was much quieter. At present, the surface elves and the drows were in a stalemate. The other side was fighting at the entrance and testing each other, but the large-scale battle had not yet broken out. The Queen of Spiders was probably still gathering forces, and the elven gods were also preparing for a counterattack. It's a pity that the duergars are too weak. Looking at the entire Underdark, only the duergars, mind flayers, and beholders had the ability to contain the drows. There were too few beholders and mind flayers. Even if they were strong individually, it was useless. Although there were a lot of duergars, they had already been destroyed. They had been abandoned by the original dwarven gods, and without the support of the gods behind them, the god of the duergars was of no use at all. The duergars had been suppressed by the drows for a long time. Many cities of the drows had duergars as slaves. Oh. As if thinking of something, Soren's eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, Stoneskin duergars. Stoneskin duergars. A branch of duergars in the Underdark. For some reason, they were abandoned by the patron of the duergars, Durag, and were currently holed up in the northwest corner of the Underdark. This duergars was subdued by a group of adventurers in the Underdark during the middle and later stages of the Avatar crisis. Finally, it became the most prosperous weapon black market in the Underdark and a trade point connecting the surface world. At first, the belief of the Stoneskin duergars was the god of spiritual energy. Later, for some reason, they changed their belief to the patron of the duergars, and then for some reason, they changed their belief to the god of spiritual energy. The price of these duergars changing their belief was that they were abandoned, and their tribe had weakened to less than 1,000 people. Mordor City. Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he hadn't come to the Underdark this time, he probably wouldn't have remembered this group of duergars. But today, since he remembered them, maybe he should consider taking them away. The duergars were all experts in forging. And because of the mind flayer's enslavement, many duergars had awakened their psionic talents, and the ability of the high priest could definitely deter them. In this way, the arsenal of Mordor City could be formed at once. Duergars were a stubborn race. The other Duergars in the Underdark were almost impossible to subdue and recruit. Soren didn't dare to directly fight the patron of the Duergars, so the stone-skinned Duergars might be the only force he could win over at present. The Duergars didn't need much at all. For Mordor City, their biggest use was forging. Too many people would easily affect the balance of Mordor City. More importantly, there was one more thing. Mordor City would have a huge demand for forging in the future. After all, it was not a long-term solution to rely on the power of the Northern Witch Council. Soren needed to cultivate a group of excellent blacksmiths by himself. The establishment of the floating island also required a lot of metal ingots. Let's steal the mithril from Greybeard first, and then find the stone-skinned Duergar's nest. Soren was now a god, and his speed was very fast. As long as he could determine the approximate location, he could find these Duergars in a day at most. Mordor City already had a stable energy supply. He only needed to establish a teleportation beacon, and he could find a way to bring these Duergars back. However, the Duergars were very stubborn. If there was no other way, he was afraid that he could only solve the problem by violent means. Soon, Soren arrived at the place where they had fought. So much time had passed in a blink of an eye. He still remembered the danger of the battle with the demigod vampire, and he even remembered the scene of the top professions killing the Queen of Spiders. It could be said that even the current Soren would find it difficult to face that level of assassination. Sigil City. It seems that the Lady of Pain is ready to open this dusty city. A solid city appeared in Soren's sight in the distance. He had reached his goal. Thinking about the Sigil City in his mind, Soren quickly disappeared. About 10 minutes later, a rather burly Duergars came out of an alley in the city. Changed form, Shard of Divinity. P.S. There is a red packet lucky draw on the 10th. You can try your luck. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Glek City. This city wasn't very famous in the Underdark. Compared to this rather majestic city of the Grey Dwarves, perhaps the people of the Underdark were more familiar with its lord. Greybeard, this was an outstanding character that was rarely seen in 100 years. There would always be some heroes in every race, such as Eugene of the Orcs, Choi of the Drows, the Griffin King of the Humans, and so on. Greybeard was such a character. He was born in the wilderness. It was said that his father and mother were slaves controlled by the Mind Flayer Elder. He had been tortured and controlled by the Mind Flayer Elder as an experiment in his childhood. This torture changed his mind. While giving him great pain, it also allowed him to advance into a powerful psionic warlock. Perhaps it was a little sad. The fate of the Grey Dwarves had always been difficult. They were enslaved for a long time. Although they resisted and defeated the Mind Flayer in the end, this tragic history still brought a lot of pain to their race. Many of the Grey Dwarfs' minds had been completely distorted in this way, so there were often some evil lunatics in this race. Greybeard was such a product. However, his talent was amazing. This painful experience finally achieved everything for him. Greybeard endured for a long time under the control of the Mind Flayer until he was strong enough. He freed the enslaved Grey Dwarves and led them to fight a powerful Mind Flayer lair head-on. Greybeard became famous in this battle. Not only did he destroy the evil Mind Flayer lair, but he also succeeded in killing the Mind Flayer Elder. Of course, the price was also very heavy. Greybeard's mind was damaged. His mind occasionally fell into a terrible state of madness. There were 2 permanent scars on the back of his head, which were caused by the tentacles controlled by the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer Elder tried to suck Greybeard's brain, but before it succeeded, Greybeard suddenly went berserk and directly split its skull open with a battle axe. Since then, there was one more legendary Grey Dwarf psionic warlock in the Underdark. Greybeard was not only a legendary psionic warlock, profession level 21, but also a level 5 berserker and level 5 wizard. No one knew what kind of ability the Mind Flayer's torture brought to him, but there was no doubt that he would be a very dangerous enemy. Glek City. This majestic city of Grey Dwarves was dug out directly from the ground. There weren't many people here, only around 10 to 20,000, but there were also many slaves of other races. This was the tradition of the Underdark. Every city in the Underdark liked to capture slaves. To them, slaves were free labor and consumables. The Duergar city was a bit of a mess. This was similar to other dwarves, because dwarves liked drinking, liveliness, and fighting. As long as no one died, no one would care if they were beaten black and blue in the tavern. Most of the dwarves had rough skin and thick flesh, so fighting was not a big deal at all. Soren had just passed by a tavern when he saw a drunk grey dwarf being thrown out. The resources of the Underdark were quite abundant, and the grey dwarves were living quite comfortably by relying on the weapons trade. Soren also knew that Gleck City was actually very rich. The reason was simple. There was a mithril vein here. Thinking of this, Soren couldn't help but look up at the castle in the distance. There was a furnace erected there, and a dazzling fire could be seen from afar. The fire here hadn't been extinguished for more than 10 years. About 10 years ago, the grey dwarves of this city discovered a large vein of mithril while they were in the process of mining. This was quite a shocking amount of wealth, and if it was leaked out, it might even lead to a crazy attack from the drows. Therefore, the ruler of Gleck City, Greybeard, blocked the news for a while and restricted all the dwarven craftsmen who knew the truth, not allowing them to leave. Since then, the fire in Gleck City had never been extinguished. Greybeard was using the mithril to forge a powerful equipment. A mithril mail armor of the divine level. The production of mithril had always been very low, and refining it was also quite difficult. Even if Greybeard controlled a mithril vein, he had only recently completed the creation of this equipment. Note, the mithril mail armor worn by Frodo in The Lord of the Rings is almost equivalent to the reserves of the Dwarven Kingdom for hundreds of years. Greybeard's ambition was still very big. As a spellcaster and a berserker, he had always wanted to be able to exert his most powerful strength. However, this situation was very difficult to achieve under normal circumstances. This was because if he cast spells, he couldn't wear armor, and if he wore armor, there was a very high failure rate. The failure rate of plate armor was 80 to 90%, the failure rate of half armor was 60 to 70%, the failure rate of chain armor was 40 to 50%, and even the failure rate of leather armor was 20 to 30%. Once the spell failed, he would directly suffer the backlash of the spell, which could be understood as the damage of the spell being transferred to himself. Therefore, almost no spellcasters would cast spells with armor, and because of this, Soren didn't even wear leather armor. This was a congenital defect. Greybeard was facing the same problem as Soren. No matter what, he couldn't exert his most powerful strength. If he wanted to cast spells, he couldn't wear armor, and if he wanted to fight in close combat, he had to rely on strong equipment. For this reason, Greybeard spent a lot of energy to solve the problem. He defeated the Mind Flayer's nest, obtained the knowledge of an ancient empire, and finally found a little bit of direction. The Mind Flayer Empire, an ancient galactic empire that had been destroyed, the Mind Flayers had also created a glorious psionic civilization. They were born with psionic energy, called psionic energy, during the Mind Flayer Empire, and established an interstellar empire that spanned many planes of the Sea of Stars. This empire might be more advanced than the Githyanki civilization, and the Age of Thorium hadn't even begun yet. The evil nature of the Mind Flayers brought them destruction. This ancient empire didn't leave many clues and disappeared in the Sea of Stars. It was said that the destruction of this empire was related to an astral beast that could never be killed. Even, the materials needed to seize the divine power of the goddess of magic during the Age of Thorium were also related to this astral beast. The Mind Flayers went into decline. Now, the Mind Flayers in many planes had almost degenerated to a primitive race. They only relied on their natural psionic energy to fight, and their research on knowledge had long reached a bottleneck. That was how Greybeard got a little knowledge from the Mind Flayer's nest, some very ancient psionic knowledge. He was going to use psionic energy to enchant the mithril mail armor and completely eliminate its interference in the spellcasting process. According to the original history, he succeeded in the end, and the time was now. The entire Gleck City's defense was very tight. Greybeard had been preparing for this for more than 10 years. Now that the divine artifact was about to be completed, he would be even more cautious. Soren, disguised as the Grey Dwarf, had not yet approached, but he had already alerted the guards. However, he pretended to be passing by and walked directly near the mayor's mansion. The security in this area was quite tight. Soren found at least a dozen patrols with his god-level perception. This didn't include the enemies lurking in the dark. In the place where the fire of the furnace lit up, Soren could perceive a trace of psionic energy fluctuations, and it seemed that there were magic traps inside. This is a bit tricky. Soren felt a slight headache at this time, but he quickly thought of a solution. He planned to level up first. As he became stronger, Soren needed more slaughter EXP to level up his profession. At his current level, relying on his profession's level alone could not increase his combat power too much. All of his abilities were almost comprehensive, and the combat power of the god-level template was more important. This was a watershed. Only when Soren's profession level reached level 30, or even level 40, would he clearly feel that the power of his profession level was gradually catching up with the power given by the god-level template. Soren currently had nearly 2,300,000 slaughter EXP. This amount of slaughter EXP was only enough for him to level up his arcanist profession by 1 level, but it was enough for him to level up his rogue profession by 2 levels. The slaughter EXP needed to level up the rogue profession was much less. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Rogue profession has leveled up to level 9. Received 45, DEX 36 plus, INT 27 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 15, profession HP 6 plus, con 27 to 10, *0. 5. You have received 1 ability point. Rogue profession has leveled up to level 10. Received 45, DEX 36 plus, INT 27 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 15, profession HP 6 plus, con 27 to 10, *0. 5. You have received 1 free attribute point. Without a doubt. Soren added the free attribute point to dexterity, and now his dexterity had reached 37 points. As for the ability point, Soren did not have much to think about, and directly chose the passive ability, Legendary Reflex. Legendary Reflex, epic ability. You have an unimaginable reflex ability. This ability allows you to receive an additional 4 points of reflex when facing any attack, whether it's a magic attack or a physical attack. This ability can be stacked with any reflex ability, automatically replacing the effect of lightning reflex. Any evasion ability will receive an additional bonus. It's finally done. After receiving this legendary ability, Soren couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Legendary Evasion, Legendary Reflex, Legendary Combat Skills, Epic Dexterity, Reflex Evasion Proficiency, Intuitive Evasion Proficiency, Roll Evasion Proficiency, Agile Movement. Except for the most difficult, Sixth Sense, Soren had almost maxed out all the passive evasion abilities. Only Sixth Sense is left. Soren looked at his attribute page and could not help but shake his head and sigh. If all the evasion abilities of a rogue were used up, then the evasion value would be stacked to more than 95%, of course. To reach such a high level, one would need the Sixth Sense ability or the Super Sixth Sense ability. Soren couldn't do it yet. If all the evasion abilities were calculated, his current evasion value should be around 75 to 85%, and his powerful dexterity provided an additional evasion bonus. If he completed the Sixth Sense ability, then his evasion value would almost certainly reach more than 95%. Basically, physical attacks would not be a problem for him to dodge to this extent, and he could even dodge magic attacks. Sixth Sense. How can a rogue get the Sixth Sense ability? There's no way to train this thing at all. Soren looked at his ability and then focused on other aspects. For now, Soren's evasion ability should be the best in the material plane, and there shouldn't be many people in the multiverse who could have a higher evasion ability than him. It was too difficult to stack to the limit, so he didn't need to put too much effort into it for the time being. Because combat power was not only reflected in evasion. Sneak is currently at 415 points. Soren quickly focused on his own sneak. The purpose of his trip was to steal things, not to fight, so he did not hesitate to put all his skill points into sneak. At his current level, it was very difficult to improve his basic skills by himself. Currently, he could only use skill points to improve it. As if reaching a critical point, when Soren's sneak increased to 500 points, the space around him seemed to distort slightly, and then return to normal. The power of shadow, when Sneak broke through the critical line of 500 points, Soren's whole body seemed to have disappeared. No. He didn't disappear, and he didn't even enter Sneak. Soren was still standing in the same place, and the others could see him with their naked eyes. But unlike before, Soren could be seen, but he couldn't be felt. All his aura disappeared. There was almost no way to feel his existence in any way. 500 points of Sneak had reached an incredible level, and even the gods would find it difficult to detect Soren's existence. Finally, a basic skill has increased to 500 points. Soren sighed softly, and then disappeared. There was no trace of him, and no change could be felt, as if he didn't exist at all. 500 points of basic skills was a watershed. Any basic skill that reached this level was equivalent to stepping into the realm of gods. Looking at the entire multiverse, only some of the old gods could reach this level. Even if a mortal was a legendary figure, the limit they could reach was only 400 points. Soren had completely disappeared. No one could detect his existence, and even the Lord of Shadows would find it difficult to detect Soren's Sneak. He passed through the guard's protection as if he was invisible. Soren quickly approached the location of the furnace. All the guards were just decorations to him, and the only thing he needed to be careful of now was the spell traps. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. After 500 points of basic skills, it was the other extreme. Soren directly sneaked into Greybeard's mansion. Even if he walked directly under the guard's eyes, the guard didn't notice him at all. The furnace fire was still lit, and Soren was not in a hurry to go there. The artifact must be the most important thing, and Greybeard must be watching it personally. The main purpose of Soren's trip was to get the mithril. Even if he couldn't get the artifact this time, he could still find a way to take it from Greybeard's hands in the future. After all, according to the original historical progress, Greybeard finally died in the hands of the Mind Flayer, and then this artifact became an ownerless object, attracting the adventurers of the entire Underdark to compete for it. Soren entered the mansion. He could feel that there was a faint fluctuation of psionic power in the entire mansion, which should be some kind of magic maintenance. Soren didn't dare to be too careless, and he carefully blessed himself with light body to move forward. He was looking for the treasure house. Greybeard was one of the rich lords in the Underdark, because he defeated the Mind Flayer's nest and gained a lot of wealth from it. Then he was also a blacksmith master in the Underdark. The accumulation of hundreds of years was no joke. This guy was richer than many of the kings of the surface world. More importantly, he was very good at exploring veins. Greybeard not only found mithril veins, but also fine gold veins, but this vein was 70 or 80 years ago. Greybeard relied on this to get so much money to build Gleck City. They were similar in this regard. Without the money from Treasure Island, Soren was afraid that it would be difficult to build Mordor City so quickly. Greybeard's mansion was very big. Soren walked around a little and didn't find anything, but this was not enough to stump a god, not to mention that Soren was also a part-time wizard. That's him. Soren quickly determined a target. That was the servant in Greybeard's mansion. This was already close to the inner mansion. Obviously, the servant was more trusted by Greybeard, so he could work in such a place. It was easy to deal with someone. Soren's figure crept closer and cast a spell in an instant. Mind control. Divine power conversion. Soren's figure gradually appeared, and the eyes of the grey dwarf servant standing in front of him suddenly became blank. His pupils became hollow, and his mind was instantly controlled by the spell. His thoughts were completely controlled by Soren's power. For a long time, Soren had been raising his two resistances. One was charm magic, and the other was control magic. The reason was very simple. This type of spell was too terrifying. Just like now, the servant under Soren's control answered all of his questions without hesitation. Even if Soren asked him to kill the others, he wouldn't have any problems. This type of spell was extremely terrifying. As long as one was immune to it, they would be doomed. Where is Greybeard now? Soren used a spell to seal the sound around him and said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know." The grey dwarf servant's expression was blank, and he slowly said, "Master should be in the furnace now. He stays there for half a day every day. He only comes back at dinner time, and then he goes back the next morning. Sure enough, Greybeard was not here. Soren thought for a moment and then asked, "Where is Greybeard's treasure vault? Where is the mithril stored in Gleck City?" The Grey Dwarf servant seemed to think for a moment, and then he said with a blank expression, "Master's treasure vault is in the basement in the southwest. He goes there once a week, and then he doesn't allow anyone to follow him. I don't know about the mithril. But all the mithril mined in Gleck City is controlled by Greybeard. It may also be stored in the treasure vault." Basement? Soren thought for a moment, then asked a few more questions, and then dealt with the Grey Dwarf servant in front of him. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, spells were not omnipotent. He could control the Grey Dwarf servant in front of him, but he could not erase his memory of being controlled. It might work in the form of a deity, but there was no way to do it in the form of a saint. In this case, he could only deal with him. There was not much time left for Soren. If the Grey Dwarf servant suddenly disappeared, it would definitely attract the attention of others. After Soren determined the general direction, he immediately rushed there. Soren decided to take the mithril first, and then consider the artifact. Because he still did not know whether the artifact was completely completed at the moment. If it was not completed, it would be meaningless to take it. Whether it was Gloria or the Fallen Witch, it would be difficult for them to complete this artifact. However, the High Priestess might be able to do it because she was a psionic warlock. The southwest side of Greybeard's mansion was even more heavily guarded, but it was not a problem for Soren at all. The only trouble was that he found some traces of Grey Dwarf wizards and psionic warlocks. These people were still not to be disturbed. If he attacked them head-on, it was unlikely that a team of high-grade legendary adventurers would be able to take down this fortress. Remove the trap. A clever and fatal trap was easily seen through by Soren, and then he removed it with his divine power. The comprehensive ability of the rogue clergy was very strong, and Soren was now not limited to removing traps by himself. It could be seen that Greybeard was still very cautious, because after the trap was removed, Soren found a trigger alarm and an inactive Finger of Death scroll. But this was just the beginning. After Soren found the location of the basement, he found 3 fatal traps in a row. They were Disintegrate, Finger of Death, and Cloud of Death. Soren did not hesitate to take these magic scrolls. Greybeard was also quite willing to spend money. Just these 3 death magic scrolls were worth thousands of Kindler coins. Click, the basement was quickly opened. In order to prevent the sound of the opening from disturbing others, Soren cast a 10-feet silence spell. No sound could be heard. This was a little trick of a top-notch thief. Back then, Soren would always carry some silencing spells with him. Sometimes, he would use them to deal with wizards chanting spells. Other times, he would use them to activate mechanisms to prevent others from being alarmed. However, this kind of ability was useless against enemies who had mastered the ability silent spell. Rumble, the sound of the mechanism opening was still very loud. If there was no silent spell, many guards would have been alerted. Soren quietly sneaked in. There was a crystal light underground, and the passage was dark. As soon as Soren entered, he noticed something. Gargoyle? Soren frowned, and the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Shadow Leap. Click, with a silver-white cold light, an obsidian statue was cut in half by him. Alchemy Puppet. Alchemy methods other than golem crafting were not as effective as puppet golems. They could only be used to guard specific places. The Grey Dwarfs had many similar alchemy methods. Next was a bunch of traps that needed to be removed. Greybeard had set up a large number of trigger traps in this basement. With Soren's ability, it took him more than 10 minutes to remove them. For other legendary rogues, it was impossible for them to do it without an hour or 2. Rumble, after removing all the trigger traps, Soren opened the first door. The sound was still very loud. In this era, it was difficult to avoid making noise when opening mechanisms, but Soren had prepared a lot of spells, so he didn't have to worry about alarming others. Golden light. As soon as Soren opened Greybeard's treasury, he immediately felt like he was blinded by the golden light. Damn. This guy is actually so rich. Greybeard was very rich because he was a blacksmith master in the Underdark and had been in the arms trade for hundreds of years. The Grey Dwarfs basically lived for more than 300 years, and the wealth they accumulated in 100 years was far more than the human race's nobles. The first thing Soren saw when he opened it was a gold mountain. His initial estimate was that Kindler alone had more than 1,000,000 pieces. Huh. This guy is really careful. There are even trigger traps inside. Greybeard's cautiousness opened Soren's eyes. He was just about to step in when he immediately found a trigger trap under a stone brick. There were a lot of things in the treasury. Gold, silver, and jewelry were only a part of it. Soren also saw a lot of weapons and equipment. However, these were all forged according to the Grey Dwarf's physique. Most of them were heavy armor and heavy weapons. The mainstream were battle axes, war hammers, heavy hammers, and so on. There were probably hundreds of sets piled up, and all of them were extraordinary level and above. Is this guy preparing to arm an elite? Soren didn't look too much. He directly activated his holy form and used his god-level perception to find the mithril. Soon, he found a secret compartment. This was a magic lock, but it was not a problem for the God of Rogues. After Soren opened it, he immediately saw a dazzling silver-white light. Mithril. And there was a lot of it. In addition, there was a small amount of adamantine, and 3 legendary soul crystals. This guy has a lot of resources. Looking at this treasury, the wealth in it was much higher than in the city of Mordor. Since Soren came in, he naturally took as much as he could. First, he emptied the mithril and adamantine, and then directly cast a spell to open a dimensional rift in the air. Then, under the effect of the advanced mage's hand, the gold flowed into it like a golden river. Finally, it was the armor and weapons. It was not the first time Soren emptied someone's house. Many of Mordor's funds were moved from the goblin and demon lords. He had experience in moving. It didn't take long for Soren to empty the treasury in front of him. There was no way to calculate how much money there was. Not counting the valuable mithril, adamantine, and soul crystals, as well as the extraordinary weapons that the Grey Dwarfs were equipped with, the gold, silver, and jewels in the treasury alone probably added up to 2 to 3 million gold dirhams. Of course, the Avatar crisis had broken out. Gold and silver were still okay, but jewelry was not so easy to sell, and the value would definitely be reduced. Gloria's experiment required a lot of gems, and these resources could be sold internally. Soren carefully turned around again. After confirming that there were no other secret compartments, he planned to leave here. Greybeard didn't seem to have any hobby of collecting legendary equipment. It was estimated that the legendary equipment was on him, so there were no other high-value legendary items here. Okay. It should be about time. Soren took a last look at the now empty treasury, then came to the gate and directly stepped on a stone brick that could move slightly. The next moment, the trigger warning trap was activated, and the magic fluctuations directly alarmed many people. Fly. Greater invisibility. Soren continuously cast spells to rush out of the basement, and then flew toward the location of the furnace fire without thinking. The next moment, many people rushed over from the castle, including many high-grade Grey Dwarf wizards and psionic warlocks. At the same time, in the direction of the furnace fire, there was suddenly a violent magic fluctuation, followed by a very burly Grey Dwarf rushing over. Greybeard, as a lord-level figure in the Underdark, Greybeard's momentum was quite amazing. He was very powerful and more difficult to deal with than most of the drows. It was possible to fight with Ascendant Eugene Gang head-on. Greybeard soon arrived at the treasury in the basement. When he saw that it was empty, he almost went mad with anger. He roared so loudly that no one dared to come near. Greybeard was so angry that his beard and hair stood up, but after all, he was still a legendary figure, and his thinking speed was also very fast. After a little pause, Greybeard's face immediately changed, and he rushed in the direction of the furnace fire like crazy. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Just as Greybeard left the basement treasury, there was suddenly a rapid alarm from the furnace fire, followed by a series of rumbling explosions. Damn thief! I'm going to tear you into pieces. Greybeard didn't dare to think about anything at this time. He ran toward the furnace fire like a madman, but by the time he arrived, it was already a mess, and there were fires everywhere. As for the divine artifact level mithril chain mail that was almost completed. As early as when he arrived at the basement treasury, it had been secretly taken away. The enemy's strength was very strong. He actually broke all the protective spells, triggered the traps, and finally took away the divine artifact of the furnace fire. Ah! Everything in front of him made Greybeard almost crazy. His eyes were blood red, and he directly grabbed a guard and tore him in half. Find it! Find it! Seal the city gate! Find it for me even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground! An angry roar echoed. However, at this time, Soren had already left Gleck City. He was slightly injured at the last moment, but the price was definitely worth it. P.S. Today, there is a red packet lottery on the WeChat public account. There are about 1,000 red packets. You can try your luck. Phew. I didn't expect Greybeard to be so ruthless. Even the confinement spell was turned into a spell trap. If it weren't for the protection of the divine power, I'm afraid I would have died. As if recalling the situation just now, Soren couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Imprisonment was not maze. The ladder could still find a way out, but it couldn't trap Soren at all. However, imprisonment was already a quasi-legendary spell. Ordinary legendary adventurers could accidentally seal it directly. Without freedom, they might be trapped for a lifetime. Even if he was accidentally sealed, it would be very troublesome. After breaking the seal, he would have to face the siege of Greybeard. Imprisonment was a powerful spell. It could directly seal legendary creatures deep underground. In general, because the casting time was too long, this spell was rarely used in actual combat. The most common use of imprisonment was to seal. There were many evil creatures sealed deep underground in the eastern countries, and most of them were trapped by imprisonment. However, the imprisonment in the eastern countries was slightly different, especially the ancient evil creatures. Sometimes it required a huge price to pay. The Baylor that destroyed a dwarf city some time ago was a high-level demon sealed by a confinement spell in a certain era. He did not know how the dwarves broke the seal and released this demon at once. Theoretically speaking, imprisonment was possible to seal a true god. However, if a true god mastered the power of space change, then they could ignore the spell. Soren snatched the divine mail armor for only a moment, but the degree of danger was quite amazing. If it wasn't for divine shield, he might have directly entered a state of near death because Greybeard put a lot of trigger traps on it. Finally got it. Soren looked at the chainmail in his hand that was flowing with silver-white light, and there was a satisfied smile on his face. Greater restoration, divine power conversion. As a true god, Soren could now resist, heal, and cast spells. Although the injury was more serious, as long as he didn't die, he could use magic to recover. Back then, when the adventurers besieged the true gods, it was very difficult to kill them without using up all their divine power points. The divine armor chainmail was not completely completed. However, Soren had only obtained it a few days in advance. If this celestial artifact was completed, he was afraid that Greybeard would be the first to equip it. At that time, the only way to obtain it would be to kill him. There's no data. I can't use appraisal to determine it either. Looks like I have to bring it back and show it to the high priest. After all, the high priestess was a psionic warlock and had been to Sigil City. Her profession level was as high as level 30. She should have a way to complete the last part of this artifact. Soren could feel that most of the runes were completed, but the runes had yet to fuse together. If he had the time, he could also use his divine power and divinity to complete the final transformation, but it might take a little longer. Arcane knights could cast spells while wearing armor, but the gods had other methods to replace it. With the divine artifact in hand, there was no point in staying here. Soren determined the direction and immediately headed in the direction of the Grey Dwarf. The area of the Underdark was very vast. However, because of the terrain, it wasn't very convenient to travel. Some of the underground worlds were deep under the sea, so it was very difficult to survive there. The current situation of the Grey Dwarf shouldn't have changed much. This was because according to the original history, there was a group of hook horrors near their territory. These were the most common dangerous creatures in the Underdark. At this moment, Soren's strength was about to reach a critical point. The next thing he needed to consider was to advance into a legendary profession. For example, Shadow Dominator, or Great Arcanist. If Soren hadn't advanced into an Arcanist, he might have chosen to advance into a Great Wizard. This was a legendary profession that could only increase one's level by 5. However, now that he was on the path of an Arcanist, he definitely had to try to advance into the realm of a Great Arcanist. Now, his data page had become name, Soren, Saint Form, Lesser Divine Power. Race, Half-Elf, Son of Slaughter. Attributes, Strength 22, +5, Frost Giant's Belt +4, Agility 37, +5, Constitution 27, +5, Intelligence 27, +6, Wisdom 20, +5, Charm 25, +9. Alignment, Lawful Evil Profession, Level 10 Rogue, 011500000, Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max, Level 10 Wizard, 012750000, Level 7 Arcanist, 015550000, Grade 6. Health points, 532532, Robust. Experience points, 455075, Slaughter EXP, 17,545, Profession EXP, Unassigned. Skill points, none attribute points, none legend level, 150 divinity points, 130 middle divinity. Requires 300 points to upgrade greater divinity. Divinity points, 46, lesser divinity. Requires 100 points to upgrade middle divinity. Divine power points, 213820. To upgrade to intermediate divine power, requires 600 divine power points and mastery of spatial manipulation. The current storage limit of the divinity is 820 points. Clergy, Half-Elf, Rogue, Tracker Domain, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Domination, Piracy, Shadow, Flora Spiritual Energy, Evil Spiritual Energy, Fear Spiritual Energy Status, Normal Basic Skills, Sneak 505, Literacy 335, Steal 275, Pick Lock 265, Snare 245, Focus 215, Negotiate 365, Appraise 145, Deceive 245, Intimidate 375, Taunt 245, Perform 175, Listen 315, Dodge 215, Parry 185, Block 155, Heal 185, Search 355, Detect 355, Scroll Copy 155, Spell Identify 185, Survival 325, Use Magic Equipment 155, Cooking 115, Alchemy 215, Forge Magic Weapon 215. Saint Form, Divine Transcendence, Magic Immunity 1-4, Epic Divine Power. Divinity Abilities, Space Manipulation, Death's Hand, Reality Manipulation, Form Manipulation, Divine Power Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplane Communication, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills, Legendary Reflex, Expose Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Skilled Spellcasting, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Nimble Movement, Evasive Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Crafting Magic Equipment, Spell Penetration, Minor Magic Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Medium Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Robust, High Regeneration, Telepathy. 100 feet Profession Abilities, Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Agile Mind, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Curved Sword, Legendary. Battle Skills, Summon Shadow, Shadow Jump, 300 meters, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, 2 times, Vampiric Touch, Divinity, Sword Form, Heavy Slash, Sword Form, Horizontal Slash, Sword Form, Beheading, Sword Form, Waist Slash, Sword Form, Spinning Strike, Spinning Slash. Bottomless Abyss. Third Floor. Forgotten Land. Along with the loud rumbling sounds, a tragic siege battle began. Sauron's figure stood at the back of the demon army. On his left and right were two seductive high-grade succubus. The goblin demon warlock had led the army to join the battle. They kept driving the low-grade demons like a tide, consuming the enemy's strength again and again. This was the law of the bottomless abyss. Low-level demons would always be expendable. They were cannon fodder sent to their deaths. The cruel law of survival of the fittest determined that demons who could still be promoted under such circumstances would have decent potential. This was just the first round of attack. Thousands of low-grade demons that Sauron had gathered from the Forgotten Land died. The timid demons were the most exhausted, but they were also the most numerous. These kinds of demons were everywhere in the wild, and they could easily gather up to 1,000 people. The berserk demons did not join the battle. They would be the main force of the siege, and now was not the time for them to fight. Master! A Glabrezu appeared in front of Sauron. It seemed to be eager to fight. This was a high-grade demon that had recently joined Sauron. It hoped to show its strength in this battle to gain more power and status. It was different from the other demon lords. Sauron was recognized as the most trustworthy demon lord in the Forgotten Land. This had long been recognized by the neutral demons. Meritorious deeds were rewarded. Wrong deeds were punished. In the Galumba arena, military service was the most valuable thing. Last time, a demon lord sent his subordinates to provoke them, and the goblin demon warlock fought back fiercely. That was why he could now command a demon army. Other high-grade demons also coveted this kind of power. They were eager to gain a higher status. Sauron had been accumulating strength. Now he had tens of thousands of demons under his control. Although most of them were middle-grade and low-grade demons, the number of Hezru had reached more than 300. Hezru was the advanced form of the berserk demons. Its weight was more than 2,000 pounds. They were very dangerous in a land battle. Although the battle was still in a stalemate, if Sauron sent the Hezru to the battlefield, it would only be a matter of time before the city wall fell. But, Sauron also had a lot of things to consider. Many of the demon lords in the Forgotten Land knew about this attack, and he could not consume too much power in this battle. It was also because of this that the demon lords in the enemy camp fought with their lives, trying to delay Sauron and force him to retreat because he could not bear the losses. Facing the Glabrezu, Sauron thought for a moment and nodded, "Go. Bring the Vrock demons. I'll leave the berserk demons to you." The Glabrezu's face revealed a sinister and excited smile. After nodding, she led the demon army and rushed to the battlefield. Demons were very warlike. Only through battle could they grow further. The area under the city wall had become a meat grinder. No matter how many low-grade demons were thrown in, there was no sound at all. As if he felt that the time was right, Sauron waved his hand forward. Along with the dull sound of footsteps, the Berserk Demon Legion, which weighed more than 1,500 pounds, also began to advance. They would directly flatten the city gate with their extraordinary strength. Master! The succubus lady boss seemed to be in high spirits today. Under normal circumstances, succubi rarely participated in head-on battles, but at this moment, she took the initiative to ask for battle. "Let me join the battle too." Zara was slightly startled when he heard this. Succubus's strength was not bad, but close combat was an obvious shortcoming. It was still a bit dangerous to let her join the battle. If something happened to her, Sauron would have to find a new commander and succubus to sleep with. However, succubus lady boss was not as important as Gloria and the others in his heart. He thought about it and agreed because only fighting could let her enter the realm of legends. "Master. Let me go too." At this moment, the succubus on the other side of Sauron also spoke. Her expression was quite frivolous, as if she did not care about what was happening in front of her. What's going on today? Even succubus wants to join the battle." However, since one of them had already asked to join the battle, they should go. After all, this was the bottomless abyss, and Sauron had to give them a chance to hone themselves. Don't fight head-on. If you want to go, just go. After all, they were succubus who had slept with him. Sauron thought about it and mobilized a demonic mercenary to help them. At this time, the situation on the battlefield had been leaning towards Sauron's side. As if unable to bear the pressure, a strong pressure suddenly appeared on the city wall. The breath of a demon lord. After sensing this aura, Zoro's body trembled, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Lesser Demon Lord. The enemy's leader finally appeared. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Greater teleportation. Sauron's figure appeared directly on the city wall, accompanied by a raging fire. He roared and swung his heavy beheading sword at the lesser demon lord in front of him. The demons around all avoided him. Whether it was intermediate or greater demons, they did not dare to get close to the two people because this level of battle was not something they could intervene in. Flame Whip. The raging fire turned into a long whip in Sauron's palm, and then directly wrapped around the enemy in front of him. Facing the aggressive Sauron, a trace of panic appeared in the eyes of the injured lesser demon lord in front of him, and he directly used greater teleportation to open up the distance. Want to run? Sauron's mouth showed a sarcastic smile. The greater teleportation ability of the Balrog was a talent. How could other demon lords be more proficient in teleportation than him? As long as the enemy in front of him was defeated, the territory of the Galumba arena would directly double. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Windspear Hills. Near Shipwreck Bay, in Chuemu Town, a dexterous figure came in from outside the wooden wall. He ignored the guards outside and went directly into the alley behind the inn. Then he entered a hidden tavern from the back door. There were many guests in the tavern, but these were not the main point. The main point was that they were gathered around a gambling table and were gambling intently at the moment. The thug guarding the door glanced at the newcomer. After the newcomer showed his sign, the thug immediately smiled and took him to the small room behind the bar. Master Ugly Monkey. After entering the room, the newcomer immediately bowed slightly and looked up at the young man in front of him, who had a cold expression with a trace of murderous intent, and said slowly, "All the spies we sent out are missing. Shipwreck Bay is abnormal. Recently, a group of very powerful masters have emerged and are competing with us for territory. The Thieves Guild's attitude has been very strange recently. It seems that they don't intend to help us, but they also don't intend to help the other party." The young man in the room was carving patterns with a dagger. He raised his head and frowned when he heard the words, "Who did it? Haven't you found out their identity yet?" Ugly Monkey's tone sank, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a lot more oppressive. As a rising star in Mordor City, Ugly Monkey was now a high-grade rogue. He was only one step away from legendary. He was an elite who grew up in slaughter. His strength was also ranked in Mordor City. Not to mention, Ugly Monkey also had the blessing of Sir Soren. He could mobilize the power from the god of rogues when necessary. "I'm incompetent. But we found this on them." The newcomer suddenly knelt down, but then he took out a strange emblem and said slowly, "There seems to be a dark species among the enemy. They seem to have a vampire in the last night's attack." Ugly Monkey reached out and took it. After glancing at it, his face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Shadow Thief? Vampires? It seems that the Shadow Lord's minions have finally appeared. Send someone to invite the bishop immediately. This matter must be reported to Mordor City immediately." "Forget it. I'll go myself. You go and gather the people now. Gather the Dark Blade Guards in the City of Wealth and the assassins in Port Tylon." After saying that, Ugly Monkey put away the emblem in his hand. This matter was of great importance. It might involve the conflict between two god churches. He no longer had the authority to make the decision. He had to send the news back as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the great temple of Mordor City, the high priest also received a spell message immediately. "The Shadow Thief has appeared?" The high priest frowned slightly and said slowly, "This organization has been passed down for thousands of years. Ever since the Lord of Shadows took over the Shadow priesthood, it split up. One part of it joined the Association of Thieves, and the other part was subdued by him. No. This matter must be reported to the Lord immediately." Although the half-elf church wasn't weak, it couldn't compare to an old god's church. If he wanted to fight against the Shadow Thief Church of the Shadow Lord, he might have to rely on the secular power of Mordor City. Fortunately, the city of Mordor was run like an iron bucket. The Shadow Thieves did not dare to make trouble in the city of Mordor. The City of Wealth was the territory of the Lady of Wealth. Port Tylon had the Church of the Sea Goddess. Therefore, the target of the shadow thieves could only be Shipwreck Bay, the weakest part of Mordor City. This was a place where good and bad people were mixed together. They could easily disintegrate the power of Mordor City here. If the route to Shipwreck Bay was cut off, the slave trade of Mordor City would be interrupted. Although the income in this area was not enough to affect the development of Mordor City, the loss was definitely not small. The high priest got up and walked out of the temple. This matter was of great importance. It was related to the struggle between the two gods. She had to tell Gloria. If necessary, she might need to rely on the power of the Witch Council, the Underdark. Soren frowned and looked at the dead hooked horrors in front of him and the body of the Grey Dwarf next to him. He found the stone-skinned Grey Dwarf, but the first contact was not good. The Grey Dwarf was too xenophobic. After discovering Soren's identity, he actually regarded him as a human on the surface and launched an attack directly. The final result was needless to say. Although Soren shocked the enemy with killing, the beginning was not what he expected. There were 3 Grey Dwarves in front of him. Unlike the other Grey Dwarves, the situation of the stone-skinned Grey Dwarves was not very good. This could be seen from the clothes on their bodies. They lacked materials, and although the Underdark was rich in minerals, other materials were not abundant. How should I start? Soren could not help but fall into deep thought. But before he could decide whether to use force or persuasion, the high priest's telepathic message suddenly came. Soren could not help but be startled after listening and murmured, "Have they finally shown up?" The Shadow Thieves. This is a tricky old organization. Since the Shadow Lord had already offended him, it was impossible for him to hold back. Soren was waiting for him to show up. But he did not expect to find a big fish. The Shadow Thieves organization that could compete with the Thieves' Union in the dark, a grey force with a large number of rogues that had been passed down for thousands of years. High Priest. I'll go back now. Leave the Shadow Thieves to me. But I have something here that I need you to deal with. Soren thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. There was no doubt that dealing with the Shadow Lord was the most important thing at the moment, but he still had to take the stone-skinned Grey Dwarfs back. This matter could be left to the High Priest. She was a legendary psionic warlock, and she could also mobilize Soren's divine power. With her ability to control minds, it was not very difficult to incorporate this group of Grey Dwarves. Moreover, the force of Mordor could provide her with support at any time. I'm going to set up a teleportation beacon now. You inform Gloria to complete the energy connection. If these Grey Dwarves are not willing to surrender, directly suppress them with force. He did as he said. Soren immediately began to set up a teleportation beacon on the ground. Since Mordor had enough energy, it was much easier to open the portal. Basically, it was almost catching up with the ability of the Witch Council. If these Grey Dwarves were not willing to surrender, Soren could ask Gloria to directly teleport the Golem army. If the Grey Dwarves agreed, they could still get the status of citizens in Mordor, otherwise, they could only be captured as slaves. Although Soren treated the slaves well, there were still many indigenous slaves as laborers in the main structure of Mordor. Half an hour later, Soren's figure appeared in the Great Temple. The High Priest had been waiting here for a long time. She sent up a report, and at the same time, there was a special emblem. She slowly said, "My lord, the power of the Shadow Thieves has appeared in Shipwreck Bay. And there are traces of dark creatures. The vampires in Shipwreck Bay seem to want to drive us out." Vampires, Soren frowned when he heard this, and immediately remembered what happened during the time of the vampire god. At that time, he met the vampires near Shipwreck Bay. Because it was a gray area, there was a vampire organization here, but Soren had not done anything to them. I see. Soren glanced at the information in his hand and slowly said, "Leave it to me. Your task is to subdue these Grey Dwarves. Mordor will need them in the future. Send someone to send a message to Arendelle immediately. This time, we must use the power of Princess Royal to deal with the Shadow Lord." Right. Soren paused here and said slowly, "Have you found any traces of Maiden of Pain and Maiden of Winter?" Maiden of Pain, Maiden of Winter. These two gods were the evil gods who attacked Princess Royal. Soren and Princess Anna met because of an attack planned by the Maiden of Pain. No. The high priest shook his head and said, but we seem to have found some drows from the Underdark. They are not believers of the Queen of Spiders. Drows, not believers of the Queen of Spiders. Now the gods of the Underdark had been greatly reduced. The god of caves had fallen, and the whereabouts of the grey dwarves were unknown. There were not many gods that the drows could believe in except for the Queen of Spiders. The Maiden of Pain was one of them. Believers of the Maiden of Pain? Soren pondered for a moment and said slowly, send someone to pay attention to their movements. After dealing with the Shadow Lord, it's time to deal with them. Vivian's priesthood was still unsettled. Now the little girl's divine power was stabilizing. After all, she was the most powerful child of fear. The divine power given to her by Soren was almost complete. Once the fusion of the divine power was completed, Vivian would be able to advance to a demigod. At this time, if she wanted to continue to improve, she could only rely on the power of the priesthood. Vivian couldn't get a racial priesthood like the demigod vampire, so what she needed was a compatible priesthood. Maiden of Pain, Lauvita, the priesthoods she mastered were pain, injury, pain, torture, suffering, and torture. Although they were all similar priesthoods. But when these priesthoods were combined, most of them were related to pain, and pain priesthoods may extend to fear. Because the world was afraid of pain and torture, according to Soren's own judgment, some of the Maiden of Pain's priesthoods could be more than 50% compatible with Vivian. In this case, Vivian's priesthood after the fusion of the divine power was also settled. As long as she had it, she could even have the foundation to fight against the Lord of Fear independently. At that time, the Dread Lord's power would be greatly weakened as he slowly devoured the fear godhood. Then, Winter Maiden was the target that must be dealt with. Soren was now an ally with Princess Royal. If Princess Royal wanted to get the priesthood of the Goddess of Snow, Winter Maiden was a hurdle that she couldn't get around. Only by defeating Winter Maiden, Princess Royal could get the power of the God of North Wind and Snow. Similarly, if Winter Maiden wanted to advance to the mid-level divine power, she also had to kill Princess Royal. P.S. I have no inspiration when I have a cold. It seems that I really need to exercise more. Eastern Route. A heavily armed battleship was sailing on the calm sea. Behind it were two frigates, and a black flag could be seen on the flagpole. There was a huge shadow near the three battleships. It looked like an ancient giant beast. Just its silhouette alone was enough to instill great fear in people's hearts. The huge shadow followed the three battleships at the bottom of the sea, and only stopped when it was close to the front of the sea. Ferocious barbs could be seen on its slightly raised back, and even the legendary champions could not help but feel weak at the sight of it. This thing was more than 100 meters long, and it was unknown how many tons it weighed. It had a big mouth full of sharp teeth and exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Sister. I didn't expect Mordor to raise such a terrible monster. No wonder they are almost invincible at sea. A pretty girl stood on the deck, looking at the huge shadow in the distance, and said slowly, I don't know if it is right for us to join Her Excellency Gloria this time. I heard that the Witch Council is already a little dissatisfied with us. The girl did not look old. Judging from her appearance, she was about 18 or 19 years old, but you could not guess the age of the witches. They were a very special group of people. It's okay. It was another girl who replied. She looked about 80 to 90% similar to the previous girl. At a glance, you could feel that the two were like twins. The elder sister looked much calmer. She glanced at the sea behemoth in the distance and said slowly, the resources of the Witch Council are not enough for our next research. Although Her Excellency Eye of the North is still there, she has been there for a long time. Mordor is now a system of its own. I'm afraid her future achievements will not be lower than the Northern Council. The Witch Council is now intertwined with factions. We witches from the necromancy department have always been in an awkward position. Now that the chaos is coming, it doesn't make much sense to stay in the Witch Council. Before this trip, I have gone to see Her Excellency Eye of the North. She is quite supportive of us being apprenticed to Her Excellency Gloria. Speaking of this, the elder sister waved her hand and said, there are magic runes on this ship. Even ordinary battleships in Mordor City have begun to enchant them. I wonder how much the legendary Spectre ship has been strengthened. I'm curious what other abilities an undead legendary battleship has. The girl who looked like a younger sister nodded and said, yes. I'm also quite curious. Forget it. Forget it. Anyway, the Witch Council has never liked people born in the school of necromancy. As long as Mordor City can provide us with resources, that's enough. Necromancy. This faction was considered rather special among the Magi. What was unexpected was that these two delicate-looking twin girls actually studied this rather sinister-sounding magic faction. Both sisters had their own unique traits. Apart from the Black Witch's robe, the elder sister had a black tattoo on her right earlobe, while the younger sister had a red tattoo near her collarbone. The two sisters each wore an identical pair of earrings, one on the left and one on the right. The earrings just happened to be a pair. The outline of land vaguely appeared in front of them. The speed of the battleship had obviously slowed down. At this time, a man dressed as a captain came out of the cabin. It was the pirate leader under Soren, Xianxia. He nodded to the two witches carefully and said, "Two great witches. The land is in front of us. The last time I encountered a storm, I was blown here. It's a completely new continent." A ray of magical light appeared. The elder sister had flown up at this moment. She looked at the coastline in the distance and frowned slightly. "Is it here? It seems that the energy of the ley line is a bit abnormal." "Sister. I seem to feel a very strong undead energy. No wonder Lady Gloria sent us here." The younger of the two witches waved her hand and took out a strange crystal. Then, she tested it a little and said slowly, "According to Lady Gloria's latest research, the energy radiation intensity here is about the same as the outer islands. If there is no energy protection from the temple. If you live here for a long time, it may lead to signs of mutation similar to the indigenous people. Let's go. Let's go ashore first. You send people to dock the ship on the shore and let people move our things over. According to Lady Gloria's order. We need to establish a stable transmission mark here." Xianxia didn't have any temper in front of the two witches. He knew that these two new witches were the confidants of the Lady of Mordor. Nowadays, there were more and more witches in Mordor. Although they rarely dealt with other management of Mordor, these pirate leaders knew that these witches were not low in status. The last time he returned to Mordor, he received a secret mission. In order to get here, they had been sailing for a while. The battleship began to dock. The sea monster left in the shallow sea area began to patrol. It was the pet of Mordor's owner, Lord Soren. In the past, he had always been a guard at Treasure Island. It was guarding against those sea monsters attacking the fleet of Mordor, but now the sea monsters there were almost all killed by it. Nowadays, it was almost impossible for Mordor to encounter a naval battle, so it had nothing to do. Recently, it was sent out by the higher-ups of Mordor. The eastern route was very dangerous. It was possible to encounter all kinds of monsters along the way. Fortunately, it was there to protect them, so they avoided a lot of trouble. Xianxia saw it swallow a giant squid king with his own eyes. With this mutant killer whale, the sea is almost on the verge of being overrun. If they encountered the Nagas on the eastern route, they almost didn't dare to provoke this fleet at all. Mordor City. The mayor's mansion. After returning to Mordor City, Soren immediately gave the mithril to Gloria. As for the divine male armor, he was not in a hurry. He could wait until the high priest subdued the stone-skinned grey dwarf. Now that the Shadow Lord had appeared, he needed to prepare a lot of things. Princess Royal quickly sent a message, but after all, she had to stay in Arendelle. Only when Soren was in a battle, Princess Royal would directly teleport to support him. How to deal with the Shadow Lord was a problem, however, Soren was not completely helpless. There were only two most difficult things to kill this god. One was to find him. The other was to seal his ability to move in the shadow plane. As long as these two conditions could be met, Soren would have a 70% chance of killing him. Shadow Thief. Soren's brain was immersed in memories. He didn't have many memories about the Shadow Thief. Now he had to organize his memories and find out the information about the Shadow Thief. It would be best to dig out their nest. The whereabouts of the Shadow Lord were mysterious. he had been hiding from the Lady of the Night. The Shadow Thief was a worldly power under his control. If Soren could find the nest of the Shadow Thief, he might be able to locate the coordinates of the Shadow Lord with his tracking clergy. With tracking in hand, the world was his. Soren's biggest reliance now was the tracking clergy. The Shadow Lord didn't dare to fight him now because he was afraid of the power of the tracking clergy. If the stealth ability was destroyed, the Shadow Lord's strength would be reduced by half. Tap, tap, tap. Gloria's figure appeared outside the room. She glanced at Soren, who was frowning and pondering. She gently poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. She slowly said, "Is it about the shipwreck bay? Do you need me to divine? There should be a way to find the Shadow Thief." Soren raised his head and immediately shook his head. "No. There's no need for you to divine at all. A Shadow Thief is not a problem for me. Don't do any divination now. The Avatar crisis has messed up the clues of fate. The cost of prophecy at this time is greater than you think. Don't do it again." Gloria gently raised her hand and lifted the long hair by her ear. She nodded obediently and said, "I know." "Right. OLC Dog has sent back a message. The teleportation mark has been established. There is indeed a new continent. But that continent is a bit special. The witch I sent said that the energy of the ley lines there is a bit strange." "New continent," Soren raised his head and said slowly, "Is that so? Let them build a base first. At present, Mordor has no energy to focus on the new continent. But you can send some golems to guard it. When the things here are solved, we will send people to check it out." A new continent. The last time OLC Dog came back, this matter attracted Soren's attention. However, Mordor was currently a little weak in exploring the new continent. All he could do was to send people to check it out. Things had to be done step by step. Now the limitations of the outer islands had begun to show. The expansion of Mordor was about to reach a critical point. If it went further, it might touch the interests of the Amazonian women. This was a group of difficult opponents. The warriors of the tropical Amazon jungle were much more difficult to deal with than the indigenous people. Moreover, they had the Storm Lord behind them. Soren did not intend to confront them head-on. So at present, he must make arrangements in other places. "Right." Gloria seemed to remember something and whispered, "There is news from Port Tylon. It said that the Storm Temple has been abnormal recently. It seems that several legendary Storm Lords have appeared. Traces of demons have also begun to appear on the south coast. The Naga Sirens in the deep sea area have also suffered heavy losses. The Naga Sirens were forced to submit to the sea goddess for help. I heard that many devil rays have appeared. It seems that there are also believers of Dagon." Dagon. This demon lord finally couldn't help but make a move on the material plane. Soren fell into deep thought. The demon lord, Dagon, was the demon of Orbis. He was the king of the deep, of the abyss. He ruled the 89th layer of the abyss, the Shadow Sea. This demon lord had always wanted to get his hands on the water space of the material plane. The conflict with the sea goddess had never stopped. Is there any trace of the son of Dagon? Soren thought for a while and said, "When the base in the new continent is established, let the mutant killer whale come back immediately. If Dagon intends to invade the material plane, I'm afraid that it will be needed to deal with the demonic sea monsters." Gloria shook her head and said, "Not yet. Most of the attacks now are from the water demons. However, there have been traces of swamp giants in the south recently. It seems like Dagon's followers have extended their tentacles to the ground. The sea goddess has also developed believers in the south coast. I heard that a group of refugees in the south has been taken in by her. They are currently on the northern coastline of Raging Sand Island." Soren nodded and said, "What about the Duke of Red Dragon's wife?" Gloria smiled and said, "The Principality of Rossard is currently in internal strife. For the time being, it shouldn't be a threat to us. However, it seems that there are demons around her. Recently, many nobles of the Principality of Rossard have died in the hands of the lustful demons. We still need to be careful." Demons, lustful demons. Soren seemed to have thought of something and murmured, "She seems to have made a deal with a demon lord." Lustful demons? Could it be Glacia? Huh? The daughter of Asmodeus? Soren suddenly trembled, then a series of information emerged from the depths of his mind. He finally remembered who the demon behind the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was. Queen of Yuma, Glacia, she was the archdemon of the sixth layer of the Bautor Inferno, the daughter of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. She was also one of the most active demon lords in the Bautor Inferno. I see. Soren suddenly seemed to have understood something and said slowly, no wonder. No wonder. It's actually her. Some inadvertent clues were connected together. Soren immediately figured out the clue behind the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. However, if the one standing behind her was really Queen of Yuma, Glacia, then dealing with her would be a bit of a headache. Because pulling a carrot out of a hole would involve the Lord of Hell, which was a big problem. Queen of Yuma, Glacia's rise was completely the result of Asmodeus's own manipulation. He let his daughter become the new demon lord of the Bautor Inferno. Such a setup must be for some conspiracy. Ever since she was promoted, Glacia had always wanted to prove her strength. Since she was involved in the material plane, then she must be plotting something. Anyway, it was definitely not a good thing for the South Coast. Got it. As if he thought of something, Soren's mouth revealed a trace of a malicious smile and said slowly, send someone to secretly send a message to the Church of the God of Light. There's no need to mention the relationship between the Duke of Red Dragon's wife and the Queen of Yuma. Just tell the Church of Light about the demons. Demons. This kind of enemy was too troublesome to deal with. Soren thought about it and felt that it was better to let the God of Light deal with them. He felt that he was too smart, he had to give himself a thumbs up. P.S. You guys are too fierce. You flooded the public account with advertisements. Now that there are no more advertisements, if you want to support the author, you can tip on the public account. A gentle wind blew through the green grass. There was a clear chirping of birds in the distance, and a cute deer came out of the grass. It looked around curiously, and then ran into the woods. A clear stream flowed along the trees, and a long-haired woman was sitting on a stone by the stream and playing a guqin. Next to her was a woman with a dignified and elegant face, who seemed to be listening to the sound of the wind with her eyes closed. Everything here was so beautiful. The woman with her eyes closed in meditation reached out and gently touched a budding flower, and then the flower bloomed in the wind. A beam of holy light appeared in this world. Everything here was so different from the material plane. There was no land full of holes, and there were no scars left by demons. This was an independent half-plane, a space opened by divine power. The light gradually gathered. Finally, it formed into the appearance of a tall man, who slowly walked down from the sky. Father. The elegant woman with her eyes closed in meditation opened her eyes. She bowed slightly to the man gathered by the light in the sky and said softly, "Why are you here?" The long-haired woman stopped playing. She humbly bowed her head to the light and shadow, as moving as a gentle spring. She was the goddess of river and lake. A god who was not very powerful. She was once protected by Mother Earth and now belonged to the goddess of agriculture. There were many gods like her who were born by nature and did not fight. Most of these gods were under the command of the goddess of agriculture. The god of light walked down from the sky. He looked radiant, filled with the aura of holiness and justice. Ever since he moved his divine kingdom to Mountain Paradise, the aura of the god of light began to be filled with a kind of holy light. When he fused with some kind of power from Mountain Paradise, he was also fused with some kind of holy thing. The goddess of agriculture frowned slightly. She did not know when it started, but she felt that the light on her father was too dazzling. The sun shone on everything and made plants grow, but if the light was too bright, it was not a good thing for everything. Although she was the daughter of the god of light, the goddess of agriculture preferred the breath of nature. After Mother Earth retired, she took over most of the clergy, but in the end, she chose agriculture as her core clergy. She knew her father's dream, to build an ideal country full of light, justice, and beauty. However, my father believes that to achieve this, we need to completely eliminate evil. Only by eliminating evil can we build a world of truth, goodness, and beauty. But the goddess of agriculture did not think so. She believed that evil could never be completely eliminated. If she wanted to make the world a better place, she had to change it in other ways. As a new god, the goddess of agriculture did not know how to make the world better. However, she believed that if everyone could live without worrying about food and clothing, perhaps there would be fewer disputes in the world. Therefore, the goddess of agriculture had always hoped to find a way to greatly improve agriculture and ensure that the world would not break out into war due to famine. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since they last met. Since the god of light entered the highest level of mountain paradise, they had not seen each other for hundreds of years. If it had not been for the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, they might not have seen each other for a long time. They might need an ancient text to describe the god of light. These words were engraved on a stone tablet in the Eastern Kingdom. It described what had happened when the god of light was still the light of dawn. Xianxia's friendly demeanor made him popular among the gods. However, compared with mortal believers, the gods have a longer memory. Although many gods appreciate Xianxia's active demands and his selfless and passionate beliefs, they still stop him to avoid causing too much damage to the status quo. He has a very good relationship with other noble-minded gods, such as the goddess of spring and the goddess of joy, as well as with those gods who actively seek happiness and kindness in life. The priesthood of creation he mastered allowed him to establish a friendly relationship with the god of knowledge, the god of singing, and the god of craftsmanship, and his deep hatred of the undead creatures made him a solid ally of Klemvox, the king of the dead. The goddess of earth seems to be the one who appreciates Xianxia's vitality the most among the gods. This may be because the god of dawn has been shining on her ancient soul. She and Xianxia both believe that their destinies are intertwined. Although their relationship has been on and off many times, they always give their all to each other wholeheartedly. Xianxia naively and stubbornly believes that the evil gods, such as the god of tyranny, the god of murder, the goddess of torture, and the god of destruction, are responsible for most of the misfortune and evil in the whole world. He especially hates the Lady of the Night. He believes that she represents the eternal power of corruption and is the dirty mastermind behind the evil conspiracy against him and the church. Xianxia believes that it was because the spies of the Lady of the Lost secretly sabotaged his efforts that the dawn attack happened. Therefore, he is trying to ensure that this will never happen again. That was the end of the ancient text. Below the tablet was a record of Xianxia's believers. The ancient chroniclers of the Eastern Kingdom believed that Xianxia's priests were a group of enthusiastic idealists. The god of light did not speak. He slowly came to the front of the goddess of agriculture and reached out to gently stroke her long hair. Holy light appeared, accompanied by a power full of light. Traces of black poisonous and evil aura seeped out of the goddess of agriculture's body. This was the hidden wound left by the Lady of Poison. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, the goddess of agriculture secretly fought with this evil goddess. "Thank you," the goddess of agriculture said softly. The god of light slowly shook his head. No one knew how powerful he was because he was already a great divine power when he was the king of dawn. His incarnation could remove the evil power of the goddess of agriculture with a wave of his hand. This kind of power was unimaginable even among the gods. Since entering mountain paradise, especially after taking over part of the clergy of justice, the gods had always believed that the god of light was the only one in the multiverse who could confront the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. In fact, this was exactly the case. The fall of the god of justice allowed Xianxia to take over the faith of the paladins. When the light of dawn became the blazing sun at noon, no evil or darkness could hide. "You seem to have contact with the new evil god, the god of half-elves and rogues?" Xianxia's voice finally sounded. This voice was full of supreme majesty that no one could violate or resist this kind of question full of sacred breath. The goddess of agriculture frowned slightly and slowly said, "Yes." Her expression was a little repulsed. Since her father mastered the power of justice, some barriers inevitably occurred because of the field of clergy. Sometimes the goddess of agriculture would wonder if it was because of this that her mother separated from her. Her father was too radical. If it were not for him being so radical, the goddess of luck would not have died, and it would not have led to the appearance of the twins of fate. The struggle between the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune had always made the gods helpless. This kind of radicalism was even more intense after the destruction of the Arcane Empire. As a new god, the goddess of agriculture was not very clear about what happened during the Arcane Empire. But she still knew a few things. First, the destruction of the arcane empire was closely related to the gods, and there was also the shadow of the Lady of the Night. This ancient evil goddess was secretly manipulating something. The final disaster was probably inseparable from the internal struggle of the gods. Secondly, the destruction of the arcane kingdom brought a great disaster to the world. The entire material plane was on the verge of collapse, and countless creatures died as a result. The seeds of life were preserved only by relying on the glory of the gods. Otherwise, the creatures in the material plane would have died at that time. Third, everything after the destruction of the arcane empire led to the fall of the Father of the Oak, in order to save the world. This ancient god decided to sacrifice himself to save the natural world. At that time, the sky of the entire material plane was almost covered by dust. In the long, dark age, the sky of the entire material plane was gray, and there was no light at all. It was also at that time the Light of Dawn became the Lord of Light. The goddess of agriculture did not know what happened at that time because she was still too young for those ancient gods. She only knew that after that incident, her father changed from the neutral good camp to the lawful good camp. He spent a lot of divine power to transfer his kingdom from the Hall of Nature to Mountain Paradise. The Light of Dawn became the blazing sun at noon. In the last few years of the Dark Age, her father officially entered the divine system of Mountain Paradise, and in the following years, he broke the dust that shrouded the material plane and sprinkled the sun on the earth that was already full of holes. Since then, for the goddess of agriculture, her father had completely changed. She integrated the power of justice, light, and divine. In order to completely repair the damage of the material plane, she even entered the highest level of Mountain Paradise. It was also at that time that Mother Earth chose to live in seclusion. Mother Earth gave most of her clergy to the goddess of agriculture, and after the Dark Age, the goddess of agriculture began to learn how to become a god. For her father, the goddess of agriculture respected and even revered him. Because most people knew that Father of the Oak sacrificed selflessly to save nature, but no one knew how much effort Luo Shanda put in to bring light to the world in the Dark Age that followed. All of this was a secret. Perhaps for mortals, history just entered a turning point at this moment, and the once most powerful natural divine system fell. The main god of the natural divine system, Father of the Oak, fell. The Light of Dawn, with great divine power in the natural divine system, became the Lord of Light today. The ancient god of the natural divine system, Mother Earth, retired. From this moment on, the destruction of the arcane empire directly led to the withdrawal of the three gods with great divine power in the natural divine system from the stage of history. This was once the most powerful camp divine system in the pantheon, and since then, there had not been any great divine power. Today, the only gods left in the natural divine system were the goddess of forest, the goddess of agriculture, the goddess of unicorn, and so on. The most powerful among them was only intermediate divine power. The Light of Dawn was far away. The Lord of Light was rising. The goddess of agriculture was now a god between the natural divine system and the human divine system. She was sure that her mother, father, and Father of the Oak had reached some consensus. But she did not have a long divine life and did not know what they wanted to do. The Arcane Empire. There were too many mysteries behind this once glorious and brilliant civilization. The goddess of agriculture saw the resistance of mortals against the gods, and also saw the internal struggle of the gods. When the dust fell and everything was destroyed, she did not know who was the final winner. Mortals lost. Because the arcane empire had been destroyed, the power that once could fight against the gods had now become a ruin. The natural divine system had also lost. Father of the Oak fell, Mother Earth retired, and the Light of Dawn turned into the Lord of Light. The whole natural divine system was almost collapsed. The goddess of agriculture could not help but let out a faint sigh. Everything in the past had already buried the drawbacks. Now that the Avatar crisis was coming, she had been worried that her father would be radical and want to do something terrible. It seemed that her prediction was not wrong. Because only she had interacted with the god of half-elves and rogues, of the evil camp, he had personally appeared in front of her today. Everything happened in a flash. The gods' thoughts were very fast because they needed to deal with the prayers of tens of thousands of believers. Don't have too much contact with him. The Lord of Light looked at the goddess of agriculture in front of him and said slowly, "He is a person outside of fate. From a mortal to a weak god, in just 2 years, this kind of thing has only happened a few times in the long river of fate. I have a hunch. He will be a chess piece that affects the struggle of the gods. If you get too involved with him, I am afraid you will be in danger. The gods are watching him silently. The goddess of doom just saw more than us, so she left a mark on him. Everything he did was related to the arcane empire. This uncontrollable civilization will only bring unimaginable disasters to nature." The goddess of agriculture was silent. For a long time, she and her father had conflicting views. It was as if the Lord of Light thought that everything Soren did was just a copy of the arcane empire, but what she saw was another future, a future that was completely different from the arcane empire's unrestrained abuse of magic power. She saw a glimmer of hope in Soren. The goddess of agriculture had been silently observing the city of Mordor. The glimmer of hope she saw was reflected in an inconspicuous corner. It was not that no one had ever discovered the alchemy knowledge of the arcane empire. For example, in the Battle of the Rusty River, Droll fought with a wizard organization because of a seriously polluted river. In the end, even the legendary Droll could not help but fight in person. In the past history, any application of knowledge in the arcane empire would often bring serious pollution and destruction. For example, the experiment of the nature destroyer, Karina, the energy mutation of the Rusty River, and the destruction of the Blackwater town. Once these discovered knowledge were applied, they began to create wealth crazily, and then brought irreparable damage to nature. But this did not appear in the city of Mordor. Even, contrary to all this, the goddess of agriculture could clearly feel that the natural environment of the city of Mordor was changing, little by little, getting better little by little, and moving towards a future that even she could not predict. Thinking of this, the goddess of agriculture looked up into the eyes of the Lord of Light and shook her head slowly and firmly. Her father had his beliefs. She also had her own ideals. The will of the gods could never be so easily shaken by others. P.S. I went to the hospital yesterday. This chapter took a little long to write. Futu needs to exercise more. Without health, it is useless to say anything. As long as I am healthy and can write, I can fight for another 30 years. If there is no update occasionally, I hope everyone can include a little more. Bow. Shipwreck Bay. In this city, which was controlled by the Grey Forces, evil had never stopped growing. Soren's control of this place had never been completely completed. The most fundamental reason was that the forces in this city were intertwined, and it also involved the forces secretly controlled by other gods' churches. Any god's church had a good foundation. It was obviously not a wise choice to offend other gods' churches for the benefit of a city. So for a long time, Mordor City only controlled the slave trade here, and other aspects were still controlled by other forces. Even the Church of Wealth had privately built a very luxurious casino here. Recently, the forces of Mordor City were in a bit of trouble. Soren's crazy expansion finally had a drawback now, that was, many forces were enemies of Soren. In this case, they could be said to be gloating. If it weren't for the power of Mordor City, they would have already begun to fish in troubled waters. The situation was not clear enough. Many people were secretly observing here. Once Mordor City showed signs of weakness, it was very likely to be attacked by other forces. Some dark forces could not wait to jump out. For example, the vampires hidden in Shipwreck Bay. Recently, many vampires had joined the battle between Mordor City and the Shadow Thieves. Night fell. Night covered all the evil, and there was no one on the empty street. The pub that was usually lively and noisy had long been closed at this moment, but through the closed windows, many eyes could be found watching here. The patrol team had long disappeared, and there was no one on the whole street. Patter. There was a slight sound of landing, and then a thin and flexible figure emerged from the darkness. My lord. There was a trace of blood on Ugly Monkey's body, but it was not his. He knelt down on one knee in front of the man who was looking at the night sky with his back to him, and said in a deep voice, "The stronghold of the Shadow Thieves has been found. And the nest of the vampires has been figured out." Soren slowly turned around. He was expressionless at the moment, but his eyes were quite cold. He glanced at the eyes that were observing in the dark, and said in a deep voice, "Let's start." "Yes." Ugly Monkey bowed and retreated. Swoosh. A signal flare rose from the port. Then, in the darkness, strong and vigorous figures rushed out from the vicinity of the port. These people gathered like an army and quickly advanced forward. The army of Mordor was not mobilized. Soren sent the army stationed on Snake Island. The Drows were in charge of leading the team. They were all masters of assassination. The Wanderer of the Half-Elf Church also appeared, accompanied by a pretty girl, and beside her was an old man with a serious expression. The Archbishop of the Half-Elf Church. The battle had begun without a sound. Under the quiet night sky, the enemy's dying screams came. The power of Mordor City was divided into two. One of the troops led by the Drows raided the nest of the Shadow Thieves. Meanwhile, the troops led by Divine Priestess Milan directly attacked the vampire's lair. Anyone who offends Mordor City must pay the price. Soren's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His god-level senses were all locked onto a single spot below the sunken ship. Ancient vampires. An old monster that had been hiding for centuries. He was Soren's prey. Meow. Many figures were moving at high speed in the darkness. A petite figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. The next moment, 3 cold lights appeared, and then an enemy of the Shadow Thieves fell into a pool of blood. Lulu came out of the darkness. Compared to the past, she seemed a little more mature. This werewolf girl with amazing agility became more and more amazing after being trained by the Drows. Felines were originally good at hunting, and Lulu's assassination skills were like a cheat. Later, even the Drows in charge of training her were no match for her. This action was her first actual combat. She needed to prove her strength by herself. Poochie. Ugly Monkey sneered and pulled out the dagger that was inserted into the enemy's heart. The provocation of the Shadow Thieves had already aroused his anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't act rashly, he would have already retaliated against the Shadow Thieves. The dagger nimbly turned in a circle in his palm. Ugly Monkey tore a scroll to buff himself with cat's grace, and then rushed directly toward the enemy's main camp. He was getting closer and closer to the legendary realm. Only a strong enough enemy could stimulate his potential to burst out. At the same time, in a dark lair, a group of vampires had gathered. Not good. Our graveyard has been conquered. A pale man rushed in from the outside and hurriedly said, "The enemy has a lot of priests. There are at least 3 legendary priests. There's no news from the Shadow Thieves. I'm afraid they won't be able to support us in time." Outside the nest, an old man in a gray robe walked in slowly. Behind him were 2 young priests and more than a dozen assassins trained by the Half-Elf Church. Greater valor. Another light of magic appeared. The old man casually added a 3rd layer of buff to the others and then said, "Seal this place. Leave no one alive." He was the Archbishop from Autumn Fall. Although he had gradually moved away from the center of power in the city of Mordor, this did not mean that their status had been reduced. They were still archbishops. And their strength had been upgraded to the legendary realm because of Soren's promotion to lesser god. These old archbishops usually trained the new generation to retire peacefully, but when needed, they could also transform into legendary combat power at any time. If it weren't for the influence of the Avatar crisis, with Soren's current divine level, at least 10 legendary priests could be directly promoted. Legendary divine power. On the other side, the divine priest, Milan, had also joined the battle. As a young female priest who could mobilize Soren's divine power, almost no dark creatures could stop her. She had been summoned by Soren's incarnation once, and her capacity for divine power was very strong. It was only a matter of time before she became a divine priest. "My lord. There are many shadow creatures in the south. Our losses are not small." A rogue covered in night clothes appeared. He knelt in front of Soren on one knee and said, "The Shadow Thief summoned many shadow creatures, and we also encountered some shadow wizards." Soren frowned slightly, then waved his hand and said, "Let the witches go. Leave the rest to the shadow dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible dragon's aura shrouded the sky over Shipwreck Bay, and a huge shadow quickly flew in the sky near the port. Immediately afterward, all the animals in the city knelt on the ground. the shadow dragon passed over Shipwreck Bay. It swooped down toward a corner in the north of the city and opened its mouth to spit out a dragon's breath. Wizard Barity. The enemy is hiding in the basement. I'm afraid the losses will be great if we force an attack. The figure of the ugly monkey appeared. At this moment, there was a wound on his abdomen, but he looked quite excited and did not care at all. The excitement of the battle did not affect his judgment. After he found that the enemy was stubbornly resisting and trying to drag the battle into a quagmire, he immediately found the accompanying wizard. Leave it to me. The wizard named Barity was a middle-aged woman. She looked forward with a cold expression, then turned to her apprentice and said, "Prepare the spell. I'll set up a teleportation beacon." At the same time, in the city of Mordor, thousands of miles away, there were also people gathering near Gloria's laboratory. Witches above the intermediate level gathered around the magic circle. Space beacon lock. Activate portal number 1. Diamond golems assembled. Begin teleportation. The power of the elemental furnace gathered, and the expensive gems turned into powder. A portal opened directly in front of them, and then 3 diamond golems walked in with heavy steps. Rumble. The sound of a wall collapsing echoed over Shipwreck Bay. The enemy was more difficult to deal with than expected, but when Mordor City began to teleport golems into the battlefield, everything was doomed. In the darkness, all the spying eyes were filled with horror, those who were secretly observing and trying to figure out the strength of Mordor City with the help of the Shadow Thief were all afraid at this moment. Because the strength they saw in front of them was completely beyond their ability to compete with. Even if Soren wanted, the entire Shipwreck Bay would completely fall today. Come. Gather everyone and deal with the Shadow Thief immediately. These guys broke the rules of Shipwreck Bay. We must teach them a lesson today. A big man with a beard stood up, glanced at the others in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "These guys colluded with the vampires. We must teach them a lesson today." 4 or 5 leaders of the gray area of Shipwreck Bay gathered together. One of them seemed to have not reacted and said, "Didn't we want to use the power of the Shadow Thief to attack Mordor City? Why are we helping them deal with the Shadow Thief now?" "Pa." The middle-aged man stared at him and said in a deep voice, "Take your people and go now. Don't ask so much. If you don't want to be punished by Mordor City, hurry up and say something now." The words were said so straightforwardly, how could the others not understand? These people in the gray area may not be able to deal with the strong, but they were very active in beating up the weak. These guys were a group of fence-sitters. Now that they were shocked by the power of Mordor City, the first thing they thought of was to quickly stand in line to avoid being punished by Mordor City after defeating the Shadow Thief. The battle was still going on, but the result had already been decided. Soren's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in an ancient tomb. Hee hee. A strange laughter emerged, and then a figure walked out of the darkness. He was carrying the body of a Shadow Thief in his hand. It was the assassin cultivated by Mordor City, but he was already dead at this moment. This man who looked a bit like a mummy threw away the body that had no blood and laughed strangely. "Another one coming to die? Yes. It seems that your blood will taste good. Ancient vampire. Challenge rating 18 and above. Many of them were old monsters that had been hiding for centuries. Huh. The light was slightly brighter, and the ancient vampire in front of him had an expression of someone coming to die. But after seeing Soren's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but tremble, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. The god of half-elves and rogues. Extreme horror. After confirming the identity of Soren, the ancient vampire in front of him didn't even think about it. He directly transformed into a bat, and then fled frantically outside. What a joke, the only one who came in was a legendary rogue. Such an enemy was nothing to him at all. But when he realized that the one in front of him was a true god, and it was the infamous Sauron of the South Coast, he was so scared that he almost peed himself on the spot. Not running now? Waiting for death here? Huh? Soren's expression was a little surprised, and then he calmed down. He had encountered a lot of battles along the way, but today's situation was the first time he encountered such a situation. An ancient vampire with a monster level of more than 25 actually ran away in fear after seeing him. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes It really gave him the illusion that he had unknowingly become a big boss. It shouldn't be an illusion. Soren should be a big boss now. If it was converted into the template used by adventurers in the past, he was not only a big boss, but also a leader-level boss at divine difficulty. God of half-elves and rogues. Master of Mordor City. God Slayer. Death Walker. Polymath. Pirate King. Ruler of the Three Seas. With this row of titles, Soren didn't look like a normal leader boss. It was impossible to escape. The battle didn't last too long. An ancient vampire could no longer pose any threat to Soren. After killing the ancient vampire in front of him, a ring in Soren's dimensional space suddenly moved, and then he took it out. It was the divine artifact ring obtained from the demigod vampire, a grade 1 divine artifact. A little bit of blood-red light emerged. Under the effect of the divine artifact ring, the body of the ancient vampire that was killed in front of him suddenly twitched, and then quickly weathered into dust. Then a drop of strange dark red blood appeared directly in front of Soren's eyes. True blood? It seems to be a vampire's thing? Soren glanced at it and kept it in the dimensional space. This thing might be useful in the future. The battle in Shipwreck Bay continued. This night, the enemies of the South Coast who dared to provoke Mordor City were destined to pay a huge price. P.S. Some readers said that since they followed Futu's public account, they felt that they couldn't keep up with the nutrition. Is there such a thing? Those fantasy-style beauty pictures are for you to see, not for you to f***ck. The balance of victory and defeat had been decided. The Guild of Shadow Thieves in Shipwreck Bay was completely caught off guard by Mordor's attack. This time, Soren intended to destroy the Guild of Shadow Thieves in Shipwreck Bay in one fell swoop, so he sent out quite a lot of men. The battle outside was still going on, but Soren's side was almost over. Vampires might be troublesome for mortals, but they were nothing more than ants to the gods. Soren had not encountered a decent enemy from the beginning to the end. Even the ancestor-level vampires could not compete with him now. Outside a serene tomb. After cleaning up a group of high-grade vampires, Soren walked out from the depths of the tomb. But the moment he came out, he frowned and said sarcastically, "You're finally willing to show up. Lord of Shadows." The surrounding space was gray and hazy, and everything seemed to be covered in shadows. This space had been affected and interfered with by the shadow plane, temporarily sealing off space-related abilities. The only one who could do this was the Lord of Shadows, because he held the priesthood of Shadow. A cold light appeared, a gray figure came from the darkness. Soren didn't even look at it. He waved his hand, and a bloody light appeared. "Don't let these small fries die." Soren's mouth showed a sarcastic smile, and he said slowly, "As the god in charge of the Shadow and Rogue, we are destined to fight. You still don't dare to show up?" Although he said that, Soren couldn't help but move his feet at this moment. At the same time, a mark engraved on the surface of his palm near his wrist was slightly activated by him. This was a spaceway mark. Although the surrounding environment had been assimilated by the shadow plane, as long as this waymark was sent out, naturally someone could locate Soren's approximate location. Haha, a strange laughter appeared. Then a black shadow came from midair. Soren frowned and waved his hand, and a high-level distorted shadow was killed by him. "How long are you going to waste on me? If you don't act now, all of my men will be here soon." The Shadow Lord must have used up a lot of divine energy to seal this space. Soren didn't believe that he would be able to hold himself back forever. This guy was too careful. Soren didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if he summoned the Princess Royal before the Shadow Lord showed up, it would be very difficult to find the Shadow Lord in the future. Time ticked by. At this time, the battle outside the tomb was about to end, and the people of Mordor were approaching. A god in the form of a saint could not ignore a legendary master. If the church's people gathered, the Shadow Lord would not have a chance to kill Soren. Puff, a pitch-black shadow appeared and turned into a sharp blade that headed straight for Soren. He has finally shown himself. Soren was suddenly energized. He didn't even think about it, nor did he have any intention of dodging. He instantly activated his divine shield and pounced forward. Tracking, divinity. Soren caught the shadow that was distorted between the shadow plane and the material plane. In the vision of a god, a half-illusory, half-real figure appeared in his perception. A god's avatar? Soren frowned and sneered, "Do you think a mere avatar can kill me?" A distorted shadow. It didn't look like a real body, but it had a vague outline of a human. The form of a god was uncertain. If they wanted to change, they could turn their bodies into various half-energy forms. The Shadow Lord had obviously transformed himself into a shadow being, so he looked like he had no flesh at all. If it was a battle between the gods, Soren and the Shadow Lord should be 3-7, and the Shadow Lord would have a very high chance of winning. But if it was just a god's avatar against Soren's body, the outcome would be 80-20. Basically, the avatar of the Shadow Lord would not be able to kill Soren. Is he trying to test my strength? As soon as Soren thought about it, he immediately had a plan. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and rushed up. For a long time. Most of Soren's enemies were mortals, and the number of times he had fought with gods could be counted on one hand. But because of this, many gods were not very clear about Soren's specific strength. At present, the only benchmark that could measure Soren's strength was that he had successfully killed the god of the hunt, Malor. But this was only a vague guess. The last attack could not rule out the possibility that the Shadow Lord was trying to test Soren's strength. Unfortunately, the effect was not shown at all, and the Lady of Silvermoon directly blocked the attack for Soren. This time, the Shadow Lord's avatar appeared to test Soren's strength. "Since you dared to send your avatar here, then I won't be polite with the divinity value of your avatar." A sneer appeared on Soren's face. He activated his tracking divinity and instantly locked onto the position of the Shadow Lord's avatar. But after all, the enemy was in charge of the shadow divinity. In order to avoid Soren's tracking, the Shadow Lord's avatar appeared almost instantaneously. It only appeared in the material plane when it attacked, and at other times, it was in the shadow plane. In this case, if Soren wanted to cause effective damage to the Shadow Lord, he could only counterattack at the moment when the Shadow Lord attacked. If a god's avatar died, under normal circumstances, it would only reduce the power of the god by a little. But Soren was different from others. If he killed the avatar of a god, then the divinity and divinity of the avatar could be absorbed. The avatar of the Shadow Lord could now travel through the planes. There was no doubt that when the Shadow Lord created this avatar, it injected the power of divinity into it. Killing it would absorb the divinity value. Alter reality, divinity power. With a little cold light once again attacking Soren from the shadow plane, he did not hesitate to activate his divinity power. In a battle at the level of the gods, the secular means were limited. Only the power of the rules could fight against it. In today's situation, if it were other legendary professions, they would be completely defeated by the enemy from the shadow plane. Except for the top spellcasters, they would have no ability to fight back at all. Everything around was distorted. The rules of reality were interfered with by the divinity power. The shadows around Soren were like flowing water. Alter space, divinity power. Soren continued to use divinity value in an instant. It was as if it directly broke the seal of the shadow. The next moment, a distorted shadow appeared in his sight. Want to run? The power of alter space had just broken the restrictions of the plane's rules. The avatar of the Shadow Lord felt that something was wrong and wanted to escape. But how could Soren give it a chance? Epic divine power. Dimensional lock, divine power transformation. In order to prevent the enemy from entering the shadow plane again, Soren simply blocked his own space ability. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and rushed over. He poured his divine power into his weapon and attacked with a storm-like attack. But what happened next made him frown. Even though the shadow in front of him was shredded by him, it didn't cause much substantial damage. The shredded shadow began to gather on its own and quickly turned into a human silhouette. Immune to physical damage? Soren seemed to realize something. He raised his hand and blasted out a divine power shockwave. This guy was really difficult to deal with. An avatar was actually immune to physical damage. According to the calculation of the ability of the Saint template, the Shadow Lord was probably immune to the effects of level 1 to 4 spells. No wonder he dared to send an avatar to test him. With this kind of talent, other people simply could not do anything. Physical damage was basically ineffective. The energy resistance of the gods was frighteningly high. At the same time, they were also immune to all level 1 to 4 spells. If he could not block the space, it was almost impossible to kill the enemy, Melf's Minute Meteor. The divine power shock wave really had an effect. The distorted shadow obviously became a lot weaker. However, Soren's divine power points were not inexhaustible. He was not sure whether the Shadow Lord's real body was nearby, and he did not dare to directly summon the Princess Royal to alert the enemy, so he could not squander all his divine power points. If he wanted to kill the enemy, he could only rely on the legendary god-slaying spell Melf's Minute Meteor. This spell not only had physical damage, but also very powerful magic damage. Rumble, 2 burning minute meteor flames appeared in Soren's palm, followed by a storm of attacks. Explosions sounded one after another. Soren did not know how many rounds of ammunition he had thrown out. Anyway, he did not stop until he had used up all the spell slots of Melf's Minute Meteor flames that he had memorized. The Minute Meteor flames created by this spell were an area of effect attack. Although it only dealt a few points of damage each time, it could not withstand Soren's attack speed. The low-level spells were all instantaneous. After a round of Minute Meteor flames, the avatar of the Shadow Lord was only left with a very weak afterimage. It's not dead yet. Soren could not help but hesitate for a moment, but he still raised his hand decisively and pointed. Death's hand, Death Realm. In this case, the enemy should have entered a state of near death. There was nothing to say. He just directly used the ability to kill. Boom, the distorted shadow around shattered in an instant, and then there was a clamor of people around. The avatar of the Shadow Lord was killed on the spot, but then a ball of divine light emerged from the dissipating shadow. The power of this divinity did not return to the Shadow Lord, but was directly devoured by Soren. A row of data appeared in front of him: killed, Shadow Lord's avatar. Extracting slaughter EXP from target. You've gained 250,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting divine power from target. You've gained 12 divine power. Target has divine power. Extracting divine power from target. You've gained 6 divine power. Looking at the data prompt that appeared in front of him, Soren's expression suddenly became very interesting. At the same time, in a mysterious underground palace, a humanoid shadow that appeared on an altar suddenly let out a low roar full of unwillingness and anger. The whole palace was trembling. Many of the believers of the Shadow Lord gathered here could not help but tremble. They did not understand why the god they served was suddenly so angry. How dare you send an avatar to test me? Soren smiled and shook his head. You're asking for it. He had the power of the slaughter divinity. Any avatar of a god that was killed by him, the divinity and divine power would be devoured by him. When Soren fought against the Ascendant, Eugene summoned the half-orc heroic spirit from the ancestral kingdom. It was only an avatar that died in the hands of Soren, but even the ancestral kingdom itself fell directly. Gods would not fall because of the death of their avatars. However, the divinity in the avatar was absolutely impossible to return. The amount of divinity and divine power that was injected into the avatar when the Shadow Lord created it was the same amount that Soren absorbed after killing it. These divinity and divine power were permanently lost. When he thought of the permanent reduction of 12 points of divinity and 6 points of divinity due to the death of the Shadow Lord's avatar, Soren felt very, very good. He even wanted the Shadow Lord to send a few more avatars over. This was simply killing monsters for him to level up. And it was still reducing the enemy's strength and increasing his own strength at the same time. However, the Shadow Lord had suffered a loss today, and he probably would not dare to let his avatar appear in front of Soren in the future. Tracking divinity. Although the avatar of the Shadow Lord had been killed, there were still clues left behind in the avatar's divine power. Soren activated his tracking divinity and locked onto the aura and divine power of the Shadow Lord. At the same time, he left a soul mark with his god-level perception. In the future, as long as he found something related to the Shadow Lord, he could rely on the power of tracking divinity to track the clues and marks of the Shadow Lord to a certain extent. It was only a matter of time before he found his hiding place, Outer Islands, Mordor City. Yesterday's battle was over. After presiding over the battle in Shipwreck Bay, Gloria immediately devoted all her energy to her own research. It was about noon. Fallen Witch's figure appeared in the laboratory. Her expression seemed to be quite surprised, and she said, "It's a success. I've successfully studied the thing that Soren brought back. This seems to be a special spell from the Arcane Empire. The great arcanists can use it to do many special things." Gloria raised her head, gently lifted her long hair and said, "Really? How is the effect of this spell?" As soon as her voice fell. Outside the laboratory, Fallen Witch's voice sounded again. Then another Fallen Witch appeared in front of Gloria and slowly said, "The effect is amazing. Although the requirements for mind control are very high. But this spell does have a very amazing effect." There were two Fallen Witch. They looked almost exactly the same. If one didn't have the perception of a legendary, one wouldn't be able to find any difference at all. Gloria's expression was suddenly full of shock. The Fallen Witch waved her hand, and her original self disappeared. Then she said, "Although the effect is amazing, it's still very effective. But it doesn't last long enough. It's not easy to control the spell. It feels like controlling two bodies at the same time. As far as I know, many spellcasters in the Arcane Empire could control many avatars at the same time to deal with many different things. This spell definitely had some areas that weren't perfect yet. It may be related to some of the supreme magic skills in the Arcane Empire. P.S. 2-in-1 chapter. It's starting to be updated normally. Simulacrum. This was the spell that Soren found in the ancient ruins. As a relatively strange level 8 spell, Simulacrum was currently mastered by very few people. He also found a way to bring it back, and then he gave the mask imprinted with the Simulacrum spell to the Fallen Witch and Gloria. They were the ones who studied it and finally completed the model analysis of the spell. This spell was widely used during the Arcane Empire, mainly because the great arcanists had too many things to deal with. In this case, even if one person was divided into two people, it might not be enough. Therefore, at that time, the great arcanists were very committed to studying projection and simulacrum spells. According to the information that Soren learned from Gloria, he knew that the high-level members of the Northern Witch Council had mastered a very special holographic projection spell. Unlike those projection spells that were easily above level 4 or 5, this spell required only level 2 or 3 to cast. Holographic projection was a level 3 spell, and planar projection was a level 2 spell. As long as a level 4 or 5 wizard, they could master it. But, the only trouble was that this spell seemed to require a very sophisticated alchemy device. At present, the application of this spell was limited to the many towers of the Northern Witch Council. It seems that this spell is very useful for our future research. As if she was interested in Fallen Witch's test, Gloria's attention was completely removed from the experiment. She slowly said, "What are the results of the test? Can you control the main body and simulacrum at the same time for research?" Fallen Witch shook her head and said, "Not at the moment. Mind control is mainly focused on the main body, but the simulacrum created can help with some simple things. And the most powerful part of this spell is that the simulacrum created has the ability to cast spells. It can probably retain 70 to 80% of my casting ability." This was the most perverted part of simulacrum. It could create a clone that could cast spells. For a wizard, this was equivalent to increasing the number of low-level spell slots by a large margin. In normal experiments, there was no need to waste time memorizing spells after using them up. Of course, that was not all. It could be used in a wide range of fields. However, this spell had a very high requirement on one's mind. Multitasking was the most basic. If one's brain wasn't developed enough, one wouldn't be able to control it at all. Note, mimicry can only copy and retain part of the original body's strength. It cannot create or copy magic items. The clothes and weapons on the simulacrum are just ordinary items created by magic. They only look the same, but they are actually useless. Is that so? Gloria fell into deep thought. She was around level 21 as a wizard. If she kept 80% of her power, she would be around level 16. In terms of talent, Gloria was even stronger than the Fallen Witch, so she was definitely a genius at multitasking. If she could master this spell, it would be equivalent to having an assistant similar to himself when he was a high-grade wizard. Apart from the very precise magic experiments that couldn't be done, ordinary alchemy experiments could be done at the same time. Where's the spell model? Let me have a look. Gloria thought for a moment and continued, give one to Alice while you're at it. It seems that our progress will be much faster in the future. During this period of time, the legendary girl puppeteer had gradually integrated into the environment of Mordor City. Compared with the eastern countries where there were few wizards and most of them were sorcerers, the research environment of Mordor City was undoubtedly more suitable for Alice. More importantly, Mordor City had the corresponding golem puppet technology, which would greatly improve her craftsmanship in making golem dolls. Recently, Alice was going to make a girl puppet group for herself, ready to use the strange silver-white metal from the arcane tower. This metal was currently named thorium. The name was used more because it was born in the age of thorium. As early as the time of the first goddess of magic, the arcane civilization with the floating city had already appeared, and this metal ingot had been used at that time. Hearing this, the fallen witch also nodded. She was the kind of typical profit-oriented person. If Alice's existence was not beneficial to Mordor City, then she would definitely object to teaching her such an important spell. But now Alice had been in charge of the operation of the golem factory in Mordor City. Alchemy advocated equivalent exchange. Alice obtained knowledge from Mordor City, so she naturally hoped that she could provide corresponding value. The three legendary female spellcasters were all inclined to the academic madman type, so they had been getting along well. In any case, the fallen witches might be evil in their behavior, but they were still academic witches in nature. They were less scheming than other witches. Windspear Hills. Lord's Mansion. After dealing with Shipwreck Bay, Soren immediately came to the Windspear Hills. After all, this was the key to his future plan. The Windspear Hills was close to the north, and it was a fertile plain. In the future, if Mordor City wanted to interfere with the pattern of the mainland, it would definitely need a foothold. Adele Isabella was now the lord of the Windspear Hills. With Mordor City as a backing, other forces would not dare to cause any trouble. However, after coming to the Windspear Hills today, Soren found something wrong. He saw a woman. Soren's memory had always been very good. If he remembered correctly, he had seen this woman before. At that time, Soren was still in Port Tylon. In order to get Soren to join the Sea Church, the Sea Priest at that time found a noble girl. It seemed that she was going to use her beauty to seduce Soren to join her camp, but Soren refused without hesitation. Today, Soren saw that girl. If he remembered correctly, the name of this noble girl was Monica Isabella. She had the same surname as the red-haired female pirate. Maybe they were cousins. When he saw this woman, Soren was a little surprised, but he was in a hurry and had something to deal with, so he didn't ask much. It seemed that she was Adele Isabella's assistant, helping her deal with the documents in the Windspear Hills. Soren came here this time to explain something, mainly to prevent the power of the Shadow Thief from infiltrating the Windspear Hills. Night fell. Soren returned to the city lord's mansion after explaining things in the temple. Because the situation was not good, he planned to leave an archbishop of the half-elf church here. If there was a legendary priest, other forces would have to think twice if they wanted to make trouble. In the evening, Soren received good news. Gloria used magic to tell him that the analysis of the simulacrum had been completed. As long as he went back, he could get the copied magic scroll. Because of the fierce conflict with the Shadow Lord, the defense of the Windspear Hills had increased a lot. However, Soren's place did not need to be like this because his perception was better than any guard. Light footsteps could be heard. Unsurprisingly, when Soren stayed in the Windspear Hills, Adele Isabella came to sleep with him almost every night. She was now a fanatic of Soren, and in the future, she might even be a holy apostle in the kingdom of God. This kind of close relationship meant that she was destined to be one of Soren's most trusted subordinates. However, today's situation seemed to be a little unexpected because Soren heard two footsteps. In addition to Adele Isabella, there was another light footstep. It seemed to be a little messy, and the owner's mood was a little hesitant and panicked. "My lord." Soon, the voice of the red-haired female pirate sounded outside the door. Soren slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Come in." Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and then Adele Isabella, who was wearing a thin dress and almost nothing inside, came in. But a little different from the past was that this time, there was another slim woman behind her. It seemed to be the noble girl named Monica Isabella that he saw every day. She had beautiful long blonde hair, and her expression seemed to be a little uneasy. She carefully followed behind and walked in. One thing worth noting was that this noble girl also had Soren's emblem on her chest. A rogue, Soren glanced at her and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was a little surprised that this noble girl had advanced into a rogue and was a follower of his church. The room was very quiet. Soren glanced and turned his attention back to the magic scroll on the table. He was trying to learn the first legendary spell, which might take a lot of time. After Adele Isabella entered the room, she did not disturb Soren. First, she obediently tidied up the bed for him, and then put the books on the table next to him. She looked like a very dedicated maid. On the other side, the blonde noble girl was still standing in the same place, but after the initial panic, she calmed down a little and looked at Soren curiously from time to time. After everything in the room was tidied up, Adele Isabella very docilely came to Soren's side, then knelt down and crawled to the front of Soren. The bottom of the desk was hollow. The female lord of the Wind Spear Hills, who was usually admired and pursued by countless young nobles, was now kneeling at Soren's feet like the most humble maid, dutifully doing what a maid should do, such as how to please and serve her master at night. On the other side, Monica Isabella, who had beautiful long blonde hair, widened her eyes in surprise. Her face was crimson, as if she wanted to look but did not dare to. However, her conflicted expression did not last long, because Adele Isabella looked at her and then waved her hand to let her come over. Like this. You suck on the other side. Don't use your teeth. As a lowly maid, you need to learn more skills. While Adele Isabella was seriously serving and pleasing her master, she was also instructing the noble girl next to her, who was nominally her cousin. Soren only took a deep breath at the beginning, then continued to flip through the books in front of him as if nothing had happened. The thinking ability of a god was far superior to others. Such a small matter was not enough to affect his serious study of magic knowledge. Monica Isabella was obviously a smart and studious noble girl, so she quickly mastered a few skills and successfully learned how a competent maid should use her mouth to please her master. At this time, Adele Isabella stood up and gently sat next to Soren, whispering, "My lord, I've touched the threshold of the legendary realm. At present, things in the Wind Spear Hills have begun to get on the right track, and I plan to spare some time to cultivate and break through. Monica Isabella is my aunt's daughter, and she is a trustworthy person. I'm going to let her take care of the Wind Spear Hills for me for a while. And her family background is also very useful to us." Sure enough, Soren had already guessed that Adele Isabella had something to tell him, otherwise, she would never have brought this noble girl over tonight. Soren looked at her seriously. Sure enough, he found that the red-haired female pirate already had a trace of a legendary profession, which meant that she had reached a threshold, and as long as she succeeded in crossing it, she would be a legendary figure. It seemed that the giant had given the other pirate leaders a lot of pressure after breaking through the legendary realm. Soren secretly had rogues pay attention to this pirate leader. On one hand, it was convenient to contact them, and on the other hand, it was to prevent them from being bribed. Since the giant had broken through the legendary realm, many pirate leaders felt a lot of pressure. Even the half-elven first mate, who had always been superior to others, had recently handed over the affairs of Raging Sand Island to his deputy, while he concentrated on finding ways to break through the legendary realm. If he did not enter the legendary realm, he would never be able to enter the real upper echelons of Mordor. These pirate leaders, such as the half-elven first mate, Scarface, One-Eyed, Knight, Sea Dog, and so on, seemed to have thousands of pirates under them. But in fact, the real power of Mordor was never these pirates. The real elites had gathered inside Mordor, and if they did not enter the legendary realm, they were not qualified to enter the highest decision-making team of Mordor. This point, even Saruman was the same. Back to the topic. After hearing Adele Isabella mention herself, the blonde noble girl who was kneeling at the feet of Soren paused for a moment, and then slowly returned to normal. Soren closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "I understand. Okay. In the future, The affairs of the Wind Spear Hills will be temporarily handed over to her, but your cultivation can only be done inside the Wind Spear Hills. I'm afraid only you can control those pirates. Okay. About her, I'll say hello to the Sea Temple. If Soren remembered correctly, the noble girl under his feet seemed to have something to do with the Sea Temple. It seemed that she needed help from the Sea Temple. The Sea Temple did not have enough influence on the land. It seemed that because of something he didn't know, she actually got in touch with Adele Isabella, and now seemed to be planning to join the camp of Mordor. He had no objection to this. The surname Isabella had a special purpose. She herself was an Orthodox noble, so she could use it in many places. Even if she didn't use it, she could still make do with it. However, after all, this matter was still related to the Sea Temple. Even if Soren's relationship with the sea goddess was relatively harmonious, this noble girl was still a chess piece of the Sea Temple buried on the land. Now that she was going to join the Mordor, he still needed to send someone to greet the Sea Temple. However, fate was really unpredictable. At the beginning, the High Priest of the Sea used her to lure Soren, hoping that he could join the sea goddess, but he didn't expect this noble girl to become the assistant of the red-haired female pirate. He had to say that fate was really interesting. P.S. It's still a 2-in-1 chapter. You can pay attention to the public account, and anything will be notified in advance. The Outer Islands. Mordor City. Today, Mordor City was a little lively because many residents of Mordor City gathered near the central square. At the moment, they were looking at the center of the square curiously. In the center of the square was a group of grey dwarves gathered together. They looked ragged and wore animal skin clothes. They looked like savages with disheveled hair and long beards. Around the square was a team of drows, staring at them coldly at the moment. Not far away, there were priests of the temple who seemed to be discussing how to settle these grey dwarves. Suddenly coming to a strange environment, these grey dwarves also looked a little uneasy. There were not many of them, only about 200 or 300 of them. At the moment, they were surrounded by a group of residents of Mordor City. Although they saw the drows from the Underdark, these grey dwarves still looked nervous. The residents of Mordor City were well informed, but their curious nature had not changed much. Many of them saw the grey dwarves for the first time. Maybe because of the confidence of the residents of Mordor, they were not afraid of these legendary evil races. Instead, they looked around curiously. The drows were much more evil than the grey dwarves in the legends. You see, they were quite obedient in Mordor City. They were tamed by Sir Soren and got along well with other races. It was said. One of the drows fell in love with a pure half-elf girl, and their relationship was blessed by the bishop of the Great Temple. This was Mordor City. It was not the same as any city in the material plane. Okay. The drows came to the grey dwarves with a cold expression and said in a deep voice, "His Excellency the High Priest has arranged your residence. From now on, you are the residents of Mordor City. The target is to live in the blacksmith shop next to the barracks. If you have enough contributions in the future, you can also buy your own business in Mordor City." After a few words, the drows ordered the grey dwarves to set off. After all, the grey dwarfs were a foreign race. It would take a little bit of effort for the residents of Mordor City to accept them. Therefore, they could only live near the barracks for the time being, so they could be monitored and learn the rules of Mordor City. The nature of the grey dwarves was not very good, but the laws of Mordor could tame them. Now the drow instructor in front of him was thinking about how to find an opportunity to beat these grey dwarves. Let them know that they had to be honest if they wanted to live in Mordor City. At the other side, the figure of the High Priestess was sitting on the throne in front of the temple. Around her were high-ranked priests and bishops. She looked around and slowly said, "This is the arrangement of my lord. These Duergar are the labor force needed for the future development of Mordor. From now on, I'll leave them to you to keep an eye on. There's still a group of grey dwarves I haven't brought back yet. In the future, the number of grey dwarves in Mordor City will be about 1,000. You need to pay more attention here, don't let them have any conflicts with the residents of Mordor City." At the other side, in the Shadow Plane Laboratory in Mordor City, Gloria also quickly received the news. So, she immediately found the Fallen Witch who was studying and said, "Mother, Soren has sent people to get the grey dwarfs back. When do you think we can start letting these gray dwarfs forge materials for us? A floating space tower needed a lot of metal ingots. These little things couldn't always be done by the two legendary witches. Mordor City itself didn't have good blacksmiths, and it took a lot of energy to cultivate them. The gray dwarves were born to be good blacksmiths. With the help of these gray dwarves, not only would the progress of the floating space tower speed up, but even the output of the golem factory would increase. Now there were thousands of golem puppets in Mordor City. Windspear Hills. After a night of indulgence, Soren felt good. After explaining some things to Adele Isabella, he was ready to return to Mordor City. He didn't have much nostalgia for the two beautiful noble maids. For a high and mighty true god, these things were just pleasure for him to relax occasionally. As a god, he always had a lot of things to deal with. It was already March. The goddess of magic hadn't fallen yet, but no one knew her whereabouts. Even Soren couldn't find her on his own initiative. Something big would happen this month. That was the demon lord of the abyss, Dagon, one of the ancient Orbis demons. After the other demons' first two attacks failed, Dagon began to infiltrate the sea domain of the material plane. This action affected the entire overseas area. Soren had participated in this war and also received a mission from the Sea Temple. Because the battle took place in the sea area, the impact on the land was not very serious, so most of the other gods were just watching. However, the overseas area was Soren's territory. If Dagon was allowed to cause damage, Mordor City's maritime trade would definitely be affected. This time, he needed to plan in advance to reduce Mordor City's investment in maritime trade. After the goddess of the sea and Dagon had a winner, he would consider rearranging many overseas routes. There was about half a month before the war broke out. The son of Dagon would appear again, and there would be more than one because this ancient demon lord had many children. The Naga Sirens would be the most severely affected race. The first two demon attacks didn't affect them much, but no one could be alone in the Avatar crisis. This time, the Naga Sirens would have to bear the impact by themselves. The City of Wealth. In a hidden tavern, Ugly Monkey looked at his men in front of him and said slowly, "Are you sure this information was taken from the Shadow Thief?" In front of him was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. He was dressed well and said, "Yes. I have sent people to investigate. We did find a lot of members of the Shadow Thief. But the internal security is tight, and we have no way to infiltrate." Ugly Monkey's face showed a hint of excitement and said slowly, "We finally found these guys who hide their heads and tails. Leave and send people to rule the temple. Ask them to send assassins over. Maybe we can find the Shadow Thief's nest this time." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. I'll do it now." After the man in front of him left, Ugly Monkey's expression gradually calmed down and murmured, "If I can kick out the Shadow Thief's branch this time, then I will have made a great contribution. Maybe my Lord Soren will give me some rewards." Thinking of this, Ugly Monkey's eyes suddenly became fiery. As a profession close to the legendary realm, there were not many things he wanted. He hoped that he could go one step further, and it would be best if he could get divinity and divine power. Because Ugly Monkey hoped that if he died in the future, he could get the status of God's servant in Soren's kingdom. One day later, Soren returned to Mordor City. The high priest had brought back some gray dwarves, which was undoubtedly good news. Because this meant that Mordor City had the ability to produce its own military equipment. City Lord's Mansion. After Soren returned to Mordor City, he saw Gloria for the first time. But what surprised him a little was that Gloria used to spend most of her time in the laboratory in the Shadow Plane, but this time she was quite leisurely dealing with the affairs and documents of Mordor City in the hall. There was also a cup of black tea from the Eastern Kingdom next to her. "Hey." Soren glanced at the Northern Witch in front of him, then walked behind her and was ready to take her into his arms. He said slowly, "How's the progress of the floating space tower? How do you have time to sit here and drink tea today?" Gloria turned her head and looked at Soren. She smiled mischievously and said softly, "Take a guess." A beauty in his arms. Soren had just held Gloria in his arms, and immediately felt that something was wrong. He was surprised and said, This is. No wonder. No wonder. It felt a little different. Although there seemed to be no difference, Soren immediately noticed something was wrong after close contact. This was not Gloria, in other words, this was not Gloria's body. Simulacrum. Soren raised his head in surprise and looked at Gloria, who was blushing in front of him. He put his hand directly under her long skirt, and then kept groping. The more he groped, the more surprised he was. He murmured, "It's so magical. This feels so real." Gloria's breathing was a little short, and her beautiful face was already blushing. She whispered, "Simulacrum itself is similar to true mirror image, so the avatar created is real." Soren's fingertips turned, and he had touched the soft and towering fullness from the skirt. He fiddled with it a few times, and he saw Gloria gasping. He was in disbelief at the moment, and whispered, "Even this feeling can be simulated? It seems that I have underestimated the effect of simulacrum." This was the avatar of a god. The effect of simulacrum was much stronger than projection. The two were not on the same level at all. How much of the spell's power is retained? Soren did not take back his hand, but he continued to play with the two white balls and said, "The magic equipment on the body can't be simulated, right?" Gloria's breathing became more rapid, and she gently shook her head. "Magic equipment can't. But 80% of the spellcasting power is retained. The avatar I created can cast spells up to the 8th circle. But the spells that can be cast can only be those that are remembered by my body." This was already very good. After hearing this, Soren fell into deep thought. It seemed that he was thinking about the other uses of simulacrum's power. At the same time, in the experiment in the shadow plane, Gloria and Fallen which were working on the production of a large floating ring. Suddenly, Gloria's breathing became chaotic, and even the control of the spell fluctuated slightly. Everyone present was a legendary witch. Karina, the fallen witch, immediately sensed something unusual. She asked, "What's wrong? Why is your face a little red?" Gloria looked at her mother with a guilty conscience, and then said, "Soren is back. I was talking to him just now, and I was a little distracted." Fallen witch seemed to think of something. She looked at her daughter meaningfully, and then whispered, "Don't be distracted. If the production of this large floating ring fails, I'm afraid it will take a long time. What new tricks do you young people want to play? You'd better wait until nighttime to try them out." Gloria's face suddenly turned red. She opened her mouth to explain something, but found that there was no way to explain it. The more she tried to explain, the worse the situation would become. So, she directly cancelled the effect of simulacrum. The mayor's mansion. Soren was just holding Gloria and studying the differences between the avatars created by simulacrum. He touched them for a while and found that almost all aspects were the same. There were no changes at all in size and curves. But when he stretched out 2 fingers to explore whether there were any changes inside, Gloria in his arms suddenly dissipated in the wind, turned into magic energy and disappeared in front of him. The effect of simulacrum was cancelled. He didn't know whether Gloria cancelled the effect of the spell on her own initiative, or the spell's duration was up. Soren didn't care very much. Anyway, this kind of thing could be studied slowly. Multitasking was difficult for mortals, but it was easy for Soren. He himself had a demon avatar. If he succeeded in mastering simulacrum, then he could control 3 avatars at the same time. The demon avatar would have about 70% of his strength, and simulacrum could retain up to 80% of his strength. As long as Soren could control it with his mind, coupled with the strength of his original body, it would be a total combat power. One person could beat up a group of people. "My lord." A middle-aged priest wearing an archbishop's robe came in and bowed respectfully to Soren. He then said, "The lurkers have found traces of the shadow thieves. If we can follow the clues, we might be able to find their nest." Soren's spirit was lifted when he heard this. He then said, "Very good. Send more people over immediately. Ask the church to send a group of high-grade priests to help them. If you find any information related to the Shadow Lord, inform me immediately." The middle-aged priest bowed and left. Soren stood in place and thought for a moment. Then he sent out 2 magic messages. "We found clues about the Shadow Lord. Prepare for battle." The 2 magic messages were sent. One was to Princess Royal, and the other was to Ascendant Eugene. Only these two were qualified to fight against the Shadow Lord. P.S. It's still a 2-in-1 chapter. Simulacrum's effect was originally on the body, but it's gone now. I'll explain it to you first. I'll write it later when I have time. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sound of buildings collapsing could be heard, and the city wall was finally breached. Tens of thousands of demons poured in from the gap, and the soul catcher in the lead was extremely excited as it slaughtered crazily. Sauron's figure stood in a sea of fire, and in his hand was a burnt head. The enemy's demon lord had been killed, and the remaining demon leaders were either stubbornly resisting or fleeing. This battle between the demon lords ended with Sauron's complete victory. From now on, this territory would completely belong to him, and a part of the enemy's army would be taken over by him. The battle between demons was very cruel. However, it was also this kind of cruel slaughter that allowed the demons to quickly level up. In just one battle, there were hundreds of intermediate demons under Sorin's command. These rookies who stood out from the low-level demons through slaughter would obtain the status they deserved. Master. After killing a berserk demon, Lady Succubus returned to Sorin. In fact, with her strength, she could have leveled up again, but she obviously preferred the form of a succubus, so she chose to continue leveling up in the form of a succubus. Many demons in the abyss would choose their favorite form to maintain for a long time. Although the succubus was only in the form of an intermediate demon, if it advanced to the realm of legends, it would still have other forms to improve. The flames on Sauron's body gradually extinguished. Lady Succubus carefully looked at him and slowly said, "We found a lot of succubus in the back palace. Master, do you want to take them as trophies or?" At this point, her voice paused for a moment. Succubus's status in the abyss was quite special. Although they were demons, they were often used as wealth and goods to be traded. The demon lords would treat them as a kind of wealth and use them to reward their subordinates or trade. Many succubus' fate was quite tragic, and they didn't have the slightest bit of personal freedom. This was what Lady Succubus was asking. How did Sauron plan to deal with these succubus? If he intended to recruit them as subordinates, then the fate of these succubus would be better. They would have relative personal freedom and the same authority as other demons. However, if Sauron only intended to use them as items, then the status of these succubus would be similar to slaves, and they wouldn't have the slightest bit of personal freedom. In the future, they would be imprisoned until they could be used. Incorporate them. Incorporate these succubi into the army, and you will be the commander from now on. You'll be in charge of the army. Sauron said after thinking for a while. Using succubus as items was not a good thing for him because succubus were one of the few middle-level demons with good brains. Moreover, because the succubus camp was not as chaotic as the other demons, he was very convenient to use. Some things were more efficient to hand over to them than to other demons. However, if he promised so, these succubus would be Sauron's subordinates in the future. He could no longer treat them as commodities, nor could he easily deprive these succubus of their freedom and casually sell them to other demons. Of course, he basically wouldn't do such a thing. My lord is so kind. Lady Succubus looked very happy. After bowing, she prepared to incorporate the succubus. No matter what, they were the same kind of demon, and she obviously didn't want to see them treated like slaves or goods. Even demons needed a little dignity. Even succubus found it difficult to accept being treated as slaves and commodities. As if hearing his order, the other high-level succubus next to him could not help but look at Sauron, and a smile seemed to appear at the corner of her mouth. In the battle just now, she seemed to be very skillful, and even Sauron could not guess her strength for a while. Sauron wondered if she had anything to do with the succubus queen. A succubus with strength close to or even beyond legendary seemed to be close to the level of the Radiance nuns. Most of the succubus of this level should have been recruited by the succubus queen. The origin of this high-level succubus was a little unclear, and it happened to appear when the succubus queen disappeared and many Radiance nuns were fighting for power. It had to be said that this was a great coincidence. If Sauron didn't think of anything, then he would really be brainless. But the problem was that some things could not be made clear now. He needed to find an opportunity to test the other party. Because at least for now, she did not have the slightest hostility to Sauron. On the contrary, she was very docile most of the time. Send someone to count the spoils. Incorporate the surrendered demons. Pay attention to those demons and don't let them get close to the enemy's treasury. These orders were issued to the demons and goblins. Sauron could not fully trust the demons. They were the mercenaries of this battle, so they must not be allowed to get close to the enemy's treasury. This battle was not a small loss for Sauron. But as long as he won, everything was worth it. He could quickly recover and strengthen after annexing the enemy's army. At the same time, after combining the power of the two territories, Sauron felt that he was about to get a virtual divinity close to minor divine power. Of course, this kind of power was only effective in his own territory. Demon lords could assimilate the power of the bottomless abyss. If they were strong enough, they could also change the law of a land like the devils. After successfully killing a lesser demon lord, Sauron finally ushered in the long-awaited breakthrough, and he also received a full 12 divinity points. These divinity points were still in the body of the demon incarnation. Maybe in the future, they would be combined at the right time. Because the original body and the incarnation could be combined, but there was a prerequisite, and that was that Sauron was really prepared to descend into the bottomless abyss. Only in this way could he turn from an evil god into an abyss demon and finally successfully combine the power of the demon incarnation. Name, Sauron. Race, demon. Form, Balrog, elite, grade 5, large otherworld creature, transdimensional, evil, level, creature level 24 attributes, strength 34, dexterity 22, constitution 27, intelligence 25, wisdom 25, charm 27 alignment, lawful evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. HP, 381475 demonic energy, 150666000. Domain, Rage, Evil Skills, Sneak 215, Deception 185, Negotiate 155, Literacy 180, Intimidation 320, Spellcraft 150, Use Magic Device 180, Listen 135, Detect 135, Search 120 Abilities, Gaze of Fear, Spirit of Fear, Body of Flames, Whip of Flames, Bind, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10, Demon Resistance, all types of resistance +10. Abilities, Dual Wielding, Master of Preemptive Attacks, Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery, Beheading Sword, Exotic Weapon Mastery, Whip, Fierce Attack. Spell-like abilities, Summon Demon Army, Soul Assimilation, Telekinesis, Blasphemous Words, Greater Teleportation, Fear, At Will, Fireball, 5 times per day, Instant Cast, Dominate Demon, once per day, Burning Hand, Summon Demon, Telepathy. Balrog, elite, form, Sauron felt that he was only one step away from becoming a Balrog. And with his current strength, perhaps his strength would far exceed that of an ordinary Balrog. The elite form didn't have many abilities. It only increased Sauron's attributes and added an evil domain. Of course, the most important improvement was not this, but Sauron had an additional spell-like ability. Summon Demon Army. It was a legendary spell that was independent of the original summoned demons because of the increase in the demon lord's ability. Summon Demon Army, legendary spell. As a powerful demon lord, you can cast this legendary spell-like ability once per day. This spell will summon 1 to 2 assassin demons, 2 to 4 soul judgment demons, Glabriza demons, or 6-armed snake demons from the demons you control. At the same time, it will summon 4 to 8 berserk demons, flaming demons, or succubus, etc. This spell will also summon a large number of low-grade demons, including but not limited to Dretch, Quasits, berserk demons, etc. The number of low-grade demons summoned is about 36 to 108. This was a very powerful ability. The effect of the spell was far beyond other types of summoning abilities. Only the demon lord of the abyss could summon so many demons at once. My creature level is already 24. Sauron looked at his data page and said to himself, now it's just one step away. As long as my creature level is raised to about 25, I should be able to advance into the Baelor form or the Baelor form. Demons did not need to accumulate their original form. Because every time they refreshed a new form, it was equivalent to reconstructing their body. However, Sauron's current situation was a bit special. Baelor and Baelor were very similar forms. Unlike succubus and berserk demon, they were almost completely different. Therefore, Sauron was now considering whether to advance to the Baelor form first, and then to the Baelor form, or directly break through the limit and enter the Baelor form in one go. The former belonged to the accumulation, which should be more or less beneficial. As for the latter, the increase in strength was the most obvious. As long as he advanced to the Baelor form, Sauron's combat power would immediately increase by more than 30%. He thought about it seriously. He felt that there was no enemy he could not fight against now. Maybe it would be better to advance to the Baelor form first, and then to become the Baelor. The battle gradually subsided. Sauron looked down at the battlefield in front of him. All the demons did not dare to look directly at him. When Sauron looked over, they all knelt down. Pick a group of captives. Galumba Arena needs to hold a grand death battle. We will send an invitation to the demons. Tell those captives. If they can kill those demons, then I will give them freedom and status. Near a secluded valley. Victor crawled on the ground nervously. He blended into the darkness and carefully lurked in the grass. May my Lord Sorin protect me. Victor kissed his emblem and then walked around the valley in front of him from the side. During this time, the confrontation between the half-elf church and the shadow thieves had never stopped. Many excellent rogues had fallen as a result. The order from the higher-ups was to find the shadow thieves' lair, and then follow the clues to find the headquarters of the shadow church. This valley was one of the most likely targets. In order to spy on this place, many of the church's best members had fallen. Before Victor, there were already 3 first-rate rogues who had gone missing here. The terrain here is very hidden. Looking at the traces nearby, it should be man-made. Victor carefully avoided a trigger trap, and then climbed in from the side wall like a gecko. He was an acrobat before he became a rogue. He knew some tricks that other rogues did not know. Sometimes in this kind of mission, people like him who had special abilities often played a role. Someone was approaching. Victor immediately held his breath. He had cast a night vision spell in advance, so he could clearly see that someone was approaching. Shadow thieves. The one in the middle? Shadow wizard. Sure enough. Even if this is not their headquarters, it's one of their strongholds. Victor's figure crawled on the wall, hesitating whether to continue to investigate. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to retreat. If this was really the headquarters of the shadow thieves, if he went in rashly, he would probably disappear mysteriously like the previous few people. It was better to send the news back to Mordor City first and see what the higher-ups had arranged. In the dark night, Victor retreated cautiously, and before he left a special mark nearby. Mordor City. The Shadow Plane. After spending a lot of manpower and material resources, the floating space tower project of Mordor City finally came to an end. At this time, all the higher-ups of Mordor City, including Sorin, had gathered here. In front of them were Gloria and Fallen Witch, who were in charge of the experiment. The High Priest was responsible for maintaining the connection of the psionic field to avoid accidents. After all, this kind of experiment was still a bit troublesome. It consumed a lot of energy to raise a floating space tower. If it failed, it would be a small mushroom cloud. Fallen Witch's expression was a little excited and nervous. For a long time, she had devoted most of her energy to the study of the floating space city. Raising a floating space tower was the first step. As long as this step was completed, her plan to build a floating space tower would get a good start. Start of energy transmission. Thelling Experiment's voice, and at the same time, the elemental furnace, and temporarily cut off the energy supply to Mordor City. A cold mechanical voice, Floating Space Ring 1, activated. Floating Space Ring Ring, Floating Space Ring 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 Ring. The floating space tower. The ground began to tremble. Everyone looked nervously in front of them. Under the huge energy supply of the elemental furnace, the floating space rings buried under the arcane tower lit up one by one. The brilliance of magic energy lit up on countless dense runes, and then with a violent tremor, the arcane tower in front of them began to rise little by little. Finally, a piece of land about 3 kilometers in diameter rose to about 20 meters in the air. A huge pit appeared on the ground in front of them. In order to separate this piece of land, Gloria and Fallen Witch made a lot of preparations. This not only required a lot of material resources, but also the spell of mud to stone to fix the whole foundation. Originally, the progress was not so fast. But, the emergence of simulacrum greatly improved this efficiency. It was mentioned earlier that simulacrum could retain 80% of the strength remembered by the original body. In the process of completing the entire foundation transformation, Gloria and Fallen Witch replaced all the spells with mud to stone, and then kept memorizing simulacrum, using the spell slots of the incarnation to complete the whole process. It took only 2 days to complete the underground layout of the entire floating space tower. The land below was not as simple as rocks. It included an elemental pool, a set of large-scale magic circuits, 3 underground laboratories, an energy balancing device, and many arranged magic circuit nodes. The entire arcane tower was only the part on the surface, and there were a lot of floating space rings and other magic devices buried underground. Liftoff complete. Activate the energy shield. The prompt of the Thaling experiment sounded again, accompanied by the appearance of a strange magic brilliance. A beam of light rose from the highest floor of the arcane tower, and then the corresponding beams of light appeared on the surrounding ground. Finally, all the magic circuits formed a node in mid-air, turning into an oval shield that wrapped the entire floating space tower from all directions. The strong wind blowing from the shadow plane disappeared. The shield was not only to provide protection, but also to balance the environment inside the entire floating space tower. Activate the magic propulsion device. Start the test. A floating space tower not only had to be able to float, but it also had to be able to fly, and the flying speed could not be too slow. The brilliance of arcane magic emerged. A brilliance appeared on the first floor of the wizard tower, and then the entire floating space tower shook slightly, and then began to move slowly to the right, gradually increasing the speed, and finally about the same as the flying speed of a wyvern. This should be the limit. After all, the volume of the floating space island is too big. If the flying speed is too fast, the consumption of the energy shield will be even greater. Gloria's voice sounded, and she said, "Everything is stable at present. The energy consumption is about 10%. With the function of the elemental furnace, it should be able to withstand it." Although it seemed to only consume 10% of the energy, this was only normal operation after all. If he entered a combat state, then the energy consumption would increase exponentially. Normally, 10% of the energy consumption would be consumed, but in a combat state, he would need at least 60%. It seemed that the limit that the elemental furnace could provide was a floating space tower. To reach the standard of a floating space city, it was still necessary to find a way to understand the mystery of elemental fission, because only in this way could a larger floating space city be supported. "Do you want to teleport back to Motor City?" Soren's voice sounded in the psychic field. After all, the shadow plane is not a long-term place. It would be best to move back to the material plane. Fallen Witch's voice sounded, "Not yet. This is just the first floating space test. We need to further test the stability of the floating space tower. And the foundation of this floating space tower has not been repaired. If it is teleported to the material plane, the landing may cause internal damage." Hearing Karina's words, Soren could not help but look at the bottom of the floating space tower. Sure enough, it had not been repaired, but it was directly separated from the ground. If it wanted to land, it must be redesigned below to ensure that the floating space tower could land in most geographical environments. It was unrealistic to float all the time. Because it consumed a lot of energy, the weight of the rising part had exceeded that of dozens of aircraft carriers. "Okay. It's up to you in this regard." Soren seemed to remember something and said, "How is the research of the superconducting magical pulse cannon? Can it be copied and transferred to other places?" Gloria answered him. She shook her head and said, "Not yet. We don't have enough manpower. We lack enough legendary spellcasters. It's impossible to do so many things with my mother's ability alone." This was something that could not be helped. Any research requirements during the Arcane Empire were very high, and only legendary spellcasters could meet the requirements. At present, there were only 3 people in Motor City who were qualified to research: Gloria, Fallen Witch, and Alice, a legendary puppet master. Even Soren was not qualified to do this. He spread out his hands. His alchemy skills were too low, as a true god, the master of Motor City, Soren usually had too many things to do. Moreover, there was the Shadow Lord to deal with. Alchemy was a basic skill that required a lot of time, so he had no time to practice it. Moreover, this basic skill would not directly improve his strength. He could only wait until he had free time to study it. Let's start the last step of the test. Speaking of this, Fallen Witch's voice was a little nervous, and she said slowly, "Activate the defense lock device." Buzz. The elemental furnace suddenly shook, and then it emitted a dazzling light. This meant that the energy operation was suddenly improved by a lot, and at the same time, the magnetic field around it began to become chaotic in an instant. The defense lock was activated. As one of the core structures of the floating space tower and the floating space city, it was useless to rely on an energy shield alone. It was a huge target. To really make the floating space tower powerful enough, the defense lock was one of the necessary components. The power of a domain spread. When the floating space tower's defense lock was activated, Soren suddenly had a feeling of breathing discomfort and rejection. This was the energy field of the defense lock. When the defense lock was strong enough, it could even cover the magic net, so that the people inside it could not cast spells at all. The floating space tower's defense lock was not that strong yet. However, the formation of an energy field was inevitable. As long as it was within the range of this defense lock, any enemy's ability to cast spells would be greatly reduced. This ratio was at least 30%. If the floating space tower's defense lock could be improved a little more, then it could directly seal the ability of all enemies to cast low-level spells of Circle 1 to Circle 3. In other words, once the defense lock was activated, wizards below the middle level would directly become useless. P.S. If you like this book, you can follow Fu2's public account on WeChat. The magic lock is stable. When the cold mechanical voice of the Thaling experiment sounded, everyone present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The magic lock was the most important part of the floating space tower because the floating space tower was connected to the war chest half-bit wall. If there was a rejection reaction, the result would be quite complicated, and the time spent would be doubled. But if there was no problem with the magic lock, a little modification could directly transfer the floating space tower to the material plane. It seems to be successful. Soren could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then raised his hand and waved to open a door, and directly entered the war chest half-bit wall. As he obtained the highest authority inside the arcane tower, the authority of the war chest half-bit wall was also opened. Unfortunately, Soren's knowledge of arcane magic was not enough to crack the mystery of this half-bit wall. Even Gloria and the Fallen Witch could not analyze the strange ability similar to the illusion simulated by virtual reality. The entire war chest half-bit wall was a huge server array. It looked like a pyramid. The lowest level was the elemental pool of the half-bit wall, and then the corresponding level of space of a certain bit wall. The first level was earth. The second level was wind. The third level was water. The fourth level was fire. The fifth level was light. The sixth level was dark. The seventh level was the elemental pool, connected to the four major elemental bit wall, and at the same time maintained the passage to the upper and lower bit wall. If the half-bit wall created by Gloria was level 1, then the war chest half-bit wall was at least level 20. It had existed for thousands of years, and its area and energy had expanded to an amazing extent. In terms of the scope of space, the war chest half-bit wall was much larger than the half-bit wall controlled by the Northern Witch Council. Every level was an array. All of them were simulation games of war chess. The controller could let people's minds enter it, and then simulate a virtual reality effect with an extremely mysterious illusion. It was just like the virtual reality game before Soren's time travel. The only difference was that the former was completed through magic, while the latter was directly connected to the human nervous system and arranged by a superbrain. Of course. Seriously speaking, the war chess demiplane couldn't even compare to the virtual games of the interstellar era. First of all, the world was not big enough. Secondly, its computing power was far inferior to the super AI. It was likely that Thaling 13 was the one controlling the illusion in the half-plane of war chess. To a certain extent, Thaling could also be transformed into a supercomputer. They could be given powerful computing power to help manage the entire floating city, just like the computing power of the Divine Network. However, the demiplane of war chess had its own advantages, and that was its extreme realism. Dreamland. Soren didn't quite understand what this thing was for. It was far more realistic than the virtual reality of the star-studded era. War chess. This card deck was once all the rage during the Arcane Empire, including the card of all things, arcane cards, tarot cards, cards of fate, and so on. This series of card decks were all derived from war chess. In other words, these things used to be prizes and props in war chess games. Why did the great arcanists create something like this? Soren had been thinking about this for a long time. Was it just for entertainment? This was definitely impossible. The great arcanists wouldn't be so bored as to spend so much energy just to make a prop for entertainment. Finally, Soren thought of the most likely scenario. Experience. During the Arcane Empire, the threshold for spellcasters was quite high. Those who were qualified to become arcanists were all geniuses, that is, those who were born with extraordinary intelligence of more than 20 points. This kind of person was definitely very rare. It could be said that any loss was difficult to make up for in a short time. People who were born with intelligence of 20 points were not just 1 in 10,000, but for the entire civilization of the Arcane Empire, ordinary spellcasters were not of much value at all. Only those who were born with intelligence of more than 20 points were likely to become great arcanists. Only then could they inherit and strengthen the power of the Arcane Empire. Then, how could these geniuses improve their strength? Let them take risks like other ordinary professions. What if he died before he was done with his training? If such a person died, where could they find another one? The purpose of the great arcanists creating the war chess game was to provide them with the most basic platform, so that they could face all kinds of death threats without dying to train their strength and wisdom. To be honest, so far, there were only 2 people around Soren who might be born with extraordinary intelligence. One was Gloria. The other was Fallen Witch. Now both of them were legendary witches, and there was almost no one else who had such talent. One could imagine how rare it was to have the talent of a great arcanist at that time. If there were no accidents, they could basically become legendary spellcasters. Of course. The purpose of the war chess game was not only to train the arcanists, but also to other professions who were born with extraordinary intelligence. For example, Lulu. The speed of her strength improvement was frightening. Now she was not yet an adult, but she was already a high-grade profession. It could be said that she would definitely be a legendary profession when she grew up. This was the most likely use of the war chess demiplane that Soren could think of. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any other uses for the war chess demiplane. A large-scale entertainment game, this was not impossible. The combat power of the people in the Arcane Empire was very high. Maybe it had something to do with this war chess game. It just provided a platform, and it would not give any ability. Anyone who entered the war chess demiplane would rely on their own skills to fight. Without combat skills and strength, it would be a dead end. Soren's current idea was whether he could use the war chess demiplane to train the group of people with the best potential in Mordor City. He was someone who had personally experienced the war chess demiplane, and he knew how useful this thing was. It was absolutely more useful for a person's combat potential and skill training than usual. After all, a person could not always face the threat of death, and there were not many people who could survive such a situation in reality. However, the war chess demiplane only affected the mind slightly. Of course. In fact, it still affected the soul a little. After Soren mastered the war chess demiplane, he found that the death of the trial inside would cause a loss of soul power. But it was very little. In terms of data, it was about a reduction of about 1000 slaughter EXP. This trace of soul power was absorbed by the war chess demiplane and then transformed into the magic circle. Soren felt that the intelligence of the virtual character inside was related to a trace of soul power that was stripped off when the character died. What was the mystery behind it? With Soren's current knowledge, it was not enough to crack it. Because this was the field of arcane magic, not the field of gods, but one thing that Soren could be sure of was that the research during the Arcane Empire had already begun to involve the field of soul. No wonder the gods were not so friendly to the Arcane Empire. How should I use this thing? Soren looked at the war chess demiplane in front of him and fell into deep thought. To be honest, this thing could be used in many ways. First of all, Mordor City had a large number of outstanding talents who were facing a breakthrough, such as Lulu, Ugly Monkey, Jack, Scarface, Cyclops, and Giant, who had already broken through the legendary realm. What these people lacked was a more extreme kind of training. For strong people like them, losing about 1,000 slaughter EXP was not a problem at all. If it could be exchanged for a chance to face death, it was definitely worth it. They were the first targets that Soren considered. Then there was the group of people near the middle of Mordor City. Many excellent officers could also be trained. Finally, it was the ordinary people and low-grade professions. These people might not be able to enter it for the time being. Ordinary people who had their soul power extracted equivalent to 1,000 slaughter EXP would be bedridden for more than 3 months. If the low-grade professions died a few times, they might face the danger of losing a level. In other words, this thing was provided for professions, and they must be strong, determined, and have enough potential. Otherwise, if they died in the illusion, their body would really die. There was no other way. The war chess game was too realistic. There is no way to promote it in a short time. Soren looked at the elemental pool at the bottom and murmured, but we can test it a little at the moment. Let's see if the trial of the war chess demiplane has any effect on those talented people. But we can't test it continuously. Let's choose a few excellent targets and see how it works. After Soren died in it, he felt a little uncomfortable mentally. One thing for sure was that this thing had side effects, and the side effects would be very serious for ordinary people. The specific effect still needed to be tested. Soren had a lot of things along the way, and it would take a lot of time to study the war chess demiplane. However, the potential of this thing was unpredictable. If it could really reduce the side effects, maybe Mordor City could mass-produce a group of elite troops who dared to face death. To some extent, the Arcane Empire was really similar to the Interstellar era. Because when this virtual reality technology was first researched, the first application was to train super soldiers. It was just that one used the technology tree, and the other used alchemy. Mordor City. The Great Temple. When Soren returned to the Great Temple, the High Priest was already waiting there. "My lord." The High Priest bowed slightly and said softly, "The divine artifact Mithril Chainmail is a little troublesome. I'm afraid I can't complete it in a short time. I need to study the psionic imprint on it. Greybeard should have obtained some knowledge about the Psychic Empire. I need to understand these special psionic imprints first." Soren nodded and said, "It's okay. You can study this thing first. I don't need it for the time being." The biggest enemy at the moment was the Shadow Lord. Soren had prepared a big gift for him. To deal with him, Soren had a super meat shield in front of him. It didn't matter if he wore the divine artifact Mithril Chainmail or not. Ascendant, Eugene. This was a super meat shield in the material plane. Outer Islands. Mordor City. As soon as Soren returned to the Great Temple, the bishop in charge of the South Coast region sent back a piece of good news. They found the Shadow Thief's lair. But the good news was accompanied by bad news. The rogues sent by Soren also found the followers of the Lady of the Night, greater divine power. The Lady of the Night was one of the oldest evil gods, although she had cooperated with the Lord of Shadows. That was before the Avatar crisis. The Lady of the Night wanted to seize the Shadow Priesthood to further strengthen her power. Because she originally had the Priesthood of the Night, if she could seize the Shadow Priesthood, then the power of the Lady of the Night would become very terrible. The emblem of the Lady of the Night was very recognizable, a purple ring wrapped around a black disc. Another point that must be mentioned was that the kingdom of the Lady of the Night was also in the Shadow Plane, but it was an independent kingdom called the Shadow Realm. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Soren gently put down the information in his hand, and there was a mocking expression on his face. If the Lord of Shadows was the mantis, then the Lady of the Night was naturally the oriole, and Soren, as a new god, naturally looked like the cicada caught in the trap. This also proved why the Lord of Shadows had been able to hold back from attacking Soren personally until now, because there was a Lady of the Night behind him, waiting for the Lord of Shadows to reveal himself. However, the Avatar crisis was the most chaotic period. Although the Lady of the Night was staring at the Lord of Shadows, other great gods in the righteous camp were also watching her. Especially the Lord of Light, he had always believed that the Lady of the Night was one of the root causes of evil. Now it's a situation of multi-party game. Soren slowly put down the information in his hand and murmured, "At this time, no one dares to act rashly. But such a situation is also suitable for fishing in troubled waters. If you want to get the greatest benefits, you have to rely on your own means." However, now that the Lord of Shadows had revealed himself, Soren naturally had to take the initiative to attack. He immediately sent a magic message to Arendelle. "The prey has appeared." Soren inherited part of the priesthood of the god of the hunt, Malor. To some extent, he was also a hunter. Although there were traces of the Lord of Shadows, he still had to think about the specific action. Soren wanted to muddy the waters. Only when the water of the water was muddy, the waters would not pay too much attention to the other gods. This could not be helped. Soren first killed the demigod vampire, and then killed the god of the hunt, Malor. Now, even the Shadow Lord died in his hands. Of the gods' shadow god, although many gods had fallen during the Avatar crisis, it was still the early stage after all. Not a single god with mid-level divine power had died yet. His actions now could easily attract the attention of the other old gods. According to the original history of the Avatar crisis, there would be a conflict between the old gods in about 3 or 4 months. In particular, the return of the Orc god system would lead to the fall of a group of gods with mid-level divine powers. If Soren killed the Lord of Shadows at this time, it would attract a lot less attention. It had to be said. There were benefits to the goddess of magic being alive, but it was also because she was still alive that all the gods with great divine power were more restrained at present. The Lady of Silvermoon had not recovered her power, so naturally, she had not started her revenge. The sequence of history would probably have to wait until the second wave of impact of the return of the Orc god system. According to the track of history, the Orc god system finally began to return to the material plane after thousands of years of silence, and the Orc god reappeared in the eyes of the world. The orcs were not natives of the material plane. They came from other planes and spaces. Many races in the material plane were not natives, including beholders, mind flayers, lizard men, and so on. It was common for foreign races to eventually settle in the material plane. Most of the orcs were in another semi-material plane. Astral world exploration. At the beginning, the Arcane Empire vigorously developed the resources of the astral world for the purpose of finding other suitable planes and spaces for survival. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soren was always paying attention to the movements of the Lord of Shadows, and as March gradually passed, various news began to come from the Orc Kingdom. First of all, it was that the Orc army seemed to have a fight with the dwarves over a piece of land with rich mines. But this was just the beginning. The outside world was still wondering why the orcs, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly moved, and then they continued to have conflicts with other races. The second race that broke out in conflict was the prairie elves. Although the orcs were an agricultural civilization, there were many nomadic clans inside. The conflict broke out because of the prairie land. The two sides directly confronted each other, and it seemed that the orcs had the upper hand. This time, the outside world finally couldn't sit still. For a long time, the orcs had not been the most powerful race in the material plane. Although the most populous race included the orcs, humans, elves, and dwarves still had a huge advantage. The population of the orcs was only 1/20 of that of humans, 1/4 of that of elves, and about 1/2 of that of dwarves. Since the silence of the Orc god system, the entire race had been quite low-key. Now that they suddenly became so high-profile, it immediately attracted a lot of attention in the material plane. In particular, the kingdom of the god of hunting had recently fallen near the Orc territory. It was about the 5th day. A news suddenly spread to the high-level figures in the material plane. An organization went deep into the Orc kingdom to spy, and finally they found a huge portal. Soren's news was sent by the Northern Witch Council. The Eye of the North personally sent him a magic message, which recorded the changes that had happened in the Orc kingdom. They had built a huge portal. This portal was larger than any portal in the material plane. Looking at the entire material plane, perhaps only the ancient Amaska Empire had built such a portal. In order to capture slaves, the Xianxia Empire did not hesitate to use the portal to break the plane barrier and directly capture slaves from another world. The orcs also appeared in the material plane at that time. At that time, the Xianxia Empire's act of capturing slaves directly angered two powerful god systems from other planes. The gods and saints fought in the mortal world, which directly led to the beginning of the destruction of an ancient and glorious empire. In the message sent by the Eye of the North, it was directly pointed out that this portal might be related to the portal of the Xianxia Empire. This portal directly led to another world, which was very likely to be the plane where the orcs were born. The orc god system finally couldn't help but make a move. Soren slowly put down the information in his hand and murmured, "Is Grumsh going to take revenge by using the Avatar Crisis?" Grumsh was the main god of the orc god system. He hated all gods and species that were not orcs. He was a standard racist, and in the War of the Orcs, he fought head-on with the god system of the material plane. Unfortunately, he lost at that time. Moreover, the main god of the orcs lost an eye because of this. It was said that it was taken away by the main god of the elves, Karel. The orc god system was cruel and wild. They believed that the weak had no value. Even within the orcs, the strong could blatantly take away the land and wealth of the weak. Back then, when this portal opened, it was jokingly called the Door of Darkness by the adventurers. The main reason was that it symbolized that the orcs had officially begun to invade the material plane. After resting in silence for thousands of years, the orc god system was ready to face the gods of the material plane head-on again. The fiasco of the Xianxia Empire had always been a shame to the orc god system. The orcs in the material plane today were basically the descendants of the orc slaves that were captured from the portal to another world. If this portal was really opened, then it was very likely that the orc god system would directly send troops from the original plane where the orcs were born. A powerful orc army from another world, this armed force would directly change the structure of the material plane. It would also allow the orcs, who had always been weak to other races, to suddenly have the ability to challenge humans, elves, and dwarves. What will come after all. Soren could not help but sigh. He found that some historical tracks of the Avatar Crisis could not be changed, since the orc god system had already appeared. Then the third major event should be happening soon. The Battle of the Twin of Destiny. The disaster of the Avatar Crisis was escalating step by step. The demon invasion of the Abyss was just an appetizer. The Battle of the Gods was the main show. When the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, also appeared, the critical moment that really determined the future of the multiverse had arrived. The time was April. Soren was not sure whether it was early April or mid-April. For a long time, the Twin of Destiny, the Goddess of Fortune, and the Goddess of Misfortune, who had been traveling outside the world and the gods, had finally appeared. They would have their first confrontation in April. At the same time, there would also be 3 lucky gold coins during this period, and a card of destiny would be born. Thinking of this, Soren suddenly could not help but have a headache. The War of the Orcs had nothing to do with him. Even if the orc god system and the elf god system fought, he could also watch the fire burning across the river. But the battle between the Goddess of Fortune and the Goddess of Misfortune had something to do with him. Because Soren had the blessing of the Goddess of Misfortune, it was hard to say what the Goddess of Fortune would think of him. Maybe he would have no luck in this life, the War of the Orcs. The main god of the orcs, Grumsh, and the main god of the elves, Karel, had a head-on confrontation. Some gods on both sides died, and the conflict between the material planes directly escalated. The Queen of Spiders wanted to fish in troubled waters, and the movements of the Lady of Night were also very concerned about this. This was Soren's opportunity. When the battle between the orc god system and the elf god system broke out, it was also the time for him to deal with the Shadow Lord. Because at that time, no one would have the energy to pay too much attention to him. Be lenient if you confess, be strict if you resist. The reason why I didn't update is that I went to the healthcare center to relax. 2:33, the sun shone on the quiet city of Mordor. Jack greeted his sister early in the morning, then packed his things and prepared to report to the barracks. He was now a middle-ranking officer in Mordor City, and his promotion speed was far faster than other colleagues. Of course, one reason was that his original strength was not bad. But another reason was his little nephew. This little guy, who was only 1.5 years old this year, was accepted as a disciple by an archbishop of Mordor City. In the future, he would almost certainly sit in one of the 12 seats inside the half-elf church. Under the high priest, there were a total of 12 seats in the half-elf church, which belonged to the central administration, the judiciary, and the bishops. Jack's nephew was almost certain to be one of the future archbishops. Nowadays, his little nephew spent most of his time in the temple receiving the glory baptism of Lord Sorin. Every day, the archbishop would hold a special prayer ceremony for him. He spent Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the temple, while Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday were raised by his sister at home. Every Sunday's large prayer, Jack's little nephew would show up almost every time. Many people in Mordor City already knew that he was one of the successors of the archbishop. The little guy was very precocious. Sometimes Jack would feel a little nervous when he looked at him. Especially when he looked at Jack and his sister, Jack always felt a little guilty. Recently, his sister had been hoping that he could find a girl to marry. She even gave an example of the love between a drow instructor and a half-elf girl, but Jack always refused with the excuse of being busy with official business. Mordor City was always busy. Because there were always a lot of things that would be announced in the city hall, the whole city of Mordor was a high-speed machine. Some of the orders came from the highest level of Mordor City, that was, the Great Sorin. Another part of the orders came from the Council of Mordor City. After such a long time, the officials finally began to adapt to the current system. They not only carried out orders, but they also began to learn to think and issue decrees in the way of Sorin. For example, the recent trade reform in Mordor City was discussed by the council and then reported to the higher-ups. As usual, the first place Jack rushed to was the barracks. Recently, the higher-ups of Mordor City had plans to send troops to the outside world. Many officers were eager to give it a try, and Jack was also one of the young people who took the initiative to volunteer. Sir Sorin is the pirate king. However, he was not an ordinary pirate king. He had almost single-handedly established a kingdom in the Outer Islands. Therefore, the army of Mordor was divided into two camps. One was the old pirate leader camp. Almost all of them were assigned to manage overseas territories for Sorin. The other was the military camp of Mordor City. There were more elites in this camp, and they were all newly promoted young people. Jack, like many of his colleagues, hoped to obtain a position that was not inferior to the other pirate leaders. If you want to improve your status in Mordor City, the simplest and most direct way is to get military merits. As soon as he arrived near the barracks, Jack suddenly heard cries of surprise coming from all around, followed by a commotion. He could faintly hear the sound of the guards quickly gathering. What happened? Jack saw that the others couldn't help but look up at the sky in horror. He quickly followed suit and looked up. What he saw made him suck in a breath of cold air. A huge tower appeared over the city of Mordor. The huge shadow almost completely covered the central square. With the sharp alarm, the guards of Mordor City quickly gathered. However, even if they had seen too many new things, when a floating space tower appeared over Mordor City, they were still shocked. Many people could not help but feel shocked and a little scared. This was a wizard's tower. God knows how terrible its lethality was. The material plane had been in awe of spellcasters for thousands of years. Ordinary soldiers were already a little scared when they saw this arcane tower. Prepare for battle. Send someone to inform Sir Gloria. An unknown tower suddenly appeared in Mordor City. Send the news immediately. A bearded officer rushed out. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, he still led the soldiers to gather. However, at this time, the figure of the high priest appeared, and then the figure of Gloria also appeared in the air. The situation is smoother than we thought. Gloria looked down at the panicked residents of Mordor City under her feet and said slowly, "The first teleportation was successful. Mother. You are going to move the tower to the south of Mordor City." After that, Gloria slowly lowered her height and said to the other surprised people in a gentle voice, "This is the tower that belongs to the city of Mordor. But it was not completed until today. You don't have to panic, all of you can leave." Mordor City? The Tower of Mordor City? When did Mordor City have a wizard tower? Jack's brain couldn't wrap itself around it for a while, but he quickly reacted. He didn't know the news from the upper level of Mordor City. He didn't know when a tower was built in Mordor City. But soon, a trace of excitement and joy appeared on his face. After all, this was a wizard tower, and the combat power of a wizard tower was top-notch. Mordor City now had a wizard tower, which was almost unbreakable. Even if the Devil Legion came again, there was no need to worry. And, it was a freaking flying adept's tower, they had never heard of it before. Even a wizard tower could fly. How many powerful secret cards did the upper level of Mordor City have? The crowd was completely excited. Many people were looking at the tower in the sky with excitement, curiosity, and awe. The wizard tower was flying slowly, gradually approaching the south of Mordor City. At the same time, those spies who were secretly lurking in Mordor City, or were friendly, or were observing, or had bad intentions, were all frightened at this moment. Wizard Tower. This alone was not enough to scare them, because there were many legendary spellcasters who had towers in the material plane, but there was no one who had a flying floating space tower so far. Floating Space City. People with active minds immediately thought of this. Had Mordor City mastered some technology of the floating space city, the Temple of Wealth? The tall gold priest was immediately alarmed. She had been responsible for the management of the temple in Port Mordor. When the floating space tower appeared, she was alarmed. But when she saw the floating space tower with her own eyes, there was still a trace of uncontrollable horror on her face, and she immediately said, "Send the news back to the City of Wealth immediately." Mordor City must have mastered some cutting-edge alchemy from the Arcane Empire. Report to the Archbishop. We must establish a stronger alliance with Mordor City before others. Golem Legion. Floating Space Tower. The two most critical parts of Mordor City were now there. God knew when the whole city would be floating. If that was the case, Mordor City might become the most powerful force in the material plane. It was not only the Temple of Wealth that was full of horror, but also the Temple of Sea. They immediately began to report to the church's upper level. Other forces reacted even more quickly, especially the members of the Northern Witch Council. The witches who did not join Mordor City were a little annoyed, but they quickly sent the news back to the north. And those who joined Mordor City were very excited because Mordor City even had a floating space tower. It was conceivable that the upper level must have other top knowledge. And it was possible for them to learn all of this knowledge. For the sudden appearance of the floating space tower in Mordor City, the three places that responded the fastest were the Northern Witch Council, the Wizard Alliance, and the last was Arendelle. Soren received a magic message from Arendelle almost on the same day. Princess Royal left him a message. "I'll be there tomorrow." Soren did not reveal much about the research progress of Mordor City, but Princess Royal still knew a little about it. After all, the relationship between the two sides was quite close. Arendelle had powerful ice witches and had built several wizard towers. The appearance of the floating space tower was an irresistible knowledge for Princess Royal. She was very eager to get other mysteries and use them to improve the strength of Arendelle. Of course, there was no free lunch in the world. Although Soren and Princess Anna had a close relationship, and he also had a good friendship with Princess Royal, when it came to such top knowledge, the other party must pay a price. The situation was turbulent. Soren had already expected the appearance of the floating space tower. The elder princess and the Eye of the North informed him almost immediately that they would come back to visit, and the representative of the Wizard City also arrived in Mordor the next day. They were also eager to get the internal knowledge of the floating space tower. But this kind of top alchemy knowledge could not be handed out casually. These people must pay the corresponding price. What do you think? Soren turned and glanced at Gloria, then glanced at the fallen witch and said, "The appearance of the floating space tower has alarmed them. We can't refuse all of them. How should we deal with them?" Gloria pondered for a moment, and then did not hesitate to sell out the Northern Witch Council. She said, "The Northern Witch Council has a fragment of the Silver Blade of Gith. It can be used to complete your artifact. There is also some knowledge about the magic lock and energy transmission. These are one of the conditions of the exchange. I'm not very clear about the Wizard Alliance. But they must hand over the energy shield technology they have mastered. Arcane puppets and arcane guards are far more powerful than golem puppets. To get the knowledge of the floating space tower, they must take out these things in exchange." And about the extra-dimensional fortress, my mother and I are very interested in it. The wizard city must give us permission to explore it. As for the Princess Royal. Speaking of this, Gloria could not help but glance at Soren and said, I don't want to get involved in her affairs. You can do as you see fit. Hearing Gloria's words, Soren's expression suddenly became a little more awkward. The city of Mordor suddenly became lively. Since the appearance of the floating island, the floating population of the city of Mordor had suddenly increased by 30%. Not only were there members from the Northern Witch Council, but there were also members from the more distant Wizard Kingdom, as well as the Arendelle Ice Witches who had just arrived this morning. In addition, there were many spies from other forces in the port of Mordor. Even Mrs. Rossard, the Duke of Red Dragon, who had fought with Soren, secretly sent people to sneak into the city of Mordor to spy. However, these spies were wiped out by the rogues of the Judicial Department as soon as they entered the city of Mordor. The Floating City. For a long time, many spellcasters had never given up on the study of the floating city. The appearance of the floating island in the city of Mordor directly led to many wizards preparing to visit the city. Even in just one day, many members from the Northern Witch Council secretly proposed to Gloria that they were willing to be her subordinates. Ordinary people could not imagine the spellcaster's desire for this cutting-edge alchemy. Looking at how easily the puppet master girl was taken back by Soren, it could be seen how amazing the temptation of the floating city was to them. Because there were too many people coming at once, Soren had no choice but to receive them separately. He was responsible for receiving the ice witches brought by Princess Royal Arendelle, while Gloria was responsible for receiving Her Excellency Eye of the North, who was directly teleported over. As for the fallen witch, she was responsible for negotiating with the representatives of the Wizard Alliance. The existence of the floating island could not be hidden at present, and part of the alchemy knowledge could be exchanged. The key was whether they were willing to pay the corresponding price. Of course. What Soren was willing to take out was only the superficial things of the floating space tower. The content was limited to the floating ring. As for the core, elemental furnace, Soren would never hand it over. The energy supply of the floating space tower could be provided by manpower, magic circles, elemental pool, half-bit wall, and so on. The specific extent still depended on the amount of energy provided. Relying on the elemental pool and the demiplane, the most they could do was float in the air. It was like a car that had $100 worth of gas. It could run for a while, but once it ran out, it could only start again after the elemental pool was fully charged. The biggest role of the elemental furnace was to provide long-lasting endurance and maximized energy supply. As long as Soren grasped this, he was not afraid that other forces would make a floating space tower, because their floating space towers could not fly far. This is it. The witches of Arendelle were placed in the station in the city of Mordor. This time, Soren took the elder princess to visit the floating space tower in person. Compared to the last time they met, she had become more beautiful elemental light. But, at the same time, she had become colder and colder, giving people the illusion that winter would come if they got close to her. This was the power of the gods. Princess Royal was integrating the power of the goddess of the north wind and snow, little by little. Although she had yet to truly ascend to godhood, she already had the illusion that she was as cold as a deity and treated all living things like ants. Perhaps only the people she cared about the most would be able to make the Princess Royal show human emotions. In contrast, Sauron's body had the smell of a mortal. Even if he was already a true god. The core of the floating space tower is 3 parts, the elemental furnace, the floating space ring, and the half-bit wall. Soren glanced at Princess Royal, who had a cold expression. With the integration of the power of the clergy, Princess Royal's expression changed less and less. Her delicate and beautiful face was like ice that would never melt. If she could not find herself in the struggle with divinity and clergy, then she would eventually become like other gods. Eventually, she would be interfered with by the clergy. She would be as emotionless and merciless as the winter. Soren could not help her with this. Everything could only rely on Princess Royal herself. If she did not overcome the interference of the clergy and divinity, she would inevitably embark on such a path. For example, the King of the Dead was almost completely kidnapped by his clergy. Well. Princess Royal nodded gently, glanced around, and said slowly, "Where is the elemental furnace?" Is it the key to the operation of the floating space tower? Soren smiled and said, the elemental furnace, as the core, naturally cannot be placed in the open. It has been moved to the innermost part of the floating space tower. The Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance have both sent people over. The energy part can rely on the elemental pool and the half-bit wall. Only you know about the elemental furnace. Princess Royal's expression changed slightly when she heard that, and then she said, can you take me to see it? Soren immediately agreed. Then, he waved his hand and opened a portal that led directly to a small space inside the floating space tower. The huge elemental furnace was in it. Incredible! Princess Royal's eyes flashed with the brilliance of divinity. She seemed to want to analyze the principle of the elemental furnace, but after looking at it for a while, she gave up and said slowly, the alchemy knowledge involved in it is too profound. I can't understand it yet. Soren was not surprised. Because he himself could not fully understand it. At present, in Motor City, only Gloria and Fallen Witch could understand it. The elemental furnace can be replaced with the half-bit wall. It is not difficult for you to open up a huge elemental pool with your ability. You can also achieve a similar effect with the power of the gods. Soren hesitated for a moment and said, but in this case, you will have to pay a lot of divine power points. Princess Royal heard this and thought for a moment, then she said softly, don't worry about divine power. I have more than enough divine power now. I want the structure diagram of the floating ring. The layout diagram of the energy shield, the node structure diagram of the energy transmission, and the information related to the labyrinth. After looking around the floating space tower, Princess Royal did not mean to be polite at all. She directly asked for the most important information except for the elemental furnace. After all, her relationship with Soren was not ordinary. There was no need to beat around the bush like other forces. Soren did not hesitate too much and agreed on the spot, I can give it to you tomorrow. Very good. Princess Royal smiled when she heard that. She seemed to be in a good mood. She said playfully, these things are the betrothal gifts for Anna. Betrothal gifts? What the hell was this? Soren was stunned when he heard that. The first reaction in his mind was that Princess Royal did not object to his relationship with Princess Anna. Then, the eldest princess actually mentioned the word betrothal gift. Was she planning to marry Princess Anna to him? No, things could not be that simple. Soren's thoughts were running fast for a moment. The next moment, he guessed the problem. So. Soren raised his head and took a deep look at Princess Royal. He said slowly, are you going to be apatheicized? Princess Royal nodded calmly. Sure enough, the corner of Soren's mouth could not help but reveal a wry smile. Was it because of this that the elder princess spoke? Princess Royal was going to be apatheicized. Then naturally, she could not always be in charge of the royal power of Arendelle. As a god, there were almost no men in the entire material plane that could catch her eye. It was almost impossible for her to have offspring with a man. In that case, the royal power of Arendelle must be passed down by Princess Anna, the first successor. Since Princess Anna was just a mortal, then she must have offspring with a man to inherit the royal power of Arendelle. Then this man could not be anyone else except Soren. Princess Royal was already preparing for the funeral. Ba ba ba. It should be said that Princess Royal had already begun to prepare for the secular affairs after she was apatheicized. Even if this situation continued, the time of her passing on the throne to Princess Anna might be brought forward. Gods could not interfere too much with the secular world. Even a god like Soren who had the domain of rule was limited in his interference with the secular world. For example, Soren now handed over most of the secular affairs to the Council of Mordor City to deal with. He was only in charge of the general direction and did not participate in the specific things at all. If the gods were too involved in the secular affairs, they would definitely be backfired in the future. After all, Mordor City was just a new force. There were fewer internal entanglements, so it was not a big deal to manage it a little. But for an old kingdom like Arendelle, if Princess Royal continued to be personally involved in the secular world after apatheicized, it would definitely be harmful. If Princess Royal wanted to be apatheicized, she had to give up the royal power. Soren was also on the same path as her. Looking at the situation of Mordor City today, you could understand his next arrangement. Gloria was the mistress of Mordor City. Since Soren became a god, many of the affairs of Mordor City were handled by Gloria. Not only Gloria understood this, but even many of the higher-ups of Mordor City understood this. Otherwise, why would they be so determined to support Gloria's control of Mordor City? This was how Sauron, as a god, gradually went from being on the stage to being off the stage. In the future, his core would be transferred to the half-elf church, and Gloria would also become the Lord of Mordor City at the right time. Soren would return to the dark side. As a god, he took charge of Mordor City through this means to avoid something similar to the law of cause and effect, from interfering with his rules as a true god. Under normal circumstances, the weaker the god, the more he interfered with the secular world. When it came to the level of the Lord of Light, it could be said that he did not even care about the internal affairs of the church. As for existences like the ancient god of death, Jurgil, it didn't even matter if there was a church or not. This was the case with some of the god's rules. When Soren first became a god, the church and Mordor City were both under his control. But now he was a lesser divine power. Mordor City was almost out of his control. He just set a general direction, and almost all the internal affairs of the half-elf church were handed over to the high priest. Soren's interference with the secular world was also reducing little by little. In the end, his existence must be as high and mighty as other gods. Princess Royal was so eager to give up the royal power. The only explanation was that she was going to become a god soon, and it was very likely that she would be a lesser divine power. She had to get rid of the relationship with the secular world and directly become the snow goddess that had widespread faith in all cold areas except for Arendelle. P.S. There is one more update today. The website is getting worse. There was a dark red color in the turbid sea. There were many dead fish floating on the nearby sea. They were basically poisoned to death. The bodies of the Nagas could be seen further away. In addition, there were many very ferocious devil fish. Obviously, there had just been a war here, but the two sides of the war were not the races on land, but the Nagas and other marine creatures that lived in the sea. Many of them were marine creatures that were rarely seen in the material plane, including the deep-sea lurkers that could only be seen in the bottomless abyss. It's the believers of Dagon. A half-elf priest looked at the sea with a serious expression, and then said to the followers behind him, "Send the news back to Mordor City immediately. It seems that the Sea Temple has started a war with the demon lord, Dagon." The battle of the deep sea had broken out. After accumulating power for so long, the demon lord, Dagon, finally couldn't help but challenge the sea goddess. He himself was the demon Orbis who ruled the deep sea. If he wanted to seize the authority of the sea in the material plane, the sea goddess was an enemy that Dagon could not avoid. It could be said that it would be difficult for Dagon to extend his tentacles into the material plane without completely defeating the sea goddess. Outer Islands, Mordor City. As March gradually came to an end, the impact of the Avatar crisis struck again. Soren frowned as he looked at the information that was sent back in front of him and murmured, "Has it really started? Then I'm afraid we have to prepare to deal with the Shadow Lord." There was a lot of information sent back. First of all, the orcs finally fought with the prairie elves and won a big victory, seizing a large area of land in one fell swoop. The prairie elves were now forced to move to the forest area. It was said that the wood elves were very dissatisfied with the orcs' instigation of the war. On the other hand, the sea goddess was fighting with the demon lord, Dagon. The Nagas had confirmed that there was a serious conflict with the devil fish. There should be a huge portal somewhere in the deep sea connected to the bottomless abyss because many devil fish came from the Shadow Sea on the 89th floor of the bottomless abyss. This kind of thing must be left to the Nagas and the Sea Temple. Soren could only help them at most. The struggle at the bottom of the sea would not affect the structure of the material plane. Of course. At present, the most important news was related to the Shadow Lord. The reason why Soren felt that it was almost time to make a move was also related to the recent changes in the Church of another god. The God of Light. The Church of the God of Light had been mobilizing frequently recently, and there was a vague plan to go to war with the Church of the Lady of Night. A great divine power of the good alignment. A great god of the evil faction. Furthermore, they were both prejudiced against each other, and their hatred for each other had accumulated over the years. If the God of Light was really going to attack the Lady of the Night, then Soren's last concern would be gone. Basically, he did not have to worry about the Lady of the Night for the time being. Faced with a god like the god of light, even the Lady of the Night would have a headache. This was the best opportunity. The Queen of Spiders' attention was currently focused on the elf god system. Once she dealt with the elf god system, which she hated the most, she would turn her attention to other gods. The Lady of the Night was now preoccupied by the god of light and had no energy to pay attention to the Lord of Shadows. If Soren were to make a move now, he would not have to worry about the interference of powerful enemies. Of course, one of the more important reasons was that it was said that traces of the goddess of fortune had appeared in the northern part of the continent. The goddess of misfortune and the goddess of fortune. These two twins of destiny, who were beyond the gods, had finally appeared. Their struggle would affect the nerves of many gods, because the Avatar crisis itself was a torrent of fate. Things in Mordor were on the right track. Now negotiations and cooperation with the Northern Witch Council were slowly progressing. The Wizard Alliance also needed to discuss with the Archmages of the Council. The requirements put forward by Mordor were not low, and they might not be able to agree in a short time. With Gloria and Fallen Witch, Soren did not have to worry about the instability of his own rear. Before the Devils officially started, he felt that he still needed to find an opportunity to improve his strength. If he could advance to intermediate divine power, Soren would not have to be afraid even in the face of the old gods. And if he succeeded in killing the Lord of Shadows, then Soren's plan to establish his own divine system would begin. A divine system. The half-elf clergy must be separated from the main clergy after obtaining the shadow clergy. Soren had more long-term arrangements for these things. In a hidden basement, Uhtred walked in a hurry. Behind him were three cold-looking rogues. At first glance, they were specially trained assassins. Bishop. A cold female voice appeared in the darkness. Although a woman with a rather beautiful appearance but a hideous scar on the side of her face appeared, she slowly said, "The recent movements in Mordor are abnormal. I'm worried that our whereabouts have been exposed." Had he been exposed? Uhtred's face turned ugly when he thought of this, and he slowly said, "What about the news inside the church? Haven't the support of the Shadow Church been sent yet?" Damn Mordor City, God knew that this opponent was so difficult to deal with. Originally, the Lord of Shadows was an intermediate divine power, and Soren was only a lesser divine power. One church had developed for thousands of years, and the other church had just been established recently. At the beginning of the operation, Uhtred thought it was just an entertainment to beat up children. But when the real battle started, he found that the enemy was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Soren was a new god, that was true. But after all, he inherited the original half-elf church, and he almost emptied the foundation of Autumn Fall. The foundation of the entire Autumn Fall was absorbed by Mordor City. The power inside the church was actually stronger than the outside world imagined. More importantly, Soren still had the power of the secular world. Most of the churches of the gods were independent of the secular world. That was to say, the Lord of Shadows did not control any kingdom. He only developed the church through his own influence in the material plane. At best, he secretly controlled some cities through the Shadow Thieves. But these cities could not be compared with Mordor. City. Soren could mobilize tens of thousands of warriors with a wave of his hand, but the entire Shadow Church could not even mobilize 1/10 of the warriors of Mordor City. If it was about believers, the Lord of Shadows definitely had more than Soren, but believers were not equal to combat power. Only professionals could fight in the entire Shadow Church, and they must be devout believers. Those who believed in Pantheon may not be willing to risk their lives. But Mordor City did not have such concerns, because the army of Mordor City all obeyed Soren's orders. At first, there was no doubt that the Lord of Shadows had a clear advantage, but after the battle broke out in Shipwreck Bay, the situation had been completely reversed. The professions sent by Mordor City to fight against the Shadow Thieves and the Shadow Church were endless. Some of them were not believers of the church at all, but pirates who had been famous for a long time. After the battle entered a tug of war, it began to be unfavorable for the Shadow Church. Because the Shadow Church was facing the interest groups of the entire island of Mordor. Does the Lord have an oracle? Uhtred was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Where are the Shadow Thieves? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The woman standing in front of him shook her head. Suddenly, there was a strange noise outside, and a faint muffled sound came. The next moment, Uhtred's face changed greatly, and he panicked. Something's wrong. There's an enemy. As soon as his voice fell, there was a sound of fighting outside the basement door. Uhtred rushed out almost immediately. This was a sealed basement. If he was surrounded inside, there was nowhere to run. Uhtred rushed out quickly. But before he could make a move, a dagger had already pierced through his back. Izair? You. The woman with a scar on the side of her face took back her weapon with a cold expression. After a cold look, she slowly lifted the spell on her body and said sarcastically, "I'm not Izair." Her appearance gradually changed. The most obvious feature was that her height suddenly increased a lot, then her eyebrows became much colder, and finally her ears became slightly pointed. Half-elf, greater transformation. The half-elf assassin named Izair waved his hand and cut Uhtred's throat, then slowly said, "The Izair you're talking about is already dead. Otherwise, I really can't find your secret stronghold." Northern Witch Council. At the last moment of his life, Uhtred suddenly understood in his mind. Such an exquisite transformation spell was not something that ordinary people could use. The Northern Witch Council was behind the city of Mordor, and only the high-level members of the Northern Witch Council could make her look like Izair, and he had never noticed this. Wizard, damned adepts. Although there were also wizards inside the Shadow Church, there was no way to compete with such an old witch force. Most of them were rogues, followed by priests who served the gods, and finally shadow wizards who changed their professions. Life gradually faded away. The woman who turned into Izair glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently, and then her figure disappeared into the darkness. Today's battle had not yet started, but they had already found the location of the Shadow Lord. There would be a big battle next, which would determine the pattern of the rogues in the material plane for thousands of years to come. Shadow Lord, Shadow Church, Shadow Thief. Sorin, Half-Elf Church, Mordor City. If Sorin could defeat the Shadow Lord, then there would be a true god who combined the priesthood of rogue and shadow. From now on, all forces related to the rogues would be under Sorin's command. Similarly, if the Shadow Lord defeated Sorin, then his power would also be greatly improved. The battle between the two sides was destined to have one point, that was, from now on, the rogues and the Shadow Priesthood must be merged. Second update, the wind was cold. Sorin stared at the valley in front of him with a cold expression, and his expression was unprecedentedly dignified. A big battle was inevitable after all. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. During this period of time, Sorin had been spending a lot of energy to find the headquarters of the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves. Now, his efforts finally paid off, and he found the headquarters of the enemy. This was a fair and square confrontation. With the cautious character of the Shadow King, it was too difficult for Sorin to trick him. Moreover, if the gods wanted to leave, ordinary people really had no way to stop them. Therefore, the safest and most effective way that Sorin could choose was to have a big battle with the enemy. The Shadow King could run away. But the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves couldn't run away. Sorin was forcing the Shadow King to fight with him head-on. Because this time, if he avoided the battle, the Shadow Church's forces in the material plane would be completely wiped out. If a god's church was destroyed by others, it could be said that there was no hope of turning over in the Avatar crisis. Who knew how many people would want to beat a drowning dog and take out the Shadow Lord who had lost all his forces in one go? The same principle could be applied to Sorin. If Mordor City was destroyed, Sorin would almost be beaten back to his original state. Except for his own strength, it was difficult for him to do anything during the Avatar crisis. "My lord." The figure of the ugly monkey appeared in front of Sorin. He respectfully knelt down on one knee and said, "In front is the headquarters of the Shadow Church. Below is a dense underground passage. We have lost a lot of people when we were spying. The Shadow Thieves have set up a lot of traps at the entrance. If we attack by force, I'm afraid we will suffer serious losses." The underground was the Shadow Church. No wonder the other gods couldn't find the headquarters of the Shadow King. They didn't expect him to place the headquarters underground. "I see." Sorin nodded calmly, and then said, "Let the others prepare for battle. When the Golem army arrives, you take people to attack from the side." Checkmate. If the battle between the gods was like a game of chess, then Sorin was like a general. In fact, if the Shadow Lord did not fight him head-on, he would even dare to flip the chessboard. Destroy the Church of the Shadow Lord and flatten the great temple of the Shadow Lord. At that time, there was no need for Soren to fight him head-on. Just such a serious loss was enough to cause the strength of the Shadow Lord to plummet, and it might even fall directly to the level of lesser divine power. As long as the Shadow Lord's divine power dropped, Soren would be able to take over the shadow divinity even if he didn't kill him. When that happened, Soren's power would increase while the Shadow Lord's power would weaken. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of deities whose strength had plummeted due to the conflict between churches. Lady Silvermoon was an obvious example. When she was most severely suppressed by the Lady of the Night, the church was almost on the verge of collapse. She was also weakened to a minor divine power. In the end, she had no choice but to ask the goddess of love for protection. This was the limitation of an ordinary god. Soren's strength was also gathered with the believers and divinity. If the half-elf church was destroyed, he would directly fall to a minor divine power. The divinity in his body might be taken away by the law because of losing his divinity. If the number of believers was too small, Soren might even fall from a true god to a demigod. In the past, many gods gradually declined and fell like this. Divinity and divinity were integrated. Unless Soren's divinity reached the level of great, the two could never be separated. The Outer Islands. Motor City. Although Soren did not let Gloria and Fallen Witch participate in this battle, it was impossible to avoid a head-on confrontation with the Shadow Church. Gloria looked very nervous at this moment. She was even ready to teleport to the battlefield at any time. After all, the Shadow Lord was an old god. Moreover, he was a intermediate divine power god, which had a clear advantage over Soren. The relationship between Soren and the Shadow Lord was simply irreconcilable. The battle between the two sides was bound to end with the defeat of the other side. If the Shadow Church could be destroyed this time, even if the Shadow Lord was not killed, it was almost impossible for him to make a comeback. Start the elemental furnace. Lock the teleportation node. The Golem army is assembled. Open the portal. As a high-grade legendary psionic warlock, the High Priest was responsible for the command of this battle. He directly established a connection with the psionic field. The situation was quite similar to the last time when they attacked the Queen of Spiders. Start the teleportation. The Clay Golem army is activated. As a teleportation gate opened, clay golems appeared on the flat ground one after another in the night. The elites of the half-elves and the rogue church had all gathered. Almost 80% of the members of the Judgment Department, the Central Department, and the bishops had arrived on the battlefield. There were groups of rogues in the shadows. At this moment, their expressions were quite nervous because this was a battle to determine the future of the rogues. Whoever's god won, the other party would be able to dominate the world. Moreover, with the combination of the two clergies, Shadow and Rogue, the areas that everyone could access would increase. That was to say, no matter who won, the followers who served them could increase their strength. Soren's followers had been unable to access the Shadow area, and the followers of the Shadow Lord had been unable to access the Rogue and Tracking areas. Let's begin. Soren's expression finally changed. After perceiving a familiar divine aura from the depths of the ground, he directly ordered, "Let the Golem army clear the way and directly flatten all the traps." The Shadow Lord finally appeared. Although the two sides had not yet fought, they both felt the familiar power of the clergy on each other. A shadow and a rogue, the collision between them was inevitable. The first batch of clay golems and stone golems began to move forward. As soon as they entered the valley, there was a violent explosion, and then 3 golems were directly destroyed on the spot. It's a burst trap. It looks like it was set up by a legendary rogue. This is a spike trap. This is a flame trap. A series of explosions came, or the ground suddenly collapsed. Before they had completely entered the valley, more than 30 of the golems that Soren used to lead the way had been destroyed. If these traps were not destroyed by the golems, who knew how much combat power it would take? Looking at the golems being destroyed one after another, Soren did not even blink at the moment and continued in a deep voice, "The second golem army, continue to move forward." It only took about 10 minutes. Nearly 150 golems were all scrapped in the valley. Most of these golems were clay golems and stone golems, and their challenge rating was at most level 5. If they were bought from the Wizard Alliance, it would be equivalent to wasting nearly 300,000 Kindler. However, Mordor had the ability to make their own golem puppets, so the cost price was about 100,000 Kindler, and the traps set by the Shadow Church would probably need that many Kindler. The second batch of golem army continued to move forward. This time, the number had increased by a lot. There were about 300 golems. Most of them were the cheapest clay golems and stone golems. But this time, there were more than 10 steel golems mixed in. The continuous explosions were still ringing. In the face of Sorin's move of using golems, the Shadow Church was obviously very troubled, especially the steel golems mixed in. Many traps were ineffective against them. It was impossible for flesh and blood to resist the traps, but the steel golems did not have so many taboos. There were already priests inside the Shadow Church, and they began to use divine spells to cooperate with the rogues to kill these steel golems. Are they going to send people out already? After Sorin found the base of the Shadow Church, he directly used the portal to block the other party's door. This showed that he wanted to wipe them out. When the second batch of golem army was completely destroyed, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly said, "Golem army number 3, attack." The portal was still maintained. As long as Sorin was personally in charge, unless the Shadow Lord came to destroy it, the portal would always be in operation, and even if it was destroyed, another one could be opened immediately. Mordor City had enough resources to maintain the portal. The real battle had not yet begun. Sorin squandered about 700,000 Kindler golems in just 2 waves of tentative attacks. War was a game that burned money. He dared to challenge the Shadow Lord, not only because of Princess Royal and Eugene, but also the strength of Mordor City itself. The portal continued to operate. The third batch of golem army that arrived was very different, because this time it was the main army of Mordor City that appeared. The clay golems were gone. This time there were about 500 golems, most of which were more advanced stone golems, then there were dozens of steel golems, and finally, there were a few diamond golems. At this moment, the faces of the enemies hidden in the shadows changed. If the clay golems and stone golems were not a threat, then the steel golems and diamond golems were simply nightmares. The rogues had no way to deal with these golems. You can still hold back. Sorin had been paying attention to the movements of the Shadow Lord. Seeing that the other party had not moved, he could not help but chuckle and said, "Since you can hold back, then I will also compete with you in patience." The golem army continued to advance. For this war with the Shadow Church, Sorin had prepared more than 3 million Kindler golems as consumables. If the Shadow Lord could hold back, then he would patiently use the golem army to exhaust the opponent. To put it bluntly, the golem factory in Mordor City had been operating at full capacity. If the Shadow Lord could hold back, Sorin would smash the enemy down today even if he had to spend money, rich, skilled. That's how willful he was. The third wave of golems finally made the Shadow Church unable to sit still. The clay golem could almost be ignored by the golem army sent by Mordor City. This was a complete cannon fodder. But starting from the golems, their combat power had skyrocketed. An ordinary golem weighed up to 2,000 pounds and was about 3 meters tall. Its special ability was slow, which was an enchantment effect. It could make nearby enemies be affected by something similar to slow, and they had to carry out a compulsory test of will. The challenge rating of golems was above 8, and they could fight one-on-one with a profession level of 12 or above. Then there were the more advanced iron golems. The iron golems weighed about 3,500 to 5,000 pounds. Most of the iron golems in Mordor City weighed about 4,000 pounds and were about 3.5 meters tall. The iron golems were enchanted with poison spit, which could spit out poisonous gas within 3 meters around their bodies. If their physique was not enough, they would continue to be poisoned. The challenge rating of the iron golems was higher, and their resistance to physical damage and magic damage was not low. As for the diamond golems, there was no need to mention them. Any one of the legendary level golems was enough to give the Shadow Church a headache for a while. Facing the third wave of golems from Mordor City, the enemies of the Shadow Church finally couldn't sit still. Some wizards and priests began to cast spells to summon shadow creatures, and more shadow thieves and rogues joined the battle. Ah! A blood-curdling scream of near death rang out. A shadow thief in the middle of the battle couldn't dodge in time. He was hit in the back by an iron golem on the spot. His entire spine was completely twisted under the huge force. He only had time to scream before he died. On the other side, the elites of Mordor City were still conserving their strength. They hadn't joined the battle yet, but the enemy had been suffering continuous casualties. The strength of Mordor City made them full of hope for victory. Even if the enemy was a church that had existed for thousands of years, they still believed that the final victory belonged to Mordor City. Golem army, advance! Sauron watched the battlefield calmly. When the enemies of the Shadow Church began to retreat, he finally gave the order to attack and said in a deep voice, "Prepare to attack." After entering the underground, fight in organized units, don't scatter easily. The Shadow Church finally couldn't afford to waste time. There were no casualties on Mordor City's side, but hundreds of people had died on their side. The followers of the Church of Shadows began to retreat into the underground tunnel, and the Golem army that received Sauron's order also began to advance. They were cannon fodder and consumables. If the Golem army was destroyed, they could be rebuilt with money. However, if they died, it was basically impossible for them to be revived. As long as they could defeat the Shadow Lord, it would be worth it even if the Golem army were to die here. Sauron was now very rich, and there was an endless supply of minerals from Treasure Island. He wouldn't even bat an eyelid if he were to burn 1,000,000 kindler in a war like this. Those from the tribunal, come with me. Bishops bring up the rear. Ugly Monkey led a team of elite rogues to join the battle. They followed behind the steel golems. With the golems leading the way, the battle was much easier for them. They only needed to look for the fish that slipped through the net. However, as they entered the underground shrine, the paths leading to all directions appeared before their eyes. After all, the Church of Shadows had been in operation for thousands of years. They had dug out countless underground tunnels. At the same time, the corpses of Taurens and shadow creatures began to appear in front of him. Taurens could be tamed. Many powerful beings liked to use Taurens to guard mazes and dungeons, but Taurens had almost no advantage against the steel golems. They were easily crushed by the golems. The enemy would arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them, the elite troops of the tribunal and the bishops entered the depths of the underground, and the elite pirates behind them also began to fight separately. Sauron's goal was to completely wipe out the Shadow Shrine, flatten the entire dungeon, and leave no fish behind. Mordor City, floating island. The battle on Sauron's side continued, and Gloria's work never stopped. Legendary target found in the third tunnel. The High Priest's telepathic message sounded instantly, and then Gloria gave an order, "Number 1 Diamond Golem, go to the third tunnel to support. Order the bishops to send someone to the third tunnel to support. Elite Shadow Thief resistance found in the 5th tunnel. Number 2 Diamond Golem, go to support. Number 3 Diamond Golem, go to support. The priests of the Central Command are approaching. Open the portal." Alice is about to reach the battlefield, in a pitch-black underground tunnel. The members of the Half-Elf Church and the Shadow Church had already been fighting together. The resistance of the Shadow Thieves was a bit more than expected. When a small team of Shadow Wizards began to join the battle, the casualties of Mordor City began to rise rapidly. However, at this moment, a delicate girl appeared in this tunnel. She didn't look like a Westerner, and her body had obvious Oriental characteristics. Poochie, a cold light flashed, and the Shadow Wizard, who was casting a spell, suddenly felt a chill in his throat. Then, he couldn't make any sound. At this time, intense pain came, and blood gushed out of his throat like a fountain. In front of him was a small and exquisite puppet girl about 15 centimeters tall. This lifelike puppet girl floated in midair, holding a very pocket-sized long sword in her hand. The fatal blow just now was caused by her. Eastern Puppet Master. As if thinking of something, the Shadow Wizard in front of him was horrified, but everything was too late. Another puppet girl appeared behind him and ended the Shadow Wizard's life in an instant. These puppet girls, who were only a dozen centimeters tall, moved like the wind. They were undetectable in this dark environment. They were like assassins in the dark, constantly reaping the lives of the enemy. Alice's expression was calm. As a legendary puppet master, she had experienced a lot of battles and killings. Originally, her puppet girls were not as powerful as they were now, but after obtaining the alchemy knowledge of Motor City, Alice had upgraded all her puppet maids once. She was the one who volunteered to participate in this battle because she wanted to test how much stronger her newly upgraded rune maids were compared to before. So far, the improved combat power of the puppet girls had exceeded her expectations. The Church of Shadows was losing ground. Although there were not many casualties in the city of Mordor, there were probably more than 2 million Kindler golems that had been damaged. Arendelle's tax last year was only more than 1 million Kindler golems, which meant that Soren had squandered the equivalent of 2 years of Arendelle's tax in less than an hour. However, this price was worth it. If they didn't use so many golems to clear the way, the half-elf church would have to pay thousands of casualties just to attack the underground. Human lives could not be bought with money. Soren only had so much money, and it would be a heavy loss if all of his core followers were killed. The same principle could be applied to the Lord of Shadows. He had never underestimated Soren's strength, and he had always regarded Soren as a threatening enemy. However, he still underestimated the power of Mordor City. That's right, the Lord of Shadows had guessed Soren's own strength, but he did not guess the hidden power of Mordor City. In the view of the Lord of Shadows, he definitely had a 70% to 80% chance of winning against Soren, so he took the initiative to attack Soren's church believers. But what he never thought was that the power of the Shadow Thieves and the Church of Shadows combined was absolutely impossible to defeat Mordor City, which had the support of the Northern Witch Council, Arendelle's Ice Witches, and the Church of the City of Wealth. The Lord of Shadows had lost. But he did not lose to Soren's personal strength, but to Soren's influence in the secular world, because some of these golems came from the Northern Witch Council. In order to get the floating ring technology of Mordor City, the Eye of the North also paid a big price, and some of the steel golems that participated in the battle today came from the Tower of the Northern Witch. The secular power of the Lord of Shadows had lost. It was impossible for the Church of Shadows and the Union of Shadow Thieves to fight against Mordor City alone, so there was only one chance for him to turn the tables, and that was to rely on his personal strength to kill Soren. As long as Soren died, the power of Mordor City would immediately collapse, even with his shadow clergy. After killing Soren, he might be able to take over a large part of Mordor's power. Given the current situation, there was no way out for the Shadow Lord. Since he dared to avoid the battle, the Church of Shadows would definitely be destroyed today. Soren would definitely flatten his great temple in the material plane. As a god, there was no way he could sit back and watch the church be destroyed. Therefore, his only choice was to fall into Soren's trap and force the Lord of Shadows to attack him. Then, he would activate the most crucial part of his plan. A powerful divine power surged from the underground city. Soren also sensed something at that moment. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "You can't hold it in anymore?" He was forcing the Shadow King to attack him. Even if Soren was the Shadow Lord, there were only two choices he could make. One was to give up on the Church of Shadows and evacuate. The other was to kill the gods of the enemy church and directly disintegrate the attack of Mordor City. Shadow Realm. An invisible force spread, and the shadows around suddenly became more and more hazy. Soren disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the space where he was distorted, and then a dark void crack appeared. "So this is what you look like." The power of the shadow dissipated, and Soren's figure appeared 10 meters away. He looked at the front with a cold expression and said slowly, "The legendary Shadow Lord is actually a distorted shadow." Right in front of Soren, a distorted human-shaped shadow was suspended in midair. This was a special life form. The Shadow Lord gave up his flesh and blood and directly transformed his body into a half-energy life form with shadow energy. This form of god was rarely seen in the pantheon because most gods could not completely give up their flesh and blood. "Since you've already appeared, then stay." A strange light appeared near Soren's wrist, and then there was a violent fluctuation in the surrounding space. The next moment, the nearby temperature plummeted, and the ground was covered with a thin layer of frost in an instant. Ice Realm. Princess Royal's proud figure appeared hundreds of meters away. The ability of the gods to change space blocked short-distance teleportation. Even she could only teleport 100 meters away. The god of half-elves and rogues. The voice of the Shadow Lord was as empty as the void. He looked at Soren indifferently and said slowly, "Is this your last card? You want to kill me with the help of a mere mortal?" Princess Royal did not become a god. That was to say, in the eyes of the Shadow Lord, no matter how powerful she was just a mortal. Mortals were still too weak for gods. Of course. This was just what the Shadow Lord thought. In the face of the Shadow Lord's contempt, Princess Royal's expression was obviously a little unhappy, but she did not say anything. Instead, she used the power of ice and snow to block the surroundings in an instant. As the most powerful mortal in the material plane, although she had the power of a god, neither she nor Soren could kill the Shadow Lord alone. "Of course I won't look down on you." Soren's mouth evoked a sarcastic smile, and said slowly, "Since I'm going to deal with you, I naturally have to prepare more helpers." Bang! About 300 meters away from Soren, a burly and old figure slowly appeared. It was a half-orc who looked resolute but had already entered its twilight years. Its bare chest was painted with gray-white paint, which was the ashes of half-orc warriors. The war shamans relied on them to awaken the power of the ancient ancestral spirits. Divine Ascender, Eugene, the old half-orc approached step by step. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. When Eugene gradually approached the Shadow Lord, he took the white bone spear that was surrounded by the ancestral spirit's light from his back. His whole body could not help but exude a wild aura. A faint shadow appeared behind him. It was the incarnation of the half-orc's oldest ancestral spirits. They were once legendary figures of the half-orc race. With the power of the ancestral sacrifice, they gradually turned into powerful spirits. Demigod? The Shadow Lord's expression finally changed. Compared to Princess Royal, who did not reveal her divine power, Divine Ascender, Eugene's body had obvious demigod characteristics. This power was obtained by Eugene after killing the lesser demon lord. Compared to the divine power hidden in Princess Royal's blood, Divine Ascender, Eugene's divine power from the bottomless abyss was more violent. At this moment, Eugene, who had activated all his power, had a trace of the evil god of the abyss, a true god, a demigod, and a mortal who was about to become a god. When Soren, Princess Royal, and Eugene surrounded the Shadow Lord, his expression finally changed. This was because even if he was an intermediate divine power, he would not be able to survive being surrounded by so many enemies. More importantly, there was one more thing. These three enemies all had a strong godly power on them. The Lord of Shadows was a confident and scheming god. He liked to plan all kinds of secret plots, although his plans could easily put himself in danger. The Lord of Shadows was alert and cold. He never lost control of his emotions, and his appearance was always changing. Therefore, no one knew his true face. Soren was now facing his true body. Usually, in the eyes of the believers and the outside world, the Lord of Shadows was always changing. Many people were afraid of the Church of the Lord of Shadows, not only because of its cruelty, but also because of its hobby of stealing and lurking in the shadows. Most outsiders thought that the Church of the Lord of Shadows was just a thieves' union organized in the name of religion. Note, this is very true. The priests of the Lord of Shadows often worked as assassins, bards, divine power seekers, thieves, shadow sorcerers, shadow dancers, and so on. Speaking of which, the Lord of Shadows was also a very unlucky god. This was because his predecessor had offended the chaos demon dog, Kozerv. Although the original god of thieves, Max, had fallen, the Lord of Shadows still inherited this hatred. Furthermore, the Lady of the Night was always eyeing him covetously. Only God knew how much Lady Shar wanted to take over the shadow priesthood, so he had been hiding ever since he became a god, not daring to show his true face. The Lord of Shadows was a very rich god, but his interpersonal relationship was not very good. He had always been hostile to the goddess of wealth. Is that all? Facing Soren and the others surrounding him, a sarcastic smile appeared on the Lord of Shadows' face. Then he slowly pulled out a long sword. Buzz, the long sword trembled violently the moment it came out of the sheath. The Lord of Shadows did not seem to think of this, and his expression was quite strange. As for Soren's reaction, it was much more intense. His expression changed almost instantly. His expression seemed to be a little excited and fanatical. At the same time, his face was slightly pale at first, and then it became a strange red color. Godslayer? Soren almost instantly recognized the weapon because he had tried to find it before, but it was after the Avatar crisis. Godslayer? Upon hearing Soren's words, Princess Royal's expression changed immediately. She immediately cast several defensive spells on herself. However, Eugene, the Divine Ascender, was a little slow in reacting. The name of the Godslayer was a little scary, but Eugene was not knowledgeable enough to understand the significance of the sword, so he could only remain vigilant. Eh? Seeing Soren's shocked expression, the Shadow Lord said with a hint of mockery, "I didn't expect you to recognize this sword." Of course they knew each other. How could Soren not recognize the God-slaying sword? After all, the sword had a lot to do with him. The story had to start from the first Avatar crisis. A long time ago, there was a large-scale Avatar crisis in the material plane. At that time, many gods also fell to the mortal world for some reason. One of the masterminds was the core of the gods in the evil camp at that time, which was the original, 3 gods of death. The former god of the Shadow Lord, who was known as the god of thieves at that time, turned himself into a divine weapon in order to avoid the danger of the Avatar crisis. That was the legendary Godslayer. This sword fell into the hands of Cyric, who was still immortal at that time. That was the god of murder, who was now sealed because of his madness. Cyric, who was still immortal at that time, used this sword to kill Baal, one of the 3 gods of death. He was the origin of all the Godslayer. Not only Soren's bloodline power, but as early as the end of the last time of troubles, Baal's bloodline had set off a huge storm in the material plane. In the end, it even forced the gods in the upper plane to make a judgment. In a way, the bloodline of the Godslayer started because of this Godslayer. Baal foresaw his own death at that time, so many Godslayer were born. After that, the god of thieves, Mexer, betrayed the goddess of shadows, Lila, to Cyric, so that the god of murder could obtain the clergy of shadows. But later, the god of thieves went further and further on the road of seeking death. He became the victim of the god of murder's madness. He also read the book that could be called a taboo, and finally lost the clergy of conspiracy. Of course, what was worse was that Mexer later provoked the chaos demonic hound, Kozerv. If it weren't for this series of events, perhaps the current Shadow Lord wouldn't have risen. It was because the god of thieves in the past was too reckless. In the end, the clergy was divided into 2, and the Shadow Lord was born. I didn't expect the Godslayer to be in your hands. Soren's expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he said slowly, "It seems that the death of the previous god of thieves was not that simple. The Godslayer was definitely not a fake." As a son of murder, Soren could feel the power on it. This divine weapon had the divine power of slaughter. When the god of murder used this sword to kill Baal, the divine weapon that the god of thieves turned into also gained a lot of benefits. Other things could be deceived, but the power of the bloodline of slaughter could not be deceived. You mean this? The Shadow Lord gently waved the weapon in his hand, and a powerful divine power immediately burst out. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Mexer's soul has been imprisoned by me. Since he likes to become a weapon so much, I might as well refine him into a divine weapon forever." It was no wonder that the Lady of Night could hold back for so long. The Godslayer even killed Baal, who was one of the 3 gods of death. If this weapon could kill the 3 gods of death, it could also kill some powerful existences. For an ancient deity like the Lady of Night, any action that risked her life was not worth it. Be careful of this weapon. Soren's voice rang in the minds of the other 2. He said slowly, "The Godslayer once killed the god of murder, Baal. I don't know how much power this divine weapon still retains. But you guys still have to be careful in the upcoming battle." A mistake. Soren realized that he had made a small mistake. Although he did not guess the Shadow Lord's strength wrongly, he did not expect a weapon like the Godslayer to still exist in the multiverse. There was definitely a problem with the fall of the previous god of thieves, Mexer. Logically speaking, the Godslayer should have disappeared with him. But now was not the time to think so much. Although Soren did not expect this, he was not completely without confidence. This was because he had made other preparations from the very beginning. In his extra-dimensional space, there was another divine weapon that could fight against the Godslayer, although Soren felt that it was quite difficult to fight with this weapon. the Shadow Lord took the initiative. But the target was not Soren, but the weakest of the three, Princess Royal. She was the only one who did not exude an obvious divine aura. Since Princess Royal had used some means to disperse the excess divine power in her body, her control of power had become more and more subtle. Unlike in the past, she could not perceive the violent divine power in her body at a glance. No matter from which point of view, the Shadow Lord's choice was not wrong. After all, Princess Royal was the most threatening spellcaster. But he obviously did not expect that Princess Royal's strength was actually stronger than Soren's. If it was a one-on-one fight, Soren and Princess Royal's chances of winning were about 4 to 6, and Princess Royal had at least a 20% higher chance of winning. Ice prison. Even someone as powerful as the Princess Royal did not dare to be careless in the face of the Shadow Overlord, who wielded the Godslayer. She instantly distanced herself from the Shadow Overlord, and at the same time, cast a large number of defensive spells on herself. Then, she activated the divine power of ice in her body and directly froze all the land in front of her. A piece of frost spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole space seemed to have entered the extreme north all of a sudden, and even the space seemed to be frozen. Soren and Eugene's reaction speed was also very fast. As soon as the Shadow Lord moved, Eugene roared, and then the shadow behind him overlapped with his figure. In an instant, the whole person was like a god with a glimmer of divine brilliance. Heroic spirit fusion. In the past, Eugene was not enough to enter the demigod state, and naturally could not fully accommodate the power of the heroic spirit. But now, after absorbing the divine power of the lesser demon lord, he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary demigod. The white-bone spear roared out. With a huge power that could destroy the world, Eugene threw the spear in his hand directly. In an instant, it broke through the space and made a sharp sonic boom. The next moment, the location where the Shadow Lord was located seemed to have been bombed by a missile, and a huge crater appeared directly. Eugene is already so strong? Soren's pupils slightly shrank, and he couldn't help being surprised. He had absorbed the power of a lesser demon overlord before. There was an unlucky guy who was bewitched by the Queen of Spiders to absorb a lesser demon lord. Unfortunately, that guy was too weak and was controlled by the Queen of Spiders. As a hero who rose from the grassroots, Eugene's will naturally couldn't be measured by common sense. Perhaps he had completely suppressed the backlash of the secondary demon overlord's power. Ancient ancestral spirits, heed my call. Eugene the Divine Ascender chanted in the ancient orc language. Then, the illusions of heroic spirits appeared behind him again, but this time, there were more of them. More than 10 legendary heroic spirits appeared behind him, providing him with endless power. Eugene was about to become a god. Based on Eugene's current strength, Soren was sure that Eugene had mastered the half-orc domain, which meant that he could control all the half-orc ancestral spirits. Once Eugene became a god, all of these ancestral spirits would become Eugene's oracles. The power brought by the ancestral spirits of the orcs for thousands of years was amazing. If Eugene could take these powers as his own, then it was very likely that he would directly be promoted to a lesser divine power. Because so far, he was the only orc who had the potential to become a god. In this way, if Eugene became a god, he would become the only god of the orcs. The only god of the race was destined to be stronger than other new gods. Divinity power, to change space. Divinity power, to change reality. As the number one meat shield among the three, Eugene rushed forward and intercepted the Shadow Lord. The three of them had already studied the tactics of how to deal with the Shadow Lord. Eugene was naturally an irreplaceable meat shield, and Princess Royal was the main damage output against the Shadow Lord. As for Soren's role, the core was still to use the divinity power to confront the Shadow Lord. He must use the divinity power to offset the suppression ability of the Shadow Lord. Only when the divinity power of the true gods collided could the other two have a chance to attack. Dang! Dang! In the blink of an eye, Eugene and the Shadow Lord had exchanged hundreds of moves. As expected of an existence that could fight against the ancient brass dragon as soon as he appeared, Eugene's ability to fight head-on completely surpassed Soren's. And because there was a super meat shield in front, Princess Royal also had time to cast spells calmly. Although Soren was just wandering around, his divine power value was constantly decreasing because he could offset the Shadow Lord's divinity realm. Only by using the divinity power to seal the Shadow Lord's ability to jump between planes could others attack this dangerous enemy. Mouse Minute Meteor. Eugene's current state was not bad. Although the Shadow Lord's immunity to physical damage was very high, Princess Royal's spells were still effective. Soren used Mouse Minute Meteor to harass and attack while always looking for opportunities to use big moves. The balance of the battle was tilting. The three of them joined forces to besiege the Shadow Lord. Even if the other party had the legendary Godslayer in his hand, his situation was getting worse. But an accident happened just as the battle was about to tilt. Crack, the three people who had the upper hand suddenly turned into a disadvantage because of one thing. Eugene's weapon was broken. Just as the three of them joined forces to beat the Shadow Lord until he was more and more powerless to resist, the white bone spear in Eugene's hand was suddenly cut off by the Shadow Lord after a parry. The situation became very dangerous in an instant. Shadow Clone. The figure of the Shadow Lord split into three in an instant, and three identical Shadow Lords appeared in front of Soren. Immediately afterward, the other two figures of the Shadow Lord rushed from two sides and directly besieged Eugene, who had been entangled with him. The next moment, Eugene's old and burly body shook, and the two avatars of the Shadow Lord directly waved the Godslayer into Eugene's heart. Real avatars. The two avatars of the Shadow Lord were real shadow beings. With the white bone spear cut off, Eugene could not avoid the enemy's attack at all. Then, the Shadow Lord mercilessly pierced his heart. Poochie, a stream of blood gushed out. Eugene, who was stabbed in the heart by the enemy, did not die because of this. His strong vitality still made him stand. This was the power of the legendary ability, Epic Toughness. Even fatal damage could not kill him. Roar, Eugene, who was stabbed in the heart, seemed to have stimulated the madness in his heart. He did not care and just roared and grabbed the Godslayer that pierced his heart with his bare hands. A terrible power broke out. After all, the Shadow Lord was only strong in agility. The weapon was grabbed by Eugene and could not be pulled out. Eugene had experienced countless battles in her life. As one of the most powerful half-orcs in history, Eugene the Ascender had faced countless powerful enemies in her life. She had escaped from death more than once or twice, and she had been beaten to the brink of death more than once. This kind of battle experience far exceeded that of other professions, which gave Eugene the Ascender too many abilities, and legendary endurance was undoubtedly one of the most important legendary abilities. Although Eugene was very old and was about to reach the end of her life, the legendary abilities that she had honed through countless battles still gave her the ability to be immune to instant death damage. Being directly hit in the heart by the Shadow Lord didn't kill her, but it did cause a lot of damage to her. This was the terrifying ability of a melee fighter in the later stages. Some of the pure-blooded legendary warriors had epic strength, legendary tenacity, perfect constitution, and so on. Even if their hearts were taken out, they would still be able to stand tall, let alone be pierced through by the enemy. At this time, they were no longer ordinary people, and their weak points were no longer fatal. Just like Eugene now, although she was continuously bleeding, she could still continue to fight until her life force was exhausted. Rage, the fatal damage caused Eugene to enter a state of rage. Her eyes turned red, and blue veins appeared on her burly body like earthworms. Her tough muscles sealed the wound, and even though her heart was pierced, blood didn't continue to flow out of her wound. This kind of physical control was something that even Soren couldn't compare to. Eugene had developed the potential of his physical body to a jaw-dropping level. There was only one way to directly kill a top war shaman like him in the war material plane. And that was to chop off her head. Of course, Eugene wouldn't let the Shadow Lord chop off her head, and Soren and Princess Royal wouldn't give the Shadow Lord such a chance either. At this moment, Eugene was like a rock standing upright. She held the Shadow Lord's Godslayer tightly with both hands, and at the same time, the half-orc ancestor soul behind her turned from an incorporeal body to a real body, holding a strange spear in its hand and stabbing towards the Shadow Lord. He was ready to risk his life. When the heart was stabbed, even a god in the form of a saint would not be able to hold on for too long. Although Eugene was still standing, he would quickly enter a state of near death with the loss of his vitality. We can't wait any longer. Soren didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. If Eugene was killed by the Shadow Lord, things would be very bad for them. Without hesitation, Soren pulled out a long sword that was surrounded by holy light. There was a sharp pain. The pain was even worse than when Soren used the Holy Avenger, because he was holding the divine weapon, Pale Justice. Justice. The divine gear's repulsion towards Soren was even stronger. Even with the omnipotent hands, he was unable to counteract the pain that seeped into his soul. A silver-white light appeared. Soren held the silver sword of Gith in one hand and Pale Justice in the other. He instantly entered slaughter form and rushed directly to the Shadow Lord in front of him. Greater haste. Perfect dual-wielding battle. Whirlwind. Under the storm-like attack, Soren's whole body turned into a shadow. Only the real Ki could be seen raging out. The holy light and the silver-white light turned into a sky curtain that directly covered Shadow Lord. It was not the Holy Avenger. In this kind of battle, Soren did not choose the Holy Avenger because it was a two-handed greatsword. Using it forcibly would not be able to exert his true combat power. However, Pale Justice was different. It was a one-handed long sword, which perfectly matched Soren's dual-wielding ability. Only Pale Justice could let Soren exert the legendary ability of perfect dual-wielding battle, and increase his attack speed to the limit in an instant. Dang! Dang, dang! Little sparks appeared wildly. Shadow Lord's expression seemed to have a trace of horror because he felt severe pain when he was hit. By Soren. This is. Shadow Lord's voice seemed to have a trace of panic. He said, Pale Justice. How is it possible? As an evil god, how can you use Pale Justice? Soren did not answer. Because at the moment, he was also tortured by a kind of pain in his soul. As one of the most powerful artifacts in the material plane, Pale Justice was very repulsive to him. That was to say, he could still use it forcibly. If it were someone else, the holy damage would have severely injured the user. In more serious cases, it might directly change a person's alignment and cause them to be distorted. Icebound Kingdom. Princess Royal finally released the spell that she had been preparing for a long time. The surrounding space was completely blocked at once. A trace of the aura of the Kingdom of God emerged. The power of the Shadow Realm was covered, and Soren's divine power was also suppressed. Princess Royal's figure was suspended in midair, and there were pieces of crystal snowflakes falling around her body. Her eyes were a trace of golden divine light, and her whole person looked like a snow goddess in the cold winter. She raised her hand and pointed at Shadow Lord in front of her, and then the surging power of snow swept out like a torrent. Frost emerged. Unlike the frost that had already appeared on the ground, this time, the Shadow Lord's body was also covered in frost. He was an energy body in the form of a shadow. According to normal theory, this form of body could not be affected by the power of ice, but what happened now subverted this point. Shadow Lord's twisted body was freezing little by little. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered with a layer of frost. His body, which was almost immune to physical attacks, was also forcibly turned into a solid ice sculpture. Divine Shockwave. How could Soren give up such a good opportunity? All the divine power in his body was squandered in an instant, directly turned into a pure shock wave, enveloping Shadow Lord in it. Shadow Lord had no physical body. So Princess Royal used her divine power to mobilize the power of ice and snow to create a physical body for him. And as long as he had a physical body, then under Soren's storm-like attacks, there was no possibility that he would not be broken. Crack! Cracks appeared on the body of Shadow Lord. His whole body shattered like an ice sculpture. The originally twisted shadow body was torn apart, and then a group of twisted shadows appeared. After Soren completely tore it apart, they still gathered little by little, as if they wanted to put the body together again. Divine Shockwave. Ice Fortress. Ancestral Spirit Possession. The broken body of Shadow Lord was gradually recovering, but how could Soren and the others give the enemy a chance to resurrect, without any hesitation? The three of them activated their own divine power at the same time. Princess Royal waved her hand, and the shadow of a fortress appeared. It was a magnificent castle made of ice, standing on the top of a snowy mountain. It was not a physical existence, but more like a palace belonging to her in a certain country. The soul of Shadow Lord was instantly suppressed, the shadow energy that was about to gather together suddenly froze. The body of Eugene the Divine Ascender merged with all the ancestral spirits. At this moment, there was a divine light on his body. The power of the half-orc ancestral spirits forced him into a temporary divine form. Then he condensed a spear of divine power out of thin air and threw it directly at Shadow Lord. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Soren's divine shock wave and Eugene's spear of ancestral spirits erupted at the same time. The huge divine power completely tore apart the soul of Shadow Lord, and also turned his gradually gathering body into nothing. A little bit of golden light appeared. As the soul of Shadow Lord was torn apart, the Godslayer fell with a clang, followed by a burst of divine power. The most dazzling divine light rushed towards Soren's body. The other part of the power that represented the luck domain surged towards the eldest princess. Although Shadow Lord was in charge of the shadow domain, he also had the luck domain. This power could not be absorbed by Soren or Eugene. In the end, it was all integrated into Princess Royal's body. Eugene's body was also surrounded by golden divine power. The three of them had the power of gods, so they could naturally absorb divine power. A row of data appeared in front of them: killed, Shadow Lord, intermediate divine power. Extracting target's soul energy. You've received 4525,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 80 divine power. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 60 divine power. Domain fusion. Shadow domain has been upgraded. You've mastered the shadow domain. Domain fusion. Wanderer domain activated. You've mastered the thief domain. Domain fusion. You've received information about the crafty domain. You've received information about the crafty domain. You've received information about the crafty domain. You've mastered a new domain ability, crafty. Domain fusion. You've received information about the darkness domain. A series of crazy data appeared. With the gathering of a huge amount of divine power, Soren's figure suddenly became hazy. He had the Wanderer domain. Now that he had successfully killed the Shadow Lord, the shadow domain immediately began to fuse with him. The power of this domain was so huge, even when Soren had just fused with it, it had completely suppressed his original main domain, half-elf. The power of the divine power had tilted, and Soren's main domain was shifting from half-elf to shadow and wanderer. P.S. Everyone can follow Futu's public WeChat account. Pirated readers can also support him through the account. The power of the Shadow Lord was very powerful. As one of the old gods that had existed for thousands of years, the Shadow Lord's clergies were shadow, theft, and rogue. The power of these three clergies was very compatible with Soren. Needless to say, the Shadow Lord's clergy was naturally very powerful. Theft and rogue were even completely complementary to the rogue clergy. So Soren absorbed the power of these three clergies very easily. Among them, the rogue clergy was directly integrated into the rogue clergy because rogue was originally a basic profession in the rogue class. As for the theft clergy, it was completely an extension of the clergy. Soren could integrate this clergy without any difficulty. Next was the power of the Shadow Lord's domain. As a cunning god, the Shadow Lord had always been stealing the power of other domains. Why did the Lady of the Night want to kill him? Not only because the Shadow Lord had the shadow clergy, but more importantly, he also had the darkness domain. So why did the Queen of Spiders also want to kill the Shadow Lord? The reason was simple. In addition to the darkness domain, the Shadow Lord also had the crafty domain and the luck domain. Incredible. In fact, as early as the birth of the Twin of Destiny, many gods had stolen the power of the Twin of Destiny. There were also many gods who had the luck domain. As for the crafty domain, it was needless to say. This was a powerful battle domain. The Queen of Spiders had always wanted to make up for her crafty domain and directly promote it to the level of a clergy. Now that Soren had mastered the crafty domain, he could directly remove the curse effect on the High Priest when he went back. Other than that, the Shadow Lord also had the evil domain, but the power of this domain was not absorbed by Soren. The reason was simple. Eugene the Divine was even more evil than Soren, Princess Royal's alignment was neutral good, while Soren's alignment was lawful evil. The Shadow Lord's alignment was neutral evil, and the divine, Eugene's alignment was neutral evil. The original Eugene should be very close to lawful evil, but after absorbing the power of the lesser demon lord, his alignment had begun to deviate towards chaotic evil. In other words, Eugene was more compatible with the power of that evil domain than Soren. In terms of the degree of evil, Soren should be around 50 points, while Eugene had slaughtered a large number of half-elves and started many wars. Therefore, Eugene's evil deviation should be more than 300 points. There was no doubt that Eugene was much more evil than Soren. In that case, Eugene's compatibility with the evil realm was much higher than Soren's. The same part of the power that belonged to the evil realm was naturally transferred to Eugene. Eugene's harvest was also very rich. It wasn't just the power of divinity and domain. More importantly, with the death of the Shadow Lord, a part of his divinity had been transferred to Eugene along with the evil domain. He was now only one step away from becoming a god with the priesthood of half-orc, Clang. Following the death of the Shadow Lord, the first thing Soren did was to throw out pale justice. Whoosh! Soren stood still and took a deep breath. He then looked at his palm, which was already charred black. The battle didn't last long, but his palm was severely burned by the holy power. Pale justice was much more powerful than the Holy Avenger. It was also less tolerant of evil. Soren was constantly receiving damage from it, and he was losing more than 10 holy damage every second. If the battle had dragged on any longer, he would have been heavily injured by the sword. The surroundings were dead silent. There was no time to talk. Although the three of them had successfully killed the Shadow Lord, Eugene was already in a state of near death. The situation was a bit strange. Princess Royal's expression seemed to be a bit hesitant. She had been silently observing Soren's expression. Eugene's expression was a bit more anxious. Her heart was pierced by the Shadow Lord during the battle. Although she was able to kill the Shadow Lord in the end, her strength was now less than 30%. In other words, Eugene was now very weak. As a tragic historical figure, Eugene's lifespan was about to reach its end. However, the Avatar crisis gave her an important opportunity. That was, she could seize this opportunity to become a god and completely get rid of the limit of her lifespan. Now, the Shadow Lord was dead. As long as Eugene was given some time, she could successfully become a god. But the premise was that she was still alive. The atmosphere became very strange. Although no one spoke, they all realized one thing. That was, the contract between Soren and Eugene had been completed. At this time, if Soren turned hostile, it would be easy to kill Eugene, whose heart was severely injured and was about to die. Eugene didn't speak. As a legendary figure who struggled from the bottom to the present, although she was now seriously injured and dying, she didn't express her allegiance or other intentions to beg Soren to let her go. She just waited quietly, waiting to see how Soren would deal with her, who was now seriously injured and dying. Eugene had her own pride. She had led the half-orcs all the way to the present, and she was undoubtedly a strong person with strong beliefs. Soren was also facing a choice at this moment. Kill Eugene. Let Eugene go. If he killed Eugene, there was almost no difficulty now. He could get a lot of slaughter EXP and take away a lot of divinity, including the evil realm that had just been absorbed by Eugene. However, in this way, Soren would also go back on his original promise. Although the effect of the contract had been completed after killing the Shadow Lord, he would have to pay the price of a little shift in alignment. But this price was completely incomparable to the gain. Killing Eugene could make Soren continue to improve his power. Time passed little by little. Soren didn't hesitate for too long. He slowly walked toward Eugene. When the old and determined half-orc in front of him saw him approaching, he obviously became nervous and could not help but clench the white bone spear with divine power. It was impossible to say that she was not worried. If Soren went back on his promise at this time, then all of Eugene's efforts would be in vain. Greater restoration. Soren gave Eugene the answer with action. He did not launch an attack, but used the remaining divine power to cast greater restoration on Eugene. Of course, it was easy to kill Eugene at this time. But, Soren was also a man with his own beliefs. He had his own bottom line, and his promise was more effective than the devil's contract. Since he had promised to cooperate with Eugene, he would never break his promise. Soren chose to give up. He gave up the temptation of a lot of slaughter exp and the power of divinity in Eugene. He chose to follow his promise. Because he was a man with a bottom line, even as a god, he maintained his own principles. He would not kill Eugene. At least not now. Maybe in the future, the two would have conflicts in the Avatar crisis, causing Soren and Eugene to fight again, but at least he would never kill Eugene now. Because this was what he had promised, at this moment, Soren seemed to have gained a kind of sublimation. This kind of improvement was not in power, but in spirit and faith. He resisted the temptation of the power increase brought by killing Eugene. This kind of spiritual and faith combination made Soren feel extraordinary. It was as if the spirit had been sublimated to a certain extent, and then merged with something very mysterious. At this moment, a row of data appeared. Law fusion. You have gained some information about the order domain. All of this happened at the moment when Soren gave up on killing Eugene. A row of data suddenly appeared. Soren had gained information about the order domain, and Princess Royal, who had been silently observing him not far away, could not help but smile. No matter what. Even if she hated Eugene, she did not want Soren to suddenly kill him at this time. Because this kind of behavior was not what she wanted to see. P.S. Third update. I finished this paragraph in one breath. His words and deeds were in harmony. When Soren finally made his decision, he suddenly had an illusion that he was in harmony with some kind of law, and then felt the power of some kind of law. No, this was not an illusion, because when he received the information from the order domain, Soren knew that he really felt the power of the law this time. And it was a very powerful order domain. All this time, Soren's promise was the most important thing in the Outer Islands. Why were so many pirates willing to follow Soren and risk their lives for him? Why didn't they even frown? Wasn't it because Soren was a man of his word, and he was a man of his word? This was order. But this kind of order was not enough, because it did not have enough weight. After all, pirates were only mortals, and Soren was able to resist the temptation to kill Eugene, and chose to keep his promise. Then the meaning was completely different. Even if Soren killed Eugene, it would only shift his alignment slightly, and it would not shift to neutral evil. At most, it would shift from order to chaos by 30 to 50 points. But the benefits of killing Eugene were very shocking: millions of slaughter exp, and a lot of divinity and quintessence. The benefits and the price were not on the same level. But Soren still held on to his beliefs, and at this moment, his spirit seemed to have been sublimated. He suddenly thought of Father Oak and understood why he sacrificed himself to save the natural world. Gods. Especially gods who had mastered certain laws. They were not only the executors of certain laws, but they were also the maintainers of such laws. So the Father Oak chose to sacrifice himself. He chose to use his life to protect the laws of nature. In the words of the Eastern world, the path that the Father Oak chose was sacrifice. The Father Oak was definitely not dead. Soren's understanding at this moment was not something that mere divinity and quintessence could bring, because the understanding in his heart directly opened up a broad path, and also allowed him to understand the root of greater divine power. Even, this path might even lead to a greater divine power. The order was Soren's choice. At this moment, he was enlightened, and a huge door was opened in his heart. A very ancient and powerful law of power was branded in the depths of his soul. Order. From today onwards, Soren would become the enforcer and protector of order. Although he was from the lawful evil faction in the past, it was only now that he had truly touched upon the roots of the law of order. The order of all things, the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Soren spoke slowly, but no one understood what he was saying because he wasn't speaking in the common language. It wasn't even the language of any of the races in this world, because Soren was speaking Chinese. However, everyone present understood this sentence because the power of the gods was called language proficiency. As soon as Soren finished speaking, suddenly, the space around them began to vibrate. Then, a golden light descended from the sky and entered Soren's body. The power of the law. This was the light of divinity, and it also brought Soren's understanding of order. After hearing Soren's words, Princess Royal couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and Eugene's expression seemed to be a little confused. But this was not the most important thing, because when Soren received this divinity, many of the gods in the order camp seemed to have sensed it, and they immediately looked up in the direction of Soren. At this moment, they knew that the gods in the order camp had one more enforcer: chaos and order. For a long time, the gods had been maintaining the operation of the multiverse, and the balance of the entire multiverse was created by the collision of chaos and order. Congratulations! Princess Royal gently came in front of Soren and congratulated him with a smile. It seems that you will become a greater divine power, sooner or later. I'm afraid that the gods in the pantheon will change in the future. Although Princess Royal couldn't understand Soren's language, she could understand the meaning behind it. Soren's meaning had already proved that he was interested in the most basic of laws. Basically, the gods who could obtain something in this domain would eventually become greater divine power. Soren smiled and nodded. Then, he waved his hand and picked up the Godslayer. The sword fell into his hand, and a strange blood-red light appeared. Then, Soren felt a familiar bloodline power enter his body. This was the power of slaughter. The Godslayer still had Baal's divinity left on it, and perhaps it was because of this that it could be preserved. A row of data appeared in front of him, discovered the remaining divinity of the god of slaughter. Do you want to absorb it? Absorbing it may cause damage to the Godslayer. Without any hesitation, Soren chose to absorb it. The next moment, the Godslayer exploded with a dazzling divine light. This power all entered Soren's body, and the light on the Godslayer became weaker and weaker. In the end, there was only a trace of the divine weapon's light left. At this moment, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes, absorbed the divinity of the god of slaughter. The Godslayer is severely damaged. The slaughter domain has been upgraded. You have been promoted from Son of Slaughter to Divine Son of Slaughter. You have obtained part of the information of the slaughter domain. The power of the Godslayer completely dissipated. All the divine light on it merged into Soren's body, and in the end, the Godslayer almost became an ordinary weapon. However, a powerful force emerged from Soren's body. That was the power of slaughter. He extracted the divinity of the god of slaughter, Baal, from the Godslayer, and used it to promote himself to the divine son of slaughter. He also obtained the information of the slaughter domain, a top-grade divine weapon in the material plane, in exchange for the information of the slaughter domain. Soren did not know if it was worth it or not. However, he relied on his identity as the son of slaughter to start his career. Strictly speaking, the potential of the slaughter domain was much higher than the shadow domain. The shadow domain was a domain. However, the slaughter domain belonged to the top-grade battle domain. More importantly, the slaughter domain belonged to the core domain of the three death gods. This domain could be related to one of the origins of the multiverse. The Shadow Master was dead. The next step was much easier. The matter of taking over the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves Guild could be left to the High Priest. The most important thing for Soren now was to gather energy and break through to intermediate divine power in one go. Currently, his divinity had reached 222 points, and his divinity had reached 112 points. The Shadow Master and Soren's compatibility was too high. The amount of divinity and divinity absorbed after killing it far exceeded Soren's estimation. It was no wonder that the other gods liked to attack enemies with similar domains. The reward for killing the Shadow Lord was amazing. Soren's legendary points, which hadn't increased for a long time, suddenly increased by 50 points. Because of the God Slayer, his legendary points had now reached an astonishing 200 points. God Slayer, Soren, epic background ability, you have successfully killed the Shadow Lord. After killing the god of the hunt, you have killed another ancient god. Your name has spread throughout the multiverse. Whether it's Mountain Paradise, the Bottomless Abyss, or the Bator Inferno, all the gods now know of your existence. They have a trace of respect for you and dare not easily make an enemy out of you. At the same time, your faith has begun to spread in the shadow plane. Legendary points plus 100, intimidation plus 200, negotiation plus 100. All of your trials of resistance will have an additional 2 God Slayer points. After Soren had successfully killed another god, his intimidation skill had surpassed his stealth ability. Soren's stealth was currently at 505 points, but his intimidation had reached 575 points, and his negotiation had reached 465 points. This was obviously a series of reactions, which meant that Soren's voice in the multiverse, especially among the gods, was now much more powerful than before. This kind of improvement was obtained through killing. Naturally, Soren didn't need to be responsible for the rest of the work. He only needed to wait for his subordinates to report it. However, before Princess Royal left, she said something very interesting to Soren. At that time, she said, "Have you ever considered to be neutral?" The king of the dead, Klumvox, was transferred to the neutral camp. "If you do the same, I'm sure you'll have fewer enemies and avoid a lot of trouble." This sentence had a deep meaning. Princess Royal's camp was neutral good. In order to match the power of the goddess of snow and northern wind, she would most likely change her camp after she became a god in the future. Of course, the active camp change was much better than the passive camp change. The belief of the goddess of snow was spread all over the cold regions. There were believers of the evil camp and believers of the good camp. Therefore, Princess Royal's camp would definitely be neutral in the future. It was very likely that she wanted to change to the neutral camp. This way, as a new god, she would be able to avoid the confrontation between the evil and the good. Obviously, she also hoped that her relationship with Soren would be better after she became a god. At least, it wouldn't cause too serious of a conflict after she became a god. However, it was still a little presumptuous for her to say this personally. After all, the camp of the gods was not something that outsiders could interfere with. Soren was not suitable to change his camp at the moment. Instead of taking the initiative, it was better to let nature take its course, because he already had a clear direction in his heart. As for how his actions would affect the world in the end, he would leave this camp change to the multiverse and see what kind of feedback would be given to him. As for the king of the dead mentioned by Princess Royal, this was obviously an artificial camp change balance. A day passed in a blink of an eye. The conflict between Mordor City and the Shadow Church was basically over. Soren's victory meant that the Shadow Church would be annexed by Mordor City, and the Shadow Thieves Union would also be transferred to Mordor City. It was just that a lot of blood would be shed to clean up the situation. Soren's victory meant that all the rogues in Mordor City would get a chance to improve their strength. After Soren completely integrated the Shadow priesthood, these rogues could directly access the Shadow domain, and their own stealth and shadow abilities would be improved a lot. Moreover, Soren's priests and fanatics could directly obtain the legendary ability, Shadow domain, after reaching the legendary realm. The improvement of the power of the gods could be fed back to the believers. The more priesthood domains Soren mastered, the more domains the believers could access, and their overall strength would be stronger than others. Maybe it was because of Soren's fighting style. Over the years, the direction of the rogues in Mordor City had also changed. First of all, the number of rogues who had advanced to Shadow Dancer had increased a lot, and then the fighting style was equivalent to the stealth, assassination, and sneak attack of the past. Currently, the rogues in Mordor City preferred to train the ability to dodge, parry, move, and so on. If you saw a person who was agile fighting with a burly warrior in the training ground of Mordor, you didn't have to doubt anything. This was definitely not an agile warrior, but an orthodox rogue. Soren's wild fighting style had changed the fighting style of the rogues below. Moreover, the rise of Soren meant that the rogues were not without the ability to fight head-on. Under the guidance of people, there was a new fighting style of rogues in Mordor City. People called this style of rogues and rogues, battle thief, dodge, parry, move. The biggest feature of this type of rogue was their speed, accuracy, and high evasion. Ugly Monkey was the representative of this type. He was not at a disadvantage at all when fighting head-on with warriors of the same level. In the end, this situation led the temple to start studying ways to train the ability of evasion. After defeating the Shadow Lord, the spoils of war were quickly calculated. As a church that started by stealing, the Church of the Shadow Lord was still very rich. Unfortunately, he had neither connections nor technology. Even if he had a lot of money, he could not convert it into direct combat power. In the end, it was all given to Soren. The Shadow Lord did not have a good relationship with other gods, and because of his theft, the goddess of wealth was very disgusted. Even if the Shadow Lord was very rich, it was difficult to convert it into combat power. First of all, the Northern Witch Council would definitely not trade with them, and then the Wizard Alliance would definitely wait and see because of Soren. No one would bet rashly at this point, so the money of the Shadow Lord could only buy trap materials in the end. The biggest difference between Soren and the Shadow Lord was that he had technology, capital, and foundation. His money could be converted into materials at any time and sent to the golem factory. Money was combat power for Soren. As long as he had money, he could pull out another golem army. The final statistics came out quickly. The High Priest took more than 1 million Kindler from the Shadow Lord and the Shadow Thieves Guild. This was the cash resources of the two forces. Other gems and metal materials, including some stolen goods, added up to about 3 million Kindler. Then there were all kinds of equipment, including some stolen goods. The initial value was estimated to be about 5 million Kindler. Finally, there were all kinds of antiques and artworks that were very difficult to sell and so on. The value was a little bit scary. The master who was proficient in valuation finally gave a price of 12 million Kindler, because they found Queen Isabella's crown in the Shadow Thieves Guild, as well as the scepter that symbolized the Griffin dynasty, and so on. The value of these things was amazing, but there was no way to sell them. Moreover, these were all King stolen goods, but anyway, Soren was now a rich man with a net worth of more than 10 million Kindler. P.S. Second update. Continue to ask for support on WeChat. If it weren't for the avatar crisis, Soren would be rich immediately. Unfortunately. Now it was a time of turmoil. These valuable art collections were simply a pile of waste. The difficulty of getting rid of them was simply too high. They could only be used as collections. However, Soren had always been a pragmatist. After looking at the list of the collection, he waved his hand and ordered someone to hold an auction. Then, the rest of the items were too valuable to be sold. He simply asked someone to make a museum exhibition and collect tickets. By the way, he would let the residents of Mordor see these legendary treasures that were priceless. In this way, it would be much easier for them to brag in the pub in the future. Since they were citizens of Mordor City, their bragging skills were definitely better than those in other places. Stealing was really a good way to make a fortune. It was a pity that Soren was unlikely to use the clergy of theft as his core, and this clergy was too hateful. The Shadow Lord's interpersonal relationships were so bad. The church was besieged by Soren and had no allies to help. The main reason was that the clergy of theft had attracted a lot of hatred over a long period of time. The role of Soren's clergy could only be used to allow his rogues to access the field of theft. In the future, it would definitely need to be separated like the half-elf clergy. Most of the income this time would go to the treasury of Mordor, but a part of the reward would still be given. Now that a big enemy was solved, Soren's position was much more stable. At present, looking at the entire material plane, there were almost no enemies that were in conflict with Soren's clergy and were quite dangerous. Although the Shadow Lord's clergy might attract the attention of Lady of the Night, for the time being, Lady of the Night was unlikely to attack Soren. This representative of the evil faction still had too many enemies to deal with. At present, Soren's remaining race gods, such as the halfling god of rogues and other gods with the same field, could be put aside for the time being. Soren's focus now turned to integrating the Shadow Lord's clergy. At the same time, while the third wave of the Avatar crisis had not broken out yet, he was ready to study how to use the war chess plane. The slaughter EXP gained from killing the Shadow Lords could also be used to increase his Arcanist level. The Arcanist profession has been raised to level 8. Received 37, INT 28 plus, INT 28 to 10, *0, 5, skill points, HP increased by 13, profession HP 4 plus, con 28 to 10, *0, 5. Obtained 1 free attribute point. Obtained 1 talent point. The improvement from killing a deity was astonishing. Soren received a large amount of slaughter EXP. After leveling up his Arcanist class to level 8, Soren received a free attribute point and an ability point. There was nothing to think about. The free attribute points were allocated to intelligence, raising it to 29 points. At the same time, Soren chose Legendary Spell Penetration. It was a legendary ability that spellcasters had to master. Legendary Spell Penetration, epic ability, any of your spells will have an additional 6 points of spell penetration. When casting any spell, the test of immunity triggered will have an additional 6 points. This ability is effective against any spells. Because of this ability, it will be more difficult for the enemy to successfully resist against control spells. This effect automatically replaces the ability of spell penetration. The effect of this legendary ability was amazing. The 6 points of spell penetration was equivalent to the additional effect of 12 points of intelligence. Using Finger of Death as an indicator, Soren's current intelligence was 29 points, and his level was 18. The additional value of intelligence was 9 points, and his level was 18 points. In addition to the effect of legendary spell penetration, the difficulty of Soren's Finger of Death had exceeded 35 points. Basically, for enemies below legendary strength, Soren could kill them in one shot with one move, Finger of Death. The same effect could also be used on Crowd Control, Disintegrate, and Disintegrate. However, Soren rarely used Disintegrate, because this type of spell would not leave any loot. The enemy would be directly disintegrated together with their equipment. From the looks of it. Because of the buff from the Intermediate Divinity and the Intermediate Divinity, as well as Arcane Mastery, Soren's spellcasting ability was finally starting to take shape. The strength of his spells was already equivalent to that of a purebred wizard above level 24. Arcanist has leveled up to level 9. Received 38, INT 29 plus, INT 28 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 13, Profession HP 4 plus, Con 28 to 10, *0. 5. Arcanist has leveled up to level 10. Received 38, INT 29 plus, INT 28 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 13, Profession HP 4 plus, Con 28 to 10, *0. 5. Leveled up to level 7. Received 1 free attribute point. Received 1 ability point. Soren used up all the slaughter EXP from the Shadow Lord, directly leveling up his Arcanist profession to level 10. At the same time, his intelligence increased to a shocking 30 points. There was almost nothing to think about. This ability point came from level 7. Soren directly chose Legendary Endurance. It couldn't be helped. When Eugene was pierced through the heart by the Shadow Lord, he was still able to stand. That was a huge shock to Soren. With Legendary Endurance, Soren's body didn't have any obvious weaknesses. Legendary Endurance, epic ability, your body has surpassed the limits of mortals. From now on, even if your heart is hit by an enemy, you will not die. Unless the enemy chopped off your head, all physical damage would only cause you to lose HP. Legendary Endurance has completely changed your body. You will be immune to most lethal effects. At the same time, when Legendary Endurance is activated, the physical damage you receive will be temporarily reduced by 40%. Remarks, prerequisite, 25 Vitality, this was Eugene's ability at that time. Legendary Endurance gave the melee class a terrifying survivability. Most lethal attacks were ineffective. As long as Soren's HP wasn't depleted, he would be able to stand even if his heart was dug out. For a god like Soren who could cast divine spells, as long as he didn't die on the spot, a greater regeneration would be able to save him. If that was the case, the difficulty of killing him would be doubled. Soren was taking shape as a meat shield. Although he hadn't mastered perfect health and epic strength, Soren's current HP was close to 600 points. His survivability in a frontal battle was already higher than a purebred warrior above level 20. Currently, the total level of Soren's rogue was 20, and the total level of the spellcaster was also 20. No matter if it was magic or melee, he had already taken shape. He was finally about to reach the standard of a veteran god. He had the ability to crush any enemy below legendary. In other words, the enemies that were not above legendary were no longer a threat to Soren. P.S. Follow Futu's public WeChat support. There's an update today. Time passed by day. After killing the Shadow Lord, Soren's figure seemed to have suddenly disappeared. the outside world didn't get any news about him. Instead, Gloria became active. At present, all the big and small things in Mordor City were basically handed over to her to deal with. Basically, everyone thought that Gloria had become the current ruler of Mordor City. She had gradually replaced Sorin and stood on the stage of the secular power of Mordor City. The changes in Mordor City were still ongoing. Every day, new changes were taking place in Mordor City. Especially after the appearance of the alchemy cement developed by the northern witches, the changes in Mordor City were already very amazing. The roads were being repaved every day, and new tall and magnificent buildings were being built one after another. More and more witches were under Gloria's command. Even wizards from other places came to visit her, hoping to get some knowledge of the arcane empire from Mordor City. The changes in the temple also continued. During this period of time, the temple held a large prayer ceremony almost every day, and the divine brilliance above the temple became more and more dazzling. Finally, when this divine brilliance reached a critical point, a golden beam of light rose into the sky. Immediately, Sorin's figure emerged in midair. It was a golden hazy figure, looking down on the entire city of Mordor. This was Sorin's divine form, which would only appear when he was promoted to intermediate divine power. Central Square. Thousands of believers gathered in the square. They were divided into 3 camps. One was the judiciary, which was mainly composed of lurkers and assassins. The other was the center, which was mainly composed of saint priests and other special professions. The last was the bishops, most of whom were the core priests of the church. Behind them was a mass of believers. At this moment, they were kneeling on the ground devoutly, holding a huge prayer ceremony. My Lord Sorin. You are the master of the shadows. You are the master of Mordor. You are the protector of the half-elves. My Lord Sorin. You are the keeper of order. You are the only true god of the rogues. Your enemies will have nowhere to hide. My Lord Sorin. Your name will become sacred in the mortal world. You have led us through this crisis. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are the master of the shadows. You are a wise ruler. You are the protector of the half-elves. Slaughter will make you stronger. The enemy's death spreads your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Sorin. You will raise the kingdom that belongs to you. Transforming into the stars in the sky. Surging divine power converged. Sorin's divine power was released from his divine spirit form and spread to all the believers in the central square. The power of the shadow domain was spreading. All of Sauron's followers were nourished by traces of divine power, making them feel incomparably warm and enveloped by a massive amount of power. Most of this power was distributed to Sorin's core believers. The rogues received the most obvious improvement. Almost every rogue's shadow and stealth abilities were improved. Then came the priest's divine power. They could access more realms, and there were more divine spells such as summon shadow beings and dispel shadow beings. Finally, there were the ordinary believers. They only received a little bit of divine power to improve their basic skills a little bit. This was the god's feedback. When Sorin successfully advanced to intermediate divine power, all his believers received a significant improvement. At this time, Sorin's prayers had undergone a huge change. The first prayer was no longer half-elves, but Master of Shadows. This meant that Sorin's core divine power had changed from half-elves to shadow. The order of the prayers represented Sorin's current abilities. Half-elves, order, domination, rogues, and tracking. Sorin had changed from the god that the rogues served to the only true god of the rogues. This represented his ambition to unify the rogues' divine power, and his enemies had nowhere to hide. This represented the power of tracking. The only thing that did not appear was theft. There was no theft in the prayers. This meant that Sorin was announcing to all the forces in the mortal world, including the other gods, that even if he had the rogue's divine power, he would not use theft as a part of spreading his faith. He was not a thief. He would not let the rogues who believed in him steal. This was an expression of his attitude. Finally, there was the core part of the prayers. Sorin used to become holy among the half-elves, but now the core prayer was your name will become holy among the mortals. This meant that Soren had officially entered the competition of the gods. He no longer limited his faith to the half-elves, but intended to spread his faith to the whole multiverse. This was a kind of declaration. Soren would completely get rid of the limitations of his race's divine power. He would no longer have the half-elves as his core believers. Instead, he would include all races in the scope of his faith. This was a behavior that attracted hatred. But for Soren, it was a process that he had to go through because he was already a middle divine power. If he was still limited to his race, there was almost no possibility for him to continue to improve in the future. This was something that could not be helped. The population of the half-elves was limited. It was impossible for the half-elves to become a greater divine power alone, and it was not very beneficial for the development of Soren's other divine powers. At present, getting rid of the limitations of his race's divine power as soon as possible could make Soren stronger. The sacred ceremony was still going on. Soren was gathering the power of faith of his believers, and then connecting to the original divine kingdom and the divine kingdom of the shadow plane. One was the divine kingdom of the half-elves, and the other was the divine kingdom of the shadow. This was Soren's power, and it was also the kingdom that he needed to inherit and integrate in the future. This would be a very big process. Soren had to first descend the half-elves' divine kingdom to the shadow plane, and then integrate the two divine kingdoms. The half-elves' divine kingdom was under the protection of the elven divine system, and its coordinates were close to the wild field in the upper plane. The divine kingdom of the Shadow Lord was in the shadow plane, and it belonged to the space close to the lower plane. Soren was now descending the half-elves' divine kingdom to the shadow plane. Descending the divine kingdom, this was a very big project, and Soren had to pay a lot of divine power. However, when the two divine kingdoms were integrated, his power would be even stronger. A sacred light shrouded the whole city of Mordor. Soren's promotion to mid-level divine power was very big, and it might even be bigger than his ascension because the power of a mid-level divine power was enough to affect a kingdom. In the position of the port of Mordor, the figure of the goddess of wealth appeared again. This time, her divine avatar was more condensed. It seemed that because Soren killed her enemy, the Shadow Lord, or maybe because Soren was about to catch up with her power, the avatar of the goddess of wealth personally appeared to congratulate Soren on his promotion to a mid-level divine power. The appearance of the goddess of sea was not too late. Mordor was one of her important places to spread her faith. In the face of Soren's promotion, she also appeared to congratulate him. Outside the material plane. With the fluctuation of Soren's divine power, the half-elven kingdom in the upper plane began to slowly fall. Originally, before Soren ascended, the kingdom fell because of the fall of the original half-elven god and the god of rogues. Although it was temporarily stabilized because of Soren's power, it was close to the upper plane. Now that Soren had taken Shadow as his main divine power, then according to the laws of the gods and the multiverse, Soren's kingdom should be close to the shadow plane. At present, when Soren was promoted to a mid-level divine power, the whole half-elven kingdom was gradually falling towards the shadow plane. This kingdom would be relatively slow, but it would reach the shadow plane in at most half a year. At that time, Soren would receive the kingdom of the Shadow Lord and the half-elven kingdom at the same time. How to integrate these two kingdoms would be the problem he had to face at that time. With the end of the turbulent torrent at the beginning, Soren's power gradually became gentle. He had successfully broken through the barrier of mid-level divine power. After breaking through a certain critical point, Soren's mastery of divine power became more and more skillful. All his power rippled like ripples, constantly nourishing his believers and leaving a soul mark on them. This was the mark left behind by Soren. Now that it was the time of the Avatar crisis, the souls of the dead believers might not be able to reach Soren's holy kingdom normally. If they couldn't reach Soren's holy kingdom, the souls of the evil believers under Soren's command were very likely to fall to the lower planes, such as the bottomless abyss, the grey wilderness, the Baator inferno, the scorching hell and so on. This would be a tragic outcome for the believers, and it would be a huge loss for Soren as well. That was why he had to leave a soul mark on these devout believers so that he could bring their souls back to his holy kingdom in case anything happened to them. This way, even if they died, they would still be able to obtain a better place to belong. The ripples of divine power gradually spread out. Soren's power flowed through the entire island of Mordor like water, and then connected with the temples of all the towns. Some kind of power shrouded the island of Mordor, and then it disappeared little by little. When Soren's divine light disappeared, a row of data appeared before his eyes, promoted to intermediate divine power. The power of divinity has been promoted. The form of the saint has been strengthened. You've gained a new ability, instant cast circle 1 to 3 spells. Why was it so difficult for mortals to kill a greater divine power? Looking at Soren's current ability, it was clear. Soren had just promoted to an intermediate divine power, and he had automatically gained the power of divinity for all the circle 1 to 3 spells. This was a specialty ability other than instant cast. Soren didn't have to spend more advanced spell slots to memorize, but he could directly cast all the circle 1 to 3 spells with the original spell slots. If this ability was obtained through the normal way, first, one would need to obtain the legendary ability of instant cast circle 0 spells, then the legendary ability of instant cast circle 1 spells, and then the ability to strengthen to circle 3 spells. This required a total of 3 talent points. The eldest princess had this kind of instantaneous ability, but she relied more on herself to obtain and upgrade it. At this time, Soren's data had changed. Name, Soren, Saint Form, Intermediate Divine Power, Race, Half-Elf, Massacre God's Child, Attributes, Strength 23, +6, Dexterity 38, +6, Constitution 28, +6, Intelligence 30, +7, Wisdom 21, +6, Charm 25, +9. Alignment, Lawful Evil Profession, Level 10 Rogue, 011500000, Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max, Level 10 Wizard, 021750000, Level 10 Arcanist, 024550000, Grade 7, Health Points, 585585, Sturdy, Experience Points, 355075, Slaughter EXP, 17,545, Profession EXP, Unassigned, Skill Points, None Attribute Points, None Legend Level, 200 Divinity, 222, Intermediate Divinity, requires 300 points to upgrade, Greater Divinity. Divinity, 112, Intermediate Divinity. Requires 300 points to upgrade, Greater Divinity. Divine Power, 313-2240, requires 1200 divine power to upgrade to intermediate divine power. Master, Deity's Descent, Divine Law. The current divinity storage limit is 2240 points. Clergy, Shadow, Theft, Half-Elf, Rogue, Tracking Domain, Trickery, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Rule, Piracy, Shadow, Plant Spiritual Energy, Evil Spiritual Energy, Fear Spiritual Energy Status, Normal Basic Skills, Sneak 505, Literacy 375, Steal 325, Pick Lock 315, Snare 275, Focus 275, Negotiate 465, Appraise 225, Deceive 275, Intimidation 575, Taunt 275, Perform 215, Listen 365, Dodge 325, Parry 215, Block 175, Heal 215, Search 375, Detect 375, Copy Scroll 185, Spell Identification 255. Survival 325, Use Magic Equipment 185, Cooking 125, Alchemy 275, Forge Magic Weapon 235. Saint Form, Transcendence, Spell Immunity 1 to 4, Epic Divine Power, Instant Cast 1 to 3. Divinity Abilities, Space Change, Death's Hand, Reality Change, Form Change, Divine Power Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplanar Communication, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills, Legendary Tenacity, Legendary Spell Penetration, Legendary Reflex, Detect Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Spellcasting Proficiency, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, craft magical equipment, spell penetration, minor spell resistance, minor cold resistance, medium fire resistance, minor poison resistance, minor electric resistance, robust, high regeneration, telepathy. 100 feet. Profession abilities, arcane memory, arcane counterspell, arcane runes, shadow dominator, nimble mind, military weapon, proficiency, curved sword, legendary. Battle skills, summon shadow, shadow jump, 300 meters, shadow strike, shadow jump, 2 times, vampiric touch, divine, sword form, heavy hack, sword form, horizontal slash, sword form, beheading, sword form, waist chop, sword form, spinning strike, spinning slash. The foundation is gradually stabilizing. Soren's figure slowly disappeared in midair and then reappeared in the Great Temple. Now that he had advanced to the mid-level divine power, his own strength had improved again. There was not much difference between him and the old gods. Now even his basic skills were gradually catching up. His core skills had reached more than 300 or 400 points, and even his other skills had reached 100 or 200 points. The strengthening of various basic abilities was almost done. In the future, the focus would be on the legendary abilities. My lord. With the completion of Soren's advancement to the mid-level divine power, the prayer ceremony outside gradually ended, and the figure of the high priestess appeared in front of Soren. Soren turned to look at her and said, "It's time. I'll help you remove the curse left by the Queen of Spiders." When the high priestess heard this, her expression was a little excited, and then she stood in place very respectfully. Arcane, domain. Saint form. A golden light appeared on Soren's body, and his whole person seemed to be shrouded in the light of divinity. He slowly reached out and pressed on the head of the high priestess, and then he saw a power full of evil aura emerging. This power twisted and turned into a ferocious spider mark, and then it screamed and was expelled by Soren's divine power. The emblem of the Queen of Spiders. When the power of the arcane domain was completely expelled by Soren, the twisted spider mark also disappeared completely, but it was certain that the Queen of Spiders was aware of it. She was currently fighting with the elven gods, so she should not be in a hurry to trouble Soren. Everything in Mordor was gradually on the right track. Soren's advancement to the mid-level divine power did not bring much pressure to the other gods because he killed gods who were almost alone, and these gods' relationships were very poor. More importantly, there was one more thing: at present, the power of all the gods in the Pantheon Temple was united. Even gods like the Queen of Spiders knew how to cultivate a few gods to form their own drow divine system. For a god like Soren who fought alone, even if he was promoted to greater divine power, it was difficult for him to threaten those who were really high up. There was no divine power. It was simply not enough to rely on one person, because even if a god was very powerful, how many places could he go? Once the conflict between gods escalated, it would eventually evolve into a struggle between gods. Elven divine system. Dwarf divine system. Orc divine system. Halfling divine system. Nature divine system. Glory divine system. Death divine system. Looking at the row of names above, it could be seen that Soren's power might be really strong in the mortal world. But if this kind of power was brought to the Pantheon Temple, it would be nothing at all. Any divine system had the ability to completely crush Soren. The key was only whether they were willing to pay such a big price. If it were not for the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, at this time, there should have been gods trying to win over Soren. After all, a new god rising quickly could still enrich the power of their own divine system. But now was a turbulent time, and there were many internal conflicts in many divine systems. At this time, no one had the energy to win over Soren. Moreover, Soren was currently in the evil camp, and his ability was inclined to be alone. Except for the evil gods led by Lady of Night, most of the other divine systems did not like Soren's clergy. But the problem was that Lady of Night was very eager to live in the shadow clergy, which meant that it was difficult for the two to be together. It was so awkward for a god to be alone. This was not only the case for Soren, but also for the sea goddess. Why was the sea goddess always suppressed by the Storm Lord? It was not because the Storm Lord had subordinate gods, but the subordinate gods cultivated by the sea goddess were just weak, and some of them were simply demigod-level creatures. If there was a war with the Storm Lord, then it would definitely be a full-scale war. In this case, the sea goddess would not be able to do anything. If it were not for this reason, the sea goddess would not spend so much energy to create the sea divine system. This was also a problem that Soren had to face at present. The Avatar crisis affected the whole multiverse. If Soren did not join a divine system, then he had to create his own divine system. Or else, in the future, if any divine system fought with him, what Soren did today to besiege the Shadow Lord would repeat itself. No matter how strong he was, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. At that time, the situation would be extremely passive. These days, even the goddess of agriculture, a non-combat god, had a group of goddess of river and goddess of lake as subordinate gods. If Soren did not cultivate a few of his own subordinate gods, he was afraid that in the future, it would be too embarrassing to say hello to other gods with great divine power. If Soren wanted to cultivate a divine system, then he had to start planning now. First of all, Saruman could be a seed with great potential. Then there was Vivian, who was becoming a demigod. These were the 2 candidates for the divine system. Vivian would have to face the Dreadlord in the future. When Soren was strong enough, he would also attack the Dreadlord's kingdom, and then completely destroy the throne of Dread and kill the Dreadlord. In this way, Soren's divine system might have 2 great divine power in the future. This was also why he had never thought of joining other divine systems. In addition, Soren would definitely separate the half-elf clergy in the future. This could be used to cultivate a race of gods. Then there was the power of the pirate domain. It was very easy for Soren to condense the pirate divinity. If any of his subordinates were strong enough to become gods, he could also consider giving the pirate clergy to one of them. For now, Soren was not completely without the foundation of forming his own divine system. P.S. It's so cool to organize the attributes every time. This chapter was quickly finished. Windspear Hills. Suomi City. This was a city with a long history. Although it had been destroyed several times in war, it was eventually rebuilt by people. This was a city very close to the Windspear Hills and also a city close to the forest elves. Now the Avatar crisis had also caused a lot of impact on this city. Refugee camps could be seen outside the city. However, Suomi City was better than other places in that it had a good garrison, so there was not much loss in the attack of the demons. Tremont Tavern. A tall figure pushed the door and walked in. Although she was covered with a cloak, one could still see the exquisite curves of her body and fiery red long hair. This was a female adventurer, and a very beautiful one at that. Many other people in the tavern turned their heads, and some frivolous men couldn't help but whistle. But when the other party glanced at them coldly, these people immediately shrank their necks and stopped talking. That was a very dangerous gaze. And as adventurers who had been on the knife's edge all year round, they knew very well that this kind of gaze often meant that the other party was a woman who had been stained with a lot of blood. This woman was very strong, and they couldn't afford to provoke her. The tall and seductive woman glanced around the tavern, and then her eyes fell on a man sitting in the corner. It was a rather down-and-out middle-aged adventurer with a face full of whiskers. The equipment on his body was a bit shabby, and it seemed that it had not been repaired for a long time. "Are you Andre?" The beautiful woman with fiery red long hair came directly in front of the middle-aged adventurer, then sat opposite him unceremoniously, and said directly, looking at the scar on your neck, "You should be Andre Lot?" The middle-aged man's expression was quite alert. He involuntarily pressed his hand on the hilt and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why do you know me?" He was just an unknown adventurer. Although he lived all the way to middle age, except for leaving scars all over his body, he didn't accumulate much wealth. Many adventurers wanted to earn a lot of money when they were young, and then live a quiet life as a noble manor owner in their old age. But in fact, there were very few adventurers who could do this. Most of them were strong and lucky. Most of them were adventurers like Andre. When they reached middle age, they had no choice but to give up adventuring and find a place to live in seclusion and become a member of the guards. The red-haired woman glanced at him indifferently and then showed him a token. It was a black token, and the emblem on it represented one of the most famous places in the Outer Islands. Moto. The middle-aged man couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and then he quickly suppressed it as if he realized something. However, his voice still trembled with a trace of excitement and fear. He looked at the red-haired woman in front of him with a respectful expression and said respectfully, "Your Excellency. What business do you have with me?" Andre couldn't help but call her Your Excellency. Because of the iconic fiery red long hair of the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but think of a legendary figure. Although she rarely appeared at present, there was still such a figure among the pirate leaders in Moto City, and she was the only woman among the many pirate leaders in Moto City. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but swallow, and he recalled something that happened some time ago. The red-haired woman waved to the bartender to bring the most expensive wine here. This kind of tequila that cost 3 kindler for a glass was not something Andre could afford at all, but these seemed to be nothing to the red-haired woman in front of him. She first motioned for Andre to have a drink, then slowly said, "I heard that you have news of an interesting thing in your hands. I came to you personally for this matter." The red-haired woman's attitude was very casual, but Andre's heart sank, and then he couldn't help but become nervous. It was really for this thing. Andre couldn't help but show a wry smile. As expected, he shouldn't have said that after drinking. Although he tried to deny it afterward, some people had already noticed him. The red-haired woman picked up the expensive tequila and just glanced at it, then slowly said, "To be honest, even if you know where this thing is, it's not something you can get with your strength. It's better to tell us the news in exchange for some more reasonable rewards. At your age, it's time to arrange your future for yourself. Are you going to learn from those guys who can't even pick up a sword when they're old and poor until they die?" The red-haired woman's words made Andre hesitated. But then the other party's words destroyed his last trace of hope. The red-haired woman slowly said, "Sir Soren must also be very interested in this thing, you know." Sir Soren, Andre's expression changed drastically. To an adventurer like him, this name was a legend that he didn't even dare to imagine. If that Sir wanted to obtain this item, the fact that this red-haired lady was still sitting in front of him and chatting with him was already a very generous attitude. "What can I get?" Andre swallowed hard. He knew that he should take a stand at this moment. Otherwise, he might not be able to walk out of this tavern. He thought about it seriously and said, "If I tell you the news, what can I get?" The red-haired woman couldn't help but smile. She seemed to be very satisfied with Andre's attitude, and slowly said, "2 choices, 30,000 kindler. Or I can recommend you to find a position in the army of Mordor City. I think you should be competent with your strength, 30,000 kindler." This was definitely a very amazing wealth for ordinary people. It was enough for Andre to buy a manor and live comfortably like a noble for the rest of his life. However, now was the time of the Avatar crisis. Sometimes money was not as useful as it used to be. Andre couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Even if he got so much money now, could he guarantee that he would be alive to spend it? Not to mention those adventurers who might be jealous, just the attack of the devils could kill him at any time. Now the manors outside were cheaper than the previous one. The nobles tried their best to get rid of the manors and live in the city because the defensive power of the manors was not enough to fight against the wandering devils. So he thought about it and made a choice. "I choose to join the army of Mordor City." Join Mordor City. This was a very tempting choice. Although it could not bring Andre a lot of wealth, it could give him a higher status. And Mordor City itself was a very special place. "Very good." The red-haired woman smiled. She was not surprised by Andre's choice and said slowly, "A very wise choice. So, now you can tell me where the legendary Bodian sword is?" P.S. First update. Today is the 3rd update. Bodian. One of the most famous pirates in the material plane, he was a powerful pirate leader, the builder of the Baldur's Gate, and a great navigator. When Soren first rose to prominence, many people thought he would be another Bodian, including when Soren planned to build the city of Mordor. Many people were ready to watch him make a fool of himself. Because in the era when Bodian was active, as the most powerful pirate force at the time, Bodian also built the Baldur's Gate, and when he left, he also enfeoffed 4 dukes to rule here. To some extent, everything Soren did in the beginning was very similar to Bodian. Even, later on, after Bodian disappeared, the experiences of both sides were quite similar. For example, the outside world said that Bodian mysteriously disappeared, or died in the hands of the war creatures. But in fact, he had quietly dabbled in the realm of the gods, relying on his own strength to obtain the divine title of pirate. But after all, his talent was only mortal. Bodian did not directly ascend to godhood like Soren. Instead, he went through many twists and turns, and even fell into the realm of dark creatures because of some curse. But after missing for hundreds of years, he finally promoted as a demigod and became the god of pirates with minor divine power. In the records of the Arcane Empire, Bodian was active for a period of time, and most of his believers were pirates. Outside of the Avatar crisis, it was very difficult to ascend to godhood. It took nearly 600 to 800 years from Bodian's mysterious disappearance until he officially ascended to godhood. This was about the same time as Soren's original estimate. A mortal accumulates divinity and godhood through the normal way, then quietly develops believers, and finally officially ascends to godhood. At present, in the entire material plane, only the legendary pirate Bodian and the ancestral spirit served by the Vrykul pirates could be confirmed to have held the divine title of pirate. Soren also started as a pirate. It was just that he went much further than Bodian. But as the most powerful pirate king in the material plane, Soren's pirate domain was also one of the earliest domain abilities. Bodian's sword wasn't a powerful weapon. At best, the sword was a Tier 2 legendary equipment. However, it wasn't a single piece of equipment. Bodian's helmet, Bodian's armor, Bodian's cloak, and Bodian's sword were a complete set. After assembling a full set, the power of these equipment would be greatly enhanced, reaching the effect of some divine artifacts. Most importantly, in the legends of the pirates, they believed and were sure that the equipment left behind by Bodian would lead them to the path to godhood. Many pirates believed that they would be able to inherit Bodian's pirate priesthood after completing this set of equipment. The red-haired woman in front of him was Adele Isabella, who had begun to cultivate and advance to the legendary realm. Ever since she had handed over the affairs of the territory to others, she had begun to travel the entire continent. The news of obtaining the sword of Bodian was purely accidental. She only learned about it from the spies in Motor City. Originally, many people wouldn't take this kind of pub thing seriously. Maybe Andre was just bragging after getting drunk. But after careful analysis, Adele Isabella found that Andre had traveled to the sea, and in the end, he was the only one who came back alive. This bizarre thing told her that the other party might really know something about Bodian. That's why she came here in person today. Bodian's sword. This sword was not a very important thing. What was more important was the news related to Bodian. Since the fall of the Arcane Empire, the legend of this legendary pirate had been circulating for a long time. And the treasure he left behind attracted a large number of pirates to explore, and Adele Isabella was also very interested in it. Soren naturally didn't know about this. This kind of trivial matter was not enough to alarm the ruler of Motor City. Adele Isabella's actions today were completely personal. Of course, if they could really find Bodian's treasure, or even find the pirate clergy that he had left behind, then Adele Isabella would definitely make a great contribution. When the time came, she would offer it to the city of Mordor, and her status would definitely skyrocket. But it was better not to alarm Sir Soren now. If they found only a piece of equipment used by Bodian and no other clues, then Adele Isabella would be embarrassed after alarming Soren. The reason why the red-haired female pirate was so convinced that the legend was true, and that the Bodian set really had clues to godhood. It was mainly because she found something very interesting through the secret library of the Northern Witch Council. Because in the information of the Northern Witch Council, Bodian's sword was not a very powerful equipment, but it had a very special ability, that was, to increase a person's legend. The person who owned this sword would immediately become famous among the pirates, and they would have a reputation far beyond other pirates. Why would a sword have such a special ability that had nothing to do with combat? There was only one reason, that was, to become a god. One needed legend of the countryside. Adele Isabella didn't know much about the gods, but she still had an intuition that if she found the Bodian set, it would definitely be of great benefit to her. Moreover, Sir Gloria seemed to have plans to deal with the Beholder recently. One of the famous Bodian set, Bodian's shield, had a very special ability, that was, it could directly reflect the Beholder's rays. Adele Isabella wanted to see if she could use the clues to find other parts of the Bodian set. Andre didn't hesitate for long after getting the red-haired woman's promise. He simply took out an ancient drawing and handed it to Adele Isabella, and slowly said, "This is the clue I got. The legendary parts of the Bodian set are hidden here." Thousands of years ago, the descendants of the god of massacre, Baal, also received these pieces of equipment. But they were later placed in other places by the god of massacre. This island used to be called Pirate Island. But now, more than half of it has sunk. This sea area is a very dangerous place. It is said that there is an ancient ruin called Anti-Magic Prison nearby. The big explosion during the Arcane Empire caused the land to split and deviate. There are currently many mutated creatures in this sea area. The last time I led a group of people through this sea area, they were completely annihilated. I was the only one who escaped. At this point, Andre pointed at a certain location on the map and said in a deep voice, "This is the place where we encountered the giant sea monster. The pirate island is here, and the legendary anti-magic prison is here. This place is very dangerous." Hearing Andre's words, Adele Isabella's expression changed, and she said in a deep voice, "The god of massacre? Is this thing related to the god of massacre? Seems like I have to change my mind. You have to go to Motor City with me now." The god of massacre, Baal, who would have thought that this matter would involve one of the three ancient gods of death? Even if Adele Isabella was ignorant, she should know that she had to report this matter to Sir Soren. As one of Soren's most loyal followers, she could access the power of the realm far more than other priests, including Soren's massacre realm, which was also one of the sources of power that Adele Isabella could access. However, whether or not she could gain comprehension from the slaughter domain and grasp a trace of the power of slaughter would depend on her own innate ability. Since this matter involved the god of massacre, this news had to be sent back to Sir Soren. According to Andre, the location of the Bodian suit should be within the range of the big explosion during the period of the Arcane Empire. At that time, the violent explosions of the floating cities were not limited to the Eastern Kingdom. There were also floating cities in the overseas regions that were cruising around the entire material plane that fell into the sea and other places and caused violent explosions. At present, the location north of Treasure Island, where even Soren's fleet did not dare to approach, was the location where one of the floating city fell and exploded. Legend said that the giant whirlpool formed there used to be a piece of land, and at the bottom of the whirlpool, there were some well-preserved ruins of the city. The energy radiation in this place was very scary, although thousands of years had passed, and the damage of energy radiation to the human body had decreased a lot. The mutation caused by the strong radiation had completely affected and changed these places. There was no exception. These places with a high concentration of energy radiation were very dangerous, and the environment was several times more dangerous than the outer islands. If one were to use Sauron's words as an adventurer, it would be that these places were all high-difficulty instance dungeons. If the average level of the party members was not above level 15, it was simply a matter of death. This was a high-level map with a minimum challenge level of 15 and above, and even legendary masters could be wiped out if they entered. In the middle of the Avatar crisis, these ancient ruins that were discovered by people during the time of troubles were no less dangerous than exploring other planes. Some places even had a challenge level of 25 and above. In other words, even the incarnation of the gods could die if they entered. With Adele Isabella's identity, she could naturally mobilize the power of the Wind Spear Hills to gather a group of high-grade professionals, and then use her identity as one of the pirate leaders to form a fleet to explore. But from Andre's words, the red-haired female pirate learned that the danger of this place was far beyond her estimation. They didn't even manage to defeat the first sea monster they encountered. Before they even reached this place called Pirate Island, they were already wiped out. The warship that Andre had spent all his savings on and the sailors that he had recruited were all dead. That was why he was in such dire straits. Andre's reputation among the adventurers had plummeted after his party was wiped out and he was the only one alive. Otherwise, why would you be the only one who survived when everyone else died? Many adventurers kept a respectful distance from people with such an ending. Hearing that the red-haired female pirate wanted to take him to see the legendary Sir Soren, Andre's expression was obviously a hint of surprise and a hint of panic. He was very much in awe of this legendary figure, but now he had no choice at all. He could only follow Adele Isabella to Mordor City to see Soren. Any information about the god of massacre, Baal, was the focus of Mordor City. The rogues inside the church had been inquiring about clues related to the three gods of death. So that day, Adele Isabella took the rather panicked Andre to Mordor City. At the same time, the intelligence network of Mordor City also sent the news to Soren for the first time. Mordor City. War Chest Plain. After successfully killing the Shadow Lord, Soren had one less big problem in his heart. Now, as long as he killed the Dread Lord and destroyed his kingdom, then even if the Avatar crisis was over, Soren could live a relaxed life after becoming a real god with intermediate divine power. Therefore, if it was not the time of troubles, the gods who usually stayed in their kingdom were very safe. At present, Soren had the ability to protect himself. As long as he did not blatantly provoke the existence of those great gods, then the possibility of Soren safely surviving the Avatar crisis was very high. Soren had a plan to deal with the next few waves of attacks and even the conspiracy of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. The only difference was whether he wanted to intervene. If he did not intervene, the end of the material plane would definitely not be good. At that time, the people would inevitably be in a terrible situation. During this time, Soren's focus was on the research of the War Chest Plane. Although the traces of the Goddess of Fortune and the Goddess of Misfortune had appeared, and the relationship between the Orc divine system and the Elf divine system was also getting tense, Soren, as an outsider, could only watch coldly. There were some things that he could not intervene in. Taking advantage of the fact that the archdevils in the Baator Inferno had not made any big moves, and many really powerful demon lords were still watching, Soren naturally focused on improving his own strength. This was not only to improve his own strength, but also to improve the ability of the entire Mordor city to deal with the Avatar crisis. Soren's alchemy skills had been improving recently. At the same time, after obtaining the highest authority of the Arcane Tower, he could finally calm down and study how to control the special ability of the War Chest Plane. Soren's first challenge was naturally not optional. Because apart from Soren, no one had successfully passed it. Whether it was Gloria or the fallen witches, all of them had been cheated by the original challenge. And this difficulty was to select the successor of the War Chest Plane. Others did not need to try such a difficult challenge at all. Soren needed to reduce the difficulty. Of course, it was not as simple as reducing the difficulty. He also needed to set and create the challenge content of the War Chest Plane. When he first met the demigod genie, Soren encountered a very simple war chess game. This represented that this kind of war chess game had many different contents during the Arcane Empire. What Soren had to do now was to create a trial content himself. This was like asking him to make a difficult RPG game, and then give this game to his elites to challenge and hone their strength. Soren's current idea was still based on demons and devils. Because during the Avatar crisis, these were the two enemies that mortals had to face the most. Soren's avatar was in the bottomless abyss, so he could easily simulate and create various demons and then use them as enemies in the trial. In this way, in the future, the elites under his command should have nothing to fear even in the face of intermediate and high-level demons. However, when Soren completed part of it and was about to start the preliminary test, Adele Isabella sent him a very important message. This news was related to the legendary massacre god Bodian set. Soren silently looked at the information in his hand and murmured, "It seems that this set of equipment did fall into the hands of the massacre god at that time." P.S. Third update. Everyone can follow Futu's WeChat public account to give support. At the same time, if anyone is free, help Futu sort out the attributes of the Bodian set and post it in the book review area. Thank you very much. The massacre god's child was active at the end of the last time of troubles. At that time, there were many massacre god's children in the material plane, and all of them were descendants of the god of massacre, Baal. The most powerful one among them began to rise from the Candle Castle, and he killed all the gods and demons that stood in his way until he reached Baal's throne. This massacre god's child was the final victor, and he obtained a lot of powerful equipment in this legendary adventure, including the Holy Avenger, the Archmage Staff, the Star of Day, and other divine weapons. According to the normal course of history, this massacre god's child should have inherited the clergy and become the god of massacre. But what was unexpected was that this massacre god's child's final choice was to destroy Baal's throne, and then choose to live in seclusion as a mortal. Soren admired this kind of person very much, but he certainly would not choose to do so. The Bodian set was one of the equipment that the Massacre God's children collected at that time. This set of equipment was related to the legendary pirate Bodian, and there were many hidden rumors after the Massacre God's child ended. Pirate Island? Anti-magic prison? Soren looked at the map in front of him, and as if he remembered something, he murmured, "I think I know where this is. I can't believe this place hasn't sunk yet." The big explosion during the Arcane Empire directly caused the continental plates to move, and the world's continents would move gradually, but very slowly. Even the continental shelf of Earth had changed a lot. The destruction of the Arcane Empire caused many continents to sink, and the structure of the outer islands changed because of this catastrophe. Should I send someone to explore? Soren fell into deep thought. He did not have time to explore the ruins himself, and he had just become an intermediate god, so he needed to familiarize himself with the operation of the Shadow Clergy. Ever since he merged with the Shadow Clergy, Soren's connection with the Shadow Plane had increased, and he recently discovered that he suddenly had a group of believers that he did not know about before. These believers were all creatures of the Shadow Plane. They did not have any objection to changing their faith. Perhaps in the eyes of these shadow creatures, whoever was in charge of the Shadow Clergy would be the god they served. It didn't matter whether this god was Soren or the original Shadow Lord. Next, Soren also had to take over the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves Guild. These two forces had a good foundation. If Soren completely annexed them, the power of Mordor would be further improved, especially the profession of rogues. It could be said that he almost completely controlled the most elite group of rogues in the entire material plane. Furthermore, after defeating the Shadow Lord, Soren's control over the Thieves' Union had increased exponentially. They were already showing signs of submitting to Soren. The war chess plane still needed to be redesigned. Mordor City was undergoing the third phase of the transformation plan, and Soren had to be there in person at this time. There were also basic skills that needed to be improved, alchemy skills that needed to be improved, and 1 or 2 legendary spells that needed to be memorized. There were many other things that Soren had to deal with. Although the use of simulacrum could bring some convenience to Soren, the simulacrum could not last long after all. Exploring the ancient ruins took too long, and the simulacrum could not last that long. Unless Soren created a new avatar, but that would consume too much divine power. Soren had to accumulate power, because as a god who did not have a direct combat clergy, Soren could only be promoted to a greater divine power by mastering the power of Avatar, and he still had a lot of divine power that needed to be gained through divine power. At present, the most important thing for Soren was to accumulate power. But, the Bordean set might not be a big deal. At most, it would bring clues to the pirate clergy, and the pirate island was not a big deal. However, the anti-magic prison was a place that Soren was very curious about. Because here might be able to complete some of the power of the Lock of Mordor City, such as restricting other spellcasters' ability to cast spells on the island of Mordor. Are you still thinking about it? Gloria's figure appeared outside the door. She glanced at Soren, who was frowning slightly, and said slowly, "Is it about the anti-magic prison? Why don't you send a pair of legendary professions? As a god, maybe you should change your mind. You can't do everything by yourself. Also, Mordor City is not incapable of forming a legendary adventurer team." Gloria saw Soren's expression and continued softly, "The High Priest doesn't have much to do at the moment. You can let her be the commander of this expedition. Since there are deep-sea monsters here, you can also send your little pet. The giant also needs some battle practice recently. You don't have to worry about the problem of a meat shield with it. If you are still worried, you can also send the little girl in the temple. In case something happens, you can come in person at any time." Gloria's words suddenly made Soren's mind clear. That's right, he didn't need to do everything by himself. The High Priest was a level 30 psionic warlock. There was basically no problem with her leading the team, and she was also an astral explorer. She had rich experience in dealing with all kinds of dangers. Also, the giant's brain was not very good. He stayed in Mordor City to train every day. He did not manage things like other pirate leaders. It was just right to send him out to experience things. Moreover, the little girl mentioned by Gloria was the Saint Priest Milan in the church. If he brought her, in case there was any danger, Soren could directly come in her body. Once his mind was clear, Soren quickly had a candidate in mind. First of all, the high priest must go. If she didn't go, Soren would not be at ease at all. Then there was the red-haired female pirate Adele Soren. Then there was the saint priest Milan, the legendary warrior, the giant, and the rogue who was most likely to advance into legendary, the ugly monkey. There were already 5 people involved in this. The high priest could completely replace the legendary wizard. The saint priest Milan's performance on the spot was far better than that of a legendary priest. Adele Isabella could be an agile warrior. The giant was an irreplaceable legendary meat shield. The talent of the ugly monkey was first class among all rogues. A team of 5 people had been formed. Coupled with the fleet of Mordor City and Soren's pet mutant killer whale, their combat power was already amazing. However, Soren thought about it and prepared to add a small team of drow warriors. In addition, he could deploy an archbishop to assist the priest. After all, the saint priest Milan was very important to Soren. With such a configuration, they could even fight against the incarnation of the gods. The key was that Soren could come in person to Milan at any time. Soren quickly decided on the person who would carry out the mission. However, after looking at it for a while, Gloria gently sat on Soren's lap, twisted her soft body to find a comfortable position, then reached out and tapped on the list and slowly said, "Lulu can also go out and exercise. This little girl's potential is amazing." Lulu, Soren's expression was a little surprised when he heard this, and his expression seemed to be a little doubtful. It was not that he didn't know Lulu's talent. As one of the few cat beasts in the material plane, her talent was absolutely amazing, but how long had Lulu been training? Could she really be sent to such a difficult ancient ruin to train? No problem. After all, Gloria knew Lulu's situation better than Soren. She was also one of the people responsible for training and teaching Lulu. She slowly said, "Lulu is not much worse than the ugly monkey, and this little girl seems to have met someone." Gloria's words made Soren hesitate for a moment, but he was also a very decisive person, so he immediately said, "Okay. Then let Lulu go out and exercise with us." Gloria smiled when she heard the words, reached out and stroked Soren's face, and then said, "The preliminary test of the ghost ship, Deadman's Voice, has been completed. At present, we only need to carry out a practical test. Since they are going to dangerous ancient ruins this time, let's send the ghost ship, Deadman's Voice, to go with them for a practical test." The ghost ship, Deadman's Voice. This was a big killer weapon of Mordor City, and it was also one of Soren's signboards as the Pirate King. The original ghost ship, Deadman's Voice, already had a very powerful combat power, and now after the joint transformation of Gloria and Fallen Witch, its combat power had skyrocketed by more than a little. Now the Deadman's Voice could go up to the sky and down to the sea. Its firepower was extremely fierce, and it was a legendary level undead construct. Such a thing obviously couldn't be tested by conventional means, and there was no war in Mordor City that required the use of such a weapon. So when Gloria proposed a practical test, Soren immediately became interested. He reached out and picked up Gloria, then reached under her skirt with his right hand, groping while climbing up, and slowly said, "Has the test of the floating ring been completed? Can we carry out the practical test now?" Gloria's breathing quickened, and a faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. She said softly, "The test of the floating ring has been completed. When we built the floating space tower, we completed the test application of the floating ring, and then we immediately used it on the Deadman's Voice. The current flying condition is very stable. A small energy shield has also been arranged, but the Deadman's Voice itself is a legendary undead construct. It can directly repair the hull with the power of the earthbound spirit, so we didn't arrange a large energy shield." Soren nodded, but his hand had already moved to Gloria's full chest. He was very clear about the characteristics of the Deadman's Voice. After all, this legendary ghost ship was upgraded by him bit by bit. The Deadman's Voice looked a bit tattered, but it was actually very sturdy. After being promoted to a legendary undead construct, its durability was even higher than that of a steel battleship. Moreover, it could repair itself very quickly. Such a legendary undead construct only needed to arrange a small energy shield, and even the small energy shield could be removed if it was not to protect the sails of the ghost ship. In terms of firepower, Soren pinched the woman in his arms and said in a deep voice, "Has the simplification of the superconducting magical pulse cannon been completed?" Gloria hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "It's not completely completed yet. But we used the alchemy technology of the Northern Witch Council to install a small magical cannon on the dead man's voice. It can fire about 3 times, but we don't know the specific effect yet. This actual combat test is also to see the offensive ability of the dead man's voice. The original dead man's voice had heavy boomerang cannons and dead man's voice cannons. The firepower of these cannons was at the level after the Great Voyage. Compared to the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire, it was nothing. Gloria and Fallen Witch modified it, replacing part of the original dead man's voice cannons and adding a simplified magical cannon. It was not that they couldn't add more, but because the dead man's voice did not have enough energy, adding more would just be a decoration. That's good. Soren thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Then let's set off together and test its actual combat ability." The dead man's voice was a key to Soren's future plan. After all, the power of Mordor City was mainly concentrated in overseas areas, and the main battlefield in the future would definitely be on the mainland. There were not many forces in Mordor that could be deployed on the mainland. The army was obviously not suitable for mobilization, and the cost of mobilization was too high. Soren's fleet could only traverse the sea, and there were not many places where it could be used in the future. At present, the only force that could carry out expeditions in Mordor City was the Wyvern Knights. This number was simply not enough, and it would be too painful to lose them. Then there was the floating space tower, but the floating space tower was the biggest weapon of Mordor City, and it also needed to regulate the entire Mordor City's defense. No matter how you look at it. At present, the only thing that could carry out expeditions in Mordor City and had enough lethality was the ghost ship, the Dead Man's Voice. With the firepower of the Dead Man's Voice, coupled with the teleportation tactics of Mordor City's Golem Legion, it should be able to play a decisive role in several very important battles in the future. Soren's purpose of self-protection was basically about to be achieved. It was true that he liked to be alone, but he couldn't completely sit back and watch the material plane being riddled with holes. As a high god, he more or less had to do something. This was the duty of the gods to maintain the order of the law, and he couldn't just sit back and watch them fight. In the end, he directly smashed the material plane, which was the chessboard of the gods. This was a different position, and the perspective of things was different. In the beginning, Soren did not hesitate to overturn the chessboard in order to protect himself. But now he was a god with intermediate divine power, and one of the people who was qualified to play chess in the material plane, so he had the responsibility to ensure that the chessboard of the material plane could continue. Looking at the current structure of Mordor City, he knew that Soren's plan was not small. Mordor City was a chessboard, and the material plane was a bigger chessboard. On the chessboard of Mordor City, Soren already had absolute power, but on the chessboard of the material plane, Soren still needed to arrange more chess pieces that could be used. As a high and mighty deity, he was a god. Soren could not always fight in person like in the past. He now had to learn to be a chess player in the material plane like other gods. The third layer of the bottomless abyss, the Forgotten Land. The population of the Golumba arena had increased a lot. Other than the army under the demon lord Sauron, there were also many demons from other planes. This was especially true for the demons of the Scorching Inferno. They had a slight bloodline connection with the Baelor demons, which was why they acknowledged the Garuba arena ruled by the Baelor demon lord. The intensity of the blood war had plummeted. In order to gain wealth and power, the demons in the outer planes now liked to get close to the newly risen demon lord of the bottomless abyss. Compared to the order of other planes, the bottomless abyss, which was dominated by the power of chaos, had more opportunities. Furnace Tavern. A group of beautiful succubus maids were busy in the tavern. Although the other demons were coveting them, no one dared to act rashly. This was because the succubus lady boss here was a private collection of the demon lord, beheader, Soren. Perhaps these succubus maids were also part of his private collection. They did not dare to offend the ruler of a demon lord's territory. Therefore, these beautiful succubus maids were just looking at them to satisfy their cravings. The demons did not have much of a reaction to drinking. To them, it was just a way to show their status and enjoy themselves. They only pursued the slight stimulation of alcohol. Most of the time, the tavern was a place for middle-tier and high-tier demons to socialize. Under normal circumstances, low-tier demons could not be seen in any tavern in the bottomless abyss. Those who were qualified to sit there were at least middle-tier demons and demon mercenaries from other planes. Bang! The door of the tavern was pushed open, and a cold-looking demon walked in. He looked different from the other demons. In terms of appearance, he looked more like a male succubus. His body shape was more like a human's. However, this monster also had very obvious demon characteristics. For example, demon horns, wings that had not yet spread out behind his back, iconic demon skin, and a pair of hooves that looked like cow's feet. He was obviously a regular in the tavern. As soon as he came in, the succubus maids greeted him warmly. The succubus lady boss, who had been lazy at the beginning, also came over. The succubus lady boss, Rena Lise, sat in front of him lazily. She glanced at him and said softly, "Are they all taken care of?" The demon in front of her nodded and took a drink. He then said in a deep voice, "They've all been executed. I'll report to Lord Sauron now." The succubus lady boss nodded and then returned to the bar lazily. Although she was only managing a tavern, the demons and evil spirits in the Galumba arena knew that this seemingly inconspicuous succubus lady boss was actually the favorite of Lord Sauron. She also secretly controlled a succubus army. There were 2 succubus in the Galumba arena that must not be provoked. One of them was the succubus lady boss, who was in charge of many things. The other succubus did not have much power, but she often accompanied the demon Lord Sauron. These 2 succubus were existences that must not be provoked easily. Who was that guy? In the corner of the tavern, a Yukros quietly glanced over there and asked his companion who came to the Galumba arena earlier than him, "He seems to have some status?" His companion was a very ugly Ross demon. He turned his head to take a look and said casually, "Him? I don't know his name or his species. The outside world calls him the Demon Hunter. He's the one and only demon in the Galumba arena. He's the right-hand man of Demon Lord Sauron, just like the assassin demon, Keto. He's responsible for dealing with some dirty things. He's good at stealth, tracking, and assassination. During battle, he can activate some kind of terrible flame around his body, but it's not the flame of the Balrog. The outside world says that he's a demon created by Demon Lord Sauron with the soul of a legendary profession from the material plane. Maybe it's a new type of demon form. The form of a demon could be created. At present, most of the main demons active in the abyss were branches of the Tanar'ri demons. These demons were basically created by the more ancient Orbis demons by extracting the souls of various races from the material plane. For example, the succubus was born from desire, the berserker was born from anger, the assassin was born from cruelty, and so on. Most of the demons' personalities originated from the most ancient emotions when they were created, and the form of the souls from other planes was more because of what their strongest emotions were when they were alive. A new demon created? The Yukros demon in front of him fell into deep thought, and then said, "The demon Lord Sauron here has the ability to create demons? Just like the demon prince, Demogorgon? Why is he called the Demon Hunter? Is it because his role is like the demon hunting spider?" The Yukros demon companion heard this and nodded. Something like that. This guy has been helping Sauron deal with the demons who don't listen to his orders since he was born. He hunted down and executed some of the spies of Sauron's enemies. He's very good at tracking demons, and his methods are very cruel. The demon hunting spider was the creation of the original demon prince, Demogorgon. It was a cruel and ferocious creature, and the purpose of its creation was to help the demon prince rule over many demons. It was precisely because of this that the outside world called that demon the Demon Hunter. There were many similar creations, such as the demon hunting spider, created by the Queen of Spiders. It was also something that was modified from an original spider. In contrast, Soren's creations were more normal, and at least they looked like humans. The demon lord here can actually create a new type of demon? It seems that his strength is more powerful than we thought. The Yukros demon fell into deep thought, and then slowly said, "Maybe we should add some chips on him. Maybe he can become one of the top demon lords in the abyss in the future." Sauron was only a lesser demon lord at the moment. There were many such demon lords in the abyss, and there were many lesser demon lords on every level of the abyss of the invincible god. Above the lesser demon lords were the official demon lords. Under normal circumstances, an official demon lord would at least control one level of the abyss, and there would usually be many lesser demon lords and lesser bailers as subordinates under the official demon lord. The laws of the abyss were cruel. In this long history, there were countless lesser demon lords, but there were only a few official demon lords. One of the most important reasons was that there were too few demon lords who could control a complete level. If he didn't unify the entire, forgotten land, and at least obtain the ruling rights of the entire third level of the abyss, Sauron wouldn't be qualified to be called a true demon lord. P.S. There's one more update. I've been very busy recently. I've been caught on blind dates. After such a long period of development, the appearance of the Galumba arena had changed greatly. The streets of the town outside had been doubled, and there were many more shops nearby. Most of them were run by demons. Sauron seemed to be different from the other demon lords. This new demon lord seemed to like construction. Now, the Galumba arena was a bit like a large town. Many demons thought that if Sauron did not fall, the Galumba arena would most likely become the next, desolate town, in a few hundred years. As mentioned earlier, the ruler of Desolate Town was the succubus Red Shroud, a succubus lord who was inclined towards the Order faction. Legend had it that she was the daughter of the succubus queen, Mechanut. She ruled Desolate Town and set the rules of Desolate Town. Even demons in her territory had to abide by this rule. Currently, the demons thought that Sauron's actions were imitating Red Shroud. Even the demons agreed with Sauron's actions because there were traces of one or two senior demons in Desolate Town recently. Naturally, the demons were not there to play. These demons were all connected by Sauron through the Ugros. He was going to invite some senior demons to participate in the duels in the Galumba arena. The bottomless abyss was chaotic. Extreme chaos had infinite possibilities, including order. Therefore, the demons could understand if there were one or two anomalies among the demons. Therefore, when they compared Sauron to Red Shroud, demons easily accepted it. After all, there were such examples in the past. At this moment, near the Styx River near the third layer of the bottomless abyss, a strange large ship was also approaching. This ship was called the Chaos Ship. Of course, strictly speaking, it should be called the Entropy Ship. It could be used to move between planes. These ships were made of crushed bones, surrendered souls, and petitioners. These, Chaos Ships, were used in the Blood War to fight against the devils, and they had the power to resist the effects of order. Although the Tanar'ri devils only allowed a portion of the ships of chaos to serve them, this small portion of ships that traveled between dimensions and were controlled by demons seemed terrifying enough. As for brave or reckless travelers, Tanar'ri will sell the right to ride the ship of chaos if the price is reasonable. At this moment, the Chaos Boat was already close to the crossing of the Forgotten Land. The traces of the Nether River ran through the entire bottomless abyss. At this time, the Chaos Boat had obviously moved over from another plane of the abyss. The Chaos Boat was a strategic weapon. This kind of warship made up of souls and petitioners cost a lot, and it was impossible to have one unless one was a demon lord. It was even more terrifying than the Netherworld river boats controlled by the demons. Lady Critiana. At this moment, there was already a large group of high-leveled succubus waiting at the ferry port of the Forgotten Land. When they saw the Chaos Boat approaching, the leader of the succubus immediately flew over respectfully and bowed. I prepared the things you wanted. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels sounded, and then a tall and beautiful figure walked out. She was wearing exquisite tight leather armor, with small demon wings on her back. Her pupils were slightly red, and she was holding a long whip covered with sharp thorns in her palm. Her body seemed to be shrouded in some kind of strange aura. Even the succubus, who was proficient in charm, could not resist it. This was a Sister of Glory. And looking at her physical characteristics, she should be a newly born Sister of Glory. Since the mysterious disappearance of the succubus queen, Mechanut, the Sister of Glory had become the de facto ruler of the succubus. Many Sisters of Glory had secretly fought for power and controlled the legion that originally belonged to the succubus queen. The Sister of Glory in front of him was one of them, but she was different from the other Sisters of Glory who had been born for a long time. The new her was still very loyal to the succubus queen, Mechanut. When the other Sisters of Glory were busy fighting for power and planning to replace the succubus queen, she was trying her best to find the trace of the succubus queen. Is this the Forgotten Land, the third layer of the abyss? Cristiana narrowed her eyes and looked around, and slowly said, it's a bit different from other abyss plains. The breath of the Styx River here is stronger. I'm afraid that the demons who reincarnate here will be more blank. Following behind Cristiana were all high-grade succubus. In addition, there were 2 assassin demons hidden in the dark, and the rarer, Sorrow Curse demon. This was a relatively special demon with a challenge rating of level 17. There were not many of them in the abyss, but their strength was comparable to the 6-armed snake demon. The Succubus Legion was naturally not only composed of succubus, but there were also many other demons mixed in. As the Sister of Glory under the Succubus Queen, Cristiana controlled more power than many secondary demon lords, and the Succubus Legion directly controlled by her was as many as 3. Before the disappearance of the Succubus Queen, Mechanut, Cristiana was in charge of the confrontation with the King of Gnolls, Xianxia. At that time, she was commanding several Succubus legions, and she could easily control these armies because of her achievements. Let's go. From the lower layer of the abyss all the way to the third layer of the Forgotten Land, Cristiana was obviously a little more tired. After looking at the others, she slowly ordered, let all the succubus leaders on this level come to see me. Note, all the Sisters of Glory regard the Queen of Succubus as their mother. I need to visit Her Excellency Red Shroud. The Forgotten Land is an important position in the upper layer of the abyss. You have to be careful of Xianxia's legion. Hearing Cristiana's words, the leader of the succubus hesitated for a moment, then said, Xianxia's legion is mainly concentrated in the first and second layers of the abyss. The location of the Forgotten Land is a bit special. However, recently, a new demon lord has risen in the Forgotten Land. His name is Beheader, Sauron. He is a decisive guy, and he acts more like a devil. Many demons have gathered around him. Hearing the succubus leader's words, Cristiana couldn't help but frown and said slowly, Beheader? A Baelor demon lord in the form of a Baelor? There's no problem with acting like a devil. Her Excellency Red Shroud also acts like those devils. A newly risen lesser demon lord? Try to get in touch with him. It would be best if you can win him over. P.S. The advertisement on the WeChat public account has been restored. Continue to ask for attention. Galumba Arena. The arena, which had been quiet for a while, suddenly became lively again. Not only were there more demons coming and going to do business, but even the traces of devils would occasionally appear here. However, most of them were senior demons, and they were all sent here by their avatars. The main reason for their appearance was that the Galumba Arena was about to hold a death battle in the lower plains. This was not only an entertainment that the lower races loved, but also a very generous reward. Demons and demons were not completely incompatible. At the very least, the demons could still deal with some demons in secret. This was because everyone in the bottomless abyss knew that many of the weapons used by the demon army in the Abyss Blood War were discarded equipment purchased from the demon army's arsenal through the demons. Even the succubus queen, Mechanut, was the same. The black market in Desolate Town sold a lot of rubbish equipment from the Baator Inferno. These obsolete old goods were also weapons that the demons could not easily forge, and were often used to equip the demon army above the middle level. The truth was that for thousands of years, the demons had been using the equipment discarded by the devils to fight for their lives. However, the devils would not trade with the demons openly. Instead, they would use the demons from the lower planes as a transit point. This was something that both the demon lords and the archdevils were well aware of. It was just that everyone kept it a secret. The demon army needed equipment to strengthen themselves, and the demons also needed wealth to forge better weapons and equipment. In the end, thousands of years had passed like this. Therefore, when Sauron's death battle invitation was sent to the Baator Inferno by the demons, many senior demons immediately had an idea. It was more difficult for demons to advance than demons. They did not have many means to advance through the normal way, and the scale of the blood war was very small. For these devils who participated in the death arena, if they could win, not only would they be able to increase their reputation, but they would also be able to promote the might of the devils and beat up those demons who were in a mess. They might even be able to gain the recognition of the archdevils, so it would be normal for their status to rise by one level. In the past, there were demons who were promoted because of similar things. A grand deathmatch was being prepared in the lower planes. At this moment, in one of the halls behind the Galumba arena, a series of stifled gasps could be heard. Outside the hall were two beautiful succubus maids. Their faces were flushed red as they stood guard outside the door. From time to time, they would turn around to take a peek, as if the master inside only needed to summon them and they could not wait to pounce on the big bed to serve him. Unfortunately, there was nothing for them to do today because it was another high-level succubus serving the master today. If the succubus boss they were serving today was Rena Lise, they might still be able to get some rain and dew. But now, it was another advanced succubus. Needless to say, the two of them would be evenly matched. A scorching aura spread out. It was obvious that the battle in the hall had reached a very intense level. About a few minutes later, a wave of heat hit them in the face, and then it ended with a high-pitched groan. After a while, Sauron's figure walked out. He glanced at the blushing succubus maids outside the door, and his expression did not change. Instead, he ordered, "Go in and clean up. Get someone to call Assassin Carter over." The succubus maids bowed and accepted the order. And Sauron set off for the lava pool in the volcano. During this period, he had been soaking in the lava. With the accumulation of the power of fire, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Baelor demon level. At the same time, on a very luxurious bed in the hall, a high-tier succubus with unparalleled beauty was lazily lying on the bed. At this moment, her delicate and smooth skin was covered in sweat, and her expression was lazy after being satisfied. She let the two succubus maids clean up. After they turned around and left, she frowned slightly, as if she was quite distressed. "Damn it." The advanced succubus raised her hand to rub her forehead and murmured, "I've been here for many days. The original plan has all been disrupted. Should I leave or not? Even if I choose to go to the material plane now, I'm afraid I've missed the best opportunity. Damn it. Why is this Baelor demon so strong? It's really a little reluctant to leave." The advanced succubus thought of something, and a blush appeared on her face. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. She said to herself, "Maybe after this crisis, I can consider recruiting him. Strong. Intelligent. And he can satisfy me." Such a demon lord was very rare. I wonder where that vicious spider Rose is now. She and I can't enter our god's kingdom now, so she should be lurking in the bottomless abyss, right? Thinking of this, the advanced succubus in front of her slowly stood up. She reached out and picked up an exquisite leather armor, and then put it on lazily. Coming here was completely an accident. Her original purpose was to prepare to go to the plane of 10,000 abyss through the third layer of the bottomless abyss, and then directly to the material plane to use the believers who had been lying in ambush in the material plane for a long time to plan some things. But she didn't expect the demon lord here to arouse her sexual interest, which led her to stay here all the time. Some of her plans had missed the opportunity. However, she stayed precisely because this demon lord could implement her other plan. That's right, this advanced succubus was the succubus queen, Mechanut. Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the chaotic energy from the multiverse expelled all the gods from the gods' kingdom. She, who was in charge of corruption, depravity, and taboo, clergy, was also directly expelled from the gods' kingdom. What's worse was, the succubus queen, Mechanut, also transformed the plane she controlled in the bottomless abyss into a part of the gods' kingdom. This meant that she couldn't enter the 570th layer of the bottomless abyss at present. This forced her to turn into an ordinary advanced succubus. The succubus queen had a very amazing disguise ability. With more than 500 points of disguise and camouflage, she could almost perfectly disguise as anyone. If it wasn't for the god-level perception, it would be impossible to see through it. Now, she was facing a dilemma. That was, to continue to stay here and pretend that she was just a newly born advanced succubus, or to continue to implement her plan as the succubus queen. What made her more distressed at present was that when she couldn't reveal her identity and face the demon lord Sauron as the queen of succubus, Mechanut couldn't use the powerful aura of bewitching beauty to control him and make him her slave. And she was also worried about one thing, that was, without the power of the gods, she didn't have absolute confidence in being able to enslave Sauron. P.S. I was delayed by something during the day. There is one more thing. Everyone, look at how hard Fu Tu is working. Go and follow Fu Tu's WeChat public account. Mechanut had been satisfying her endless desires all her life. She was the most powerful succubus in history. Naturally, she was closer to the origin of the soul than other succubus because succubus had been injected with their nature when they were first created by demon Orbis. Sauron was undoubtedly a very good target to satisfy. At least in the entire multiverse, it was almost impossible to find an existence with his strength and physique, as well as being proficient in the most top-notch techniques. It was as if she had made a choice for a long time. Mechanut, the queen of succubus, finally had an answer and murmured, "Maybe I can start from other places first. I remember that I just controlled a witch last year." Thinking of this, the figure of a gorgeous witch emerged in Mechanut's mind. At the first sight of her, the queen of succubus determined that this witch could be transformed into a qualified and excellent succubus. That was why she responded to the other party's prayer and gave her a mark of her own, increasing her strength by a lot. The mark of the demon lord was directly branded on the soul. For the queen of succubus, the other party had almost become her servant. This witch was one of the chess pieces she had prepared, since she didn't plan to leave for the time being. Maybe she should consider choosing a time to use this chess piece. Galumba Arena, Lava Pool. In the boiling lava, Sauron walked in naked. The blazing lava couldn't cause any harm to him. On the contrary, the power of lava in the volcano was being absorbed by him bit by bit. At this time, Sauron also had a thoughtful expression. "Who is she?" Sauron couldn't help but frown and murmured, "She can't be an ordinary high-grade succubus. Even Rena-Lise can't withstand my impact. She can't be an ordinary succubus." Radiance Nun? The Radiance Nuns created by the succubus queen are all commanders. It's basically impossible for them to abandon the demon army they control and lurk around me. Moreover, in terms of strength, the current Galumba Arena's power is probably no match for the Devil Legion controlled by any of the Radiance Nuns. Could she be the mysterious missing succubus queen? At the thought of this, Sauron's heart couldn't help but jump. He suddenly felt like he was frightened by himself. Succubus Queen Mechanut, this was one of the people Sauron feared the most in the bottomless abyss. This was because the succubus queen's seductive beauty was a terrifying ability. Coupled with the succubus queen's nearly 50 points of charm, she was simply an unbeatable existence. She could easily control her enemies and turn them into her slaves. If Sauron was in his true form, he might be able to withstand it. However, if he was in his demon form, it would be a little dangerous. However, both bodies were controlled by the same mind, and Sauron was not completely defenseless. To use a metaphor, Sauron was now controlling two hero forms at the same time. Could she really be the succubus queen? The more Sauron thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, but he still wondered. The Queen of Spiders has already gone to the material plane. The succubus queen shouldn't have stayed in the bottomless abyss, right? Now the bottomless abyss is the most dangerous place for her, right? The Avatar crisis deprived her of her divine power. Now she can't even enter the abyss kingdom that she controls. If her location is known by other demon lords. TSK. Not only the Null God, but I'm afraid other demon lords will kill or imprison her at all costs, right? The succubus queen, Mechanut, was a true god. She held the clergy of corruption, depravity, and taboo. Compared to other demon lords, she was the most affected by the Avatar crisis. She was almost at the same level as the Queen of Spiders. The Queen of Spiders did not hesitate to go to the material plane after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. It was precisely because the most dangerous place was sometimes the safest. With the succubus queen's camouflage ability, if she went to the material plane, there were not many people who could find her. On the contrary, it was safer for her to stay in the abyss where she had a large number of subordinates because this was when she was at her weakest. Not to mention other demon lords who coveted her. Even the glory nun she created might have the idea of replacing Mechanut when she was at her weakest. Let's assume that she is really the succubus queen, Mechanut. Sauron couldn't help but fall into contemplation and murmured, then why did she disguise herself as an ordinary high-grade succubus and stay by my side? With Mechanut's means, it's definitely not fun to disguise and lurk around me. She must have some ulterior motives. Sauron thought for a while, but he couldn't understand why the succubus queen would lurk around him. The only possibility was that she knew his true identity, but this was almost impossible. This was a ticking time bomb. But if it could be used well, it would be an unimaginable help for Sauron. He was going to wait and see first. After all, this was just a demon incarnation. Even if it fell, it was still within his range of tolerance. At most, his divine power level would drop by 1 level. Now that his main body had the shadow clergy in hand, Sauron would be able to recover after some time. But if she was really the succubus queen, Sauron's plan in the abyss might have a very important bargaining chip. The Dread Lord, in order to ensure that his soul wouldn't be destroyed, the Dread Lord left a large number of believers and petitioners in his kingdom. If he wanted to completely destroy the Dread Lord, the only choice was to directly attack his kingdom and then directly destroy the Throne of Fear. Otherwise, even if Vivian temporarily defeated the Dread Lord's will in the future, he could be resurrected at any time. This kind of ancient god that had existed for a long time was far more powerful than a new god. If the Dread Lord's soul was completely destroyed, then Vivian would be the first successor of the Dread clergy. This was much safer than Sauron's original plan of letting Vivian rely on other forces to compete with the Dread Lord for the clergy. This was because eliminating the Dread Lord in this way would completely kill him, and there would be no possibility of him being resurrected. But, the price for this was to directly attack the Kingdom of Fear and destroy the Throne of Fear. Otherwise, Sauron wouldn't have prepared to descend his kingdom into the abyss. To him, when the time was right, it was time to start a war with the Kingdom of God. Only by destroying the Dread Lord's kingdom and destroying the Throne of Fear could Sauron truly feel at ease to let Vivian inherit the clergy of Dread. Everything the demon incarnation was doing now. It was all in preparation for when Sauron's kingdom descended into the abyss in the future. P.S. Second update. Continue to ask for public attention on WeChat. Mordor City, the City Lord's mansion. During this time, Sauron had been very busy. On the one hand, he had to pay attention to the legendary adventurer team that had just been sent out. On the other hand, he had to learn various legendary spells and study the mysteries of the war chess plane. At the same time, inside the bottomless abyss, the news from the demon avatar also distracted him a little. Because if the high-grade succubus was really the succubus queen, Sauron needed to pay attention to a lot of things. However, it seemed that he had not had a good rest from the beginning to the end. He had been busy from Amber City to the present, and he had hardly enjoyed any leisure life like other transmigrators. If he survived the Avatar crisis safely, Sauron might choose to relax for a while. He would not think about anything. As a god, he would live a few years of shameless and comfortable life and relax his nerves that had been tense for too long. But for now, all this was just wishful thinking. The third phase of the transformation of Mordor City was in full swing, but this phase of transformation was more focused on the underground, that is, the underground network of Mordor City. Ordinary people only saw that many places in Mordor City had been paved with cement roads. It had to be said that cement was really a good thing. It could be used to build roads and houses. The only drawback was that it was not as solid as the spell mud to stone, and then the output of Mordor City had not been able to increase. There was no way around it. Although Mordor City had many spellcasters and brilliant alchemy, on the whole, the entire material plane still maintained the level of the late Middle Ages. At best, even organizations like the Wizard City and the Northern Witch Council were at the end of the Age of Great Voyage. The application of firearms had long appeared, but because of the disaster brought by the destruction of the Arcane Empire, many organizations were quite restrained from it, fearing that it would cause more trouble. There was no way around it. Compared to electricity, the magic energy used in this world was more violent and harder to control. A little mistake would be a huge disaster. Even Sauron strictly limited it. Otherwise, the Fallen Witch would have already experimented with elemental obliteration. At this moment, under the arcane tower of Mordor City, a huge underground passage was being built. The drainage system of Mordor City was very developed. Sauron had already made a plan when he first built Mordor City. Now what he had to do was to perfect the underground network and connect the network of Mordor City into a whole. This was an extremely huge project. Soren and Gloria estimated that it would cost them around 30 million Kindler coins. Even they were shocked by the wealth of the Arcane Empire. They were only in the early stages of the floating city plan, and there were already many floating cities in the Arcane Empire. How much wealth would it take? No wonder the Arcane Empire loved to explore and plunder other planes. Soren even wondered if he should go to the astral plane and see if he could find a meteor made of diamonds. No matter how much it cost. Everything that needed to be done was carried out in full swing. The demons of the bottomless abyss had brought a lot of wealth, and the lesser demon lords that had been eliminated had brought a large number of gems and materials. These things were not of much use in the bottomless abyss, and could only be brought to the material plane to play their greatest role. Then the wealth from the Shadow Church also made up for some of it. Coupled with the income from the treasury of Mordor City and Treasure Island, there was no problem in maintaining the progress of the first phase of the project for the time being. But the second phase might not be enough. The second phase of the plan was to build temples. This was a very expensive thing. Soren wanted to expand all the temples to the level of temples, and the great temple in Mordor City had to be upgraded to the main temple again. But doing so would cost the equivalent of more than 10 wizard towers. At present, no force in the material plane could afford it. Maybe the kingdom of the goddess of wealth could give it a try. The levels of temples were relatively simple. Altar, the simplest, the altar of the god of hunting, etc., temple, in villages and small towns, temple, in towns and cities, these three were the most common temple levels. After that were the Great Temple, the Main Temple, and the Pantheon Temple. The Great Temple cost a lot of money. At the beginning, Mordor City spent a lot of money to build it, and then the scale of the main temple was even larger. This was no longer a place to serve a single god. Generally speaking, the main temple was the core temple of the main god of a divine system, and other gods would be worshipped. At present, most of the gods who owned the main temple were great divine powers, such as the god of light, the lady of night, the queen of spiders, the king of elves, the orc god system, the lord of storms, and so on. The only exception should be the goddess of agriculture. Although she was only intermediate divine power, she had the goddess of river and lake under her. Finally, there was the Pantheon Temple. This was the largest temple, and its name was the same as the Pantheon Temple where the gods were. It had only appeared a few times in history. The establishment of the Pantheon Temple where the gods' avatars were now was also related to a greater divine power. Generally, only greater divine power was qualified to configure the Pantheon Temple. As a new god, Soren's current limit was the main temple. If he wanted to build more, he would easily attract the hostility of other gods if he didn't have the financial resources to build it. What kind of strength did a god need to have in order to be worthy of a temple? If Soren didn't master the shadow clergy and advance to the intermediate divine power, he probably wouldn't be qualified to build a main temple. Back to the main topic. Soren had been studying level 9 spells and legendary spells for a while. His core spells were mainly Sword of Destruction, Time Stop, Spell Trap, Chain of Accidents, Imprisonment, and Wail of the Banshee. Unfortunately, these legendary spells were difficult to learn, and even gods couldn't master them quickly. Soren didn't know how long it would take to learn all of them. He only hoped that with his god-level understanding, he could master these spells as soon as possible. Other than that, Soren's energy was used to study the war chess plane. Gloria and Fallen, which were responsible for the arcane towers, and the legendary puppet Alice was responsible for the golems. At present, the high level of the city of Mordor had their own duties. Even Saruman had his own duties. The most important thing for him at present was to familiarize himself with the divinity and further improve the divinity brought by the fertilizer. It would be best to turn it into a clergy related to fertility. After this period of research, Soren finally understood a little bit of the core of the war chess plane and changed some of the trials. He was now ready to test it tomorrow. First, he would find a high-grade profession to test the situation and see if the war chess plane could achieve his ideal effect. Money, wealth. This was a big problem. After carrying out the floating space city plan, Soren suddenly felt that his generous finances were a little tight. Not to mention the very expensive experimental progress of Gloria and Fallen, which, just the first phase of the floating space city plan, had already cost a lot of money. To use a metaphor, Building a floating space tower was equivalent to building an aircraft carrier, which was only a little difficult for a country. Then building a floating space city was directly preparing to build a space battleship, space fortress. The speed at which all kinds of research materials burned money was simply terrifying, for example, Gloria and Fallen Witch. Even if there was no progress in their research, at least 30,000 Kindler's materials would be burned in a month. Looking at the entire material plane, only Soren and Motor City could afford it. If it were other forces, they would have a financial collapse in an instant. Just ordinary experiments needed to burn 360,000 Kindler's materials in a year. If there was a breakthrough in the experimental results, then the cost would increase exponentially. Soren was fine before he started the floating space city plan. After he started it, he felt that even if he was a god, it was really not easy to make money to support these two women who burned money like water. However, if Gloria and Fallen Witch were successful, the benefits would be unimaginable. It could almost be said that the progress of the entire civilization would be pushed forward. In short, what Soren and Motor City were doing now was almost single-handedly promoting the progress of civilization in the material plane. So the speed at which they spent money was naturally imaginable. Maybe it was because they had been spending money too fast recently. Soren wanted to pull Princess Royal in. Arendelle still had a lot of wealth anyway. It would be a waste to put it in the treasury. It would be good to use it to climb the alchemy technology tree. As soon as the idea appeared, Soren felt that it was very feasible. So, when he had an in-depth conversation with Gloria in the evening, he mentioned his idea a little. He didn't expect Gloria to agree directly. Moreover, Gloria was more knowledgeable than Soren. At that time, Gloria said, "That's a great idea." However, Arendelle also had his own noble forces. If there is no visible wealth, they may not be willing to take out so much wealth. Speaking of which, Gloria got up from the bed naked. As the velvet quilt slid down, her beautiful body was exposed to the air. However, the two of them weren't in the mood to have sex. Gloria waved her hand and took out a piece of paper. She handed it to Soren and said, "This is what I saw when I was flipping through some books. Look. This is called an airship. It was used for a long time in the Arcane Empire. It looks a bit like a ship, but the sails have been replaced with balloons, and a small floating ring has been installed at the bottom. Currently, the entire sea is not as safe as before. Whether it's the South Coast's trade, Arendelle's trade, or the Eastern countries' trade, it's not something that ordinary merchant ships can satisfy. That's why I'm thinking of trying to modify a batch of airships. If we can make a batch of samples, the trade between the South Coast and Arendelle can be restored, and may even surpass the past." Airship? Soren looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this thing an airship to him? Why didn't he think of it? After looking at the paper, Soren's mind suddenly became active. He pondered for a moment and said, "How much is the cost? Is it troublesome?" Gloria shook her head and said, "The cost is mainly focused on the floating ring. Currently, we've figured out how to make thorium, but the cost is still above 15,000 Kindler. For specific implementation, we can quote more than 30,000 Kindler. I believe that many chambers of commerce and nobles are willing to pay this money, and the daily maintenance of the airship can also bring in a sum of income. We still have many witches who lack a daily job." Maybe she felt that she was spending too much money. Even Gloria began to think about how to make some money to support the family. She was quite virtuous. "Good idea." Soren put down the paper and put his hand on Gloria's full chest. After kissing her fiercely, he said in a deep voice, "If the airship appears, it can completely make up for the current sluggish trade. And the trade in Mordor City can no longer be limited to sex." "That's a great idea. Maybe we can also contact the Church of Wealth. I think the Church of Wealth must be very interested in this thing that can improve trade." Mordor City had a large number of warships and merchant ships. But because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, sea trade was not as easy as before. If some of them could be transformed into airships, then all trade could be restored and safer than before. Because there were fewer enemies in the sky, the only trouble was that the control requirements were much higher than before. "I still need to think about how to use this thing." Soren had a lot of ideas as soon as he opened his mind. The airship must still be in his hands. He pondered for a moment and said, "You can start experimenting in the next 2 days. If it succeeds, I'll go to Arendelle in person after a while. At that time, we can first transform our own batch of warships and merchant ships. The trade in the eastern countries has shrunk by nearly 60%. We must pull these back. I think the Northern Witch Council will also be very interested in this thing. You can contact the Eye of the North in person. The airship must need spellcasters to carry out daily maintenance. If we want to expand the scale, we can't do it alone." Gloria also nodded when she heard the words, but there was a hint of blush on her charming face. She raised her hand and patted Soren's fingers, and whispered, "It needs spellcasters to carry out daily maintenance. And it's best to have a spellcaster with you when sailing. We only need to firmly grasp the core of the floating ring and the magic energy drive part of this thing. The rest can be handed over to the Northern Witch Council. But this thing also has a drawback. That is, the cost is too high. It is only suitable for transporting high-value goods. Before the problem of magic energy supply is solved, the profit brought by ordinary trade of goods may not be as good as the consumption." Soren thought for a moment and said, "These can be done slowly. The most important thing for this thing at present is to transport strategic materials and the things that are currently in short supply. Let's see Arendelle's reaction first and then consider the next step." After that, Soren picked up Gloria. She provided such a good idea today. Soren felt that he needed to reward her. P.S. Second update. Follow Futu's public WeChat account to support the author. Everything in this book is complementary to each other. Many things have already been linked together. The transformation of the dead man's voice has already foreshadowed this chapter, but I don't know if any of you have thought of it. Mordor City. Barracks. George came to the barracks early in the morning because there was a selection inside the barracks yesterday. The higher-ups of Mordor City needed to select 3 people to complete a more important task. As the most talented officer class at present, George was undoubtedly trying his best to fight for it. He needed a chance to prove his strength. Shortly after George arrived at the barracks, 2 other people also appeared. One of them was a drow warrior with a cold expression, and the other was a native with a fierce face. These 2 people were also one of the candidates for the task. George also knew one of the natives. His name was Herrick, one of the natives who had recently risen. He was a warrior in charge of sacrifice in the clan. After he was captured by Mordor City and became a slave, he relied on his hard work to become a third-class citizen of Mordor City. Then he directly obtained military service in the Battle of the Demon Invasion and became an honorary citizen of Mordor City. Herrick could be said to be the idol of many natives. He went from a slave to a new noble class in Mordor City. Only the Order of Mordor City could give these ignorant natives such an opportunity. "Are you all here?" A man with a cold expression was looking down at the 3 of them. He had dark skin and a glimmer of light in his eyes. The emblem on his chest represented that he was from the church's Inquisition department. The cold man looked at the 3 of them, then said in a deep voice, "This is a mission, an important test. My lord personally ordered to select the right candidates. If you're all ready, come with me now." The 3 of them naturally nodded. There were not many battles in Mordor City at present. They had been looking forward to an opportunity to show their strength for a long time. Then George and others were brought to the back of Mordor City, which was the forbidden area of the laboratory. Then they passed through a portal and came to a very strange place. They did not see Sir Soren. The one in charge of arranging them was a northern witch with a cold expression. "Next, all 3 of you will stand in these positions." The northern witch was not young. She looked like a middle-aged woman, but she had a powerful aura, which meant that she used to be a noble in the north. She glanced at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice, "After walking on these stone platforms, you will enter an illusion. What you need to do is to defeat the enemy in the illusion and try your best to survive. Let's begin." After hearing the words of the northern witch, George could not help but look at the others in surprise. However, the soldiers of Mordor City had long been accustomed to obeying orders. Even if they knew there was danger, they would not hesitate to carry it out, so the 3 of them quickly came to their respective stone platforms. When the 3 of them were in position, the northern witch immediately said something to the air. Then, a burst of magic appeared, and George and the others felt dizzy. The canyon stretched as far as the eyes could see. When George and the others recovered, they were no longer at their original location. Instead, they appeared in a huge canyon. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog, and many things could be vaguely seen. Is this really an illusion? It feels so real. George looked at his hands and then sensed his surroundings. He muttered, unbelievable. It feels so real. The other two were also surprised. But before they could see their surroundings clearly, a cold metallic voice rang out. The demonic legion will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them. As the cold metallic voice sounded, the fog that shrouded the surroundings began to dissipate. Then, a huge barracks appeared in front of them. In front of them was a huge weapon rack, followed by 3 barracks on the side. Groups of expressionless soldiers walked out and gathered outside the barracks. The demonic legion will open the portal soon. Get ready for battle. A general covered in full armor walked out from the middle of the army. He was completely different from the other soldiers. He looked like a real person with rich expressions. This general covered in armor probably had the strength beyond the legendary stage. He glanced at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice, the demonic legion will attack in 3 directions. The 3 of you will each lead a team to support the front line. After that, the general waved his hand, and someone moved a heavy wildebeest directly. After that, he rushed to the front line with his personal guards. The 3 of them stayed in place and looked at each other. Now that all the fog had dissipated, what appeared in front of them was a huge barracks. They did not recognize some of the things, but they recognized the black flag erected in the center of the barracks. That was the flag of Mordor City. What should we do now? Ida looked at the soldiers waiting for orders and said, it seems that the higher-ups did not give us a direct order. It seems that they want us to act on our own? Herrick glanced at him with a rather cold expression. After hesitating for a moment, he walked directly towards the soldiers. Soon, he led the soldiers to the battlefield on the left. Perhaps because of the exclusion, many indigenous people have not fully integrated into the city of Mordor. Herrick did not have much contact with other officers, and the indigenous people's brains were not very good. They were a little stubborn. Now, he made his choice without saying much to them. The drow warrior on the other side thought for a while, then slowly said, let's act according to the situation. The military order has been issued. Let's take our men to support first. We'll see what happens after we defeat the demons. Now that he was in the dark about everything, Ida thought about it and felt that it was better to carry out the order first and observe the situation. So the 2 of them also took a group of people. Compared to the other 2, Ida was obviously weaker, so he chose the middle path where the general went, while the drow warrior chose the right path. Soon, the 3 legions set off respectively. At the top of this space, there was also a pair of eyes quietly watching everything. Changing reality, divine power. The figure in the void looked at the entire canyon and pondered for a moment. Then he waved his hand and the sky turned upside down. On the other side of the canyon, a huge portal appeared, and then 3 smaller portals appeared one after another. Then a dense number of dretches poured out from it, mixed with some more brutal berserk demons and Hesra demons. The demon army seemed to have received an order and immediately rushed towards the location of the barracks. Thousands of demons were like a torrent. It seemed that they could crush everything in front of them in the blink of an eye. The 3 people who had just entered this world did not know their fate. They were carefully leading the army forward. George led an army and was moving forward. It was quite peaceful along the way. He did not encounter any battles, nor did he encounter any enemies. This canyon looked very big, and there were endless peaks in the distance. He vaguely heard the cry of wyverns, but he didn't know where it came from. However, this leisure did not last long. His long-term training made him extremely vigilant. Soon he found some traces of the enemy. He couldn't help but shout, "There are enemies approaching. Prepare for battle." Ha ha ha, a series of strange and terrifying laughter rang out, and then a few hunched and abnormally ferocious-looking creatures appeared. They looked a bit like women, but their faces were very ugly. They wore tattered robes and held bone staffs in their hands. Not good. George glanced at them and murmured, "It's Hag. Damn it." Everyone, attack. Follow me. Hag. A kind of demon from the lower plane. There were Hag among the enemies that invaded Mordor City last time. This was a very difficult enemy to deal with, and they had all kinds of strange spells. The soldiers around him were all ordinary soldiers. If he allowed the Anababas to cast their spells freely, half of them would die in a single round. Now, he wasn't thinking about where the Anababas had come from. Instead, he was thinking about how to get close to them without giving them any chance to cast their spells. As a melee profession, George knew very well how terrible the consequences of giving spellcasters enough distance would be. The battle broke out in an instant. George launched a charge in an instant, and then rushed to the front of the Hag. He swung his sword and slashed down. Behind him were the soldiers who received the order to charge. Their strength was about the same as the ordinary legion of Mordor City. They rushed towards the Hag who was casting spells. It had to be said that George's timing was very good. The Hag were casting spells as soon as they saw them, and he did not hesitate to charge and directly interrupted some of them. Then he dragged these Hag into the abyss of close combat. As long as they did not have a chance to cast spells, victory was only a matter of time for George. However, at this time a cold metal sound suddenly shocked him. Trial failed. Haruk is dead. Teleport away from the battlefield. This prompt not only shocked George, but also the Drow warrior on the other side. Meanwhile, on the left side of the canyon, the ground was still littered with corpses. A highly toxic aura permeated the air, and a black mass of soldiers died within it. Haruk was half kneeling in the center, and even though he was already dead, he still remained standing. There were many demon corpses around his body, and there were also quite a few night shamans among them. It was obvious that he had been surrounded and killed by his enemies. Although he had fought to the very last moment, he had still not been able to change the outcome. Death cloud. Judging from the traces of the battle, the human side was almost a one-sided massacre. The reason was simple. Behind the Night Witches, there was a leader who cast the level 5 spell Death Cloud. This was a spell that completely crushed low-level existences. Any creature that couldn't pass the test of death would instantly die within the range of the spell. Ordinary soldiers were unable to resist the power of the Death Cloud spell, and the human soldiers were slaughtered in large swathes just like that. In the end, even though Haruk had withstood the damage from the Death Cloud spell, he was unable to defeat so many enemies by himself. In the end, he was surrounded and killed. The first loser appeared. The figure in the void overlooking the entire canyon shook his head and said slowly, "His tactical thinking is too bad. He has no experience in dealing with middle-grade and high-grade spellcasters. His personal combat experience is okay, but it's a pity that such a person can only be a vanguard, not an excellent officer of Mordor." Soren watched all this silently. Haruk's mistake was very stupid in his opinion. As a high-grade warrior, he actually let the enemy cast the Death Cloud spell. It could only be said that he didn't know enough about spellcasters, and his IQ was not very high. Everything had just begun. One of the 3 contestants had died, and the result certainly did not satisfy Soren. However, this was his first test in the war chess world, so the performance of the contestants was not a big deal. He was more concerned about the operation of the entire war chess world. Haruk was dead. As he died in the trial, his spirit would gradually leave the war chess trial, and a trace of his soul energy would also be peeled off when he died and gradually integrated into the entire canyon. Not only that, what surprised Soren was that there was a trace of this soul energy that turned into a connection and was sent to him. This value was very rare, and it might even be less than 100 slaughter EXP. However, Soren could be sure that it was really like a network of faith that connected to him. What was more strange was that it was sent to Haruk during the battle. Soren actually got a trace of slaughter power. It was very rare. This trace of slaughter power was almost negligible. If Soren didn't still have a god-level perception, he would not be able to detect this trace of power at all. But, he could be sure that this trace of power was real. And it was transformed by Soren's slaughter domain, just like the power of faith transformed by half-elves, shadow, and ruling clergy. This trace of slaughter power was transformed by Haruk's slaughter domain during the battle. The proportion of conversion was very low. It was far less than the power provided by other believers in Mordor, but it was certain that this trace of power was a bit similar to the power of faith. What's going on? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that he was a little surprised. Is it because of the clergy? The slaughter domain doesn't completely need to kill in reality? The slaughter in this trial can also be transformed into the power of faith? Herrick's will to fight was very strong before he died. Is it because of this? Soren was a little confused at the moment, but after all, he had been a god for a while, so he could analyze some things. For example, the god of war, the war clergy he mastered could provide him with power. If it was a peaceful time, then the divine power of the god of war might even decline to a mid-level divine power. However, once it entered a time of turmoil, even if the believers of the god of war did not increase much, his power could easily reach a great divine power. This was the influence of the clergy. Soren mastered the slaughter domain, and he also received a message from the slaughter clergy. In the final analysis, the entire trial in the battle chess world was for killing. Soren wanted these trial participants to break through themselves in battle and slaughter. This trace of slaughter power might have a direct relationship with this. Now, Soren needed to wait for the results of the other two trials to see if the slaughter power would continue to increase. P.S. If you like this book, you can follow Fu2's public WeChat account. First, he had to roll on the ground and beg for monthly votes. Without monthly votes, he had to have integrity. Yesterday, Fu2 spent a long time to complete the transformation of the slaughter priesthood in the peaceful era. He had lost a lot of brain cells. Don't you want to give me some encouragement? In addition, if you like this book, you can follow Fu2's public WeChat account and search for Fu2. This book is already in the middle and late stages. After the god line is finished, it will enter the final stage. After that, there will only be a part of the story of the demon Sauron. Fu2 spent a lot of energy on the whole book. You don't have to worry about the ending. I promise you that I will write this story well, and I have also paid a lot for it. Otherwise, with so many things happening last year, I would have already left when the book was sealed. In order to finish this book well, Fu2 dragged it out for so long. It was impossible to say that some things were not sullen. Now that a lot of things had been figured out, there was no need to fight over temporary gains and losses. If he wanted it, then let him have it. When he was young, he didn't know anything. He had to suffer some losses and learn to be obedient. As an author, the most important thing for Fu2 was always to write well. Smiling at the wind and clouds. As long as I have confidence in what I write, it doesn't matter where I write. N. If you like Fu2's writing style, remember to follow his WeChat account. 8 years. Finally, he made up his mind to leave. Ah. A roar full of unwillingness and anger suddenly sounded in the war chest demiplane. Then Haruk stood up abruptly, waving his hands as if holding a weapon, then looked around with a blank expression. His spirit stopped at the moment of his death in the trial. Because the trial was too real, even a high-grade profession like him took a while to recover. This was because he had a strong will as a warrior. If he was an ordinary person, he might have entered a state of suspended animation or even died for real. I'm not dead? Haruk looked around blankly, then his eyes gradually regained clarity. His memory was sorted out, and he recalled that the moment of his death was only in the trial of illusion. It was too real. Haruk couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but then he fell into contemplation, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. He died just like that. Haruk was sure that his performance was not as good as he expected, because the enemy he encountered was completely wiped out. After a moment of annoyance, the first thing Haruk did was to reflect on himself. This kind of awareness of life and death was not usually encountered, and the reality of death made him reflect more clearly. Haruk thought of many things at this time. First, he felt that he was too reckless, and second, he underestimated the spellcasters too much. If the army had not been wiped out by the Death Cloud spell, he would not have been beaten to death by a group of low-grade demons. His death was too humiliating. As one of the few high-grade warriors among the indigenous people, although Haruk did not fall down at the moment of his death, the way he died was too humiliating. He reflected on himself. Not only did he reflect on his mistakes in action, but he also reflected on his carelessness and his lack of fighting skills against the spellcasters. Haruk had found many loopholes in his own combat techniques, especially when it came to fighting against spellcasters. He stayed in place for a long time, thinking. Then, Haruk slowly raised his head and walked down the platform. As soon as he took a step, he felt a deep sense of fatigue. This fatigue didn't just come from his mind, but also from his soul. As a high-grade profession, the loss of soul power was nothing to Haruk, and it was not enough to lower his profession level, so he just felt a little weak. Haruk thought that the moment of his death was too real, so it caused him to feel so weak. It couldn't be helped. Soren's trial was 100% simulated, including the feeling and pain before death. It was almost the same as dying for real. It was inevitable that he would feel weak. Although he only died once, Haruk felt that he gained a lot. After all, the experience of facing death was very rare, especially in a situation like this where if it wasn't for the illusion, he would have died. It made him realize that he had made mistakes in his awareness, fighting skills, and decision-making. For a high-grade professional, what they lacked was not the usual exercise, but a breakthrough in the spirit of a certain point. As long as they could break through this point, their strength would be able to touch the realm of legends. For a moment Haruk was tempted to enter and do it again. However, he was mentally exhausted, and he knew that after failing the trial, he should report to the person in charge. But, his heart was still a little unwilling to accept this. He didn't die so miserably when the demons attacked last time. He didn't expect that he would be beaten to death by a group of low-grade demons. He felt that if he didn't kill more demons to vent his emotions in the future, today's death experience would be a sore point in his heart. Soren was also observing Haruk's state. It was obvious. After dying in the trial of the war chest demiplane, he entered a weak spirit and a weak soul state. At the moment of Haruk's death, Soren separated the soul energy equivalent to more than 1,000 slaughter EXP. Most of this soul energy was absorbed by the trial of the war chest demiplane, and a small part of it was integrated into Soren's body for some reason. It might have something to do with him being the controller of the war chest demiplane. The spellcasters of the Arcane Empire had always been studying how to use the power of the soul. After today's experience, Soren finally understood why the gods were happy to see the Arcane Empire destroyed. It couldn't be helped, the soul was a forbidden area for the gods. If mortals began to study the soul, it would arouse the dissatisfaction of the gods. This little bit of soul energy was nothing. The natives of this world could improve their strength through daily training in battles. If converted into soul energy, it would be the result of Haruk's training for 2 or 3 days, and this was just ordinary daily training. If it was a real battle, then Haruk's strength would be increased by more than this little bit of slaughter EXP. There was a test in the past. Adventurers trained in the way of the natives, training grounds, and the slaughter EXP gained in a day was about 300 points. This was the early training. If it was a special training method of some organizations, as long as they passed, they could gain about 3,000 slaughter EXP. These training methods were all through training the body to feed back the spirit and then strengthen the soul. This was a bit like the cultivation of the East. A strong body could allow the monks to feel the existence of qi, and the existence of qi would be fed back to the spirit to strengthen the body. Finally, the spirit would further temper the soul. The biggest difference between the natives was that they often encountered a bottleneck. At this time, they needed to use special methods to break through. The biggest bottleneck that mortals faced was the moment when they touched the realm of legends. Everything was still going on. Although Haruk was dead, the drow warrior and the excellent officer, George, were still going through the trial. Soren looked down at everything from the perspective of a god, silently observing the expressions of these two people. If he were to use himself as a standard, these two people were obviously not qualified because they were only excellent among ordinary people. However, Soren still found something, that was, the drow warrior's fighting skills were better, and George's vision of the big picture was stronger. The latter obviously had the qualifications to be a general. Another thing he found was that when they killed the demons, Soren did not gain anything. On the contrary, when the drow warrior was surrounded by a group of demons and finally died in the hands of the Hezru, Soren suddenly received a little bit of slaughter EXP again. Strange, killing the illusions in the trial did not yield any rewards, and Soren also did not gain anything during the process of their battle. The time when the slaughter exp was generated in the trial of war chess was actually the moment when the drow warrior died. Slaughter. This was not just killing others, but also killing oneself at the same time. The time when Soren received the slaughter exp was the moment when the trial participant was killed. At the moment when the drow warrior was killed by the demon illusion, a very weak slaughter exp appeared. All of a sudden, Soren seemed to have grasped something very important, and his thoughts suddenly became much clearer. He somewhat understood the core of the slaughter domain. That was the key. Everything in the war chess trial was just an illusion, but the participants who entered it were real. If these trial takers died in the war chess plane, then their spirit would have truly experienced the process of death. This was the key to the production of the slaughter energy. The moment they were killed, they would really affect reality, but the price was much smaller. They would only lose a little bit of soul energy, and at the same time, they would be weakened for a period of time. Because of this, Soren did not obtain much slaughter energy. The slaughter energy produced after the deaths of 3 participants was equivalent to the official prayer of a devout believer. This little bit of slaughter energy was insignificant, however. Soren saw a lot of things because he had just received a notification about the slaughter priesthood. This meant that the percentage of energy he converted from the slaughter domain was not high. The power converted from a priesthood far exceeded that of a domain. Otherwise, Soren would not want to get a more important priesthood. Next was the second point of this trial. Soren was going to test it and then use it to train more followers. This meant that in the future, there would be more participants in the trial, and Soren would be able to collect more slaughter energy through this method. At the same time, if Soren could reduce the cost of the trial and expand the scale, then how much more slaughter energy would be generated? Virtual reality. This kind of trial could satisfy the desire to kill in people's hearts. Human emotions, spirits, and beliefs could be used as one of the ways to convert power for gods. In fact, there was a desire to fight in the heart of every man. As a god of the evil alignment, Soren's way of converting power was naturally different from other gods. Take the Dread Lord for example. When his Son of God began to spread fear throughout the material plane, his divine power began to grow stronger. This did not mean that his believers had increased, but because the power of fear had increased, the amount of divine power he could convert also increased. It was the same logic. Soren possessed the slaughter domain and obtained information about the slaughter domain. The process of this trial was to strengthen the power of slaughter. As a god who controlled the slaughter domain, especially the one who controlled this trial, Soren also obtained a trace of the power of slaughter through this method. This was actually another effective way to increase divine power that he had yet to fully understand. Currently, there weren't many things that could be done in this trial. However, if one day Soren could expand it to the level of virtual reality applications in the interstellar era, then the power generated by this method would be astonishing. Moreover, people needed to vent their emotions. With the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, although the public security in Mordor City was very good, there were still too many professions after all. Daily training could not vent their excessive energy at all, so there were often fights in the taverns of Mordor City during this period. The security team was already a little busy, and the oppressive atmosphere could easily become the fuse of violence. If this trial could be expanded, no one in Mordor City would have the energy to fight in reality in the future. The power of slaughter that Soren collected in this way was not evil, and he did not need to spread death to strengthen his power like other gods, even. Soren could also balance the power of slaughter in this way, reducing and venting the desire to kill in people's hearts. But as long as this trial still existed, then even if Soren did not kill in reality, his divine power would continue to grow. This was simply an unimaginable discovery. The gains from this test of the chess demiplane were simply too great. But Soren immediately found a problem, that was, he had no way to expand this trial at present. This required very high-end alchemy, and at the same time, a very powerful superbrain to complete the daily operation of the trial. This meant that Soren needed an assistant with amazing computing power. In other words, he needed a very powerful Phalang to help him maintain the daily trial and deal with various situations in the trial. The difficulty was no less than making a virtual reality game. Of course, Soren was not without an opportunistic way. He could first narrow the scope of the trial and control it inside the canyon. All the trial participants would move within this range, limiting the framework to this range, and then enrich the content. Anyway, he didn't really want to create a virtual reality game, but to provide a trial space for people. In this way, the difficulty would be directly reduced a lot. All the trial participants would be thrown into the war against the demons in the canyon, giving them a chance to train themselves between life and death. As for the other framework and content, Soren could slowly add it over time, however. In this way, Soren still had a problem to solve. That was, how to let more trial participants enter the war chess half-bit wall. It turned out that there were only so many alchemy devices that could send the trial spirit into the illusion, and they were very large, extending to the entire half-bit wall. It could even be said that the war chess half-bit wall was the network of the illusion trial, and what Soren needed to do was to create more interfaces for this network. This was not something that Soren could do with his current level of alchemy. He had to ask Gloria for help, only Gloria and Fallen which could analyze the alchemy device that transported the illusion, and then recreate a batch of it, and it would be best to shrink it into a specific device. This difficulty was no less than creating a virtual cabin. Gloria and Fallen which had a lot of things to do. At present, the floating space tower was the focus, and he was afraid that they might not have time to study this. Soren thought for a while, but there was still no breakthrough. It's a pity that I can't connect to the divine kingdom now. Soren pondered for a long time and then sighed, otherwise, I can try to integrate the war chess half-bit wall into the divine kingdom. This way, I can directly connect to the belief network through the divine kingdom, and use the belief network in the inner layer of the magic net as a carrier. If I have the belief network as a support, it's much easier to enter the illusion of the war chess half-bit wall, but this will definitely alarm the goddess of magic. It's equivalent to directly transforming the magic net into a network. When Soren thought of this, it was basically an assumption that failed. Because although he had a close relationship with the goddess of magic might not be willing to try such a dangerous thing. The magic net was her foundation, and the goddess of magic would certainly not be willing to take this risk. Otherwise, Soren could even boldly create a certain spell, with a casting device, and then directly use the magic net to transmit the trial participant's spirit to the war chess half-bit wall. One must know that the virtual reality of the interstellar era had the same structure after being disassembled. The impact of this matter was too great. Soren thought about it and still felt that he had to take the long view. But if it was successful, it would be of no less help to him than the research of the floating space city. Because Slaughter was in the process of the trial, and Death was also in the process of the trial. P.S. If you like this book, you can follow Futu's WeChat public account. Soren's power came from the death of the trial taker. The test from the war chess plane involved too many things, because it also involved the source of the divine realm, that was, where the power of faith came from. Spirit, if it was really spirit, then the source of faith could not be limited to the material plane. Slaughter could draw energy from the trial, then what about death? What about war? If the illusion of the war chess trial had no effect, then when the number of trial takers reached a certain number, could it completely replace the illusion? Soren gained very little energy through the war chess trial, but when the amount accumulated to a certain extent, the quantitative change had begun to cause qualitative change. As a high god, Soren's life was immortal, so he had enough time to study all this. At this moment, Soren found that if he survived the Avatar crisis safely, he would not have to worry about having nothing to do for the next few hundred years. The preliminary test results of the war chess plane had come out. When the 3 trial takers died, Soren waved his hand to turn off the energy supply of the war chess trial, and then began to sort out the data collected by the divine perception. The power comes from the death of the trial takers. Most of the consumed energy comes from the elemental pool. Maybe I can test the combat mode of the trial takers after a while. Soren thought about it and recalled many popular virtual combat simulations in his previous life. He needed to see if there would be any changes in the combat between the trial takers, because the demons seen in the war chess plane could not test too much data. And the most important point was that the war chess plane was dangerous. Soren needed to ensure the safety of the trial takers and reduce their cost and side effects to a certain extent. If he wanted to promote it in the future, he would definitely not just let high-grade professions enter. Ordinary people might really die in the real world after entering it. This was a very important problem. Soren had to solve this problem, even if the collected power would be a lot less, of course. He still had some bolder ideas in his mind at the moment, such as letting Mordor enter the era of professionals. It wasn't difficult for a commoner to become a professional because there was a great profession called warrior. As long as a commoner's talent wasn't too bad and their body didn't have any innate defects, then they could become a warrior through regular training. The militia training of Mordor City had trained many warriors, but unfortunately, most of them had very low professional levels. They were basically level 1 to 3, and with time, they could reach level 3 to 5. If a warrior wanted to break through level 5, then they needed a certain amount of talent and on-the-spot combat. In the real world, the warrior's on-the-spot training either depended on fighting or fighting in person. If the war chess plane could make up for this, Soren could form a perfect balance between the cost and the gain. Through the war chess plane, ordinary warriors could be trained in the real world to make up for their energy consumption. Once this perfect balance was formed, the number of warriors in Mordor City would greatly increase. At that time, at least 70% of the adult males in Mordor City would be able to become warriors. Of course, it was still difficult for ordinary families to afford the nutritional consumption of meat to train a warrior. If Soren really needed to do this, he must get financial subsidies from the city hall. However, the location of Mordor City was overseas, and there was no shortage of fish overseas. In this regard, meat was not a problem. The key was the need for a systematic training model. When Soren left the war chess half-plane, all 3 contestants were also sent out. Unsurprisingly, all 3 of them ended in death. The only difference was that Haruk died from the siege of the low-grade demons, and the drow warrior died from the decapitation of the mid-grade flying demons. The only one who lasted the longest was Edu. He fought until the last soldier was killed by the demons, but at that time, he had killed more than 3 times the demon army. Soren could not help but pay more attention to this person. It seemed that he came from Autumnfall and seemed to have potential. Soren even knew his name. Among the 3 of them, Haruk's personal strength was the highest, the drow warrior was the best at one-on-one fighting, and Edu was the most strategic. They could all be talents if they were trained. The environment could create talents, because Mordor City had many opportunities that other cities would never give them. Even a slave in Mordor City would have a bright future as long as he had the ability and was willing to work hard. The test is complete. Gloria was waiting for Soren in the laboratory. When she saw him appear, she whispered, "What's the result?" Soren thought for a moment and said, "Very good. But there are still some problems." "Right. How's the research on the floating ship?" Gloria stretched out her hand, and a projection appeared in front of Soren. This was a spell similar to Mirage, which was the research result of the Northern Witch Council. She looked at Soren and smiled. She pointed to the mirror image in front of her and said, "It's almost successful. The only problem at present is the energy drive. Although it can be charged in Mordor City, it can only be done by wizards in other places. According to the tests of my apprentices, it takes about 2,000 Kindler to go back and forth from Arendelle to Mordor City." Gloria already had an independent witch group under her. She was originally a high-ranking member of the Northern Witch Council. If she had the status and resources of Mordor City, she would already have an independent witch group of more than 100 people. 2,000 Kindler? Soren frowned when he heard this. Although Arendelle was far from Mordor City, the consumption of 2,000 Kindler, plus the consumption of the sailors, could reach more than 3,000 Kindler. In other words, the floating ship could only carry out the trade of at least 3,000 Kindler in theory. This was tantamount to denying the transportation of the most basic food and daily necessities, because a ship's cargo might not be as high as the freight, but other expensive goods were not a problem. Very good. After thinking about it, Soren said in a deep voice, "I'll leave for Arendelle in a while. It just so happens that there is a batch of goods that needs to be transported from the Northern Witch Council recently. When the time comes, try to get 3 floating ships, and we'll do a preliminary test." After the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the trade routes on the mainland were basically blocked by various wandering monsters. If Soren could do this well, Mordor City would soon have a steady stream of funds. Gloria nodded gently, then raised her hand to lift her long hair and said, "Pastor Jean seemed to want to visit me yesterday. It seems that the Church of Riches also knows about this. If we operate it well, we may be able to get a lot of money from it." What was the most important thing for the Lady of Riches? It was not making money. It was to continue to maintain the prosperity of trade. Even if the Church of Riches paid for it, it would be fine because the prosperity of trade was closely related to her priesthood. Soren needed a lot of money now. A lot of money, because not only Gloria's experiment needed money, but he also needed a lot of money for the transformation of the war chess plane. And the amount of money would be very large. Everything in the city of Mordor was built with money. Soren had never pursued any luxury. All his accumulated wealth was either used to improve his strength or subsidize the consumption of the city of Mordor. Otherwise, Soren could definitely live a more luxurious life than a king, but as a god, he did not care about material enjoyment at all. In the future, as long as he entered the divine kingdom, then Soren could do whatever he wanted, because there was a kingdom's resources for him to squander. 3 days later. It was a very peaceful day. However, for the residents of Mordor, there were still a lot of novelties today, such as a ship docked in midair at the dock. At this moment, many people had gathered around the port of Mordor, not only the residents of Mordor, but also many merchants from the south coast and other places. At this moment, they all looked at the airship in front of them in shock. They weren't unfamiliar with this thing because, from an outsider's point of view, the entire airship was a boat. It was just that the sails had been replaced by balloons, and a propeller-like object had been installed at the rear. Merchants were born with a keen vision to pursue profits. So when they saw the airship for the first time, they realized the huge business opportunity hidden in it, and then they inquired about it from the higher-ups of Mordor through their own connections. The officials of the city hall had met several groups of people who wanted to send gifts and inquire about information today. In particular, some old chambers of commerce controlled by aristocrats on the south coast directly asked if the floating space tower was for sale. As long as they were willing to sell it, the price was not a problem. Business opportunity was only one aspect. On the other hand, the forces behind the merchants realized the strategic value of the airship. Although this thing was far inferior to the floating space tower of Mordor, if a warship could fly, and there were several cannons on it, it was also amazing combat power. At least you could defeat a lot of enemies in the sky. The situation was better than Sauron had imagined, because on the first day of the airship's display, many people had expressed interest in it. There were also aristocrats from the Chamber of Commerce in Arendelle who secretly said that they could buy it at a high price. At this moment. Recently, Soren and Gloria were in dire need of money, so they didn't hold back. Seeing that the response was good, they immediately doubled the price. A standard airship modification cost 60,000 Kindler coins. The net profit was about 45,000 Kindler units. Even though Soren had offered such a high price, a batch of floating space tower modifications were quickly sold out. The Northern Witch Council ordered one, the Wizard Alliance ordered one, probably to buy it back for research, then the nobles of Arendelle ordered 3 custom-made ships. There were many old nobles in the wealthy Arendelle who had accumulated a lot of wealth, followed by 1 order from the Southern Duchy, and 2 orders from the Chamber of Commerce of the Eastern Kingdom. Even the Chamber of Commerce secretly controlled by the Principality of Rossard secretly placed a batch of orders. Soren naturally wouldn't go against money. The technical content of the airship was not high. The core was still the application of energy and floating space ring. Part of the technology of floating space ring had been sold, but the core material for the production of thorium was still in his hands. In other words, even if the Wizard Alliance and the Northern Witch Council knew how to make floating space rings, they still needed to buy the materials from Mordor City. There was no need to worry about this because the production of thorium required the synthesis of things from the astral world, and the production in Mordor City was not very high. Finally, it was from the Church of Riches. The Lady of Riches was indeed the richest god. She directly placed a dozen orders. 12 airships were 720,000 Kindler units, and Soren made a net profit of nearly 540,000 Kindler units. It had to be said that high-end alchemy technology was really profitable. Soren received the orders sent by the officials of the city hall on the same day, as well as the deposits paid by many Chamber of Commerce forces. The amount was huge, reaching a terrifying amount of more than 300,000 Kindler units. As long as all the current orders were completed, Soren would earn nearly 800,000 Kindler units in one breath. It was far more than the tax on maritime trade. This is daylight robbery. Soren looked at the order statistics in front of him happily and said to Gloria next to him, "At this rate, we will soon be able to raise enough funds for the second phase of expansion." Gloria's expression was quite calm, and she slowly said, "The alchemy technology required for the airship is not high. The Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance will definitely copy it. At most, in a month or two, they will be able to make their own airships. I'm afraid our future orders will only be from the south coast. In the future, the focus should be on thorium. Making the floating ring is absolutely inseparable from thorium. Even if they understand the technology, they must buy thorium from Mordor City." Soren nodded and said, "It makes sense. But the number of airships should be a lot by then, and the trade should be restored by then. A conservative estimate. The research of the airships could bring Mordor City about 3 million Kindler units of wealth, and these were all in cash. When the trade was restored, the taxes of Mordor City would also begin to increase. All kinds of benefits would be endless, which greatly made up for the current huge capital consumption of Mordor City. In fact, the Church of Riches had always wanted to send money to Soren. It was just that Soren didn't want it. If he took the money from the Church of Riches, he would have to give up a lot of things in Mordor City. Soren absolutely didn't want the Church of Riches to touch everything inside Mordor City. Letting them develop in the port was already Soren's limit. The interior of Mordor City must be absolutely in his hands. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Soren received a message from the High Priest. After defeating a group of sea monsters, they successfully approached the location of the pirate island. But they hadn't landed on the island yet because it had become the habitat of the Quatones. This was a kind of large fishman. Some Quatones were more than 2 meters tall when they stood up. They were far more difficult to deal with than the dark-scale fishmen or other fishman species. Looking at the entire sea area, only the Sharkman could fight against them. There was a message sent back by the High Priest that interested Soren. It said, "My lord. Near the pirate island, I feel chaotic magic power. This is not a dead magic area, but I can feel a kind of restriction. It's a bit like a lock, but it's not certain yet. However, low-level spellcasters can easily fail to cast spells here. It's as if there's a force imprisoning the energy here. I suspect it's because of the anti-magic prison, but I'll have to wait until we enter to be sure. P.S. Second update. Follow Stupa on WeChat to make up for your moral integrity." The existence of the anti-magic prison was very special. For a long period of time, it was used to imprison spellcasters who made mistakes. Moreover, there was an incomparably powerful adept organization behind this prison. This wizard organization was one of the cores of the Arcane Empire. Its strength was far more powerful than the current Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance. The name of this organization was called the Masked Mages Association. There were very clear records. The masked mages controlled a powerful magic lock. Within the range of this magic lock, they could even monitor any spell casting. Since a long time ago, the Masked Mages Association began to sell casting licenses within their own sphere of influence. Only by spending money to buy their casting licenses could one cast spells within their sphere of influence. Otherwise, as long as you dared to cast spells outside, even if it was just a small arcane missile, they would find out and find your location. Under normal circumstances, the first violation was just a warning. But if you violated it a second time, the masked mages would attack, capture, or even kill you. This was the rule of their organization. This behavior was naturally nothing to worry about. Because the Masked Mages Association had long been destroyed with the Arcane Empire, Soren was concerned about another point, that was, the Masked Mages Association had mastered the magic net monitoring technology. That's right, they could already monitor the magic net. Although the Masked Mages Association used the power of the magic lock to monitor the magic net in a small area, they could find people who misused magic within their sphere of influence, which already represented some kind of very high-end technology. This technology was of great value to Soren, because if he could transfer it to the city of Mordor, then any signs of casting spells within the city of Mordor could not escape his eyes. He could even use the power of the magic lock to accurately lock the position of the spellcaster. At first, the Masked Mages Association only studied this technology to sell casting licenses, but by the time of the Arcane Empire, this thing had become the symbol of many floating cities. That was, without a casting license, the abuse of magic was not allowed inside the floating city. Soren immediately relayed the news to Gloria after receiving the news from the High Priest. Gloria and the Fallen, which were obviously very interested in the Masked Mage Guild's magic lock technology. However, the High Priestess and the others had yet to discover anything, so everything would have to wait until they found the anti-magic prison. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. In the blink of an eye, April was coming. During this time, the material plane seemed to be calm, but it was turbulent below. The spies sent by Soren frequently learned about the movements of the elven army, including the High Elves, who had repeatedly appeared at the border of the Orc kingdom. The battle was about to begin. The invasion of the Orc god system had finally angered the High Elves. According to history, Soren estimated that the master god of the elven god system had already entered the elven court. The war was about to break out. This battle between races was a continuation of hatred. The master god of the Orcs had lost his eye, so he had endless hatred for the elf god system. Should I make a move? At this moment, in the hall of Motor City, Soren had a map in front of him. On it, there were some markings on the location of the elves and orcs. This battle was a battle between the gods. The result of the final outbreak was very terrifying. At least 5 gods were fighting in the battle. The danger was far higher than other conflicts. Although Soren wanted to reduce the disaster of the Avatar crisis, this level of battle between the gods was not something he could intervene in alone. Forget it. Soren sighed and shook his head. He put away the map in front of him and murmured, "Let them fight. If this battle is not fought, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, will have no chance. Maybe the trajectory of history will begin to change dramatically. Besides, the invasion of the Orc god system may have something to do with the Queen of Spiders." Everything that could not be changed was coming. The hatred between the Orc god system and the Elf god system directly led to the war. A large-scale war would break out on the border around April. At that time, both the elves and the orcs would suffer heavy losses. I can predict the attack of the demons in advance, but the battle between the gods is difficult to change. Soren frowned and fell into deep thought. He could certainly develop in the outer islands for a while, but the outside world was so chaotic. Now the material plane did not have the support of the 3 million paladins. He really did not know if he could survive the last wave of demons and devils. After all, the conspiracy of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, dragged the entire material plane into the Baator Inferno. The plane was not constant. Of course, when the power reached a certain level, the law of the world could also be changed. In other words, as long as the power was enough, even the law of the material plane could be forcibly changed into the space of the lower plane. "My lord." A slender figure appeared in front of Soren. She was quite beautiful. It was a half-elf rogue. With the strengthening of Soren's power, there were more and more rogues in the church. Half-elves had the advantage of agility, and there were many who had the potential to become excellent rogues. Soren looked down at her and said slowly, "What's the matter?" The slender and tall half-elf knelt on the ground respectfully and then said, "A group of clergymen and priests from the Church of the Lord of Light have recently entered the Principality of Rossard. It seems that it has something to do with the identity of the wife of the Duke of Red Dragonov." The Principality of Rossard. They vaguely accused the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of being a follower of the devil. At present, the Principality of Rossard is in a state of panic, and many nobles are watching. "Is it going to start?" Soren smiled when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, "I see. You can go now." The half-elf rogue bowed and left. Soren looked at the direction of the Principality of Rossard with a sly smile. He was the one who spread the news about the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon being involved with the devil. He didn't expect the Church of Light to react so quickly this time. It hadn't even been a month or two, and they were already preparing to take action against the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon. Very good. Soren glanced at the map and murmured, with the Church of the Lord of Light attacking the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon, I think she won't be able to do anything for the time being. And the archdevil behind her should have a headache. In this case, the devil's plan should be delayed a lot. I can also buy a lot of time. Then next, I should find time to go to the astral plane. Thinking of this, Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His strength was getting stronger and stronger, and there weren't many things that were valuable to him in the material plane. Maybe he should consider digging out the treasures in a few places in the astral plane. It was a pity that the others hadn't been successfully cultivated, otherwise Soren could explore the corpse of an ancient god floating in the astral plane. After messing with the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, Soren felt refreshed. However, he still felt that he needed to think about the ancient gods because anything related to the ancient gods was too tempting. The average challenge level was above level 25, and there was a chance that it could reach level 30. Back in the day, even true gods were defeated by the ancient gods. Although there were corpses of ancient gods in the astral plane, they could not be careless, because they were the oldest existences in the multiverse. Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, must be mentioned first, because he was the creation of the ancient gods. Asmodeus' qualifications were older than many of the old gods of today. The only one who could be compared to him was Xianxia's previous life, who was once the ancient god, sun god. The sun god fell because of a catastrophe, and the soul of the god was reincarnated into the Lord of Dawn, Xianxia. Then Xianxia was promoted to the Lord of Light, after the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom. In fact, if one looked carefully, all the sources of power of this god were interconnected. There was an inscription left in the Age of Thorium. It described Asmodeus as follows: in the beginning of the universe, chaos was everywhere. The demons came uninvited, they represented chaos in the first place. Time had not yet appeared, and due to the nature of chaos, demons killed each other in every part of the universe. This chaos was unbearable for the entire universe, so another force appeared to fight against it, order. The war between the order and the demons began. These newly born gods of order are wearing armor made of pure order power, and they have taken up weapons for their ideals. Then they launched a fierce attack on the demons. This war lasted for countless centuries. The gods of order created a holy book to record their achievements. They also created time because they wanted to know how long it would take to achieve the final victory. Gradually, the gods of order felt that there was no end to the demons. They were tired of the war, and wanted to focus on other things, such as creating worlds and intelligent creatures. They first created warriors with beautiful wings as servants, and gave them divine spells. These glorious creatures were called angels. Among all the angels, Asmodeus was the most brave and the most beautiful. He has killed more demons than any other angel, and even more than any god. But as the eons passed, Asmodeus and the other angels began to pick up some of the characteristics of their enemies. Gradually, their originally beautiful appearance became ugly, and the god of order and other angels began to fear them. That was the end of the inscription. The god of order recorded in the inscription was one of the oldest gods in the multiverse. Strictly speaking, Soren's current divine form belonged to the third generation of gods. The first generation of gods were the ancient gods of order. They didn't need the power of faith, and they had terrifying divine power. The second generation of gods were the ancient gods of the plane. The representatives were Mother Gaia, Lord of Storms, Father Oak, and so on. These ancient gods didn't need faith in the past, but now some of them did. Some gods who had given up their priesthood, such as Mother Gaia, also didn't need faith. This was a change in the laws of the universe. The universe was balancing the power of the gods. Therefore, the laws of the gods were also changing. When Soren and the third generation of gods appeared, faith was closely related to the power of the gods. Unless one reached the level of greater divine power, faith could measure the foundation of a god. The huge bodies floating in the astral plane were the first generation of ancient gods. They had many names. If one wanted to, they could even be called titans. Of course, this was just a special name. This was because in the wild field of the multiverse, there was a silent divine kingdom called the Sacred Mountain of Olympus. The full name of the wild field must be mentioned here. Its full name was the Wild Field of the Olympian Forest. Just like the mechanical mirror of Nirvana, these planes all had full names. The name Titans came from this plane, and it was also a unique name for the ancient gods. These were the ancient gods. They had long disappeared in the long river of history. Only some huge bodies were still floating in the astral plane. They all died in the hands of demons. However, they weren't the demons of today. Instead, they were the chaotic species that were even more ancient than the demons of Orbis. The full names of the planes represented history and also had a special meaning. The full names of the planes that Soren knew were the Garden of Joseph in the Hero Domain, Sea of Chaos in the Eternal Chaos, Chaotic Tunnel in the Wind-Howling Abyss, Bottomless Abyss, Casterly in the Exile Abyss, Hades in the Grey Field, Scorching Hell in the Eternal Desolation, Botwar Inferno in the 9 Levels of Hell, Hell's Battlefield, Mechanical Mirror of Nirvana, Xanadu in the Peaceful Kingdom, Mountain Paradise in the 7 Hills of Heaven, Twin Paradise in the Twin of Eden, Paradise in the Blessed Land, Wild Field in the Endless Wilderness, Wild Field in the Olympian Forest, and Outer Realm of Harmony. This was the multiverse. Countless planes, large or small, made up everything in the multiverse. Even as a god, what Soren saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Just like the pantheon, even the gods could only see a small area of the structure. The era of the ancient gods had passed. As for their power, it was difficult for the gods to guess. They could only be sure that they were the original existences that created many planes. Now, there were very few gods who had the ability to create planes. This had even become one of the benchmarks of the greater divine power. And the 17 planes above were all created in the era of the ancient gods. Soren gradually woke up from his contemplation. Soon, he seemed to think of something. He patted his head and said, "How could I forget this? The secret of the Null God, Yinagu." As if he had just woken up, Soren quickly rushed to the study, and then opened many ancient books. He was looking for something. He was looking for a very old record about the Null God, Yinagu. On the 422nd floor of the Abyss, this is the domain of the Storm Lord, the demon of Obylis, Bacchard. Although the betrayal of the demon Tanar'ri finally cut off Bacchard's connection with this floor and drained his vitality from his huge lifeless shell, the pain of Obylis' death had lasted for countless years. Now, this huge and strange demon was similar to a twisted beached whale. He could not move on his own and could only be exposed to the scorching sun of this floor. Over and over again, the coastal rock formations that supported his half-dead body were smashed by violent hurricanes or treacherous winds and acid rain. Bacchard's once perfect control of the weather was inadvertently triggered by the unbearable pain of slow death. Although he was no longer able to speak, Bacchard still retained a fragment of his once boundless consciousness. If he communicated through telepathy, he would talk in a slow and melancholy tone about an era long before the birth of Tanar'ri, about the rise and fall of the oldest demons. And a trusted frequent visitor might even hear Bacchard say that demons didn't originate from the bottomless abyss. Instead, they migrated here from another place after abandoning a race of evil creators that had already disappeared in the long river of history. Soren's finger stopped on this page of the ancient book. Then, as if he thought of something, his body trembled a little. Obylis demon. There's information about the first generation of demons. There's no need to think about the ancient god's corpse now. This Obylis demon sealed in the territory of the Null God has at least intermediate divinity, or even great divinity. If I can take away the power he participated in, then I can have the ability to independently explore the ancient god's corpse. This ancient demon lord, Orbis, who was close to death, was the biggest secret of the Null God, Yinagu, and one of the most common visitors. If he hadn't thought of the ancient gods today, Soren would have almost forgotten about this huge ancient demon stranded in the bottomless abyss. This was a very ancient existence among the Obylis demons, and he even had a direct connection with the first generation of demons. And those ancient gods' corpses floating in the astral world died in the hands of the first generation of demons. P.S. Second update. This volume is coming to an end. The next volume is the content of the ancient god line. Same old rules. After thinking about it, he decided to tidy up and start writing the 8th volume tomorrow. Yes. That was all. Those with monthly votes could vote for it. Rolling all over the floor begging for monthly votes. If you don't give monthly votes, you won't take any medicine. You're still cute even if you don't take any medicine. Let me ask you, are you afraid? The double monthly vote seems to have started. Everyone who has monthly votes, please vote for it. The prequel storyline of the three death gods has been filled up. The appearance of the three death gods from the previous generation to the Dread Lord has been explained. In order to praise Fu Tu for filling up a hole, shouldn't you all vote for a monthly vote to celebrate? It was drizzling. A strong smell of blood covered this plain. There was a huge gully in front of them. It was the earth that was torn apart by some terrible force. In the distance, there was an ancient tree that was still burning. Even the rain could not extinguish the flames on its body. The bodies of orcs and elves were mixed together. The dense corpses were piled up at the forefront. There were broken armors and weapons everywhere. Not far away, there was the body of a giant bear. This behemoth, which was about 4 or 5 meters tall, had now been killed by a giant axe. Obviously, there had been a fierce battle here. From the situation of the battlefield, there was no winner between the two sides, but the elves' loss was obviously greater. It was still a peaceful day in Motor City. As April was coming to an end, the impact finally broke out. A war broke out between the elves and the orcs. The final result was that there was no winner. The elven divine system and the orc divine system were not much different in strength. Neither side could completely defeat the other. There was also more and more news about the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune. Although the two twins of destiny had not directly fought, the battle in the dark had become more and more obvious. What made Soren quite concerned was that the figure of the goddess of fortune seemed to appear in Arendelle. When he met the incarnation of the goddess of misfortune, it was also near Arendelle. There didn't seem to be much of a change. Time passed little by little, and the adventurer team sent by Soren had arrived at the pirate island. The news from the Eastern Kingdom was also very good. Gloria's witches had built a base in the New World. However, everything came to an end in May. It was a seemingly normal day, at least in the morning. But when the afternoon came, everything in the entire material plane changed. Soren disconnected from the divine network in an instant, and then the divine light above the cathedral of Motor City became dim. At this moment, all of Soren's priests lost the ability to cast divine spells, and all the wizards and priests in the entire material plane could not cast any spells at all. The magic network disappeared, an invisible force that enveloped the entire world disappeared. The first to react was Soren. He took the initiative to connect to the faith of the city of Mordor almost instantly, and then used his god-level computing ability to bestow divine spells to his believers. The second batch of people who felt the disappearance of the weave were legendary wizards like Gloria. She appeared in front of Soren almost instantly and said with a serious expression, "The goddess of magic is in trouble. We have no way of connecting to the weave." This storm silently affected the entire material plane. The Northern Witch Council activated the magic lock almost instantly, and a light rose from Arendelle's palace. The Wizard Alliance was temporarily closed to the outside world, and then a light curtain enveloped the entire city. The brilliance of all the temples in the material plane dimmed, but the first to recover were the many great divine powers, followed by the gods with intermediate divine powers. As for the gods with weak divine powers and below, the brilliance of their temples had been reduced by more than 30%. Something happened to the goddess of magic. At this moment, all the gods in the material plane, whether good or evil, had been aware of this. Because the existence of the weave was not only for all wizards, but also for the space above the 9th layer of the weave, which had been transformed into a divine network to help the gods return faith and bestow divine spells to their believers. But now that the weave of faith had disappeared, the gods could only rely on their own ability to feed back divine spells to their believers. Otherwise, the priests who served them would not be able to cast any divine spells. Soren's expression was very solemn. He glanced at Gloria and sighed, "I didn't expect this to happen in the end." The goddess of magic was in trouble. Soren was not sure if she had fallen, but judging from the disappearance of the weave, she was definitely in serious trouble now. The weave collapsed. Although Soren had shortened the time of the outbreak of this catastrophe and made a lot of efforts, he did not expect it to happen in the end. The weave of faith had disappeared along with the weave. The power of the gods was weakening. If the weave was still around, the gods could still crush the mortals. But now, with the collapse of the weave of faith, the process of the Weave of Faith had become even more difficult for the gods to recover their divine power. The disappearance of the weave made all the spellcasters feel uncomfortable. Even Soren, who had become an arcanist, found it difficult to cast spells without the help of the weave. It was at least several times more difficult than before. Fortunately, he had already expected this, and Gloria and the others were already prepared. But even so, with the disappearance of the weave, a large number of spellcasters in the material plane would lose their power. Their talent would not be enough to master spells. Half of the witches would be crippled, many of the witches would only be able to cast low-level spells below the third circle. As for organizations like the Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance, they would probably be facing an even more serious crisis now. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. The collapse of the weave was a serious blow to the material plane. While it weakened the power of the mortals, it also weakened the power of the gods. The demons and devils would be ready to make a move. What do we do now? The sudden loss of the weave's connection made Gloria a little flustered. She looked at Soren and said, "Without the support of the weave, we will be in a lot of trouble." Soren looked at her and nodded. "Don't panic. You should get used to casting spells without the weave. The great arcanists have always cast spells without the weave. With your talent, you should be able to get used to it quickly. The research progress can be slowed down temporarily. Although the weave has disappeared, I don't sense the fall of the goddess of magic." The goddess of magic was not dead yet. After hearing Soren's words, Gloria couldn't help but calm down a lot. However, at this moment, the figure of the fallen witch also appeared. Her expression was a little panicked, but she still remembered something more important. She looked at Soren and her daughter in front of her and said in a deep voice, "The weave has disappeared. I just returned from the shadow plane. The shadow weave that extended to the shadow plane has also disappeared." "What? The shadow weave has also collapsed?" Soren couldn't help but be startled. Then, as if he thought of something, he muttered, "Could it be that something happened to the goddess of night? The weave and the shadow weave disappeared at the same time. Could it be that the two goddesses had a secret battle?" The month of May had just begun. The whole world seemed to be in chaos. The power of the gods had suffered a heavy blow. They were forced to leave their divine realms because of the Avatar crisis. At the same time, they had lost their divine forms. Now, they could not even access the Faith Network. The power of mortals had also been hit hard. Many spellcasters could not sense the weave, and the low-grade spellcasters who were not talented enough had almost completely lost the ability to cast spells. The collapse of the weave made them feel very uncomfortable. They had been used to the convenience of the weave, and after losing it, they could not control the chaotic magic energy. The role of the weave was not only to provide convenience but also to restrain the magic energy within the range of the weave. This chaos quickly spread to the Underdark because on this day, the spellcasters in the Underdark suddenly found that they could not cast spells. This was because the shadow weave had also disappeared. The shadow weave, which was originally created by the Lady of Night imitating the goddess of magic, disappeared at the same time as the weave. Not only were the spellcasters of the Underdark unable to cast spells, but even the priests of the Queen of Spiders had temporarily lost their ability to cast divine spells. For a time, the order of the entire Underdark that was ruled by the female priests with great power was challenged. There were a lot of riots in many drow cities, and the male clan members were all ready to move. The weave had collapsed, although the whereabouts of the goddess of magic were still unknown, no one was interested in continuing to fight. The Lady of Night's traces had also disappeared. She was no longer responding to the prayers of the believers, and the shadow weave showed no signs of recovery. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the underground city of the Underdark, there had been enough turmoil in the past 3 days, and there had been a lot of killings. However, a light appeared on the temple of the Queen of Spiders. The Queen of Spiders, who had not responded to the prayers of the believers for 3 days, suddenly reconnected to the believers. Then, many female priests recovered their divine powers. They quickly and cruelly suppressed all the riots, and then took the power of the entire underground city and clan in their hands. The shadow weave had disappeared. However, the gods of the Underdark reacted quickly. 3 days later, the priests who served them had recovered their divine powers. The gods were adapting to the days without the divine network. Even Soren had to spend more time and energy answering the prayers of his believers and giving his priests divine spells. At the same time, Soren noticed that the rate at which his divine power was increasing had slowed down. There was still no news from the goddess of magic. The Northern Witch Council was in turmoil, but fortunately, the Eye of the North was in charge. Now the Northern Witch Council had issued a blockade order and temporarily cancelled most of their activities. The entire organization had fallen into a state of retreat. Without the help of the weave, many witches became very weak. Some of them didn't even dare to walk out of their adept's tower. It was the same for the Wizard Alliance. The gates of this city had been sealed for 3 whole days. Arcane guards could be seen on the city walls, and a transparent barrier had not disappeared since the start of the battle. The Wizard Alliance rejected all visitors, all of the great wizards had been summoned back, and they were urgently discussing how to deal with the disappearance of the weave. Gloria's spellcasting ability was recovering. She had learned about the Arcanists a long time ago, and now she just needed to go further and spend more energy. The disappearance of the weave had severely damaged all the wizards with intelligence below 20 points. With their talent, it was difficult for them to control spell energy. That was to say, a wizard with an intelligence of about 20 points and a spellcasting level of 6 or above could only cast a level 1 or 2 spell at most. And those wizards who were born with intelligence attributes of less than 16 points and had not reached the middle grade themselves, now it was difficult for them to even cast level 0 spells. Mordor City had also temporarily fallen into a state of semi-closure. The disappearance of the weave required a period of adaptation. The witches under Gloria's command needed to learn new knowledge. They needed to train their spirits and use them to control their magic energy without the weave's restraint. The strength of all the witches was reduced by more than 50%. Fortunately, Mordor City was not supported by the power of spellcasters. After these witches lost many of their abilities, they became the existence that was blessed and protected by Mordor City. Moreover, in just a few days, more and more witches had joined Gloria's ranks. The Eye of the North also sent a letter. The Northern Witch Council also had knowledge about the Arcanists. At present, they hoped that both sides would give up any prejudices in the past and share all the knowledge about the Arcanist spellcasting. The Wizard Alliance also expressed this idea to Mordor City. They said that they also had some knowledge about the Arcanists. If Mordor City agreed, they would immediately send a great wizard to visit. The collapse of the weave forced the spellcasters of the whole world to start saving themselves. Fortunately, the second wave of the Avatar crisis had ended, and the new wave had not yet arrived, which gave the spellcasters a short buffer time. They had time to adapt to the days without the weave and study how to cast spells without the weave. Or else, they would have to face the demon army and the enemies of the past without the ability to cast spells. The disappearance of the weave made many wizards who were once high and mighty feel deeply uneasy. After losing their power, they could only rely on the golems and wizard towers to protect themselves. In just a few days, many wizards had been killed. Most of them were those who coveted their wealth and the enemies they had encountered in the past. In this case, the spellcasters who had no organization were the most miserable. Those who were protected by forces could hide in a safe place for a while. The magic lock of the Northern Witch Council had been closed for 3 days. The wizard city was completely closed to the outside world. Princess Royal of Arendelle also sent a magic message to Soren. Now the spellcasters' organizations in the entire material plane were dealing with the problems after the collapse of the weave. Gloria's witches group increased rapidly. At the same time, the scattered wizards of the City of Wealth, Port Tylon, and Shipwreck Bay also rushed to Mordor City. They were seeking protection from Soren, and most of them were under Saruman's command. Without the weave, they might not even be able to defeat a middle-grade warrior. At this moment of life and death, the once high and mighty spellcasters had to bow their heads and seek refuge in organizations that could temporarily shelter them. The spellcasters of Mordor City had increased to 600 or 700, but even with so many spellcasters, Soren was now facing a problem. That was, only a small part of them had the ability to become Arcanists. Most of the spellcasters had to find other ways to restore their power. Finally, after a whole day of discussion, the Northern Witch Council, Arendelle's Ice Witches, the Mordor City Wizard Legion, the Wizard Alliance, and other organizations decided to share knowledge in the future. They must work together to solve the problem caused by the collapse of the weave. P.S. Second update. Seeking attention and recommendation tickets from the public account. The goddess of magic and lady of night had an accident at the same time. Although it was not known whether the secret struggle between the two goddesses had an accident or something else had happened. However, the nerves of the gods were obviously nervous because this was the first time since the Avatar crisis that a greater divine power had an accident. Although gods had fallen in the past, they were all weak and weak. Although the Shadow Lord, who died in the hands of Soren, was a mid-level divine power, he was alone after all. But the goddess of magic and lady of night were different. Both of them were greater divine powers and had a group of gods serving them. The weave and the shadow weave collapsed at the same time. Two greater divine powers disappeared together, and all believers and priests could not get their response. The Church of Lady of Night was a little better. After all, there were many other professions, but the fate of the organization serving the goddess of magic was very tragic. Because there were too many spellcasters, the collapse of the weave directly led to a great reduction in power. Many evil gods who once had a grudge against the goddess of magic were secretly moving. But at this time, many other gods also stood up. The Lady of Silvermoon was the first god to stand up publicly to shelter the believers of the goddess of magic. In a sense, she was also the mother of the goddess of magic. Without her struggle with Lady of Night, there would be no goddess of magic. With the Lady of Silvermoon taking the lead, the rest was much easier. Many good gods temporarily sheltered the Church of the Goddess of Magic. Even the Goddess of Love, who had always been casual, stood up. The mother gods in this world were still relatively powerful. After all, the existence of the Goddess of Magic was very special. Many gods needed to rely on the faith network of the weave. So after she disappeared, many people were looking for her. Even the gods who did not have a good relationship with her would contribute a little. Because the gods had cut off their connection with the divine kingdom, if they could not even connect to the faith network, their power would be too weak. Recently, there were many more spellcasters in Motor City. Not only members from the Northern Witch Council, but also the top members of the Wizard Alliance and Arendelle's Ice Witches. Spellcasters, who were rarely seen in the past, began to appear more often now, and most of them were in a hurry. Many of them lived directly near the library in Motor City. Mordor City was on high alert during this period of time. Any slight disturbance might lead to interrogation by the guards. The number of guards patrolling the port area was also 50% higher than before. How's the progress? Soren went to the war chess plane for a bit. After he came back, he immediately went to Gloria's laboratory and asked, "What are the results of your research so far?" There was a pile of books in front of Gloria. Next to her were the fallen witch and Alice, both of whom looked exhausted. The collapse of the weave made them feel a little haggard. A little. Gloria put down the book in her hand and said slowly, "At present, through the communication with the Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance, we found that the biggest difference between the spellcasting of the Arcane Empire and the current spellcasting is the analysis of spell models. During the time of the Arcane Empire, most spellcasters completely construct spell models. This will slow down their learning speed, but it will give them a deeper understanding of spells. But today's spellcasting relies on spells. Some low-level wizards who are not talented enough can't complete the construction of spell models at all. They can only rely on repeated meditation and spells to form a spell model with the help of the weave. The weave was a connector and a storage device. Soren knew this for a long time because the spell slots he mastered were stored on the weave. If a wizard did not change the spell stored in the spell slot, he could regain the spell with a little meditation. This convenience allowed many wizards with insufficient talent to gain the ability to cast spells, but it also made them dependent on it. Many wizards' spell slots were fixed, and the spells stored in them may not be changed for a long time. With their calculation and understanding ability, they did not fully understand the structure of spell models. Spell models, huh? Soren couldn't help but think back to when he first learned spells. He didn't seem to understand the spells much. Perhaps it was an innate belief that the weave would collapse sooner or later, so Soren started learning spells by constructing spell models. Most of the low-grade magi started with meditation and incantations. Some didn't even know what spell models were. They relied entirely on repeating contact incantations to communicate with the weave, and finally mastered the most basic level 0 cantrips. Gloria took out a blueprint and showed it to Soren, then said, "Our current test results show that after leaving the weave, most wizards have lost the ability to cast high-level spells. With their intelligence, they can't complete the construction of high-level spell models on their own. The weave provides the convenience of storage, and allows magi to obtain more spells. But now that the weave has collapsed, the storage function of the weave has been lost. If a wizard wants to regain the ability to cast spells, they have to memorize spell models again. We've already tested a portion of them. After reconstructing the spell models, more than 50% of the witches were able to cast low-level spells. However, this is only limited to the low-level spells that they have mastered. Normal spellcasters don't have enough memory and understanding. Apart from a few talented wizards, the rest can only recover 3 to 5 types of low-level spells. Any more and it'll be beyond their abilities. However, the test results also showed an interesting phenomenon. After leaving the weave, spellcasters are no longer limited by spell slots. The key to determining how many spells they can cast is their spiritual force and their own mana. Their spellcasting level did not decrease. Our preliminary test results show that a mid-level or high-level wizard who has lost all his other spells can cast Fireball continuously more than 10 times after memorizing the spell model. The number of times they can cast spells is not much different from the number of spell slots they had in the past. Soren couldn't help but fall into silence after hearing this. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said, "Simply put, the only difference is that their mana has not decreased. The only difference is that without the weave, they are unable to master many spells. But the spells that they have mastered can be cast many times with their original strength." The Fallen Witch also raised her head at this time and nodded, "Yes. The results of our research with the Wizard Alliance is that most of the mid-level and low-level wizards do not have the ability to become arcanists. This means that if the weave is not restored, they will only be able to memorize a few spells in their lifetime. They can cast these spells repeatedly like warlocks. However, if they memorize too many spell models and their own memory and comprehension are not enough, I'm afraid that it will cause a serious backlash. They will only be able to become a single type of spellcaster in the future. All the test results show that only those who are extremely talented can cast spells freely like arcanists." Soren was stunned after hearing this. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The era of blue spellcasting has finally arrived. The old spellcasters have fallen to the mortal world. In the future, apart from the geniuses who have the talent to become arcanists, the other spellcasters will only be able to become a single type of canon. The weave was a storage device. Now that they didn't have this storage device, it would be very difficult for them to memorize the complicated spell models with the brains of ordinary people. The only thing they could do now was to try their best to memorize the few spells that they were most familiar with. After the collapse of the magic network. Originally, the one-time memory of the wizards with the help of the magic network storage device had to become permanent memory because there were no more spell slots to help them preserve these completed spell models. There was a little detail here. In the past, it took the longest time for wizards to memorize the spell slots. After completing the memory of the spell slots, as long as the spell was cast in the future, it would take very little time to refill the spell slots. Even wizards with poor talent could completely memorize all the spells stored in the spell slots in 8 hours at most. This was one of the biggest functions of the magic network. Now that it had lost this function, many wizards had to complete the structure of these spell models independently. The only fortunate thing was that the strength of these spellcasters was still there. That was, the most basic power of the will and the mana accumulated through meditation were still there. For example, Gloria showed Soren an example. A mid-grade magus by the name of Karel. His talent was not high. It was estimated that his intelligence was barely 18 to 20 points, including the profession bonus. His original spellcasting level was around level 8. After the collapse of the magic network, he completely lost all his spells. However, after the test in Mordor City and the Wizard Alliance, he remastered the most basic level 1 spell, Arcane Missile, through continuous practice. At present, this was the only level 1 spell he could cast. In the case of only being able to remember to cast this spell, He could cast Arcane Missile more than 30 times in a row before exhausting his power. This meant that his original ability had not disappeared. It was just that he had lost the magic network and could no longer master other spells. For a long time in the future, he would only be able to cast some very low-level spells. What are you going to do now? Soren frowned and looked at the results of the test carried out by Gloria and others. He slowly said, there are still many wizards who can't cast spells. We must solve this problem as soon as possible. At least let them protect themselves. Gloria nodded and said, I know. So the result of our discussion is to let them rememorize the spells they are most familiar with and most commonly used. At present, we can only let them learn warlock techniques, and through repeated practice, they will be able to master spells again. However, in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult for these people to learn new spells. The types of spells they have mastered may be even less than warlocks. Warlocks relied on their innate ability to cast spells. After the collapse of the Weave, the high and mighty spellcasters would only be able to grasp a few spells through constant communication, unless they met the requirements to become arcanists. The Weave also existed during the Arcane Empire. A large number of low-ranked spellcasters relied on the Weave to cast spells. However, arcanists generally avoided the Weave, and if one advanced to become a great arcanist, there would be no problem with the Weave. How's the great Taoist master? Soren thought for a moment and asked, did the Archmage's spellcasting abilities decrease? The one who answered him was the fallen witch. She slowly said, the great wizard's abilities didn't decrease too much. With their talent and understanding of magic, even without the Weave, they would be able to cast most magic. However, there will definitely be some effects. The effects they received should be similar to ours. They need to memorize all the spells again. The fallen witch's innate ability was astonishing. She could rely on a person's memory to dismantle and reassemble such a complicated, elemental furnace. Her memory and comprehension were simply at the level of a scientist. The great wizards were all spellcasters who had advanced to become legends. Their innate abilities were outstanding. Even if the Weave collapsed, they could easily memorize all the spells. This was something worth rejoicing over. After the collapse of the Weave, although the lower-ranked wizards were heavily injured, the wizards above the legend rank weren't affected too much. Then what about your current strength? Soren thought for a moment and asked, do you think your strength has decreased or increased? Gloria frowned and hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, I'm not too sure. However, one thing is certain. After the collapse of the Weave, the spells we can use have become much more flexible. Although the original spell slots provided convenience for spellcasters, it also limited the abilities of those with outstanding innate abilities. In the past, when we used spells, we had to limit ourselves to the contents of the spell slots. But now, we can use all the spells we know at will. The only way we can use spells is by our spiritual force and mana. Before our mana and spiritual force are exhausted, we can use spells at will. We haven't tested it yet, so I'm not sure if our strength has decreased or increased. Moreover, the convenience of the Weave makes it easier to use spells. After leaving the Weave, according to our preliminary calculations, the total number of spells we can use should have decreased by around 30%. The Weave was a framework, but it was also a restriction. A first circle spell slot could only store first circle spells. Although the usage was maximized, the framework was still there. No one could escape the restrictions of the goddess of magic. Now that the Weave had collapsed, without this framework, there was no longer this convenience. Relying on one's own ability to use the Weave would definitely not be able to compare to it, so the total number of spells they could use had decreased. Of course. Unless one only remembered first circle spells, the number of spells they could use would increase exponentially. This was because all the second circle spell slots had been converted into first circle spells. How long will it take for these spellcasters to recover their combat strength? Soren asked the most important question. Gloria pondered for a long time before saying, it's hard to say. Now, it depends on their innate abilities. I estimate that in about a month, most of the spellcasters will recover some spells. But some of them may only be able to use level 0 spells in the future. Without the Weave, the reality was cruel. Spellcasters who were not geniuses or quasi-geniuses would be able to use level 0 spells in the future. the existence of the weave naturally had its reasons. The age of thorium was so glorious, but after the death of the first goddess of magic, it was destroyed in history. An arcane civilization could not be supported by the geniuses at the top. If magic was to be popularized, it had to rely on the power of the weave. If the weave could not be restored, the current batch of spellcasters would be slightly better off. From now on, without the help of the weave, it would be much more difficult for anyone to become a wizard. Soren conservatively estimated that they would need at least 18 points of intelligence to become wizard apprentices and master the lowest level 0 spells. After that, they would be able to learn first circle spells when they reached level 4. Note, because wizards can only reach 20 points of intelligence when they reach level 4. The current batch of wizards had accumulated experience and training in the past, so most of their intelligence had already reached 20 points due to their profession level. In the future, the number of wizards would plummet. Without the weave, if it could not be restored or replaced, then the age of chaos would gradually arrive. In the end, the number of spellcasters would become fewer and fewer. Jidian's backend was going crazy. Fu Tu had already changed the chapter after the repetition yesterday. Those who had already subscribed did not need to subscribe again. The content had already been changed to the 3rd chapter. The new backend was not very useful. Everyone, please bear with it. Fu Tu would not deliberately repeat the chapter, otherwise, I would have already activated the anti-piracy function. That's all. A civilization couldn't be supported by a few people. For example, although Motor City had a lot of very sophisticated alchemy technology, the only thing that could be popularized was the magic street lamps. But even just the magic street lamps required a group of low-grade wizards to check and maintain them regularly. As for the golem factories, which had more advanced alchemy technology, there were more than 2 digits of spellcasters for daily maintenance. Usually, if there was any damage to the golem puppets, these things all needed low-grade spellcasters to do. It could be said that without these low-grade spellcasters, Gloria wouldn't have enough time and energy to study. The same principle could be applied everywhere. Cutting-edge experiments could rely on the power of geniuses, but popularization and maintenance required a lot of low-grade manpower. The collapse of the magic net meant that the difficulty of Soren's plan for the floating city skyrocketed. Losing a large number of low-grade wizards would make it difficult to maintain the floating city in the future. This was the same in other civilizations. Scientists discovered a lot of important knowledge, but in the end, countless workers and scholars were needed to promote the overall process of the civilization. The collapse of the magic net was a sign of the end of the era. Looking at the long history of the multiverse, most of the times that could be called interstellar civilizations relied on the magic net to establish themselves. Otherwise, wizards would be the representatives of mystery. Although there weren't many wizards in the material plane, because of the magic net, wizards could be seen in almost every town. But if there was no magic net in the future, it would be difficult to see wizards even in big cities. Soren sat in the hall and pondered. He frowned slightly and murmured, the magic net collapsed in the end. In this case, what about my plan for the floating city? The power of the magic net was controlled by the goddess of magic. If possible, Soren didn't want to see the magic net disappear because the era without the magic net was a sad era. Where is the goddess of magic now? Did she fall? Soren looked out of the window and whispered, if the goddess of magic falls, the new successor can regain control of the power of the magic net. Similarly, the magic net will be repaired. In the current situation, should I implement Plan B or Plan C? The fall of the goddess of magic was inevitable in the original history. Although Soren had helped the goddess of magic survive the first crisis, he was still unable to prevent the collapse of the magic net. The only thing he could do was to ensure that the goddess of magic was still alive even though she was missing. The collapse of the weave was one of the most critical factors in the Avatar crisis. That was why Soren had a backup plan a long time ago. Helping the goddess of magic was Plan A that Soren had prepared, and it seemed like Plan A had failed. Because the weave had already disappeared. Soren was a person who was used to acting after making up his mind. Of course, he didn't only have one plan. He had 2 other backup plans. For example, Plan B. In Soren's original plan, if the goddess of magic couldn't escape the fate of death, then he would turn around and help the Silver Moon Lady obtain the power of the Goddess of Magic. Because the Lady of Silvermoon was one of the creators of the Goddess of Magic, she could replace the Goddess of Magic to repair the divine network. Of course. Other than that, Soren also had a plan C. This plan was much bolder, and he only thought of it after advancing to the mid-level divine power. Because the current Goddess of Magic, Midnight, used to be just an ordinary witch. She became a god because she inherited the power of the Goddess of Magic. If Soren had enough cards up his sleeve, he might be able to try to help someone get the priesthood of the Goddess of Magic. For example, Gloria, or Fallen Witch. The difficulty of Plan C was extremely high. But it wasn't completely impossible, anything could happen in the time of troubles. There were many mortals who became gods in the original history. It was naturally not impossible to seize the priesthood of the Goddess of Magic from the hands of the gods. But if Soren did this, he would have to face too many enemies. After all, this was a priesthood of greater divine power. And, to be honest, Gloria or Fallen Witch's abilities were not enough to control the power of the Goddess of Magic. There was only one way for Gloria to obtain the priesthood of magic. Soren could seize the power of the priesthood and transfer it to her, allowing her to become a god as a mortal. The weave. The shadow weave. Soren frowned as he pondered. He seemed to be hesitating as he muttered, "I have the priesthood of shadow, and I am an arcanist. Then, can I try to obtain or create something similar to the shadow weave?" Soren didn't dare to think about the real shadow weave. But if it was the shadow weave, Soren felt that there was a slight possibility. After all, his control over the shadow plane was very strong. And when Mistress Night first created the shadow weave, it was limited to the Underdark. Mistress Night wasn't a pure spellcaster. She was an ancient god, and her profession was closer to that of a rogue. She had many similarities with Soren. Mistress Night's profession must be mentioned. She was rogue, shadow dancer, assassin, warlock, and shadow manipulator. And Soren's current profession was rogue, shadow dancer, wizard, and arcanist. Wasn't it very similar? That's right, Soren and Mistress Night's professions were very similar. It could even be said that they were of the same school. The biggest difference was that Mistress Night was a warlock spellcaster, while Soren was a wizard spellcaster. Perhaps Soren was still far from reaching Mistress Night's level of ability. But what if it was just a small area of the shadow weave, with the power of the shadow priesthood and the ability of the shadow plane? Could Soren build a small area of the shadow plane that covered the vicinity of Mordor City? It was very possible. The more Soren thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, he still lacked the most important part, and that was to obtain a priesthood related to magic, the shadow weave, and the mystery plane. He must first obtain such a priesthood before he could try to imitate the shadow weave. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to succeed. The existence of the shadow weave relied on the power of the priesthood. Without a priesthood related to magic, Soren didn't even have the basic ability to build a magic network. P.S. That's all for today. Next, you have to think about it. The collapse of the shadow weave did not affect Soren much. However, the collapse of the Faith Network had a very serious impact on Soren. With the collapse of the Faith Network, Soren's workload of responding to the prayers of the believers suddenly increased several times. Soren's intention to get involved with the shadow weave was to establish his own faith network in the future. Otherwise, it would not be a good way to collect faith with the help of the outside world. Soren did not like to be controlled by others. The power that could be controlled by oneself was the most effective. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The research led by the Wizard Alliance, the Northern Witch Council, the Arendelle Ice Witches, and the city of Mordor finally began to show results. Many adepts had already mastered the spells they were most familiar with through repeated practice. As for how much strength they could recover in the future, it depended on their individual talent and hard work. Speaking of which, after the collapse of the weave, a good thing happened. That was, a benchmark to measure the talent of a wizard had appeared. In the past, everyone used the power of the weave to cast spells. It was like a group of students studying at the same time. Their IQs were similar without special tests. At most, some people studied better and some studied worse. Some were more serious and some were more lazy. But after the collapse of the weave, everyone's talent had a direct measurement, and all of a sudden, all the geniuses among the wizards were distinguished from ordinary people. These quasi-geniuses or genius-level spellcasters easily memorized the spell models and gradually became qualified to become arcanists. After the disappearance of the weave, such geniuses continued to emerge. In the beginning, everyone used the power of the weave to cast spells. Even if there was a gap in intelligence, the difference was only the number of spell slots mastered and the speed of learning spells. It was not a very obvious benchmark. Now that the weave had disappeared, most of the geniuses stood out, and these people had become the key to many forces. Even the city of Mordor had 2 or 3 witches with innate intelligence above 20. These people were all accepted as apprentices by Gloria, ready to train them into future arcanists. At this time, in the council hall of Mordor City, Sorin, Gloria, Saruman, Fallen Witch, and others sat together. What? Gloria froze for a moment after hearing Sorin's words. She then murmured, "You mean? Are you going to open a school in Mordor? Not an aristocratic school? Is it a completely universal school?" As soon as Gloria's voice fell, everyone else's expression was a little surprised. The level of knowledge in this world was very low. It belonged to the most standard elite education model. Knowledge was always in the hands of the upper echelons of society. Ordinary civilians would find it difficult to even be literate. Some people could barely write their own names in their entire lives. Only merchants, nobles, and professionals could grasp more knowledge. In fact, many commoners joined the churches of the gods because the churches would also impart knowledge to the commoners. Yes. Sorin had wanted to do this for a long time, but now he felt that the time was right. He looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "I'm going to open a school." Because of the collapse of the magic network, the number of spellcasters in Mordor City has suddenly increased. In the past, there were not so many scholars to impart knowledge in Mordor City, but now there are so many wizards in Mordor City. Even if many spellcasters are not strong, the knowledge they have accumulated is very valuable. Mordor City needs a lot of talents in the future. Not only talents with the potential to become wizards, but also talents in other aspects. I'm going to try a new model. You can call it assembly line production. Let those ordinary people who are not talented enough master a certain part of a certain job. Through repeated practice, they will become more proficient. Finally, the whole process will be composed of different divisions of labor. The knowledge of wizards was far beyond other professions. Today, there were many low-grade wizards in Mordor City. They retained less than 30% of their spellcasting ability, but the knowledge accumulated in the past did not disappear. If he didn't use them, would Sorin raise them for nothing, as long as they took turns teaching? Even if a person only taught for 1 day in a week, it was enough to teach ordinary people a lot of things. Alchemy was not all done by spells. The factory of the magic network puppet also needed a lot of low-level labor, including polishing the parts of the golems, assembling the structure of the golems, arranging the rune routes, and so on. These parts could be done by ordinary people. If a production line could be formed, then wizards only needed to be responsible for the most important activation and charging parts. I'm not going to open a school for nobles. Sorin saw that the others still didn't understand, so he slowly explained, in short. You can think of it as a technical school. Except for the simplest knowledge of words, all the other categories are to learn some kind of technology. Such a school doesn't take too long to specialize. It will take a few months to a year or so. The students there can master one kind of technology, and then directly go to work in various positions in Mordor City. In this way, even ordinary families in Mordor City can afford it. Why was the prevalence of knowledge in the material plane so low? To a large extent, it was because ordinary families simply couldn't afford a labor force that could not bring any income to the family. That was why knowledge would circulate among merchants and noble families. What Sorin wanted to do was to shorten this cycle. At present, Mordor City was under rapid construction, and low-end labor had gradually been replaced by golems. What he needed now was more technical labor. In this way, opening a technical school had become a very important part. A technical school with a learning period of half a year to a year could provide a steady stream of low-end and middle-end talents with a mastery of water conservancy, forging, engineering, alchemy, and other professions for Mordor. It was even more straightforward. At present, Mordor City no longer needed coolies. What Soren needed were workers, that's right. Workers, 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 important things must be said 3 times. The purpose of Soren's school was to train workers to meet the needs of a large number of low-end technical labor in the floating city in the future. Speaking of this, Soren paused, then looked at Saruman in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Regarding alchemy technology, everyone has seen the results of your research. So, I'll arrange for someone to do the specific construction of the school, but you'll still be the dean. If it's a preliminary plan. I'm going to recruit about 3,000 students from Mordor City. After graduation, these people will go directly to work in the arsenal, laboratory, and city hall of Mordor City." Gloria needed to be responsible for studying the floating space tower, Fallen Witch's focus was on the elemental furnace, and Alice was responsible for the golem factory. Soren naturally couldn't manage the school himself. So at present, the only person in Mordor City who had the energy to be the dean was probably Saruman, who was only in charge of an alchemy laboratory. Training workers was only the most basic plan. If this academy could really be set up, Soren would have even more talents to cultivate in the future. The professional academy had long been one of his ideas. Otherwise, there would be too many things to consider and the investment would be too great. He had already begun to plan for it. Some things must be considered in the current actual situation. Taking the residents of Mordor City as the standard, the family support to train a skilled worker was already the limit. It couldn't be helped. The foundation of the material plane was still too low. The whole thing was just the productivity at the end of the Middle Ages. Soren wanted to directly promote the education model of the modern period, which would probably require Mordor City to bear a considerable part of the financial expenses. A conservative estimate of hundreds of thousands of Kindler was indispensable. At present, he only hoped to see results as soon as possible. P.S. The first update. Today is the 3rd update. Mordor City. Hammerstone Tavern. As a newly built tavern, the Hammerstone Tavern was not very lively, far less than other high-end taverns in Port Mordor. However, there was also a benefit of the tavern here. That was, there were regular customers from military camps and munitions factories. Especially the Grey Dwarves of Mordor City, they liked the high-alcohol liquor here very much. Compared with other taverns, the Hammerstone Tavern was cheap. The wine glass was the size of a clay bowl, so most of the guests here were from the middle and lower levels of Mordor City. Today, there were a lot of guests in the Hammerstone Tavern. However, unlike the bustle of the past, today's Hammerstone Tavern was full of whispers. "Have you heard? The higher-ups are going to set up an academy. I heard that there are no requirements for admission. As long as you have a Mordor residence permit, you can enter. And you don't need to pay any tuition. I heard that the great Soren is going to let those noble wizards be teachers in person." Not knowing when it started, Soren in Mordor City was no longer just called Soren Sir. More and more people began to use the word great to describe Soren's achievements. Because all these changes were closely related to their lives, the lower-class civilians were actually very easy to be satisfied. They would remember who made their lives better and better. "I know. I just heard about it today." A bearded man took a sip of wine and said, "The city hall revealed the news early in the morning. But it's not all wizards. The city hall is recruiting other scholars and craftsmen as teachers. It is said that the Mordor Academy specializes in teaching some skills. But it's not completely free. The academy has fees, but if your family is in trouble, you don't have to pay first. After graduation, these tuition fees can be slowly paid off through work. As long as you can work in Mordor City, you can pay off the tuition fees in half a year at most." As a primitive era. At present, the material plane was still implementing the apprenticeship system, which was similar to ancient China. Even an ordinary craftsman apprentice would need 3 to 5 years to complete their apprenticeship, and during this period, they would be free labor. In this era, a good craftsmanship could support a person for a lifetime. The ceremony of apprenticeship was very complicated in all aspects. It was also very common for apprentices to be beaten and scolded. Sometimes, if they met a bad master, it could take them more than 10 years to earn a living. Although Soren did not open a professional college, The current system in Mordor City was already changing the rules of reality. It could be said that as long as this academy system was established, the simple and primitive apprenticeship system in other places in the material plane would basically disappear from Mordor City, and the cultivation of talents would be more efficient. I know. The other man continued, my nephew is about the same age. I've always wanted him to be a sailor, but he doesn't like drifting on the sea. I'm going to let him go in and learn something. I can also have an official job in Mordor City in the future. It's good that he can learn some useful skills at his age. Not everyone was qualified to be a professional. And being a professional was not as good as ordinary people thought, because professionals had to face more dangers. Many parents still wanted their children to live an ordinary life, not to join the army or drift on the sea. Mordor City now provided a lot of job opportunities, but there were very few capable people. Most of them were low-end coolies who sold labor. They used to be useful, but now there were more and more golems in Mordor City. These simple labor could be replaced by golems. At present, Mordor City needed more skilled talents. Yeah. I think so too. I'm going to send my son to learn how to build a ship. Mordor City is overseas. If you know how to build a ship, you don't have to worry about not having enough food to eat. I just don't know what Mordor City is going to teach at present. This time it was a tall and thin man who answered. But a man who looked like a patrol sergeant sitting behind them said in a low voice, not only that. I heard that Mordor City is going to select talents from the whole city who have the qualifications to become wizards and other professions this time. If your nephew can pass the test. Tisk tsk. That's great. They will definitely be the new rich of Mordor City in the future. Hearing this person's words, several other people could not help but be startled, then they said in surprise, really? Although the magic network had collapsed. But for ordinary people, wizards were still a high existence. Just look at the wizard Soren first faced in Amber City. In the eyes of ordinary people, wizards were almost the same as nobles. If someone in the nephew's generation could really become a wizard, then the status of the whole family could be improved in a straight line, and the future would definitely be much brighter. I still have a few nephews in Shipwreck Bay. Do you want to bring them here? It doesn't matter if they have talent or not. It won't take much time to go back and forth anyway. It was not a trivial matter to have a wizard in a family. In the past, most of the wizards were passed down internally. Very few people would spend a lot of effort to choose from ordinary people. Because becoming a wizard required knowledge as a foundation. A person who didn't even know how to read, even if they had high intelligence, could not learn spells at all. So in the past, there was no lack of people with wizard talent who were buried. Now that the magic network had collapsed, there was a very clear standard to measure. That was, if the innate intelligence did not reach more than 18 points, they would not be able to brew a trace of mana at all. In this way, it would be much easier to select the top talents. There was a lot of discussion in the tavern. However, the most talked about topic was the recently established Mordor Academy. No matter what it was like inside, Soren's every move had already involved the thoughts of everyone in Mordor City. Everything that Soren had done in the past had already proved himself. The lower-class civilians were almost blind to Soren. When they heard that Soren was going to establish the academy, they immediately thought that it was a very promising thing. So now many people in Mordor City were preparing to send their younger generation to the academy. Even if they did not have a son, they wanted to send the talented and smart people in their relatives. Invisibly. The most promising group of newcomers in Mordor City gathered together with Soren's words. How many talents could be born in the future, how stable the foundation of Mordor City would be. P.S. The second update. There is another update today. The wind was howling. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the broken wall in front of them collapsed with a loud bang. Then, a tall mutated lizard man appeared in front of everyone, and a petite figure was wandering around it. This petite figure was so agile that only after images could be seen when she moved, but when she attacked, they could still vaguely hear a cat-like figure. Lulu. Stop playing. The high priest stood calmly not far away. After a glance, he slowly said, "Get rid of this guy. Let's continue to look for the entrance to the anti-magic prison." Meow. The petite figure landed on the ground and nodded. The next moment, 3 cold lights appeared. A terrible wound appeared on the lizardman's chest, and then it fell to the ground. If one looked carefully, one could see that a sharp blade had pierced its heart. Lulu's strength has improved very quickly. A pretty girl in a white priest robe walked out. She stroked Lulu's head lovingly and pinched her furry ears. "So cute," she said with a smile. Lulu didn't seem to like being pinched. She hid behind the high priest, looked at her, and whispered, "Sister Milan's progress is really scary. Now she can use legendary divine spells." As she grew older, Lulu gradually began to show more characteristics of a werbeast. She had another combat form. After transforming into a werbeast, she would show a pair of sharp canine teeth. As a feline werbeast, Lulu's combat talent was very similar to that of a feline. It could be said that fighting was one of her instincts. Lulu received the training of an assassin like the drows. With the talent of a feline, she was a little bit successful. She's a saint priest. She's not the same as ordinary mortals. The high priest glanced at Milan. Facing the calm eyes of the high priest, Milan was obviously a lot more cautious. Then the high priest slowly said, "Although the purpose of this trip is to explore the pirate island, it's also one of the tasks to train your ability so that you can enter the realm of legends as soon as possible. Don't be careless. According to my senses, there should be a lot of dangerous creatures nearby." There weren't many dangerous creatures on Pirate Island. After entering the island, the high priest split up the team. Because the island was too big, they had to spread out in order to gather information as quickly as possible. Lulu and Milan were in her team. The other team was made up of Ugly Monkey and Giant. Because of the high priest's psychic field, there was no need to worry about communication issues. If anything happened, the other team could immediately rush over to help. As a top-notch spirit warlock, the high priest's ability was even more useful than the technology of the interstellar era. "High priest, we found a group of sharkmen." At this moment, Ugly Monkey's voice rang out in the psychic field. He seemed to be a little excited as he said, "We found a passage near the northern coast of the island. But the road has already sunk. I suspect that this is the entrance to the anti-magic prison." Anti-magic prison. This was the most important purpose of their trip. For Soren, the wealth of the pirate island was not important. There were many ways to make money in Mordor, but the alchemy technology in the prison was very important, especially the use and development of the magic lock. "Don't go in. The anti-magic prison is definitely more dangerous than you think. Wait for us to come over." Hearing this, the high priest was shocked and immediately said, "I have confirmed your coordinates. We will be there in about 15 minutes. Pay attention to those sharkmen, don't disturb them easily." This island had been occupied by mutated creatures. Most of the creatures seen so far were marine species and amphibious creatures. Because of the high energy radiation, the monsters here were very powerful. It was difficult to see creatures below the higher grade. However, because of the high energy radiation, the minds of these creatures were a little crazy. They were like crazy and bloodthirsty primitive creatures, and some of their characteristics were even like demons. They were full of aggression. This was similar to the indigenous people. Because of the energy radiation, the indigenous people in the outer islands were more irritable by nature. Compared to other species, they were very aggressive and violent. The high energy radiation would cause problems for the creatures. This was the same for the elementals because a group of angry wind elementals appeared in the Amazon tropical forest because of the divine power of the Storm Lord. At present, the Amazon female warriors were annoyed by these wind elementals. The high priest and the others rushed over. When they arrived, the drows had already followed. In front of them was a group of sharkmen with amazing physiques. Unlike other sharkmen, the eyes of these sharkmen were red. They were entrenched near the coast, and a group of underwater buildings could be seen. This was their lair. Inside the lair, there was a passage that led directly to a crack in the bottom of the sea. At present, it was uncertain whether it was the entrance to the anti-magic prison. During the Great Catastrophe, there were violent earthquakes here. The Arcane Empire not only dabbled in the field of souls, but even the magnetic field inside the plane was also within their scope of research. During the Great Catastrophe, the chain-type collapse directly caused the energy magnetic field to become chaotic. Then there were many earthquakes inside the entire material plane. Some directly caused a small piece of land to split from it and then sink into the sea. The anti-magic prison was currently not visible on land. The biggest possibility was that it had sunk to the bottom of the sea because of the earthquake. Do you want to kill them all first? The giant's dull voice sounded, and he seemed to be eager to try. The high priest shook his head gently and said slowly, "There's no need to kill them all. Leave the priests inside for me to interrogate. There should be something useful." Hearing the high priest's words, the giant smiled and licked his lips. Then he carried the huge and heavy anchor and walked forward. After this period of battle, the group of people had gradually gotten used to each other. The giant was a very qualified meat shield. Not only was his skin thick, but he was also tall and strong. He was first class in attracting hatred. Although there was no legendary wizard, because there was a level 30 psionic warlock, they might be more powerful than other legendary teams in a real battle. Because the high priest's psionic force field was already a kind of domain-type power, even in a battle, they could communicate instantly without any delay. Unless someone's ability was stronger than her and could interfere or break the psionic force field, otherwise, they were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. PS, third update. The public WeChat advertising girl has been restored. Everyone can tease her when you have time. The giant steadily advanced forward. Because of his special bloodline, Giant had chosen armored skin and epic strengthening as he advanced into the realm of legends. In theory, according to the natural growth of the HP of the giant species, which was higher than other species, and the HP bonus of the giant semi-purebred warrior, his total HP should be a little higher than Soren's. As a god, Soren's HP was close to that of a giant dragon's. Similarly, the giant's HP and strength were close to that of a giant dragon's. At this moment, the giant was like a city wall, successfully blocking the enemy's attack and keeping everyone outside the ship's anchor. With a good enough meat shield, the battle would be half won. Ugly Monkey and Lulu wandered around the giant, killing the injured Sharkman from time to time. As for the High Priestess, she didn't make a move at all. Only the Saint Priestess, Miran, would cast some healing and buff spells from time to time. The Drow warriors guarded the flanks. They did not join the battle directly, but scattered to block the enemy's retreat. The battle did not last long. These Sharkmen were quickly defeated. A small portion of them abandoned their homes and fled into the sea, while the rest were captured. High Priest. The giant carried a 2-meter-tall Sharkman like a chicken and threw him in front of the High Priest. "This is the shaman you wanted. It's still alive." At this point, Giant pointed at the half-dead Sharkman on the ground and smiled embarrassedly. These Sharkmen were too weak. It had almost squashed one of them to death by accident. As a giant warrior, its strength had increased at an astonishing speed after breaking through the legendary realm. It had already surpassed most of the swamp giants. The High Priest gestured to Milan, the Saint Necromancer beside him, to cast a healing divine spell. Then, a trace of psionic radiance appeared in his eyes, directly controlling the spiritual will of the Sharkman in front of him. The High Priestess was a level 30 psionic warlock. She alone was enough to eliminate these monsters because no one was immune to her mind control. If it wasn't for Soren, her stage would have been in the wider astral plane. The material plane was already too small for her. After a while, the High Priest released the control on the Sharkman and said calmly, "Found it. It's in the underwater canyon ahead." But the Sharkman said that there are very scary monsters inside. "Get ready. We'll go down in the afternoon to see what's going on." Mordor City, Council Hall. The Mordor Academy was progressing in an orderly manner. When Soren proposed to let the wizards in Mordor City teach the students, they had no choice but to agree. There was only one day of class a week, so it wouldn't affect the wizards' time. As a teacher of Mordor College, they would also contribute. The city of Mordor would give them a corresponding rating according to the excellent students they taught. These contributions and ratings could be used to enter the big library of Mordor City, and the upper level of the library preserved a lot of spells and knowledge from the Arcane Empire. In a place south of the central square. At this time, a huge new building was being built. This was the expanded library of Mordor City. There were about 30,000 books stored in it, including astronomy, geography, history, literature, arcana, and so on. Most of the books were the private collections of Gloria and the Fallen Witch, and some were things that Soren found outside. Some books in the Arcane Tower were also transferred to the upper level of the library. In addition, there was an exhibition hall in the big library, where all kinds of cultural relics and antiques were placed. Soren made a relatively tight division in the library's authority. For example, the spell, Melf's Minute Meteor, could not be read in the big library without the corresponding authority and contribution. In order to encourage the wizards here to contribute more to Mordor City, Soren even put Time Stop, Banshee's Howl, Greater Chain of Accidents, and so on, including some supreme magic skills, within the library's authority. It was just that it was more difficult to see them. To deal with wizards, you couldn't just attract them with money. Wizards were relatively rich. Even if their strength was greatly reduced now, many of them were not interested in money at all. The best way to attract wizards was to give them spells and knowledge that they didn't know, so that they would be willing to work. At present, the Library of Mordor City saved most of the wizards' spells from the first circle to the ninth circle, and it also included several legendary spells, as well as legendary level supreme magic skills. Soren even included the process of making legendary Thaling. As long as they reached the contribution point, they could learn it. This was also the reason why the wizards were willing to cooperate with Mordor Academy. Without these benefits in front of them, these wizards would definitely not be willing to contribute. In terms of the accumulation of arcana, Mordor City's foundation was still good. At present, there were 3 legendary wizards in Mordor City, namely Gloria, Fallen Witch, and Alice. Although Mordor City had risen not long ago, in fact, even in the Wizard Alliance, there were only 7 or 8 people who had advanced to become great wizards. There were even fewer legendary wizards in the Northern Witch Council. Except for Eye of the North, most of them were ordinary legendary wizards, and there were only 5 or 6 of them. The number of legendary spellcasters was very small. It was more difficult for them to break through the realm of legends than other professions. Most of the wizards stopped at the high grade, and then were forced to transform into liches or other creatures, relying on time to slowly become legendary spellcasters. For this kind of people, as long as they transformed into liches and did not die after hundreds of years, there would always be a time to advance to the legendary realm. Soren finalized the overall structure of Mordor City. Then, he appointed Saruman as the Dean of Mordor Academy. As a new high-grade wizard, Saruman had divinity, and his strength would not be much worse than an ordinary legendary wizard. And Soren also needed to cultivate his management skills, because if he was promoted to a god in the future, Saruman would need to manage a church. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. When Soren finalized the basic structure of Mordor Academy, he was ready to see the progress of Gloria's research. However, at this moment, he suddenly received a message from the High Priest for help. Anti-magic prison. Soren's mind suddenly reacted, and the next moment, he directly opened the portal. The anti-magic prison was a very dangerous place. Its difficulty was still within the range of the High Priest, but it was far beyond the endurance of the rest of the team. Soren prepared 2 backup plans at the beginning. The first backup plan was that if the enemy was not too strong, then Soren would descend on the Saint Cardinal Milan as a god. The second plan was to deal with a very dangerous enemy. If the High Priest personally led the team and still couldn't defeat the enemy, then the High Priest would send a signal for help to Soren himself. Then Soren would use the High Priest as a teleportation guide to directly reach the battlefield. Soren received the signal for the second situation. The enemy was beyond the range of the High Priest, and the rest of the team were even in danger. The whole team was composed of the elite forces of Mordor City. The loss of any one of them was very serious for Soren, so he did not hesitate and directly opened the portal with his divine power. The next moment, Soren's figure appeared in the deep sea. Soren was a little unaccustomed to suddenly coming to the sea, but as a god, his ability to adapt to the environment was very strong. Soon, he was as flexible as he was on land. Next to him was the High Priest who acted as a teleportation guide. At this moment, the rest of the team was quite embarrassed, especially the giant who acted as a meat shield. He even lost an arm. What's the situation? Soren frowned and glanced at the others present, and said in a deep voice, "What kind of monster did you encounter?" He waved his hand. With the appearance of the divine light, Soren directly healed the giant's injury with greater restoration, and then he saw that the broken arm was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a high and mighty god, although Soren's strength had been greatly reduced because of the Avatar crisis and there was no way for him to cast resurrection at present, if it was only a physical injury and he was not dead, then he could save them in the blink of an eye. Even if he was cut in half, there would be no problem. The son of Dagon. The high priest also looked a little tired at this moment, and slowly said, "My lord. There is a real son of Dagon below. It has a very strong spiritual force. All the devil fish in this area are under its control." The real son of Dagon? Soren understood the gist of the situation. He frowned and said, "I'll go down and take a look. Follow me carefully." He had once encountered the son of Dagon. However, that was an existence that belonged to the inferior class, and could not be considered the true son of Dagon. Because the son of Dagon only inherited Dagon's bloodline and physique, he did not use many of the special abilities of the Orbis demons back then. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for them to win that battle, because Dagon was best at chaotic battles and group battles. Since the high priest mentioned that he was the real son of Dagon, then the demons below him must have inherited a lot of power. Dagon had many children. As the most powerful aquatic demon lord, Dagon was an existence that could not be ignored in the ocean domain. His descendants were spread across many oceans in the multiverse, even near the Nether River. However, those places were much more dangerous. Some of the sons of Dagon had even reached the strength of a secondary demon lord, and the one in front of him was probably about the same level. Since the high priest was afraid of it, then it must have the power of a domain. The seawater was shrouded in a violent arcane energy. Soren was sure that the anti-magic prison was below because such strong energy radiation could only be produced in very few places. As Soren continued to go deeper, the devil fish began to appear around him. He did not see the son of Dagon yet, but he sensed a dangerous aura through the gods. The next moment, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. "You have entered the chaos domain. You are affected by the son of Dagon's chaos domain. All your tests of resistance have been affected by -2 negative status." It was indeed the son of Dagon who had a domain. At this time, Soren also saw a huge shadow entrenched in the depths of the underwater canyon. It had discovered Soren. Then, another row of data appeared. "You are affected by the son of Dagon's nightmare spell. Test of resistance triggered. Test of resistance passed. You are immune to the spell's effects. You are affected by the son of Dagon's enchanting curse spell. Test of resistance triggered. Test of resistance passed. You are immune to the spell's effects. You are affected by the son of Dagon's enchanting insignia spell. Test of will triggered. Test of resistance passed. You are immune to the spell's effects." A bunch of spell immunity data popped up. Soren could not help but frown. No wonder the high priest and the others could not defeat it. With the strength of the son of Dagon in front of him, perhaps other than the high priest, no one could be completely immune to so many control spells after entering the range of the chaos domain. All the control spells were ineffective. The son of Dagon seemed to have realized that Soren was stronger than any enemy it had ever encountered. Then, it made a strange sound, and a large group of devil fish emerged from the underwater canyon. There were probably hundreds of them, and all of them rushed towards Soren. "Go away." Soren looked at the black mass of devil fish. In an instant, a golden light appeared in his eyes, and then he roared towards the front. Intimidation. Divine power conversion. Soren's roar formed a wave on the bottom of the sea, and then all the devil fish that rushed towards him trembled. Then, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, they directly fled in all directions. Intimidation was successful. Soren's basic skill intimidation was as high as 575 points, which meant that he could directly rely on his own aura to disperse all the creatures below legendary. If one were to use data to describe it, it would be that the large group of devil fish in front of him directly turned from red to yellow because of Soren's intimidation. All the deep-sea monsters controlled by the son of Dagon were directly stunned by Soren's roar. The idea of relying on numbers to deplete Soren's strength failed, and the son of Dagon launched an attack on him in the next moment. Suddenly, huge tentacles emerged from the depths of the underwater canyon and entangled Soren from all directions. Strangle. Facing the ferocious tentacles, Soren rushed over with no expression. With a strange silver-white stream of light, all the tentacles were directly cut off wherever his figure went. Now, he was no longer as strong as he was in the past. As a intermediate divine power, God, and with a divine artifact in hand, even against an enemy like the son of Dagon, Soren could completely crush it. The thick smell of blood permeated the seawater. Facing Soren, who was closing in, the son of Dagon was obviously panicking. As the descendant of the demon Orbis, the son of Dagon's most powerful weapon was its own body. Now that its body was powerless in front of Soren's divine artifact, the son of Dagon could only place its hopes on its innate ability as the demon Orbis. Along with a sharp roar, a strong spiritual attack was launched at Soren. Soren frowned slightly and waved his hand. Immediately, a divine barrier appeared in front of him. The seawater began to ripple violently. The spiritual attack of the son of Dagon could not shake Soren's divine barrier at all. In the next moment, Soren's figure flew out. A silver-white stream of light cut through the silent seabed. Soren directly attacked the son of Dagon from the front. Relying on his powerful divine artifact, he directly broke through all the tentacles. Then, he waved his sharp blade and pierced into the son of Dagon's head. A row of data appeared in front of him: son of Dagon, killed. Extracting target's soul energy. You've received 365,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 8 divine power. Little by little, the light of divine power merged into Soren's body. The son of Dagon had a lot of divine power. Although such an existence was powerful, it did not have a single divinity. What Soren needed the most at the moment was not divine power, but divinity to further stabilize his strength. Compared to the divine power that was becoming more and more common, divinity could only be obtained from special enemies. Now that Soren's divine power was as high as 230 points, it was more than twice the amount of divinity. For Soren, leveling up to greater divinity was not a problem. However, gathering enough divinity to level up to greater divinity was very difficult. He had to continue killing gods, and it had to be a god with intermediate divine power or above. Otherwise, he could only rely on large numbers to make up for it. Plop, huge tentacles with a diameter of more than 3 meters fell to the bottom of the sea. Filthy demon blood seeped out from the body of the son of Dagon. The blood had a trace of fierce corrosiveness, and the nearby seabed plants withered. Dispel. Purify. A golden light of divinity appeared in Soren's palm, and the evil power that was polluting the seawater was purified by him. The son of Dagon occupied the entrance to the anti-magic prison. With its huge body, it was difficult to enter, so it occupied the place with the strongest radiation. Soren frowned as he stared at the huge corpse in front of him. He then cast a spell and forcefully moved the corpse away. A deep entrance appeared in front of him. This should be one of the important strongholds of the anti-magic prison. This was because Soren could feel a very strong energy radiation. It was probably as strong as when he found the elemental furnace last time. My lord. The figure of the high priestess also appeared behind Soren. Her eyes were full of awe at the moment because the son of Dagon, who blocked them outside, was so easily killed by Soren. Soren looked back at her, then glanced at the other members of the team and said, "You arrange for others to cut up the body of the son of Dagon and bring it up. Gloria and Karina's experimental research should be useful." High Priestess. Milan. Giant. The 3 of you come with me into the anti-magic prison. The son of Dagon weighed more than hundreds of tons, and it was not easy to transport it up. Soren only took 4 people into the anti-magic prison because they were the only ones whose strength could be stable above the legendary level. They did not know what kind of monsters were inside the anti-magic prison. People who were not at the legendary level would die if they went in. Yes. The high priestess quickly followed the order and arranged for people to cut up and transport the body of the son of Dagon. The strength of the son of Dagon, who was killed by Soren, was equivalent to the strength of a lesser demon lord. It was similar to his demon incarnation, Sauron. There were many rare treasures on it. Light. A little bit of light appeared in Soren's palm. As the group entered the anti-magic prison, everything in front of them became clear. As an underground ruin sunk to the bottom of the sea, the interior of the anti-magic prison was very damaged. Soren could see many dilapidated buildings, most of which had collapsed. They had only moved forward a few hundred meters when they were blocked by a collapsed wall in front of them. Stone to mud. Soren waved his hand and cast a spell. Then he reached out and touched the wall gently. The wall in front of him turned into mud and scattered. A huge lavender crystal appeared in front of him. Soren had seen such a crystal in the ruins of the Battle of the Golems. He knew that he had entered the interior of the anti-magic prison. Rooms began to appear in front of him. There were many glass crystals. More than 90% of them were damaged. There were also incomplete bookshelves. The books in them were basically gone. Seawater covered the entire anti-magic prison. There was almost nothing intact. Huh? Soren walked around several rooms. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and walked toward one of the halls. A huge metal construct appeared in front of him. Elemental furnace? No. Soren glanced at it and was quite surprised. He murmured, "It's not like an elemental furnace. The energy radiation is all emitted from it. This is not an elemental furnace. It looks like a device for elemental fission." Soren's research on alchemy was not enough. He had to find a way to transport this thing back to Mordor and give it to Gloria to study. Alert! Alert! Intruder found. Activate Arcane Guardian. Destroy the intruder. There was a sharp metal sound, and then one of the doors opened. Soren almost instantly entered battle mode. He waited for a while, but still did not see the figure of Arcane Guardian. Soren thought for a while and carefully approached the door. Then, he saw a puppet golem that had been buried underground for a long time. There was a red arcane glow on its body, but most of its body had been broken. This was the bottom of the sea and not on land. There were very few things in the entire anti-magic prison that could function normally. Where is the magic lock? Soren walked around the ruins and frowned. Under normal circumstances, a place like the anti-magic prison must have a magic lock. So where is the core of the magic lock? Is it because it's not activated? Soren walked through the rooms one by one and saw many strange devices, but most of them had failed. On the way, he also encountered a few guardian golems that could still function, but they were easily taken care of by him. After confirming that there were no dangerous enemies in the entire underground ruins, Soren prepared to return to the pirate island. A teleportation circle would soon be built here, and then the manpower and material resources of Mordor City would be invested in it. Most of the devices in the anti-magic prison would be transported back to Mordor City. Perhaps only Fallen Witch and Gloria could distinguish which ones were related to the magic lock. The preliminary cleaning of the anti-magic prison was completed. Soren brought a small part of the intact alchemy runes to the land. He did not rush back to Mordor City, but waited for Gloria's arrival. Gloria arrived by teleportation around dusk. Fallen Witch was half an hour later than her, and Roland did not know why she was delayed, but her expression seemed a bit strange today. Unlike Soren, who looked at the pile of alchemy runes, Gloria and Fallen Witch couldn't help but be surprised when they saw these things. They carefully took it apart and studied it. At the same time, they instructed the apprentices beside them to constantly record something. In their eyes, this pile of severely damaged equipment was like an incredible treasure. Even some of the fine rune engravings on it were carefully copied down. Okay. Soren had to admit that he was not a pure scholar, and he could not understand the runes on these alchemy runes at all. As if knowing Soren's doubts, Gloria took time to look at him, gently lifted her long hair and said, "According to the degree of damage of these alchemy devices, we can basically be sure that the magic lock has been closed. The energy supply devices are all damaged. The magic lock only relies on self-replenishing energy to maintain operation for at most 100 years, and this place has been buried for thousands of years. The core of the magic lock should be silent somewhere. On the bottom of the sea. Next, we need a lot of manpower to salvage it. According to the preliminary judgment, there will be a complete magic lock below, and it will be very large, larger than the magic lock of the arcane tower. The range of the magic lock is estimated to cover half of the island of Moder. The anti-magic prison was an island. The magic lock here was naturally larger than that of an ordinary arcane tower. Gloria judged the range of the magic lock according to the number of alchemy devices, and the next salvage would be in this range. Fallen Witch next to her was not interested in the magic lock. She was studying devices similar to elemental fission. It's a bit different from elemental furnace. Fallen Witch looked at the crystal rune in front of her and murmured, but the energy supply must be larger. This thing needs to be repaired before we can confirm whether it's an elemental fission device. The anti-magic prison required a large amount of energy. This was a very special place where many evil arcanists had been imprisoned. In order to maintain the seal on them, the magic lock had to be operated at full power. Therefore, the energy supply device must be very advanced, probably as much as the energy consumption of a floating city. Since all of you are here, then I'll leave this side to you. I'll go back and send more people over. Soren was bored after watching for a while. He could learn spells, but calmly studying such a complicated alchemy rune wasn't his style. Fortunately, Gloria and Fallen Witch were experts in this field. Now that they had arrived in Soren, there was no need for Mordor to stay here. Gloria, who had been immersed in researching new things, had no objections to this. What she wanted to do the most right now was to move everything from the anti-magic prison up. As soon as he returned to Mordor City, Soren seemed to have noticed something. The next moment, his figure appeared directly in Vivian's room. During this time, Vivian had been integrating the power of divinity given by Soren. It was very difficult for a native to become a demigod. It was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Soren's speed of integrating divinity and divinity was like cheating, even for a god. At this moment, a trace of pain appeared on Vivian's delicate little face. Her whole body was suspended in midair, and the dissipating power of fear formed a barrier, isolating the surrounding space. Vivian's body was changing from the bloodline of the deity to the bloodline of the demigod. But just as she was about to succeed, a little accident happened. The will of the Dreadlord came. At this time, in Soren's eyes, Vivian's figure was suspended in midair, and behind her was a ferocious shadow of the Dreadlord. This shadow could not be seen by the naked eye, but for Soren, who was in the form of a god, he could perceive any trace of spiritual will and special existence on the soul. The Dreadlord finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Just when Vivian was about to integrate the power of divinity and become a demigod, he launched an attack on Vivian, trying to invade her mind and seize control of her body. This was a seed that was engraved on the soul. It had been left as early as the moment Vivian was born. Even Soren had no way to erase it. If the Dreadlord succeeded, then Vivian would disappear completely, and the Dreadlord would be reborn in her body. Not only could he take back his divinity and divine power, but he could also absorb Vivian's power. Finally, can't take it anymore? A cold murderous intent appeared in Soren's eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out his finger and gently touched Vivian's forehead. The Dreadlord was dead. His remaining divine power was not enough for a direct resurrection, so he could only attack Vivian at the most critical moment, trying to destroy Vivian's spiritual will in one fell swoop. This mark was left on her mind and soul. Soren instantly realized the Dreadlord's plot. The next moment, he activated his divine form and directly entered the spiritual space where Vivian's soul was trapped. Time froze at this moment. Vivian's painful expression seemed to have disappeared, and a surprised smile appeared on her delicate little face. At this time, a ray of light appeared on Soren's body. A little bit of divine light merged into Vivian's body and turned into an invisible shadow that directly entered Vivian's body. Soren directly invaded the world where the Dreadlord was trying to trap Vivian in his spiritual form. The wind was howling. The whole world was gray, and a gloomy atmosphere shrouded everything, inexplicably making people feel a sense of panic. In the center of the whole world was a huge throne. Countless demons gathered around the throne, but none of them dared to approach it. Big brother! Big brother! At this time, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a shadow shrouded in divine light directly fell on the throne. The shadow gradually turned into a solid body, and Soren's figure appeared in the center of the throne. At this moment, he looked as if he was facing a great enemy, but the next moment, he was stunned. This was because he saw two identical Vivians on this throne that was constructed purely out of divine power. What the hell, what's going on? Why are there two identical Vivian in the spiritual world? At this moment, Soren suddenly became a little confused. Because in the eyes of the gods, the two Vivian's souls were the same. The sky was gray. This world seemed to be shrouded by some kind of power. Even Soren felt a sense of oppression and fear after he arrived. However, this feeling only existed for a short while. Soon, Soren's firm will had resisted all the negative effects. He glanced around and saw countless demons and petitioners. Then, he roughly guessed where he was. This should be the place where the soul of the Dreadlord was kept. It was also the throne of fear, in the kingdom of fear in the bottomless abyss. All of this happened in an instant. Although Soren was surprised by the two Vivians' appearance, his long-term adventure still made him habitually understand the surrounding environment. Vivian was a smart girl. If it weren't for the limitations of being a native, her talent would probably be higher than Soren's. This was not only because she was better in a certain aspect, but also because she had an advantage in all aspects, including IQ. Even Soren had to admit this because when he was Vivian's age, his performance was far inferior to hers. The little girl was barely 11 years old this year. Soren's expression did not escape the little girl's eyes. Then, the two girls in front of him looked at each other. Vivian, who was standing on the left, bowed slightly to Soren. She twirled her skirt and bowed slightly. Then, she said softly, "Brother." "Hello. I'm Lillian." "Lillian? The Witch of Fear, Lillian?" She had existed for a long time. This sentence shocked Soren like thunder. But then, he seemed to have understood something. He immediately looked at Vivian and frowned. "Vivian. What's going on? Has Lillian already awakened in your body?" "Yes. When we were in Gloria's tower, you called yourself Lillian. So, you've been hiding it from me all this time?" Soren already had a vague guess in his heart. However, Vivian's usual behavior was normal, so he was only slightly suspicious. Today, he actually saw two Vivians. His suspicions in the past immediately had a basis, and he quickly understood the general situation of the matter. "Brother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. But. Vivian, who was standing on the right, had a guilty look on her face. She opened her mouth a few times, but she didn't know what to say. She wanted to tell Soren the truth several times, but she didn't know what to say. Forget it. Seeing the little girl's conflicted look, Soren's heart softened. He shook his head and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. The will of the Dreadlord is still watching us. The most important thing now is to get you out of here." Having said that, Soren turned around and looked at Lillian beside him. He was a little unaccustomed to the fact that they looked exactly the same, but he quickly recovered and asked calmly, "When did you start to have self-awareness?" Self-awareness? Hearing Soren's words, Lillian, who was standing on the left, was startled. She then whispered, "Brother. I started to have self-awareness when Vivian was born. It's just that the memory at that time was very vague. I only started to understand when Vivian was 3 years old. But when I really woke up, it was after the appearance of the other children of fear." The little girl was very smart. Lillian obviously guessed what Soren wanted to ask. Two souls in one body? Soren immediately understood the key, and also why Lillian called him brother. That was the reason. Lillian was not born out of thin air. Her soul already existed when Vivian was born, but at that time, Vivian's soul was the dominant one, and she fell into a deep sleep. It was even possible that her soul was still controlled by the will of the Dreadlord. According to the normal process, after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, Vivian's soul would disappear due to some accident, and Lillian's soul would replace Vivian's body. At the same time, the will of the Dreadlord would descend on her body. At this time, the conditions for the resurrection of the Dreadlord were about to be met. All the accidents happened because of Soren. First, he delayed the time of Lillian's awakening, then killed some children of fear, and finally even the vampiric children. These divine powers with the will of the Dreadlord were absorbed and transformed by Soren, and the will of the Dreadlord was naturally killed by him. Note, the details are in the part where Soren walked barefoot for thousands of miles to temper himself by killing the will of the Dreadlord. If these children of fear died in the hands of Vivian, then Lillian would be controlled by the Dreadlord. The will of the Dreadlord gathered little by little, and its influence became greater and greater. Finally, Lillian would become a crazy witch of fear. Soren's appearance changed everything. The will of the Dreadlord was eliminated by Soren, and Lillian grew in another way, and retained most of her original memories. And these memories were everything that Vivian had experienced. In other words, the will of the Dreadlord was still unable to control her, which directly led to the emergence of another rebellious version of Vivian. As the Witch of Fear, she was naturally different from Vivian, but her experience was equivalent to another hidden sister of Soren. This was also why she called Soren brother. According to the original nature of the Witch of Fear, he was afraid that she would be very crazy and chaotic. In the past, the Witch of Fear loved to bring destruction and fear, and it was very common for her to massacre cities. Otherwise, in the end, the Silvermoon Lady wouldn't have killed her, but the Lillian in front of him was very quiet, and she didn't look like she was dominated by madness and chaos at all. Now, their forms were made up of souls and spirits, and they were the closest to the essence, representing their truest selves. There might be a small problem. However, Soren quickly accepted Lillian's existence because although she was different from Vivian, some things were very similar. Even the way she called him brother was exactly the same. She experienced everything from the perspective of a bystander to Vivian, and, one body two souls, referred to this situation. Come here. Soren didn't have time to think about these things. The most important thing now was to take Vivian and leave this place. The longer they delayed, the higher the chances of the Dreadlord winning. He had to find a way to leave this spiritual space. The Dreadlord is secretly watching us. Soren looked at the countless demons and petitioners around him. These were all illusions of the spiritual world, and they didn't directly reach the throne of fear, so the Dreadlord's power wasn't at its strongest yet. Soren thought of this and said seriously, "Hold on to me tightly later. I will try to use my divine power to break open the space and bring you back to the real world. No matter what happens when you break open the space, don't let go. You must remember this. Otherwise, the Dreadlord will most likely trap you in the spiritual world formed by the throne of fear." The two girls heard this and nodded seriously. Then, they hugged Soren's arms from both sides. They had been trapped here for quite some time. As mortals, they knew nothing about the power of gods, and they didn't know how to leave the space. The Dreadlord wanted to use this to wear down their will and make them gradually fall into madness and chaos due to the oppressive and terrifying environment. At that time, there would be a loophole in their will, and the Dreadlord would take advantage of it to control them. Although this was a spiritual world, it perfectly replicated everything in the Kingdom of Fear. In other words, this place was shrouded in the power of the fear domain. Soren couldn't stay here for too long, and he had to bring the two girls out. "Are you ready?" Soren looked around with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "When we break open the space later, the Dreadlords will definitely stop us. You have to be careful. P.S. There's only one update for today. This part of the plot requires a lot of thinking before it can be written. A public WeChat account posted a lowly picture that looks like Vivian today. You can go and see if it looks like her. Changing reality, divinity ability." With the entry of Soren, the whole spiritual space became more and more oppressive. This meant that the will of the Dreadlord had begun to act. Soren's entry made him feel uneasy and was secretly preparing to launch an attack. This was a spiritual space, a collision of will and strength. The Dreadlord, as an old great divine power, naturally had his own trump cards. But at the same time, Sauron, as a new god, also had great perseverance from a mortal to the present. The confrontation between the two sides made it so that neither side was sure to win. At most, it was a tie. The golden light of divinity appeared. Soren's whole body seemed to be covered by a golden light. The light of divinity covered Vivian and Lillian, and then a trace of visible black aura was expelled from their bodies. This was the power of the Dreadlord after he trapped them in the spiritual space. It was also a kind of negative emotion that contained fear. The arrival of Soren dispelled this evil power and made the two girls feel more at ease than ever. At the same time, In Vivian's room in the real world, Soren's body was also covered by a golden light. At the same time, the great temple of Motor City suddenly shone brightly, and a hazy shadow appeared above the statue of the central temple. The archbishop in charge of maintaining the temple immediately noticed the abnormality and noticed that Soren was extracting the power of faith from the temple. So, he immediately began to organize all the priests and believers in the temple to pray and feed the power of the temple back to Soren. Soren did not dare to be careless when dealing with the Dread Lord. Although he was dead, his soul still remained in the kingdom of fear. The power of divinity interfered with the whole space. Everything around Soren was distorted, and the figures of countless demons and petitioners became more and more illusory. At the same time, the whole throne of fear shook slightly. Soren directly used his divine power to distort reality to break the spiritual world of the Dread Lord. When a slight crack appeared and was noticed by Soren in his divine form, he immediately raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Change space, divinity power. The key to breaking out of this situation was at this moment. Soren immediately used the power of the space manipulation to open up a crack, and then prepared to leave with Vivian and Lillian. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. In the center of the throne of terror, a tall, slender, and beautiful woman appeared. She had a scar on the side of her face, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. Her expression was empty, as though she was a puppet. She turned to Lillian and said, "Witch of Terror, Lillian. Have you forgotten the purpose of your birth? Your existence is to resurrect Father. Son of Fear." As soon as the beautiful woman spoke, Soren knew her identity. However, most of the scions of fear in the material plane were already dead. The woman in front of him looked like a puppet. She might not even be a living being, but a puppet that the dread demon god had gathered. Finger of Death. Lillian gave the most obvious answer to her question. The little girl raised her hand and threw out a finger of death. Then she curled her lips and said, "I am Lillian. I am me. My fate is not to resurrect the dread demon god. My fate is decided by myself." The beautiful woman dissipated directly under the spell. Lillian's performance made Soren quite fond of her. She was very much to his liking. It had to be said that under normal circumstances, Lillian, who was not affected by the will of the dread demon god, acted more decisively like Soren, as soon as the beautiful woman died. But things didn't end like that. A beam of light rose from Soren's palm and broke through the sky, but a second figure appeared on the throne of terror. This time, it was an elven ranger. Unlike the previous beautiful woman, Soren knew this elven ranger because they had encountered this elven ranger and were attacked by the hunters. This was the first son of fear that Soren killed. Now one thing was certain, all the sons of fear that appeared on the throne of terror were dead. Their souls were bound in it for some reason. The dread demon god had obviously left something in advance. The elven ranger didn't say much, but directly attacked Soren and the others. He tried to stay and kill the 3 people in front of him. Greater disintegration. A spell appeared directly, and the elven ranger was killed on the spot. However, with the death of the elven ranger, this time 2 sons of fear appeared on the throne of terror. One was dressed as a wizard, and the other looked like a barbarian. These 2 sons of fear were obviously more powerful. The will of the dread demon god was preventing them from leaving. When the 3rd batch of sons of fear was killed, the 4th batch of sons of fear appeared again. It was as if they couldn't be killed. In a short time, more than 10 sons of fear had appeared in a row, and they were getting stronger and stronger. "Leave it to me." Soren frowned and glanced at the sons of fear in front of him. It was now the 5th batch. Just as he broke through the space, the sons of fear appeared faster and faster. Death's Hand. Most of the sons of fear were close to the legendary level. In front of Soren, they had no power to fight back. However, the later their power seemed to be more and more concentrated, and the sons of fear that appeared became stronger and stronger. Soren even had a feeling that he might meet an old opponent. His premonition came true. When Soren killed the 7th batch of sons of fear, the whole throne of terror suddenly trembled, and then all the power began to gather toward the center. Then countless blood-red bats appeared, and directly gathered in the center of the throne of terror to form a handsome but very dangerous man in a noble suit. Vampire demigod Reinhardt, the Dread Lord, had indeed left a mark on the soul of the sons of fear. Although the vampire demigod Reinhardt in front of him still looked like a shell, his expression was obviously not the same as all the previous Sons of Fear. He smiled strangely at Soren and said slowly, "Leave them. Otherwise, you will stay here forever." This arrogant tone made Soren frown. Then he raised his hand and sent out a divine shock wave. He said coldly, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time." The divine shock wave directly hit Reinhardt and sent him flying. However, he was not seriously injured. As the most powerful Son of Fear, his recovery speed was amazing. Soren was always paying attention to the surroundings. Since even Reinhardt had appeared, it was only a matter of time before the Dread Lords will appeared. This would be the first head-on confrontation between them. P.S. That's all for today. Let's prepare and try to finish this paragraph tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Haha. Strange laughter sounded. After the demigod vampire took a round of attacks from Soren, he was still intact. His body continued to repair at an amazing speed, and it seemed that the power of the Sons of Fear had gathered on him. From a certain perspective, the current him was even more powerful than when he was alive. No, the real demigod vampire was dead. His soul was finally imprisoned by the Hellheimer, so the demigod vampire in front of him should be the incarnation of the Dread Lord. Divine Shockwave. Shadow Step, Shadow Divinity. Order, Death. Soren didn't want to fight with his opponent for a long time. This was the spiritual world created by the Dread Lord, which was equivalent to the enemy's home space. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The demigod vampire recovered too quickly, so Soren simply used a round of big moves. At that time, the demigod vampire was in a state of near death, and finally, he used Order, Death to end his opponent. The demigod vampire died on the spot. Although Reinhardt was very strong, Soren was no longer who he used to be. Now, his strength had improved a lot compared to the past. As a god with mid-level divine power, even the demigod vampire would find it difficult to survive one round of his attacks. But, at the moment when the demigod vampire died, a little accident happened. His body suddenly turned into a sky full of bats, and then he was resurrected in the Throne of Fear. It's useless. This is our world. You can't kill me here. The handsome face of the demigod vampire gradually distorted, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Then he rushed towards Soren again. He had fully recovered. There was no trace of injury at all. If there was any change, it was that his strength seemed to be a little stronger than before. This was something that Soren couldn't understand. He didn't know what power the Dread Lord kept in this space. At present, the only thing that Soren could be sure of was that this space had some connection with the Throne of Fear in the real world, because even if he wanted to open a crack, it would not be so easy. Plain teleportation, divine spark. However, what was the basis of this spiritual space? Soren was prepared to use brute force to create a crack. He activated his divine power and instantly entered his divine spirit form. Then, he reached out and grabbed Vivian and Lillian. With a wave of his hand, he used his divine power to tear open a spatial rift and teleported them out. The entire space shook violently. The Throne of Fear that was built in the center of this world was slowly collapsing. Soren let out a sigh of relief after sending the two girls out. However, at this time, the demigod vampire's expression suddenly became ferocious. He roared madly, "Since you insist on sending them away, then you can stay here yourself." The demigod vampire's body began to twist. His originally handsome appearance began to become ferocious, and his body expanded at an astonishing speed. Bone spurs appeared on his back, and a pair of ferocious horns grew out of his forehead. A tail with poisonous thorns also appeared on his tailbone. At this moment, the appearance of the demigod vampire had changed greatly. He looked like a demon from the bottomless abyss. No, it should be said that he looked like a slaughterer. The power of the Dread Lord came from the three gods of death, which meant that he came from the same source as Soren. The ancient god of death, Jurgil, after Jurgil was tired of the constraints of the divine title, he gave his power to the three gods of death at that time. Among them, the god of slaughter, Baal gave birth to the son of slaughter. The god of tyranny, Bane was resurrected after death and expanded his divine title into Fear. Eventually, he fell in the hands of the Dread Lord. To put it simply, the power of the Dread Lord was inherited from the three gods of death. His core priesthoods were fear and destruction. He himself was also an evolution of death and slaughter. The form that the demigod vampire had now transformed into was a slaughterer full of destructive aura. In other words, he was now the incarnation of the Dread Lord. It finally appeared. The invisible power of the law bound the space. After Vivian and Lillian were sent away, Soren was temporarily trapped in this world. However, his expression did not show any panic. His power and that of the Dread Lord came from the same source. Although Soren was only in intermediate divine power, which was far inferior to the greater divine power of the Dread Lord's body was already dead. It was just an incarnation controlled by his soul, which was not enough to threaten Soren's life. Slaughter, domain. Death, domain. For the first time, the power that was close to the origin collided violently. The blood of the son of slaughter that Soren inherited and the fusion of the death domain spread throughout the entire space, while the demigod vampire slaughterer incarnation shrouded the entire throne with the power of destruction and fear. Shadow, divine title. The space was still in the hands of the Dread Lord, which was a little unfavorable for Soren. So he activated his divine title of Shadow in an instant, and then he saw that everything in the whole world was covered with a gray haze. The sky became gray. The earth became gray. Everything was like a shadow that made people feel depressed and uneasy. In this spiritual world, Soren's shadow even directly reflected on everything, making the whole space look like a shadow plane. A silver-white stream of light emerged. Soren's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind the slaughterer. With a storm-like attack, countless wounds immediately appeared on the body of the slaughterer. Blasphemy. Death. The light of divinity emerged. Soren's figure did not leave any trace, it appeared completely out of thin air wherever he wanted to appear. This was the power of the Shadow, divine title. Soren was the master of the shadow, he could travel through shadows at will within the range of the shadow. The incarnation of the vampiric demigod vampire was once again killed by Soren. However, at the moment of the slaughterer's death, suddenly a ferocious and terrifying shadow of the demon god appeared. It madly rushed towards Soren and actually tried to occupy his will. The throne of fear gradually collapsed, the whole spiritual world was on the verge of destruction, and the body of the Dread Lord finally appeared. In the space where Vivian and Lillian had been teleported out, the crazy Dread Lord actually tried to occupy Soren, who had also absorbed the power of the divine title of fear. You're overestimating yourself. Soren looked at the shadow of the demon god that rushed toward him. His whole body turned into a golden humanoid, directly transforming into a divine form and colliding with the Dread Lord. The collision of souls broke out in an instant. At this moment, the throne of fear was completely shattered, and the whole spiritual world collapsed rapidly. After a violent collision, Soren's golden figure turned into a beam of light that went straight into the sky. Then he completely disappeared from this world. Where is this? It only took a moment to travel through space. When Soren defeated the will of the Dread Lord and returned again, he was surprised to find that he did not return to the city of Moder. He did not even return to his body at all. He appeared in a dusky world. A real world. In front of Soren's eyes was a wide river, and he did not know where it flowed to. He could see countless souls floating in the river, and there were vague figures wearing black tattered cloaks and holding huge scythes patrolling around the river. Soren looked at everything in front of him, and his expression seemed a little confused. He murmured, "The river Styx? How did I suddenly appear in the underworld?" This was the territory of the Grim Reaper. The closest to the material plane was the shadow plane, and the next closest to the shadow plane was the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm was already a forbidden area for the living. Most of the creatures there were in the form of spirits and undead. Below the spiritual realm was the river Styx. The river Styx began to branch from here. The main river of the river Styx went directly to the sea of the underworld, and other branches went to the lower plains such as the Bottor Inferno, the bottomless abyss, the grey wilderness, and the scorched hell. Very few people entered the underworld. Only the most daring demon soul stealer dared to sneak into the underworld and steal souls from the servants of the Grim Reaper. Soren was now in the underworld. And he appeared in the underworld in the form of a soul. According to the width of the river Styx and the patrolling servants of the Grim Reaper, his position was very likely to be close to the sea of the underworld. Why did he suddenly come to the underworld? At this moment, Soren was also a little confused because he still remembered what happened at the last moment. At that time, he had already suppressed the power of the Dread Lord. After all, a dead god couldn't cause too much trouble. At the last moment, the Dread Lord was doomed to fail, so he directly attacked Soren, trying to use Soren's connection with absorbing the divinity of fear to occupy his mind. How could he possibly succeed in this? Soren's will was as strong as steel. He directly transformed into his divine form and smashed the spirit of the Dread Lord. As an ancient great divine power, the essence of the Dread Lord's soul was preserved on the throne of fear inside the divine kingdom of fear after his death. In other words, as long as the throne of fear was not destroyed, his spirit and soul could be constantly repaired. Even if the divine will was suppressed and killed by Soren, it would only make him weak, but it couldn't really kill the Dread Lord. To put it simply, the Dread Lord was now like a lich, and now the throne of fear was his phylactery. Something's wrong. After Soren defeated the spiritual entity of the Dread Lord's first attack, he set the teleportation beacon at Mordor City before the space shattered and was ready to directly return to his physical body. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible for a god to have an accident when using the divinity of plane teleportation to teleport. Therefore, Soren's appearance in the underworld was most likely due to a man-made reason. And the person who could interfere with his teleportation and set it in the underworld must have a much higher divinity than Soren. There were not many such existences in the whole multiverse. As for the one who had something to do with the underworld, it seemed that there was only one, the ancient god of death, Jurgel. As soon as Soren thought of this, he heard a calm and indifferent voice saying slowly, "The new shadow god, the one outside of fate, welcome to the underworld. I was just wondering when you would think of me." The god of death, Jurgel. Even though Soren had yet to see him, his voice was enough to prove his identity. Jurgel's last words also proved his identity. This was because some abnormally powerful gods had the ability to sense. For their divine names, not to mention speaking them out loud, just hearing them in one's mind would produce a divine sense. As soon as Soren thought of Jurgel, the god of death, he was able to sense the presence of a divine being. This kind of divine power was beyond Soren's understanding of divine beings. The fog in front of him gradually dispersed. A pair of death servants in tattered grey cloaks appeared in front of Soren. In front of them was a boat of the river Styx, with necromancers holding books and pens on both sides. They were all natives of the underworld. The Grim Reaper rarely received souls personally. To the deities who held the divine title of death, their duty was to maintain the order of death in the multiverse and the movement of souls. On the other hand, the death that mortals would sometimes unwittingly see was actually an attendant chosen from their believers. Just like the otherworldly oracles that Soren prepared to help him manage the kingdom of God, the death servants were a different kind of oracles. These existences similar to petitioners would not be trapped in the underworld. They were endowed with a little divinity of death and could travel between many planes. Lord of Shadows. Please come with me. A hoarse voice was heard. The necromancer with a withered face made an inviting gesture to Soren and slowly said, "My lord, Jurgel, wants to see you." No one knew how long this necromancer had existed. His soul was full of the smell of decay. The ancient Grim Reaper, Jurgel, liked to record death. Many of his followers started recording all kinds of deaths in the Thorium era. The necromancer in front of him was probably above level 35. Although his name was not spread in the multiverse, Soren could sense that this necromancer was not much weaker than some famous liches left behind from the Nesser era. This was the foundation of time. As the oldest Grim Reaper in the multiverse, Jurgel probably had many servants like this under his command. Yes. Soren was not afraid at all. Instead, he was a little curious and directly followed the necromancer to the boat of the Styx. Jurgel was not a god that needed to be afraid. This was because to a certain extent, he was a god that disliked the affairs of the other gods. Even when the god of murder went crazy, Jurgel only had a slight trace of mockery. He did not have the slightest intention of interfering. Even before the rise of the three death gods, Jurgel was already tired of his priesthood. He gave away almost all of his core priesthoods, only keeping a part related to the death records. In the following years, most of Jurgel's tasks were to help the king of the dead familiarize himself with his priesthood. After giving up his priesthood, Jurgel had been living like this. In a way that was close to being a hermit, he first assisted the king of bones, Mirko, then the king of the dead, Klembox. Other than helping them maintain the law of death, Jurgel did not interfere with the affairs of the other gods. Currently, Jurgel was a minor divine power. There was almost no religion in the mortal world. Only the oldest writings recorded a little bit of it. In the Eastern Kingdom, there was a small inscription that recorded such a short passage. The ancient Grim Reaper, Jurgel, was tired of fulfilling his duties. When he was almost forgotten by the world, he gave most of his priesthoods to the god of tyranny, Bane, the god of murder, Baal, and the king of bones, Mirko. After the death of these gods, he continued to serve the god of murder, Sirik, and the king of the dead, Klembox. He was only loyal to the position of king of the dead, so if the incumbent could not fulfill his duties properly, he would secretly overthrow him. Jurgel barely maintained his cooperation with the former Grim Reaper, Klembox, and was quite harmonious with the current Grim Reaper, and still had a contemptuous attitude towards Sirik. In the Eastern Kingdom, there was an abandoned ruin, and there was such a short passage recorded in it. Why did the Grim Reaper, Jurgel, want to see him? The first thing that came to Soren's mind was someone outside of fate. Gloria also said that he was outside of the river of fate. According to the divination of the northern witches, people outside of fate were full of infinite variables. The most representative of them were Sirik and Klembox, who had inherited the priesthood of death respectively. Although Jurgel was powerful, Soren was not afraid. The source of his power came from Jurgel, the Grim Reaper, and this existence almost no longer interfered with the affairs of mortals and gods. P.S. First update. Today is the 3rd. Soren soon met Jurgel. This legendary ancient god of death looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary necromancer scholar. At this moment, he was holding a quill pen and writing something on a parchment on the boat of the river Styx. The Church of Jurgel had always been recording death, and it could even be said that it was waiting for the moment when everything ended. Because in the Church of Jurgel, it was believed that even the planes and the universe had a moment of death. There were even people who once thought that the real mission of Jurgel was to witness and record the death of the entire multiverse. The Avatar crisis did not seem to have much impact on Jurgel, because his priesthood had basically been given away. The king of the dead, Klembox, should have fallen to the material plane, but Jurgel seemed to have no impact on the underworld. But it seemed that he should not be able to enter his own kingdom at the moment. But there was nothing in his kingdom. At his level, he probably did not even need a kingdom. Great divinity, the existence closest to the great divine power in the entire multiverse. Although he gave up the priesthood of death, he was still the most powerful ancient god. If the gods were the product of the law, then at Jurgel's level, he was close to the great law. In the long history of the multiverse, he was the only god who gave his power to others because he was tired of his priesthood. And after so many years of divine wars and catastrophes, he was still alive and well with only a minor divine power. No god dared to provoke him. He became a bystander, and only occasionally helped the new god of death to manage things. There was one thing that must be mentioned. Soren had always thought that the expansion of the river Styx was inseparable from the god of death, Jurgel. Because in the most ancient times, the river Styx was just a small branch, but now the river Styx had run through the entire multiverse. There were even branches of the river Styx on Mountain Paradise. It was worth mentioning that the god of death, Jurgel, had a good relationship with the ancient sun god, Amonada. After the ancient sun god fell, the reincarnation of Luoshanda was now the god of light. The expansion of the river Styx was not recorded in history. But since the birth of many planes, the river Styx had flowed from the highest level of Mountain Paradise to the deepest part of the abyss. Soren would never believe that Jurgel, the god of death, wasn't behind all of this. Furthermore, there had been the wall of the faithless in the past, but the Nether River was now maintaining the cycle of life and death across the multiverse. Very few souls were sealed inside the wall of the faithless, with most souls being transported to the Origin Sea through the Nether River and eventually reborn from death. That was how the development of death came about, and Jurgel's shadow was behind everything. Young deity. Jurgel's face was withered, and he looked like a mummy. As the oldest god, he didn't seem to care about his appearance. The ancient god of death slowly put down the quill and looked up at Soren. You seem to have a lot of questions. Yes. Soren nodded. After thinking for a while, he asked directly, did you summon me here? Jurgil glanced at him and said calmly, I guess so. Soren frowned. Why did you summon me to the underworld, Lord Jurgil? He went straight to the point. For a bystander like Jurgil, Soren didn't need to beat around the bush. Even in this avatar's crisis, Jurgil was still a little detached from the world, because even this avatar's crisis couldn't completely affect him. If gods were regarded as gods, then the avatar's crisis was a tribulation of heaven and earth, and Jurgil had already transcended the tribulation. There must be a reason for such a being to meet Soren in person. Such a being must have his own mission. Just like Father Oak could sacrifice himself without hesitation, Jurgil must have his own ultimate goal, and it was very likely that this goal was beyond all the gods. Just a small matter. Jurgil's tone didn't change. He said slowly, everything has an end. And those who welcome the end but don't want to return to death always make me feel a little troubled. I have a little trouble that I need you to help me solve. Trouble? Soren listened to Jurgil thoughtfully. Welcome the end but don't want to return to death. Are you talking about the Dread Lord? The Dread Lord was dead. But he wasn't completely dead yet. His power came from Jurgil, and his state of being near death could indeed make Jurgil feel troubled. Jurgil nodded slowly. Then, he looked at Soren and said, people outside of fate are full of infinite variables. Transcending death means transcending fate. The last avatar's crisis gave birth to a group of new gods. And this time's avatar's crisis means that the laws of the multiverse have changed again. Some gods should disappear with the laws, but because of you, there are some changes outside of fate. What I need to do now is to correct the part that belongs to death. The Dread Lord should have fallen. He turned death into pure destruction and fear, which has deviated from the true meaning of death. I hope you can destroy him. If possible, it's best to take over a part of the clergy of death. Although Klembox is a qualified god of death, he's still too kind. Eternal sleep is just to maintain the rules of death, but it can't make death go any further. The Lord of Eternal Sleep, Klembox. After Klembox took over the clergy of death, he was obsessed with letting the undead enter eternal sleep. He was not as cruel as the other gods of death. After the last avatar's crisis, Klembox took over the clergy of death. He spent most of his time with Jurgil in the Crystal Tower of the Underworld, learning about the responsibilities and requirements of the position of King of the Dead from the latter. Although the Forgotten One, another name of Jurgil's cold practical views and merciless cold-bloodedness troubled Klembox, he still respected Jurgil very much. It was not an exaggeration to say that he believed in this ancient god. Although the two got along quite well, Klembox was a kind warrior when he was alive. There were many contradictions between his ideas and Jurgil's. Strictly speaking, Jurgil the god of death should be ruthless and neutral. He believed that death treated all things the same, and there was no difference between good and evil. Klembox, on the other hand, was more inclined to kindness. The church had been doing more to appease the undead for so many years, and he even developed the field of eternal sleep. Is that all? Soren frowned and looked at Jurgil, then slowly said, the Dread Lord is an enemy that I have to destroy. Even without your order, I will find a way to kill him completely. The Dread Lord must die. If he doesn't die, Vivian won't be safe. Jurgil was not surprised by Soren's words, because he had long noticed this new god. When Soren became a god, he had already entered Jurgil's sight. He said lightly, if that's the case. There's another thing that may trouble you. But this is also a fate that you can't escape. Fate, Soren could not help but frown when he heard that. Death god Jurgil did not have any reaction to this. Instead, he said calmly, as a new god, your performance has surprised many people. However, there was someone who was even more amazing than you. In just a few years, he went from a mortal to a god, and a powerful one at that. He obtained most of the death priesthoods. Do you know who he is? Soren could not help but tremble when he heard Jurgil's words. He then said in a low voice, yes. He is Sirik. Jurgil's eyes moved a little when he mentioned this name. He then continued, that's right. He is Sirik. the fastest rising mortal in the history of the multiverse. He even became one of the most powerful gods. Clemvox is the king of the dead. But the one who obtained most of my death priesthoods was Sirik. He first took Mirko's death priesthoods, and then Baal's massacre priesthoods. He even took in most of Banon's believers when he died. However, Sirik's ambition was too great. He was eventually destroyed by his own crazy ambition. As a god, you should know a little about this history. Later, under my guidance, Clemvox took Mirko's death priesthoods from Sirik and became the king of the dead. Sirik's madness did not stop because of this. After losing Mirko's death priesthoods, he turned his ambition to the god of tyranny, Banon, who had just been resurrected. This battle between the gods was not recorded in history. However, in the end, he succeeded. The god of tyranny, Banon, fell. The priesthoods that originally belonged to Banon became empty because of this. However, the gods at that time were already afraid of what Sirik had done. They were afraid that Sirik would cause another catastrophe after obtaining the power of the god of tyranny. Hence, the priesthood of the god of tyranny eventually fell into the hands of a lucky person in this conspiracy. He is the current Dread Lord, but because of Sirik, the Dread Lord moved his kingdom to the abyss. Sirik's crazy ambition has made the gods dissatisfied and afraid. After the death of the god of tyranny, the gods finally decided to join forces to punish and judge Sirik. In the end, he was exiled and sealed. Even now, he is still imprisoned in the space where the gods sealed him. The words of Death Jurgil ended here. However, Soren had already understood the general situation of the matter. This matter was indeed related to the god of murder, because according to the original history, Sirik should have escaped during the middle and later stages of the Avatar crisis. For Sirik, this troublemaker, most of the gods had a headache because his ambition was too great. He was not satisfied with being one of the strongest gods at that time. He even tried to become the only true god at that time. If he had not done this, Sirik's ending would not have been so tragic. At that time, the gods could not defeat Sirik at all without joining forces. At his peak, Sirik was very close to the great divine power. At the same time, he mastered the priesthoods of death, slaughter, and conspiracy, and incorporated most of the original followers of the three gods of death. It could be said that he became the evil god with the most followers and the most priesthoods at that time. What Death Jurgil was really worried about was not the Dread Lord, but the god of murder, Sirik, who had not yet been released. The priesthood of Baal was on him. At present, the situation of the death god system was that Clemvox was in charge of the priesthood of the king of the dead. He was currently a great divine power, and the Dread Lord was also a great divine power, but now he had fallen. The core of the slaughter priesthood was on Sirik, and he was also in charge of the conspiracy priesthood. At the end of the first Avatar crisis, Sirik regarded Clemvox as his greatest enemy, and at the same time, he hated the third-generation goddess of magic very much. However, later, the god of tyranny was resurrected, and he regarded tyranny as his greatest threat. At that time, after the conspiracy to kill the god of tyranny, Sirik also took part of tyranny's priesthood. Together with the original slaughter priesthood, he was almost the most dangerous among the great divine powers. Therefore, even if Sirik had been sealed for a long time, when he ran out during the Avatar crisis, his power was maintained above the intermediate divine power. He was not like Soren's half-baked intermediate divine power now. He was the kind of intermediate divine power that was above the old gods, and very close to the great divine power. According to the progress of the past history, Sirik was scheming for the power of the Dread Lord as soon as he came out, and if he could seize the priesthood of the Dread Lord, then even the current king of the dead, Clemvox, would not be his opponent at all. He was the existence that gave Death Jurgil a headache. Sure enough, they wanted him to deal with Sirik. Soren quickly guessed the whole story, but his heart was a little heavy. Jurgil was right, Sirik was one of the enemies that Soren had to face. Because Soren himself had the blood of the son of Slaughter, he now had the Slaughter domain and received the information of the Slaughter priesthood. It was because Sirik was sealed that Soren could steal and obtain the Slaughter priesthood. Otherwise, if Sirik was fine, he would not be able to get the information of the Slaughter priesthood so easily. Moreover, Sirik was a very narrow-minded, self-centered, and extremely extreme god. With such a character, If he ran out after being sealed for a long time and suddenly found that part of his slaughter priesthood had been taken away by Soren, then what would he do? Soren would almost certainly start a war with him, and in this hostile relationship, there would be a fight for the power of the Dread Lord. Everything started to become clear. Soren immediately grasped the key to breaking the situation, and that was the dead Dread Lord. Now, Soren and Sirik were both mid-level gods, and even if there was a gap, it would not be too big. Sirik was a loner, and he had made too many enemies. His enemies were everywhere in the pantheon of gods. Soren's relationship with other gods was not bad, and he even had some gods as allies. If they really fought, the chances of winning should be about 50%. So the power of the Dread Lord was the key. If Soren could obtain the power of the Dread Lord, or if he could help Vivian obtain the power of the Dread Lord, then there would be no problem in dealing with Sirik. But if Sirik obtained the power of the Dread Lord, then Soren would have almost no chance of winning. That was probably the reason why Jurgil wanted to see him today. Perhaps to this primordial god of death who no longer cared about the affairs of the gods, Sirik was a troublemaker who caused a huge headache. P.S. Third update. Please pay attention. End of chapter 868. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.